What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and keep this one casual and talk about that matchup between the Philadelphia Flyers and your Arizona Coyotes in Philadelphia on November 2nd, 2021. And boy, was that a very good first 40 minutes. Once again with this Coyotes team, I had to listen to the first two periods. For whatever reason, there were so few whistles, so few things really going on in general with this game. This team, the second period was starting when I was leaving work. The second period was ending when I was up the road from my house, so I was a little bit late starting the stream, so I did miss about 10 minutes of the third period. It's closer to like 6 minutes, but still, listen to the first two periods, watched at least the second half of the third. Let's go ahead and talk about this one, and boy, like I said, a very good 40 minutes. This team shows up, plays well. The first period, both teams had 13 shots, both goalies playing phenomenal. Vejmelka on one side, Katahat on the other, 9 shots apiece in the second period, 22 all. Going into that final frame, the Coyotes looked good, had their opportunities. The defense was looking pretty good. What was the problem here? Well, the problem evidently was the fact that this team simply cannot score. Look, I said it before, I've alluded to it, I'm going to put it a little bit more plainly right now. This coaching system is going to be very good as soon as they have players that can actually score the puck. Andre Tournier, I like a lot of the things he's doing. I really do. They just need more talent on this team, and I guarantee anyone that watches this team will see it once we have more talent. So it's going to be a long couple of years, but let's go ahead and jump into that third period. Couturier is fourth from Konechny and Giroux at 6:54. That was a really good pass. Konechny looked like he was going to shoot it. It was a no-look pass. Beautiful. Then we go ahead later on to that third period. 17:51. Laughton is second from Van Riemsdyk and Braun. And just like that, this game's pretty much out of reach at that point. And then Giroux, his first of the night, fifth of the season from Couturier. And Sanheim at 18:23 empty net. There you go. That one ends up being your final. The Laughton one is the one that kind of really angers me. So it was Yashkin up on the top. The Coyotes are trying to generate a little bit of opportunities, a little bit of chances. And then Yashkin tries to force it back over to Chychrun, despite the fact that Philadelphia was all over everyone. Vejmelka was trying to get off of the ice. He actually had to go jump back towards the goal. He doesn't end up getting a piece of that one, but it ends up going wide. And then it goes right over to Laughton. A nice pass, nice shot. Vejmelka really didn't have much of a chance. That second goal shouldn't have gone in. That was a breakdown by this offense that, for whatever reason, loves to make the worst possible decisions at the worst possible times, and that's going to be one of those things that a lot of these players are going to have to kind of ask themselves what's going on there, because players don't tank. It's the franchise, it's the team that's tanking, not the players on the ice, but you sure could have fooled me. Anyway, looking at Vejmelka right now, alright, 2 goals against, 31 saves, 939 save percentage. He is phenomenal. I said it on my stream when I was talking earlier. If he was playing on a quote-unquote real team right now, he would be a Calder frontrunner. He legitimately would. He'd be getting a lot more attention. He is playing phenomenal. And I said it before, I'll say it again. He is elite. Lock him up. Give him a contract extension as soon as he is available. Alright, looking at the team stats shots, Philadelphia outshoots Arizona 34-29. Arizona once again abysmal in the faceoff circle, 38%. They keep playing Christian Fischer in the faceoff circle, and at one point when he was losing a faceoff, he was 2 for 7 going into that. So he was 2 for 8 at that point. Not really gonna get it done. Fischer is not a center, and the fact that this team is so weak at center depth, the fact they're trying that, it's just ridiculous. They put Philadelphia on 3 power plays, but did kill all those off. That is one bright side. I know the defense likes to play terrible in bunches. They like to play bad, kind of grouped together, but as a whole, the defense played pretty well, and that penalty killing unit has been getting better over the last couple of games. Arizona, not a single penalty. I'm not gonna lie, when they pointed out that Philadelphia had the only 2 power plays going into that second intermission, I assumed the Coyotes were going to get some sort of wishy-washy call to kind of balance it out. No, they actually got no power plays. Philadelphia just played a more disciplined game overall. Hits, Arizona out-hits Philadelphia 25-23. They block more shots, 17 versus 13, and give the puck away fewer times, 7 versus 4. So you're seeing a lot of that. Arizona tends to out-hit their opponent. They're blocking more shots. That this team defense is not as bad as people think it is. In reality, you're just seeing the bunches of bad plays that are grouped together, but when you actually look at the whole big picture, it's really not that bad. It's just very, very much not that good. And then giveaways, they're getting smarter with the puck. But the problem is, you're seeing it time and time again. They're staying in these games nice and close. Vejmelka's keeping a minute. The defense is bending but not breaking. The offense is generating opportunities, but they're just not scoring. And just like that, the Coyotes are one loss away with an 0-9-1 record. They have lost the first 10 games of this season. Yes, we are 10 games in already. They are 1 game away from tying the franchise worst start, and that was back during the 17-18 season. The first year care of the great Rick Tocchet. So, judging by that logic, y'all should all be absolutely in love with Andre Tournier at this point. But anyway, the Coyotes dropped this one 3-0. They get to come back and take on the Anaheim Ducks in Anaheim. I believe that one's on Friday. And they come back to Gila River Arena on Saturday. So, enjoy your few days off. Please, for the love of every single god out there, just beat the Ducks. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. You know what happens when we get a bit of Coyotes news? We do a Coyotes report and talk about it. So, first and foremost, some of the news that I'm more interested in, Kyle Capobianco, as being reported by Craig Morgan on Twitter earlier today, is officially practicing with the team, though Coach Andre Tournier came out and said he will not be playing over the weekend. But that is good progress, meaning he probably ends up playing his first game this season sometime next week. This Coyotes defense is going to need it, and I cannot wait for him to finally get that real NHL opportunity. I really want him to be what OEL was when he was younger, because he has the talent. Watching him in Tucson for the last couple of years, the kid has the talent. Let's just see if he can translate that to the NHL full time, because you've seen bits and pieces back in like 18-19 before he got injured. Back in 19-20, he had those little spurts. Then last year, he looked terrible in the couple of games he played, so we're gonna kind of have to wait and see on that one. However, I'm at least excited he's gonna get that opportunity. Next up, just a little bit of minor news going into tonight's game. So, Cam Dineen will be making his season debut tonight. Victor Soderstrom will not be playing tonight, and it's little stuff like that Victor Soderstrom probably just isn't ready right now. I don't know, like I said in a previous video, if he's going to have to figure it out at the AHL level for a little bit, if he's going to eventually figure it out at the NHL level this season. It's really hard to tell with him, because it's kind of 50-50 whether or not he actually ends up playing like all of us assumed Victor Soderstrom was going to play. And that's just a little concerning, let's be honest here. And then one more little bit of roster news. So, the Coyotes called up Ben McCartney, sent down Ivan Prosvetov. I would have liked Ivan to get one more game at the NHL level against Anaheim, just to kind of see, when you're playing against a team that isn't the defending Stanley Cup champions, how he looks. However, send him back down to Tucson, let him get a couple of games at him, get that confidence back, and hopefully record another couple of shutouts, because he was playing phenomenal in Tucson. And it still makes me angry that they ended up throwing him to the Wolves against Tampa Bay right there, because that was a stupid idea. I think Valimaki would have had a better overall performance, and then you swap the starts. That's it. Anyway, McCartney's in, Loui Eriksson is out, unfortunately. But there's one last bit of news that I think is actually pretty fun. This one happened yesterday. It went down. So, the Arizona Coyotes officially claimed off of waivers Scott Wedgwood. And if that name sounds familiar to you, not only is he just one additional player to add to my list of Coyotes that made a couple appearances on the team, but he was actually picked up by the Arizona Coyotes back in 2018 and helped to end that terrible losing skid at the start of the season. So looking at the details of that trade right now, he was traded by the New Jersey Devils to the Arizona Coyotes on October 28th, 2017, though he would not have a very long stay, because, well, one more thing that Coyotes fans might be aware of is that on February 22nd, he was traded alongside Tobias Reeder for Darcy Kemper. So, obviously, the Coyotes are just trying to, get a little bit of goaltending depth. Maybe they're trying to end that streak, if it worked once, it'll work twice, and maybe, just maybe, they didn't want to ruin Ivan Prosvetov, so why not? Look, Scott Wedgwood, he's not going to make his debut tonight. He might end up playing tomorrow. The only thing is, he's fine. He'll play well enough for a couple of games, but if you do want me to go ahead and look at his stats real quick, in 17-18, when he last played for the Coyotes, 17 starts, 20 games, 5-9-4 record with a 3.45 goals against and an 8.93 save percentage on, once again, what was a very, very, very bad hockey team. But then again, in the 2021 NHL season, the 2021-22 NHL season, excuse me, we are seeing probably even worse than that. So, welcome back, Scott. Hope they don't throw you to the Wolves too. So there you go. It's all the news we got right now for the Coyotes as of November 5th, 2021. Wedgwood has been claimed. It's his second time with the Coyotes. Prosvetov down, Ben McCartney up. McCartney will play in place of Loui Eriksson, and Cam Dineen replaces Victor Soderstrom for tonight. I'm the AZ Sports Guy, and I hope to see y'all after the game. History has been made, boys. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup last night between the Anaheim Ducks and the Arizona Coyotes, closing out that 6-game road trip that was completely unsuccessful, unless you're excited for this tank. And I'm not going to lie, it's been a pretty good tank. Go ahead and talk about it. November 5th, 2021, the Arizona Coyotes, they played surprisingly well. Bits and pieces, spurts throughout. They never really gave up throughout, but by the end of the second period, they were down 3-0. Let's just throw it out there. there. Henrique is 5th, 34 seconds in. Still in the first period, power play goal, 18-13. Sonny Milano his second. Then in the second period, Sam Carrick his second at 9:46. Halfway through the game, they're already down 3-0. And at that point, I'm just like, can we just get one goal? Start going live for that third period. So disclosures out of the way. I watched as much as I could, but I primarily listened to the first and second period while I was just kind of hanging out, decompressing, and then watched the third period while I was streaming, so I was still present and alive for all of it. Karel Vejmelka, he deserves so much better than this. Veggie walked into this game with a 922 or 928 save percentage on a winless team, with his record being like 0-5-1. He gets the loss here today, but by no fault of his own. Maybe he could have stopped an extra one of those goals. I would have liked that Adam Henrique goal 34 seconds in back, but you know what? Odd man rushes happen. But Vejmelka still played well. Looking at his stats real quick, 38 saves, 903 save percentage, 0-6-1 record, by the way. Still averaging well above a 900 save percentage. Lock him up. I know I've been saying that a lot. I think you have to wait till after like December 15th or something. I forget what the actual deadline is, but for certain like free agents or pending free agents, you can't start discussing a new contract until a certain point. But as soon as it's available, get him locked up. Vejmelka, assuming he still plays like this 2 years down the line, is going to be a top 15 goaltender. I'm 100% willing to say that, because you know what? You gotta be willing to be wrong. Case in point, let's go ahead and talk about some of the veterans on this team. So, Gostisbehere is pretty much exactly what I assumed that entire group of older vets was going to be. You're gonna come in, why was I traded for nothing? You're gonna play better so you can try to earn another contract. Shea Gostisbehere wants out of Arizona very clearly, because he took over the game. He was generating a lot of opportunities, a lot of good shots. He gets his first of the year with 8 seconds to go in the game. They're down 3-0, nothing to play for. And for their credit, these veterans are really starting to rally and try to lift this team up. Gostisbehere first from O'Brien and Fisher. Like I said, 8 seconds remaining in that third period. I like the fight. I like how they're not giving up. I don't even care about the score. I don't care about the loss. What I'm interested in, what I really am enjoying right now, is the fact that this team cares. How many times over the last couple of years, when OEL was the captain, Tockett's the coach, do you see most of the team kind of just look, is dejected the proper term? They just didn't look interested. They didn't really want to play. You could clearly tell the losses weren't really affecting them. They wanted to get off the ice quicker. I brought this example up plenty of times. After one game, when I think it was when the Coyotes were eliminated from playoff contention last year, you saw a visual reaction out of Jakob Chychrun, and then you look at OEL as just skating to the locker room like it's nothing, just getting ready to get off the ice. There you didn't have that fire, that passion, but there was a lot of fights in this game. There was a lot of gritty, good hockey to be played that this team was showing. They just, once again, like I've said before, they don't have the offensive talent to get it done, or else I think this team would be a lot better. And that gives me a lot of hope, because if you have a coach like this that's starting to get the best out of those guys in that locker room, you're seeing them try. They're a winless team. They're the only winless team in the NHL, and the fact that you're still seeing that fire, that passion, you can build on that. That's a solid foundation. Unfortunately, we're probably going to have to wait a couple of years before we see the fruits of that, but that's a foundation to build upon. And it's good they got some of those veterans, because Gostisbehere has played phenomenal. I think his defense has a little bit left to be desired, but you know what? Especially when he's moving the puck, it's what you got him for. It's what I expected out of him. He's moving it really well. He generated some opportunities, like I said. Even Chychrun, even though the first 10 games he just hasn't looked like classic Chychrun, you're starting to see a little bit of that come back, a little bit better in terms of shooting, shot decision, and just a little bit tighter defense. So maybe he's starting to figure that out. Things could happen. It could have been a minor injury that we know nothing about. Maybe it just took him a little bit to adjust, because they were talking about it on the broadcast last night, and I actually found that to be a potentially fair point. He might have a lot of self-pressure on his shoulders right there, because you're losing OEL as a leader in that locker room, and he knows he's probably next up in line to lead this team. Some guys put way too much pressure on themselves, and I think that's a really good sign in some aspects, because it shows he does care, he takes it seriously, and it just took him a little bit of time to adjust, and I think that Chychrun will be just fine throughout the season. Please score your first goal. Looking at the team stats, shots, Arizona's outshot 31-29. They win 43% of the faceoffs, 0-for-2 on the power play, whereas Anaheim was 1-for-4. They showed a fifth power play at some point, but they might have just been counting the 4-on-4 penalty. Hits, Coyotes out-hit Anaheim 22-19. They blocked more shots, 18 versus 9, but they gave the puck away more times this time around, 11 versus 7. Anaheim played very well. This is the better team than I expected them to be. They are now above 500 technically with a 5-4-3 record. I just really wish the Coyotes would have got one of them, but they tie their franchise worst start with an 0-11 record, 0-10-1 to be specific, and Scott Wedgwood very likely ends up starting tomorrow, meaning history is going to repeat itself. This team's going to look fantastic in the second half of the year. Oh, boys, we did it. We're here. No one, and I repeat, no one makes the Arizona Coyotes go 0-12 to start the season. Thank you, whichever one of my wife's friends on Twitter said that. I did steal that. Yeehaw, boys. How's it going? I am the AZ Sports Guy. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup on this Saturday evening, this Saturday hockey night in Arizona between the Arizona Coyotes, the previously winless Arizona Coyotes, and the Seattle McCracken. Get your bags packing. I don't have anything good, but I got my happy juice now. So let's go ahead and talk about this one. And it's funny because this is the one that I just listened to while I was doing other things like playing Skyrim. Because I'm like, well, they're already down 2-0 in 2 shots. They're probably going to lose this one. This is why you never, ever give up on your winless hockey team. Because you know what? For once in my life, choosing to watch my winless Arizona Coyotes benefited me more than choosing not to watch my winless Arizona Coyotes or listen to specifically. Let's go ahead and jump right into this one. The only parts of the game that I missed was somewhere around 7 or so minutes in the first period. Towards the later part of the first period, my wife and I were hanging out at a Walmart. I know, classy date, right? Alright, but before we get started, so last night my wife and I stumbled across a bunch of $1.50 copies of NBA 2K21. So to celebrate the win, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stumble into Westgate tonight. I'm gonna hide this somewhere, and if you want a free copy of NBA 2K21, you'll find it somewhere, not inside any stores, just somewhere within Westgate. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about the game. So the Arizona Coyotes, within 59 seconds and only 2 shots, were down 2-0. 15 seconds in, Jordan Eberle is 6th from Wenberg, and 59 seconds in, Yanni Gourde is 2nd from Tanev, and whatever that longer name is. Look, I don't care, we're talking about the Coyotes right now. However, after Vejmelka decided to call his night, which I'm going to say it right now, this is one of the only things I have negative to say about Tournier so far. Don't ever play your goaltender in back-to-back starts. I don't care when it's worked. I don't care if someone posted back-to-back shutouts. I do not care. The vast majority of the time, it is not going to work out, and I do at least got to give some credit to Vejmelka, because what they made it sound like, at least Heater and Lindsey Fry, made it sound like he called his own night and decided to go away, and now we got Scott Wedgwood back, and like, we called it! We all knew it was coming! We all knew it was coming! They got it for one reason only, as a backup plan, so that way they wouldn't go 0-12. We know what's going on. We're caught on. Anyway, so, then on the third shot of the game, combined between these 3 teams, Anton Roussel is first from Gostisbehere at 133, who is playing phenomenal this season, by the way. Have I mentioned that? I know I have. That's a rhetorical question, but just saying, he is playing phenomenal. So, 3 shots, 3 goals, and I think the Coyotes PR Twitter said that was like the 6th quickest combined to get to 3 goals. It was a weird stat, but you know what? 93 seconds in, 3 goals and 3 shots. I find that to be fun. However, it wouldn't be all fortunate for the Arizona Coyotes. At 11:04, Nathan Bastian gets his first of the year. The Coyotes go into the intermission 3-1. And I said this one on Twitter, all right, after they were down 2-0. I was like, oh, this is why you don't, start your same goaltender back-to-back games. I'm like, wait, no. It's some weird, elaborate, like, big brain stuff. We got him right where we want him. And that would start in the second period. So 3 minutes, 12 seconds in, Travis Boyd is 2nd from Christian Fischer and Shane Gostisbehere. And just like that, the Coyotes are down by only 1. They go into that third period. They got some momentum. They're playing chippy. Even the defense overall, I will reiterate that one more time, overall is playing better. Then you hit that third period and it kind of becomes the sheriff's period, Gotta have that cowboy hat, because I feel like the sheriff would wear that. So anyway, 46 seconds in, Lawson Crouse, his 3rd from Johan Larsson and Jakob Chychrun, who finally gets his first point of the season, and he needed that, considering the fact that, minus some little stuff I was noticing in the last game where he was kind of starting to pick it up a little bit defensively, as well as some better shot selection, he's having a terrible season so far. He was the league's worst defenseman in terms of plus-minus going into this game with a -20, and he hasn't looked good overall. So getting his first point in the year, hopefully that'll kind of wake him up a little bit. At that point, the Coyotes are tied, and then about 13 minutes later, at 13:34, Phil Kessel, Phil Joe himself. I wish I had a hot dog to go ahead and celebrate, but you know what? My hairline ain't receding yet, so we're gonna have to just stick with just me talking. On the power play is 2nd from Keller and Gostisbehere. That's what, go 2nd assist of the night. It's getting hard. 3rd assist, 3 assists, 3. Count Count them three. 3 assists is what Ghost had. To this point right there, the Coyotes take their first lead in what feels like forever. Even though I know they scored the first goal like a couple of nights ago, doesn't matter. This feels like the first lead. Unfortunately, all good things must kind of come to an end, because Mark Giordano, the captain over there, his third at 18:42. We're tied up again at 4, and it's looking like, okay, the Coyotes at least get the 1 point, right? They get 1 point? No. We ain't settling for that here. This is Coyotes country right there. Lawson Crouse, second of the night, 4th of the season from Johan Larsson. His second assist of the night at 18:55. He responded 12 seconds later. How is that not exciting? Why are you not up right now? Just yelling and chanting and screaming and celebrating right now with 3 hats on your head. Coyotes win. Their first win of the season. This feels like an astronomically long time before I could celebrate a win, but we're celebrating it anyway, and I'm ecstatic, because this team, and I've been saying it all season so far. I even got one comment on my last report where, with how upbeat my reports are this season, it feels like I'm in the Coyotes' pockets. Trust me, they don't have the money to pay me. Secondly, when you're rebuilding, you kind of have to focus on those positives. But you've been seeing it, and I said it a handful of reviews, previously, where this team is doing a lot of those little things right. They don't give up. They play with that grit. Despite the fact that these scores make this team look terrible, they're just bad. They're just bad. I don't think they're terrible. They're just bad. But the team's got a lot of heart, and I love that they finally got that win. They finally get a little bit of a reward for it. It sucks that it had to come at the cost of Vejmelka for this game, because 2 shots, 2 goals against. He posted a 0 save percentage. Yowza. But then Scott Wedgwood came in, 27 saves on 29 shots, a 931 save percentage, and I don't care if he never stops another puck in an Arizona Coyotes uniform. The fact that this man, he is the finisher of all of our misery in Arizona, because now we're not winless anymore. The meme's gone, boys. When those first two, the second goal hadn't even gone in yet. My wife and I are driving home. We're listening to her like, oh wow, they gave up the first goal in 15 seconds. Mason literally texted me, what the fuck? I hadn't even heard the second goal go in yet, so I was a little bit confused there. I wasn't sure where I was. I'm still not entirely sure where I am. All that's besides the point, because I'm just happy they got the win. If you want the team stats, sure, the Coyotes were outshot 31-22. They do win 57% of those faceoffs, 1 for 1 on their power plays, 0 for 2 for Seattle. The Coyotes' penalty kill has been playing much better, much better over the last handful of games. The Coyotes out-hit Seattle, get this, 45-26. And remember, Seattle with that expansion draft, they want to have a team that's hard to play against. Well, the Coyotes said, hold my beer. Or for the children out there, hold my apple juice. The Coyotes blocked 17 shots versus Seattle's 9. They protected the puck well enough. They only turned the puck over 1 more time in Seattle. That really doesn't matter. They win! They won! Yotes win! Whatever. Look, just be happy. I'm happy. What, you got Lawson Crouse with 2 goals, Gostisbehere, what was that, 4 assists? 4 assists in the night. Chychrun gets his first assist, his first point of the season. Johan Larsson's got a couple of assists. Boom, 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 stuff's going on, and I'm just happy. Now, if you'll excuse me, have my wife responsibly drive me over to Westgate and throw this game somewhere, so some random poor soul can stumble across it, and now you can have a $1.50 video game as well. Hey, you're finally awake. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and on this, the 10th anniversary of Skyrim, so y'all probably won't be seeing me very much for the next couple of days. Go ahead and talk about that matchup last night between the Arizona Coyotes, off of their first win of the season, taking on the Minnesota Wild on November 10th, 2021, and the Minnesota Wild over the last handful of seasons have, won all but one of the games they've played, so you kind of knew how this one was gonna go, didn't you? Minnesota's a much better team, Arizona's struggling, but Milko gets the start, and we're just starting off right now in that first period. 4 minutes, 22 seconds in on the power play, Joel Eriksson Ek is 5th from Spurgeon and Zuccarello, and then about 5 minutes later, 9 minutes into the first, Marcus Foligno is 5th from Merrill and Fiala, right there, 2-0 Minnesota, and a lot of people are probably thinking putting the Coyotes on prime time isn't very fair, it's just kind of mean. However, the reanimated corpse himself on a breakaway, a phenomenal pass, kind of starting up the play by Shane Gostisbehere, but at 14 minutes, 10 seconds in, Andrew Ladd is 2nd from Yashkin, who gets his first point as a Coyote, and Gostisbehere, who is just playing phenomenal. Let's be honest here, Ghost is playing phenomenal, he's having a great year. He'll probably be gone at the deadline with how well he's playing, so he definitely wants to move on to the next stage of his career. going into the second period, and it was kind of all Minnesota at this point. So 2 minutes 45 seconds in, Fiala his second, 3 minutes 21 seconds, so about 30-40 seconds later, Kulikov is first, and then Kirill Kaprizov on the power play with about a minute left in the second period. It's 5-1. Starting the third period, Wedgwood comes in, Vejmelka comes out. Gostisbehere then gets his second from Keller and Boyd at 7:04. It's 5-2. You got them right where you want them, and I held out as long as I possibly could. I was tired last night with approximately 4 minutes to go in the third period. I stopped watching the game and decided to go to bed. However, it turns out that I wouldn't really miss much because the Coyotes would lose this game by a final score of 5-2. And boy, where do we start? Legitimately, where do we start? Okay, so Vejmelka, 17 saves, 5 goals against, 733 save percentage. He has been struggling heavily over the past couple of games, and maybe it's just time to give him a couple of days off. Just kind of find some way to adjust this here. And I know Carter Hutton should be coming back relatively soon, I think within the next week. So maybe giving Wedgwood a start, just kind of letting Vejmelka calm down a bit. He is still a rookie. No matter how phenomenal he was playing, you don't want to put too much pressure on the kid. And then Wedgwood came in, 8 saves. I guess the best way to say it is I saw the same good things I've seen, throughout most of this. The Coyotes playing pretty well in stretches, but Minnesota is just a much better team on a different level right now. They outshoot Arizona 30-26. Arizona did, however, win 62% of the faceoffs, go over 3 on the power play. Minnesota 2 for 3. They out-hit Minnesota 31-14. They blocked more shots, 12 versus 8, gave the puck away fewer times, 7 versus 9. So again, they're doing a lot of those smaller things right. It's just they're taking bad penalties. The defense is doing way too much bending and cracking, and I don't want to call it breaking because of course I'm a diehard here, but one thing I was really noticing is that Jakob Chychrun, however, I don't know why I always say Jakob, but Chychrun was shooting that puck in the first period like a man on a mission. He was just angry and he was taking it out on that puck, and I want to see more of that. It was hitting the net more. A couple of decent opportunities. Give me more of that, and he still has time to be a 20-goal scorer. I know I'm optimistic. That might be pushing it a little bit right now, but anyway, it just kind of came across that the Coyotes, despite playing, decent enough in stretches, despite doing a lot of those small things right like they've done most of the season, the Minnesota Wild are on such a different level. It kind of didn't seem fair, and the 5-2 loss, I can't be upset by. Anyone with a brain and hockey knowledge would have assumed the Coyotes probably lose this one. However, at least they made it interesting in the first period. They didn't go away. They still played well. It's just from the second period onward, it was borderline all Minnesota, and it's just kind of, it happens. Coyotes fall to 1-11-1, and Coyotes fans are really looking forward to Shane Wright joining the team, aren't they? How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. We're going to go ahead and do these reports just a little bit differently. So last night I got invited to go hang out with the boys, so I decided to do that. Only got to listen to maybe 4 or 5 minutes of the first period. So my report for the Chicago game is going to be very much just kind of giving you the numbers. And then for tonight's game against the Nashville Predators, I did listen to a decent portion of the first and second periods. Though by the time the third period hit, I was doing a couple of other things and just decided to do those instead. There is all of my disclosure. This will be mostly kind of text-based, but you know what? Information still does need to be shared. So the Arizona Coyotes, fresh off that first win and then being spanked around by Minnesota, they haven't exactly been playing too hot. They have a couple of games to talk about on the 12th and then today the 13th at Chicago and then Nashville respectively. Go ahead and start out with the Chicago game. So Alex Galchenyuk made his season debut, as well as Kyle Capobianco. Of course I would be out with the boys while Kyle Capobianco plays his first game, and then of course Wedgwood gets the start for that one. Wedgwood, from what I can tell, actually did play pretty well. Let's go ahead and start off with him. He had 27 saves on 29 shots and 931 save percentage, 2 goals against, so he does end up getting the loss because the Coyotes can't seem to score. So, second period, DeBrincat is 8th from Kane and Stillman at 526. However, Andrew Ladd, the reanimated corpse himself, for whatever reason has decided these last couple of games he's going to start scoring. So it's Ladd's third of the season from Capobianco and Crouse in his first game back. Cap's already got a point. That's a pretty good start for him. 1 minute and 41 seconds in on the power play. However, Coyote legend Dylan Strome about 8 minutes later at 9:26 would end up getting the game winner also on the power play from Kane and Jones, and there is not much else to say there. The Arizona Coyotes, despite the game being close, obviously shots 29-23 Chicago. Coyotes take 55% of the faceoffs, 1 for 3 on the power play. The penalty kill limited Chicago to 1 for 5, so that's pretty solid. Hits, they were out hit 35-20. They did block 1 less shot, 13 versus 12. 12, and they gave the puck away fewer times. Actually, half of the time Chicago gave it up, 10 versus 5. So they kept it close, kept it decent. Just Chicago ends up edging them out there. It's 1-12-1 they fall to. Then we look into tonight where Vejmelka gets another start. Cam Dineen comes in instead of Capobianco because Andre Tournier said he did not want to rush Capobianco to playing back-to-back. Sure, that makes sense, except for he also had Galchenyuk playing a back-to-back, so whatever, make of that what you will. Christian Fischer has, I think he's had an upper body injury. He's day-to-day. He ended up missing this game. I think it was Liam O'Brien who ended up coming in for him. Vejmelka gets a start in this one, which does make sense. Obviously, you have two goaltenders actually use them, so it does appear that Andre Tournier learned from the last back-to-back experiment. But then in the first period, Matt Duchene is 9th from Josi at 11-14, and then on the power play about 7 minutes later, 18-12, Josi is 5th from Duchene, and right there, Roman Josi's already got a goal and an assist in the first period, and I think it was towards the end of that first period, Dmitry Yashkin actually got hit. It was a knee-on-knee, and he ended up leaving the game, did not return. And as someone who was there for the infamous Michael Rozabal hit, the knee-on-knee hit we're talking about between the LA Kings and the Coyotes in 2012, you never want to see that, and it realistically could have ended Rosie's career, so you obviously want to make sure that Dmitry Yashkin's going to be okay. Did not return, like I said. Second period, Granlund is 3rd from Josi. Then you go into the third period, 5 minutes, 54 seconds in. Roman Josi, 2 goals and 2 assists. He was absolutely on fire tonight. 4-0 Nashville. And at some point, the Coyotes had to do something, and the captain himself, Jakob Chychrun, is first from Kessel and Gostisbehere on the power play, 13 minutes and 30 seconds into the third period, 4-1 at that point. But this shot, this is classic. I went back to watch this replay a couple of times. I wanted to really familiarize myself with this play, and it was just classic Chychrun. Didn't really make a hesitation, didn't try to force anything, didn't fan on the shot, which earlier on in the game he did fan on one on the power play when the Coyotes were on a 5-on-3 power play, so that's obviously got to be frustrating. Right there, it looked like a frustration goal, just kind of snipes it right in. It's good to see Chychrun. He had his first assist a couple of games ago, now he's got his first goal. Hopefully this kind of gets him going, and the Coyotes can start getting a couple of wins after this, because you've had back-to-back disappointing games. I don't care that they played relatively well against Chicago. Chicago's also not a very good team in general, and from what I can tell, Nashville is just kind of a decent team. They kept it close. Coyotes got outshot by 24-23. They did win 52% of those faceoffs. They went an abysmal 1-for-6 in the power play, however, where Nashville was 1-for-3 hits. They were out hit 18-8. The Coyotes, just to kind of put it simple here, just weren't very tough to play against today. Andrew Ladd goes on the COVID protocol as well, so this team's missing about 6 players. I want to say Heater was mentioning on the broadcast. Vejmelka, 20 saves, 4 goals against, 833 save percentage. Another loss in the season. The Coyotes fall to 1-13-1. Man, this weekend was not very good for the Coyotes. The only thing they can really do at this point is just kind of try to have a short memory right now and go into the next game, just try to search for that second win, because yeah, no. Disappointing against Chicago. Every aspect from what I was hearing on Twitter, from what Bob Hehouse was talking about, the Coyotes did not look very good tonight, and especially coming off of a game where they were pretty decent against Chicago, once again, what I heard and what the numbers do back up. You got to put this one behind you and just try to come back stronger in the next game. The Coyotes dropped their back-to-backs on the 12th and 13th at Chicago and Nashville, respectively, falling to 1-13-1. I'm going to go play some Skyrim now. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we have just enough news for a Coyotes report here on November 15th, 2021, though considering the fact that it is the 2021-22 Arizona Coyotes, it can never quite be good news. So, first order of business, we have a couple of Coyotes players that are on injured reserve as of today. So, forward Christian Fischer and forward Dmitry Yashkin. Fischer was initially considered day-to-day. That's obviously not exactly accurate, and Yashkin we all knew was going to miss significant time. It's likely going, or at least I should say it's probably going to be for the rest of the season. However, at the very least, the comments I've seen has been a really long time. There was that knee-on-knee collision. There was no additional punishment given to the player that initiated the knee-on-knee contact. However, he didn't extend out his knee or anything, so I suppose you really could argue it either way. My gut was either 3 games, which I posted on Twitter, or I should have also posted the second part of that, or nothing, because for the most part, we've seen it for a long time. Whenever someone gets a game misconduct, they typically don't end up getting any additional games. And if you end up not getting penalized at all, you typically get a couple of games. That's just kind of of how it works. I have no idea why that's the case, but whenever you look at the play over and over again, he doesn't exactly extend out his knee or anything. It kind of looks like he's going into the motion of the hit once Yashkin starts to slow down, but even then, really borderline, just a really unfortunate play, and I hope Yashkin will be okay. However, really bad luck for a guy like him that I definitely wanted to kind of bounce back in this league. So far throughout the year, Yashkin in 12 games has 1 assist, where Fisher in 14 games has 2 goals, 3 assists, and 5 points, and even though I have very much criticized Fisher in the past, I think this year specifically, he's been a little more than kind of the one-dimensional finisher that I've seen him in previous seasons. He gets involved a little bit more so in the defensive aspects, as well as being that heavy grinder. On top of that, he does get in front of the net. He passes the puck more smartly, especially this season. I kind of feel like he was just getting better throughout the year. That would be the luck of things, huh? Right when I start to appreciate a guy's game, they get hurt or something happens. So hopefully that one's going to be shorter term. I'm assuming that'll be at least a couple of weeks because it is injured reserve. And because of that, the Coyotes do call up 3 players, all forwards, Hudson Fasching, Ben McCartney, and Jan Yannick. So Ben McCartney's actually played for the Coyotes this year. He played a couple of games, didn't get any points going. But Hudson Fasching, in 10 games, 4 goals, 6 assists, 10 points. And Jan Yannick in those same 10 games has 4 goals and 3 assists for 7 points. I think Jan Yannick is probably the more interesting one here. Hudson Fasching, you know what you're getting with him. He's a 26-year-old forward. He's come up, he's been down. He plays better in Tucson than Arizona. However, if he can come in, generate a goal or 2, I'll be happy. I'm just more interested to see Yannick and maybe even Ben McCartney play. For the most part, and I do stand by this, I think Lawson Crouse and Christian Fischer are essentially the same exact player. They fill the same exact role. However, for whatever reason, this team wants to have 2 players filled in that same role, so it does make sense to bring Ben McCartney up. And then in the final bit of news, the Coyotes do have a couple of players on the COVID reserve list. First and foremost, the reanimated corpse himself, Andrew Ladd, that I already reported on, and I did not know that you could get COVID from a corpse because Johan Larsson has also been added to that. I'm assuming give it a couple of days, he should probably be cleared to play, so he'll probably miss a couple of games, but I don't really look too deep into that one for the most part because most of the players are vaccinated, so they have a much smaller window in which they can get those 2 negative tests and be reactivated to play. So there is that. I know this one was kind of a bummer, but you know what? Good or bad news, it's all got to be reported on in the Arizona Coyotes from the perspective that I'm looking at it this season. Last year they were supposed to be competitive, so of course I'm going to be a lot more critical. My expectations are higher. This year I'm looking for kind of player development, I'm looking for what the coaching system is doing, what this team is likely going to be in the next couple of years, especially bringing up Yannick and Ben McCartney. Those are guys that are supposed to be on this team in the next couple of years, kind of being part of that next core. Those are the guys that are going to be very interested to watch over these next couple of games, and I really hope that they can kind of mesh because you need that young talent and you want to see where they're at because Yannick is probably a guy that if he can start to click is going to be a Coyote in the next couple of years, and Ben McCartney he's looking like he's pushing for the same exact thing. On top of that, with like Matthias Michelli just recently recording a hat trick in Tucson, the Coyotes got some good kids coming up. Also Dylan Guenther playing phenomenal right now, so the future's looking brighter. The current, the present, right now. Oh no. You see this? That's the face of victory. Real quick before we get started, I do have to give a little bit of disclosure. I probably missed about half this game. I was listening to it while doing other things tonight, so I know I at least missed the first like 8 minutes or so of the third period, and I missed a decent portion of the first and second, so we'll just go ahead and call it, for the sake of simplicity, about 50% of the game I listened to. I also did watch the highlights on Twitter, so I know the plays a little bit. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and waste no time talking about the matchup between the St. Louis Blues and your Arizona Coyotes here on November 16th, 2021. Well, it happened in St. Louis, and because I got a lot of St. Louis friends, I will wear the hat, but we're doing it backwards because right now we gotta let the real winners shine. Anyway, later on today in this little video, you're gonna see a very depressed Blues fan, so stick around for that one. I appreciate your time, Mason. Please, if you need someone to talk to who's an expert on bad hockey teams, I'm your guy. So let's go ahead and start off with this one. Scott Wedgwood does get the start, and I'm actually liking putting in Wedgie a little bit more because you don't want to bury Vamelka. He was playing phenomenal. Started to struggle. You don't want to then keep beating him into the ground. So we start off, most of this team is Tucson at this point. You have IR, you have some COVID protocols. Yeah, no, they're borderline the Tucson Roadrunners at this point. But you know what? The Tucson Roadrunners typically aren't all that bad. So in the first period on the power play, Kyle Capobianco himself, you know, the person that I've been like simping for the past like 3 seasons, finally finally gets an opportunity, and at 7:37 is first from Crouse and Galchenyuk. It's good to see Galley starting to get some points. Fine, I'll call him Galley. I have no idea why, but Galchi makes more sense, but fine, we'll do Galley. And with that goal right there, Kyle Kipabianco, 2 games into the season. 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, the guy that I said Kipabianco is going to be the next version of. 16 games, 1 goal, 2 assists, 3 points. He's catching up. Unfortunately, the St. Louis Blues didn't kind of want to go away just yet, so 17:57, Jordan Kyrou from O'Reilly and Buchnevich right there. It's 1-1. Going to the second period, and Barrett Hayton. Barrett Hayton is a man on a mission right now, all right? He steals the puck and goes in by himself, and it's Hayton season, all right? Coyotes center, Barrett Hayton, the guy that had so much potential like a year or two ago, that kind of seemed like his development was just kind of starting to stall out. Scores right here, looked pretty good. Unfortunately, Torrey Krug didn't like that very much. 3 minutes later, 14:58, his third from O'Reilly. Anyway, then we go ahead and get into that third period, and the Arizona Coyotes had a pretty good game overall. On the power play once more, and at 13:52, and what started off as a pretty good setup pass by Phil Kessel over to Gostisbehere. Gostisbehere, without a second thought, just launched that towards the net. Barrett Hayton gets a piece of it, his second of the night from Ghost and Kessel. Did I mention it's Barrett Hayton season? It's Barrett Hayton season. It is Barrett Hayton season, because we need a lot more of this, and you're gonna notice a bit of a trend, especially since, like I said, in the last night's video, I like to go more so for the player development aspect of these. When you have a coach that is willing to work with younger players and give them their opportunities through their mistakes, you get some pretty decent results. Not all the time. Victor Soderstrom didn't look all that good throughout the year, but he's back in Tucson. That kind of should get him right. But Barrett Hayton seems to be working out pretty well. And Kyle Kipabianco, I will be getting a Kipabianco jersey very, very soon. And yeah, that one ended up being your final, 3-2. The Arizona Coyotes, they improved to 13-1. So you know what? This team's going to go on a 50-game winning streak. Anyway, shots. The Coyotes were outshot 36-23. Wedgwood was phenomenal. I don't need to watch this to realize that man is a treasure right now. Go back to Vejmelka for the next game just to kind of alternate, because I kind of feel like coming off of a hot game, you're going to have a bad game or two. So like, avoid that. Coyotes win 48% of the faceoffs. They go 2 for 2 on the power play. They then limit St. Louis to over 3 on theirs. They out-hit St. Louis 14-7. Blocks, they blocked 12 shots versus St. Louis's 8, and gave the puck away fewer times, 9 versus 5. So once again, being pretty consistent with the kind of team play aspect. Scott Wedgwood, 34 saves, 2 goals against, a .944 save percentage. He owns both of the Coyotes' wins this season. Like I said, he played phenomenal. Especially in that last minute where the St. Louis Blues, give them their credit. They were actually, pushing for it, and they were really trying to make this a game again. Wedgie said no. That's it. Anyway, the Coyotes win, but we are not done yet, because I did get Mason, who I'm now going to be calling the Depressed Blues Fan, even though he is Blues Fan React. Subscribe to him on YouTube if you have not already. And we're going to go ahead and give all the St. Louis fans in the audience a little bit of time to just watch Mason be sad. And like I said, if you need a hug, buddy, I'm right here.
I want to preface this video by saying that I didn't watch a single second of it. I was out shooting with my company. It was a good time. It sounds like I didn't have to watch a single second of it. Because when you lose to a team who is 1-14, well, now 2-14-1, you don't need to know anything else. You don't need to know how it transpired. And you especially don't need to know anything about the game when your hottest defenseman, who happens to be named Torrey Krug, says that we made stupid plays. And I believe him. You had 3 guys back. Well, technically 4 if you count Husso, which I really don't, but whatever. When you have 4 guys who are key pieces to your team, including one who's been out for the last 8 months and has been dying to get back in the lineup, and your best defensive prospect that you have had ever since Alex Pietrangelo, you reckon that your team will show up. That's not even mentioning that Torrey Krug's back, because, he's been our hottest defenseman by far. And then you still lose. This is just confirming what I've said, what I said when we were 5-0-0. As I said, this doesn't mean anything to me, because I know that this team later on in the season is not going to be this good. We are much worse than our record says we were. And I was right. All the concerns that I had on the blue line, our injuries, none of that matters. I think fringe playoff team is pretty generous. It's supposedly a deep draft. Maybe it's time to tank. Maybe it's time. I think it's time. And I've accepted that. Like, the Blues aren't going to go on a run. We've seen this the last 2 seasons now. It's not going to happen. This was our curse for winning the cup when we weren't supposed to. And because we did that, we will now be cursed with another 50 years of mediocrity. And Doug Armstrong has a chance to break that cycle by tanking. Which sucks, because it's unfortunate timing, because a lot of our prospects are blooming right now. You start off by trading Scandella. That's first off. I don't know what else to do. I don't know. I will just let the season play out. Whatever happens, happens. I've already accepted that we're not making the playoffs, so if we do, whoopee. But I think it's in everyone's best interest if we just tank. Go for our first, genuine rebuild since 2006. I think that'd be a good idea. And then not blow the pick on Eric Johnson. That'd be nice, too. Yeah. That's about all I have to say. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I know I am a couple of days late, not just a day and $1. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup on the 18th between the Arizona Coyotes and the Columbus Blue Jackets. And it would be just my luck that I would miss another game where they're wearing the red Howling Coyote logo. Not a whole lot I can do about that one. I was feeling sick since about late Thursday night and all the way up until even right now. So that's why I didn't end up making the video yet. So, full disclosure, I did miss the first period. I listened to about one half of the second period, listened to the vast majority of the third period. I ended up missing a little bit of overtime, so I listened to it all the way up until about 30 seconds, and then we went to go grab food, drive-through, but went to go ahead and grab food, so for the last 30 seconds of overtime in the first round of the shootout, I missed. So there you go. I got to listen to maybe about half of the game, so it's going to be very much relying upon the numbers in front of me. All right, we'll start off in the first period. Ryan Dzingel, I'm pretty sure he's been back for a couple of games now, but I don't think anyone's noticed until right now. 5 minutes, 59 seconds into the first period, he scores his first from Galchenyuk and Capabianco, and Cap continues to be right around a point per game defenseman right now. Once again, I am just so ridiculously ecstatic and excited that he's finally getting this opportunity, and he's running with it. Unfortunately, Boone Jenner his 8th from Voracek and Werenski on the power play at 16:35, 1-1 all going into the second period. Then Phil Kessel his 3rd at 16:29, Kessel is 3rd, it's 2-1 Arizona. Then Boone Jenner his 9th and 2nd of the game at 16:52, so answer back about 30 seconds later. And then Danforth his 1st at 17:34, it's 3-2 Columbus at that point, but Lawson Crouse was having none of it, gets his 5th from Boyd and Chychrun at 19:17. We're tied 3-all going into that third period, and it's one thing, I've said it before, I'll say it again and again, this team refuses to give up, and if they just had a better roster, they'd be a much better team. Anyway, going into that third period, Zach Werenski on the power play at 13:37, his 4th from Voracek and Bjorkstrand, and right there it's 4-3 Columbus. Arizona needs to bounce back, they need to answer back, and about a minute later, the captain himself, Jacob Chychrun, is 2nd from Keller and Labushkin at 14:18. We're going to overtime, where not a whole lot happens. There was a couple of Bob Hehouse saying, oh, good shot, whatever, but overtime ended up bearing no fruit. Let's go ahead and go into the shootout. Keller, his shot is stopped. Boone Jenner misses. Alex Galchenyuk scores. Bjorkstrand ends up getting stopped by Scott Wedgwood. Phil Kessel gets stopped. Voracek ends up tying it. The next couple of rounds, both teams miss. Then you had Jacob Chychrun scores, giving the Coyotes the lead. Then Nyquist comes right back. We're going to another round of the shootout. Then Anton Roussel, nothing doing. Then Chinikov, his first ever shootout goal from what they were saying on the radio. And the Columbus Blue Jackets end up winning this game by a final score of 5-4 in a game where the Coyotes refused to go away. This is, once again, a very hard fighting team, and I can't be upset at all. It's back-to-back games, so they recorded at least 1 point, and that's the first time it's happened in quite some time. So, once again, progress, playing better overall, and their record right now is 2-13-2. So let's hope to make it 3-13-2 coming into after tonight's game. Shots, the Coyotes were outshot 46-29. They do win 47% of the faceoffs. They go 0-for-3 on their own power play, where Columbus goes 2-for-4 on their power play. And I want to focus on Scott Wedgwood. Scott Wedgwood has been playing phenomenal all year. 42 saves, 4 goals against, 913 save percentage. I'm not blaming any of this on Wedgie. He played phenomenal. He stopped 42 shots, and if he stopped 42 shots and the game still goes to overtime, it's not the goaltender's fault. In like 98% of cases, you stop 42 shots, it's not your fault. I apologize this one's shorter, but it's not a whole lot I could say except for the fact that when I was listening to it, especially in that third period, they didn't go away. They didn't let that goal where Columbus takes the 4-3 lead derail them. They didn't let that, okay, I guess we're done now. They kept fighting, they kept going, and honestly, I got nothing but respect for that, and I really, really want to see the Coyotes pull out another win. Hopefully tonight I'll get to watch the entire game, but who knows, the future is not written in stone. Anyway, on the AZ Sports Guy, the Coyotes lose a hard-fought game to the Columbus Blue Jackets 5-4 in the shootout, and I will talk to y'all later tonight, hopefully. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Sorry I didn't end up talking about the game last night, but I don't know if you can still hear it. Still kind of sick, and last night I was just really fatigued, including taking a very nice power nap between the second intermission and like 5 minutes into the third period. So I did get to watch just about the entire game, but especially towards that third period, like I said, I was feeling fatigued, so I ended up like passing out for a little bit. But I was there for the vast majority of it, even if I was a little bit asleep during some of it. Not because the game wasn't entertaining, but because, sick. Anyway, disclosures out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about this game. Scott Wedgwood gets the start, and man, this was just such a good game of hockey overall, where the Coyotes just refused to go away and played pretty decently against a Red Wings team that isn't all that bad. Not saying they're great, I'm just saying they're not all that bad. Let's go ahead and start off with the scoring summary. So at 8:41 of the first, Lucas Raymond, there were 3 Coyotes that are just kind of surrounding him, and Dylan Larkin, absolutely no one around, goes off to the outside, passes it over to him, and he had this nice little backhand forehand move. Wedgie didn't really have much of a chance on that one, let's be completely honest here. That was a really good play, and I look at this, my Dylan Larkin is 9th of the season, Lucas Raymond already has 12 assists, and I'm like, this is what the Coyotes should be in the next 5 years. I'll take that. Anyway, throughout the rest of the first period and the entirety of the second, not a whole lot happened, and the Coyotes they got their opportunities. The Red Wings came back, got their opportunities. Both goaltenders are playing very well. And Alex Nedeljkovic, Carolina was stupid for not paying him because he played absolutely phenomenal. And I'm going to be completely honest here. If it wasn't for what I am about to talk about, the Coyotes would have been shut out by this guy. And that thing I wanted to talk about, there was about 5 minutes in that third period where no matter what the Red Wings did, they just could not get the puck out of their zone consistently, and no matter what Nedeljkovic did to frustrate the Coyotes, they absolutely were not going away. They were absolutely refusing to walk away without a goal there, and at 13:31, Ryan Dzingel, his second from Cam Dineen and Lawson Crouse. Apparently, he's only been back for 2 games. He has 2 goals in those 2 games. Man, is Ryan Dzingel a good hockey player. And not that long after that goal, Ryan Dzingel ended up forcing a turnover and generating a pretty good offensive opportunity. So let's just say this, Dzingel has been very good the last couple of games, and this is one of the better signings they had. I remember saying that at the time because he's a good bottom 6 player. More like middle 6. Anyway, with that assist, that is Cam Dineen's first career NHL point. Congratulations to him. That was a hell of a shot by him, but I love that deflection by Dzingel more. Once again, I kind of have to agree with Tyson Nash here. That's exactly how you were going to have to score because Nedeljkovic was just playing too good. Let me go ahead into overtime. This is the first time I ever thought a 3-on-3 overtime was interesting. 25 seconds in, the Coyotes pretty much had control all those 25 seconds, but they bring it across the line. Clayton Keller generates an opportunity, he shoots it, and then Jacob Chychrun, he tries to put it home, ends up just smacking it through the crease, and Keller, not giving up on the play, went around the net, wide open net, boom, puts it in. We did have to wait about 40 seconds or so because Phil Kessel decided it was okay to take his stick and turn Nedeljkovic a little bit. Even though it technically would have put him in a better position to make the save, they still had to review it. We have a good goal, and the Arizona Coyotes on a 3-game point streak, winning 2 of their last 3 hockey games, and that's 5 points in the last 3 games, walk away with the win, 2-1 in overtime. Doesn't it feel good? Doesn't it feel good to watch a competitive team go out there, keep themselves in games, and actually win? Come on now. This version of the team right here is a lot more of what I was expecting going into the season, where they're going to be competitive, they're going to win some games, they're probably not going to be the greatest team in the world, but it's going to be fun to watch, and honestly, that was fun to watch, and I got no complaints there. Go ahead and talk about Scott Wedgwood, the absolute unit that he is. Wedgie, 33 saves, 1 goal against, a .971 save percentage. Absolutely phenomenal. Let Vamelka start tonight because you're playing LA. Look, I don't like back-to-back starts, but right now, I mean, back-to-back games, not back-to-back starts like you play on Tuesday, you play again on Thursday. That's ridiculous. But Wedgie has played absolutely phenomenal. He's borderline stolen a couple of these games. Let's be completely honest there, because the Red Wings were generating their opportunities. They outshot Arizona 34-29. Obviously a much smaller window. Coyotes take 63% of the faceoffs, and a couple of the players I really want to talk about right now are guys like Barrett Hayton and Clayton Keller. Clayton Keller is completely looking like a much better all-around player this entire season, and ever since he kind of figured it out a year and a half ago, he's a good player. He's a good hockey player now. 4 goals on the season, playing pretty well. But then you get a guy like Barrett Hayton, who looked, at least to me, with the limited exposure he had last year, how he didn't play all that well in Tucson, how I didn't really feel like he was playing all that well throughout training camp in the preseason. He is completely like turning it around and playing I don't want to say phenomenal, but he's doing all those little things, and he's getting in front of the net. He's getting involved in kind of the after whistle skirmishes, which I did not expect a guy like Barrett Hayton to be involved with, generating some opportunities, passing better. Right there, if you keep playing him, maybe, just maybe, he needed to be forced to play at the NHL level in a slightly higher role, and that's where you're going to find his stride. But right now, I'm liking the way he's playing. I don't care who comes back from injury, find a way to keep Barrett Hayton in the lineup, because I think he's playing well enough to earn it. Like I said, Clayton Keller, I think this is the best hockey I've seen Clayton Keller play since I've been covering this team. I know y'all know I'm an optimist, but seriously, I'm just impressed by a lot of what I'm seeing, because this team, by all means, is the worst in the league right now, yet they certainly are not playing like it. They get the win 2-1 in overtime, improving that record to 3-13-2. That cup run is on its way. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and yes, I am feeling so much better today. Funny enough, it ended up happening a couple hours after my work sent me home early. I have no idea why, but those two events shouldn't be related, but they are. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about that game last night. I did watch the first and second period, and I must have passed out during the second intermission again, because I didn't even know the Coyotes had scored to tie it. I remember listening to the game and like, hey, what's going on? I get up, I look at the game, and I start watching it. We're going to overtime, and that overtime was very, very nice. And also, I'm pretty sure my blood pressure is through the roof. Let's go ahead and talk about this one. First and foremost, the first period was pretty even from what I can tell, at least from what I thought. But the second period, I really don't want to admit it, but it was a lot more sloppy for the Coyotes, and the Kings took control of a lot of what was going on throughout the second period. But when you go ahead and look at this play right here, it's Lizotte over to Brendan Lemieux at 5:38 of the second. Brendan Lemieux's fourth goal of the season. I want to say they said all four of those goals over the last handful of games, so he's playing pretty well. But that was just a one-timer, roofed it. Absolutely no chance for Karel Vejmelka. I know I've said that a lot recently, but I don't think Vejmelka really had much of a chance there. It's a good goal. The Kings are up 1-0. Going into that third period, at the part where I must have been asleep. I absolutely must have been asleep. 4 minutes and 44 seconds in, Travis Boyd is third from Gostisbehere and Keller. Not only has Ghost been playing phenomenal, that's his 12th assist of the year. Going into this season, if y'all would have told me that at this point of the season, Gostisbehere would have so many more points than everyone's favorite OEL, I probably would have believed you, but not this much. But anyway, it's a really good pass. It's a setup by Gostisbehere. He's bringing it into the zone. He's holding on to the puck, and he passes it right over to Boyd. He just kind of tic-tac-toe right in there. 1-1. Let's go ahead and go into overtime. And this play was just ridiculous. So, after a lot of back and forth, the Kings had a couple of chances. The Coyotes had a couple of chances. 3 minutes and 24 seconds in, Clayton Keller over to Kepa Bianco, holds it for a second, and just snipes this puck. This is gone. And then they're starting to celebrate. Coyotes win. But because it had went in and out of the net so quickly, they had not blown the play dead yet. So as the Coyotes are celebrating, the Kings are going back down the ice. And what I mentioned about my high blood pressure, it was pretty high at this point. However, right around the time when the Kings did generate a shot, the refs did blow the game down because Toronto had reviewed it, said it did go in. It's a good goal. That's Kepa Bianco's second from Keller and Boyd. That's a goal and assist for Boyd, 2 assists for Keller. And of course, Kepa Bianco keeping that hot streak alive, even though he didn't score in the last game. He's still right around a point per game guy. Still just 1 under right now, but playing phenomenal. It's really fun hockey to watch. I think he's probably one of the better defensemen right now, along with Jacob Chychrun, and of course Shane Gostisbehere on the offensive side. And the Coyotes win. They are on a little bit of a win streak right now, right? They've won 3 of their last 4, 2 back-to-back, both in overtime, 2-1, funny enough. They are 4-13-2, and it's much more fun hockey. Yeah, like I said, the second period, I don't really want to admit, but it was sloppy, and the Kings had a lot more control. They pretty much owned that second period, but the Coyotes didn't go away. And that's one of the things I don't stop saying, because it never stops being true. This team refuses to give up. They were outshot 38-27, and Karel Vejmelka, he finally gets that elusive first win of the season for him. And man, did he earn it with 37 saves. He played phenomenal. And I kind of alluded to it if I didn't just straight up say it in the last report, but giving him some time off, kind of taking that pressure off of him, did him a lot of good. 37 saves, 974 save percentage, and finally getting rewarded with that W. And even that one goal, I really don't blame him, so it happens. Coyotes win 48% of the faceoffs. They go 0-2 on the power play, however, limiting LA to 0-3. And the rest is as you would expect. Hits, they were out hit 15-8. They blocked more shots, 15 versus 8, so I kind of like how that lines up. They gave the puck away 7 fewer times, so they're playing much smarter with the puck, and it was a fun game to watch. Yeah, like I said, bit of a slog in the second period, and I did fall asleep in the second intermission because I was a very very tired boy, but they still walk away with the win. That's points in 4 straight games. I won 3 of the last 4, back-to-back wins in overtime 2-1. It's just fun to watch, and while I'm not going to make some outrageous claim that here's their cup run, but I am going to say that they actually might be digging themselves out of the hole and make themselves a pretty mediocre team. And considering the fact that they practically already own the 2022 NHL draft, they don't need to be the worst team in the league to have a good shot at the number 1 overall pick. They have enough picks to trade for it. Or better yet, still getting 6 of the top 34 prospects. That's good. I don't normally support buying knockoff jerseys, but when I do, it's a Phoenix Roadrunners Robbie Ftorek jersey. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Happy Thanksgiving. Why are you watching my videos on a day like this? It's one of the few holidays I actually value. Want to know what I'm thankful for? Not only do I finally have an old school Phoenix Roadrunners jersey, fake or not, I got another peyote hat I can wear it. I completed the Coyotes jersey collection with that beautiful jersey behind me. I can finally start working on a Coyotes jersey history video I've wanted to do forever. So things are looking bright today. How about last night? They didn't look all that bad. I'll be completely honest here. The team did not look bad, but I do have some disclosure. I was a really tired boy. I did work yesterday. So I ended up, after the second period was over, I went to bed and passed out immediately. And it's funny because it ended up being the most action-packed period with a total of 5 goals. The total of goals before I went to bed? 3. So I have been trying to get back into the habit, especially when I get to watch the games from my office, of writing down some notes of what happened, timestamps, and kind of things that were particularly interesting so I can try to make the videos better. So if you will indulge me, let's go ahead and read off some of these notes. The first major note I have is Clayton Keller starts us off, and it was a pretty good setup. So Phil Kessel has the puck after Clayton Keller passes it up to him, and it's a 2-on-1. The defender jumps right on Kessel, passes it over to Keller. Keller wide open, little backhand, forehand, scored. 5th of the season, and 7th assist for Kessel in the season. He's picking it up a little bit. Good to see. Where's my 2nd round pick for Phil Kessel? But no, seriously, seeing Keller just, on top of that, he doesn't give up on the plays. He's still getting involved in the forecheck and the back check, paycheck, all that stuff. I have almost nothing but great things to say about Clayton Keller. So anyway, not long after that, Edmonton takes the penalty, and the Coyotes allow a good shorthanded opportunity for Edmonton. Wedgwood comes up big. I'm going to say it here. I tweeted it out last night. Scott Wedgwood is just kind of mean. There was one save in particular. I don't know if I wrote it down here, so I'm going to go ahead and just say it right now. I think it was in the second period. This should have gone in, and he just basically legs flat, gloves over here, puck is not going in, and that was just mean, all right? That was just mean. So after that Nugent-Hopkins shorthanded shot, Kyle Capobianco ends up taking a penalty. The Coyotes do kill that off, and one thing that's pretty interesting right there, so with 14 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the first, Clayton Keller, he finds Phil Kessel for a really good shot opportunity. Basically, Keller's like, you set me up, I'm gonna try to set you up. I like seeing that chemistry. Where was that 2 years ago when the team was still built to be competitive? Or hell, even last year? I can be frustrated about that later, but I'm just saying, you're seeing that. Where was that when this team was ready to play? At one point earlier on in that first period, the Coyotes were leading shots 7-2, and then somewhere around the point I wrote this note, shots were 10-6. So Edmonton was starting to make a comeback, and they don't go away. I've said it about the Coyotes, I'll say it about Edmonton. They don't go away. With 9 minutes and 11 seconds later, Clayton Keller finds Kessel again. Shot is wide. But then Hyman, about 8 seconds later, takes a high sticking penalty. Coyotes get a power play. Killed off. The best shot there was a Lawson Crouse backhand shot. It was a pretty easy save. With 7 minutes and 14 seconds remaining, the Coyotes had 3 shots and were over 2 on their power plays. It didn't end up getting any better because they wouldn't get another power play for the rest of the game. 5 minutes, 51 seconds remaining in the first. This one might have been that Scott Wedgwood save. There were way too many Scott Wedgwood saves to mention here, so there's a save there to stop the play, and then Anton Roussel takes a roughing penalty right there, and that would end up biting them right in the behind, because Connor McDavid, mere seconds later, it felt like his 13th from Puljujarvi, and Barry at 14:58 on the power play. It's 1-1, and then with 2 minutes and 1 second remaining in the period, Boyd takes a slashing penalty. Arizona did control the puck for about a minute on that penalty kill. They generated some opportunities. Would have been really nice to have that shorthanded goal there. Doesn't end up happening. Going into that first intermission, it's 1-1. But the shots, 14-13 Edmonton. Despite the fact the Arizona Coyotes were leading shots by 5 earlier, now Edmonton's leading shots. And at that point, Edmonton kind of took control of the game, because the second period, despite the Coyotes having a couple of chances here or there, was borderline all Edmonton. or nothing really going on in general. So 26 seconds in, Edmonton gets a couple of really good opportunities. Wedgwood makes a save both times, stops the play. Then 3 minutes and 9 seconds into the period, Ghost, he saves a goal on an open net. It was Wedgwood's over here, puck's over here, and then you see Ghost look at it, swats it down the ice. I think that one ends up going for an icing, but still, it's just Ghost saved it right there, and it's still 1-1. However, not for long, because 10 minutes and 53 seconds in, Leon Draisaitl is 19th from Kassian and CC. It's 2-1 Edmonton, and then about 5 minutes later, Wedgwood, I think that was the save I was referring to, where he shows off the glove save really mean, and that was the last kind of notable thing in the second period for me. 2-1 Edmonton after 2, the shots being 27-19. Let's go ahead to that third period where I was asleep. So, Zach Kassian is fourth from Draisaitl and McDavid at 7:45. Draisaitl, second of the night, 20th of the season on the power play at 13:08 from McDavid and Barry, and right there, it's 4-1. Coyotes look like they're out of it. The Coyotes had them right where they wanted them, because at 13:43, about 30 seconds later, Travis Boyd is fourth from Keller and Chychrun, and then about a minute later, Shane Gothisbehere is third from Keller. I believe Capabianco originally had an assist on that, but no longer has an assist, so sad there. But right there, the Coyotes storm back. We have a 4-3 hockey game. Too bad the empty net goes in. Connor McDavid is second of the night, 14th of the season from Kassian, with about 27 seconds remaining, 28 seconds remaining. And that's your final, 5-3. The Arizona Coyotes, one of the worst teams in the league that everyone kept saying was going to finish 100% dead last in the Central, made the game competitive and did not go away against one of the best regular season teams in the league this year right now. I got no complaints. I think they played well enough. I think there was holes in the game that they needed to tighten up, but at the same time, I'm not expecting this roster to go up against, teams that should be competing for deep playoff runs and say, go shut them down. I think that's unrealistic, but for what we saw, for what we got, I don't think it was all that bad. Of course, Scott Wedgwood stood on his head to those shots. Coyotes were outshot 44-27. I'm going to let that one sink in for a second. Ouch. Coyotes take 42% of the faceoffs, go over 2 on their power plays, and Edmonton goes 2 for 4. So let's go ahead and just get away from that. Stop talking about that. Let's talk about Scott Wedgwood. 39 saves, 907 save percentage, 4 goals against. I got nothing to say. I got nothing bad to say about him. I didn't see those last 2 goals he gave up to Kassian and the Draisaitl. Sure, whatever, doesn't matter. He played phenomenal. That glove save alone is going to haunt whoever I think it was Draisaitl. I think that Draisaitl's second goal was revenge for that. It's gonna haunt him for a while. That was a good save. And the Coyotes, I think they played well enough, but they end up falling in this game by a final score of 5-3, dropping to 4-14-2, ending that little 2-game winning streak. They're back at it Saturday. I'd like to see a win after Thanksgiving. Sports guy here, didn't get to watch the game last night, so obviously there was no report, because even though we ended up leaving the Tucson game after the second period, I still didn't get home till around midnight. So your video is going to be now. I listened to the first period on the way down to Tucson, and the rest of it I had to just kind of pay attention on my phone while I was at the Roadrunners game. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Yeah, I do have a white Roadrunners jersey behind me. Yes, I do have a complete set of Tucson Roadrunners jerseys now, and yes, I also got my Connor Garland bobblehead. Let's go ahead and talk about this game. So going into this matchup with the Dallas Stars last night, I just wanted the Coyotes to finally beat these bastards, because every single time I feel like I watch the Coyotes play against the Stars, and I've always seen them, at least for the last 5 or so years, as being a ridiculously mediocre team, or a team that just keeps overachieving, and I just want the Coyotes to beat them once. And 54 seconds into that, Rupe Hintz says, no, his 7th of the season from Pavelski and Robertson, 1-0 Dallas. 54 seconds in, you're like, okay, it's gonna be one of those games. Look, Dallas doesn't tend to score all that much. Maybe, you can bounce right back. Well, about 3 minutes later, Roussel is second from Eriksson and Strawman, and when I was listening to this, all I heard was Capabianco, Eriksson, goal. I was excited. It ended up being, I just watched the play right now to kind of refresh myself. So, Strawman takes a shot, Eriksson goes to chip at it, it's going up, it's right around the crossbar level, and Roussel just smacks it in. They did review it. It ended up being hit, I think, with the tip of his stick, the blade of his stick, right around the crossbar, a little bit below it, so it was a good goal. We are tied. Unfortunately, 15 minutes later, the Dallas Stars said, we're not exactly going to let you just take this game into the intermission tied. What's going on with you? Jacob Peterson gets his third from Faska and Radulov, like I said, 18:36, which is weird. I mean, I'm happy for him. I'm glad there was no major injury or anything like that. But about 2 or 3 minutes minutes earlier, Peterson was on the ice and pretty much died because he got hit pretty hard. So good to see him back. Why'd you have to score? And the one thing I really want to complain about right now is both those goals, the Rupe Hintz goal, it was on a third opportunity. Wedgwood makes the first couple of saves, and you can't expect your goaltender to make 4 or 5 saves back to back to back. And it's one of those things where you have to find a way to control the rebounds. The defense has to step up. And in both of those instances, both the Peterson and the Hintz goal, I think the Peterson goal was off of just 1 rebound, whereas the Hintz goal was on 3 opportunities. You have to find a way to control that rebound, because if the Coyotes defense stepped up at all right there, at least one of those goals would not have gone in. I'm going to say the Hintz goal because that one took 3 opportunities, whereas the Peterson goal took 2 opportunities. This could have been a completely different game. Let's go ahead and go right into the second period. Phil Kessel passes the puck over to Capobianco, gets a shot on net. It's right there on the goal line. It looks like Clayton Keller is going to put it home. Nope. Travis Boyd for his 5th of the season. What's that, like 3 goals in the last handful of games? Travis Boyd is probably one of the best signings the Coyotes have had since I've covered them, that I paid literally no mind to when the contract was signed. I'm like, he'll be a depth forward. Well, he's sure as hell getting some goal scoring going. Anyway, 424, it's Boyd's 5th from Capobianco and Kessel. Good to see Cap back on the score sheet, and Kessel really just priming up that value for that sweet, succulent 2nd round draft pick the Arizona Coyotes will be cashing in on him. I have no idea where he's going. I'm gonna say Minnesota because that would be funny. Unfortunately, Jason Robertson did not very much like that goal, his 5th from Sekera and Pavelski. At 8:57, 3-2 Dallas. That ends up being your final. The Coyotes did make one final push in that third period, pulling the goalie. Nothing doing there, and the Arizona Coyotes lose this one by a final score of 3-2 to the Dallas Stars. I bet somewhere right now Grav is having a good time, or he's probably looking at it like, well, the 10th win of the season against one of the worst teams in the league, not a whole lot to celebrate there. Coyotes fall to 4-15-2. Team stats, they were only outshot by 2, 29-27. Doesn't really surprise me. The Dallas Stars, as long as I've been aware of them in this more modern iteration, are not really about overwhelming offense. They're more about kind of physically grinding down their opponents. Kind of similar to the Kings in that regard, except for I think the Kings have more offensive weapons. But obviously, my team got beat by the Dallas Stars, so if you're a Stars fan, don't take offense to that. I just not a big fan of Dallas. Coyotes only take 39% of the faceoffs. Also kind of makes sense because Dallas is a pretty decent faceoff team from what I've seen. Over 2 on their power plays. Dallas 0 for 1, so at least a penalty kill did come up pretty big. Hits, they were out hit 22-19. Also doesn't surprise me. They blocked fewer shots, only by 3 though, 16 versus 13, and they gave the puck away more times, 6 versus 4. Very close game in just about every one of the team stat aspects, but obviously faceoffs are a major component of modern hockey, and if you control faceoffs, you will likely control the game. On top of that, with the Arizona Coyotes defense just not tightening up around Wedgwood. Speaking about Wedgwood, 26 saves, 3 goals against, 897 save percentage. He falls, I believe his record is 3-5-2 now in the season. Can't exactly get all upset about that. However, the only Coyotes defenders that didn't have a negative plus minus were Cap and Strawman. Kind of like Strawman never missed those handful of games, and Capobianco continues to be Kyle Capobianco. Don't really have a lot else to say. If you're interested, I'm going to do a Tucson video right after this. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. The first period between the Minnesota Wild and Arizona Coyotes just wrapped up, but I didn't get to talk about the game last night, so my work is not done yet. The Arizona Coyotes last night, November 29th, 2021, went into Winnipeg and did one of the things I never thought I'd see them do. Shut out this team while being outshot like 46-15. Let's go ahead and get right into this one. So, Karel Vejmelka gets the start. Obviously, with there being a back-to-back, you had to pick one of these games for Karel to start, and I think that was a really good choice. The Jets were 10-7-4 going into that one. The Coyotes 4-15-2, coming off of, I think it was 2 back-to-back losses, but as a Coyotes fan in the year 2021, you expect back-to-back losses. Disclosures out of the way, I did get to watch about the entirety of the first period. I was about 5 minutes late to coming back to the second period, so I did miss about 5 minutes there. And then I came back to the office and just kind of tried to relax a little bit. Had a pretty bad headache, which is why I didn't do the video last night, and listen to the rest of it. Karel Vejmelka. That's it. That's all I got. You know what? I might even want to eat a salad in honor of Veggie because, man, was that a phenomenal performance. 46 saves, all right? That's about 5 saves shy of the franchise record set by Mike Smith in the 1 year he was elite here for the most saves all time in franchise history for a win. That was just phenomenal. His second win of the season, 2-9-1. Have I talked enough about him anyway? So, first period, a lot of back and forth, and the Coyotes played well enough, but nothing really to report there. So, second period, on a play by Loui Eriksson, 17 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. After a second period that I would say, top of my head, Winnipeg played a little bit better in the first. I think the Coyotes played a little bit better in the second, but for the most part, I feel like they were overall more evenly matched than they probably should have been, considering the fact that the Winnipeg Jets should be a much better team. And on this play, Lyubushkin finds Eriksson. Eriksson's going down on the right side over here in the offensive zone, and he just kind of throws it towards the net, and Roussel gets a piece of it. His third of the season from Loui Eriksson and Ilya Lyubushkin. That's only Eriksson's third assist, but you know what? They've all been important so far. Game-winning goal, 1-0 finish. I'm going to be completely honest here, especially for, let's say, 2 or 3 minutes towards the end of that third period. Winnipeg brought so much pressure, and I know a lot of their fans are angry. All right, I get it. However, the effort was there. Karel Vejmelka was just so much better. Do I need to talk about anything else? Shots. They were outshot 46-15. They were outshot by 31 shots and still pulled this off. That's one of the most impressive things you're gonna see this group do, considering the fact that everyone still considers them, without a doubt, the worst team in the league. That is impressive. They win 45% of the faceoffs. They go over 1 in the power play. Oh wait, did I mention in that third period the Coyotes killed off 5 Winnipeg power plays? Asterisk. The last one was like 4 or 5 seconds because they called the penalty really late, but still, let's call it 4 1/4. 4 1/4 power plays they killed off in that third period. That's unreal. That is absolutely unreal. They get out hit by Winnipeg by 1, 16 versus 15. They outblock Winnipeg by 10, 16-6. They do, however, they were more sloppy with the puck. They gave away the puck more times, 13 versus 9. But what else is there really to say except for the fact that Karel Vejmelka, enough said. The Arizona Coyotes pulled off what is one of the most ridiculous wins I've probably ever seen in like, what, the 11, 12 years. I've been a fan since 2006, 2007, so let's just say 2007. 14 years I've been watching this sport. It's been raising the blood pressure. Look, Coyotes improved to 5-15-2. I'm gonna go ahead and get this edited so I can get back to the Minnesota game right now. Hell yeah. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and man, last night was sure a game, wasn't it? Full disclosure, I watched the entirety of the first and the second period with about a minute left. I'm like, you know what? It's time to go lay down for the night. I can pick this one back up tomorrow. And about 50 seconds later, the Minnesota Wild ended up scoring one more goal, just because, you know, they weren't satisfied with a 3-1 lead. They had to make it 4-1. Didn't find out about it until I was already laying down. Anyway, I do have some notes, so let's go ahead and discuss this one, because the Coyotes started this matchup with the Minnesota Wild last night on November 30th, 2021, surprisingly well, considering the fact that the Minnesota Wild, shockers, a much better team than the Arizona Coyotes. Anyway, we start off, Wedgwood for the Coyotes, Kokkonen for the Minnesota Wild, coming off of that 1-0 beaut of a shutout against the fake Winnipeg Jets, or shall I call them the Winnipeg Thrashers. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into this one. So, 1 minute and 4 seconds in, Keller gets a shot in front. Pretty good opportunity. Really setting the tone. Clayton Keller, I've probably gushed about this kid for every video. Every single video this season. But ever since about a season and a half ago, and he finally figured it out at the NHL level, was putting everything together, really recovering from that sophomore slump. I think this season, it's all been building towards this season where he is probably playing the best hockey he's played, maybe since his rookie season. So, really helping to take over these games, ends up getting a goal later on. He's been on a bit of a streak, scoring some goals, recording some assists, just playing really good hockey. Skip ahead a couple of minutes, somewhere around the 3-minute mark, and I actually noticed this because it was very uncharacteristic for Minnesota, considering the fact that they're a lot more so built on speed and offense. The Coyotes in back-to-back offensive rushes choked that offense, turns the puck over, goes back the other way, really just showing that this Coyotes team is kind of fully embracing. I know Luke Lipinski was talking about it earlier today on the Wolf and Luke show, where he's like, the Coyotes are finally embracing the identity that they actually have this year. They know they're not a team that's going to win like a 6-3. He brought up that score specifically, but it's more of like a 2-1, 3-2, whatever. So they're really adopting that. And early on, Minnesota did not look all that good because of that defense, not because of a lack of skill on Minnesota's end. That would not last that long, but you got to give the Coyotes credit there. Just under 3 minutes later, at 5 minutes and 58 seconds, Clayton Keller, like I said, I was talking about him earlier, his 6th of the season from Kessel and Gostisbehere, and I'll go ahead and say it right now, if Keller can hit 25 goals this year, I'll buy a Keller Adidas. However, all good things must come to an end, and at 7:06, so a little over a minute or so later, Joel Eriksson Ek, his 9th from Kulikov and Greenway, were all tied up at 1 apiece going into that second period. But there are still some notable plays I want to talk about throughout that first period. First and foremost, on a one-timer opportunity, 8 minutes into the first period, Anton Roussel has himself a pretty good opportunity. Nothing really comes of it. I want to say that one actually missed the net entirely, but still a good chance generated there. 9 minutes and 33 seconds in, former Coyote Alex Goligoski takes a penalty. That's killed off. The Coyotes generate a couple of shots on that, but no real forward momentum there. Right around 11 minutes, Kepa Bianco, after that penalty expires though, does create a couple of chances, gets a couple of shots, back-to-back opportunities, really trying to show that the Coyotes weren't going away at that point because Minnesota had yet to choke them out. A minute and a half later, at 12:24, Ryan Dzingel takes a penalty. The Coyotes do step up and kill that penalty. And throughout this game, the Coyotes' penalty killing, as you've kind of seen them building up throughout the last couple of games, they've been playing really well. That penalty kill unit, like I said, not quite as good, especially with that offensive upside as like 18-19. However, this team is also a lot more strapped for NHL level talent than the 18-19 version of the Coyotes, despite all those injuries. 3 minutes later, at 15:53, Christian Fischer, the net's pretty much open, the goalie's on the ground, Kokkinen's on the ground, and he just kind of throws his feet up. One of the defenders, actually, I think it was Dumba, jumps over the goalie to try to block that wide open net, and he just couldn't put it home. There was one angle on that play in which you could see if he would have just put it up off the goalie, it probably goes in. So Christian Fischer's back, by the way. That was his first game back. He had a chance, didn't do anything with it. Then at 17:56, Clayton Keller, he gets himself another opportunity with a save to go alongside it. That would record, he had 2 shots on that little play. 5 shots for him in that first period. That ties his most total shots throughout any game of this 2021-22 NHL season. Did I mention how well Clayton Keller is playing right now? However, it is 1-1 after 1, and the second period, kind of where Minnesota starts choking out the Coyotes. We'll start off 6 minutes and 40 seconds in. Gostisbehere, on a really good Minnesota chance, he blocks that shot. I want to say it was another opportunity where if there was a Wild player right there to play that rebound, that probably goes in. Also, have I mentioned just how well Gostisbehere has been playing defensively? I know offense is kind of the big thing he's been bringing this season. He's the leading point scorer, leading assist scorer right now. But his defense has been there, and I just do not understand where that came from. I'm not going to complain about it, though. 7 seconds later, Lawson Crouse brings the puck down the ice. He has some wheels, backhand shot, nothing doing on it. The Coyotes, once again, showing, not going away just yet, for a little bit, for another minute and a half. Because about 40 seconds later, 7 minutes and 20 seconds in, Kirill Kaprizov, 7th of the year, enough said. Then about a minute and a half later at 8:52, Kepa Bianco takes a hooking penalty. No one really agreed with that one. However, the penalty still stands. The Wild go to the power play. Coyotes kill it off. Somewhere around 9:33, Kaprizov with a shot that Wedgwood saves. That was one of the more impressive saves so far. Stops the play. Kind of had basically a wide open net there. It was basically, I know Chychrun was trying to take away the passing lane there, but the fact that he still had a wide open shooting lane, it's a dangerous spot for a guy like Kirill Kaprizov. 11 minutes, 35 seconds, so a couple minutes later, and a really impressive kick save by Scott Wedgwood. He had a very good, let's say, first half to this game, because it's right around there where it starts to go downhill, not necessarily because of Scott Wedgwood, but because the Minnesota Wild are a very good offensive team. And about 2.5 minutes later, Greenway at 14-19, his first of the year from Merrill and Rask. And then, like I said, 4 seconds remaining in the second period, Brodin is third from Kaprizov and Hartman. 4-1 Wild going into the second intermission. I didn't watch the third period, so I was just going to go ahead and give you the 2 goals. So Anton Strawman, 5 minutes, 58 seconds in. So both the start of the first and start of the third, the Coyotes score at the exact same time marker. His second from Chychrun and Keller. Keller now has a goal and an assist in this game. Chychrun is now starting to warm up just a little bit, trying to get more assists, get more points. I want to see Chychrun get a couple more goals, but can't exactly get greedy right now. About a minute and a half later, Foligno is 9th from Brodin and Greenway just to say, yeah, no, you're not getting back into this one. And the Coyotes drop this matchup 5-2 to the Minnesota Wild. Scott Wedgwood, despite the fact that his numbers were okay, 32 saves, 5 goals against, .865 save percentage, does get the loss. I believe his record's like 3-6-2 on the season. We're not really going to pay much attention to the goalie records this year, folks, because it's not exactly going to be any prettier. Coyotes outshot 37-31. They do, however, take 51% of the faceoffs. You do need a lot more of that. They go 0-2 on their own power plays. However, like I mentioned earlier, absolutely just kind of, let's not say dominant dominating, but let's just say frustrating Minnesota, putting them 0 for 4 in their power plays. Gave the puck away fewer times, 7 versus 2. Blocked more shots, won by a couple though, 10 versus 8. They played well enough, I suppose, but Minnesota was just simply the better team. I wasn't expecting a win there anyway, especially considering the fact they shut out the fake Jets 1-0 while being outshot by 31. The exact same amount of shots I got in this one, so it's all connected. It's all the Coyotes cinematic universe. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I'm only making this video because I am contractually obligated. Who did I sign a contract with? The devil. Alright, full disclosure out of the way, last night, I finally just passed out. Normally, I guess Fridays is the night that I pass out early because I was asleep by 8:30, so after the first period, I closed the laptop we were watching the game on. I'm like, alright, I'm gonna go catch a couple Z's. Didn't end up getting back up until 11:30. I saw the final score, and this was embarrassing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about the first period because those first 20 minutes were good 20 minutes of hockey. I think the Coyotes played well enough. They actually seemed like they were going to not evenly match up with the Vegas Golden Knights, but play well enough, kind of keep the game close. I was liking that. Unfortunately, at 6:58, Marchie gets his 10th from Waugh and Smith. Look, I like Marchie, alright? Marchessault is still my favorite player on the Golden Knights, even though I don't cheer for the team or really like the team anymore. I still like Jonathan Marchessault. That was just mean, alright? That was just such a mean play because Veggie had no chance on that. He had a little forehand, backhand. That was mean. You need to apologize. Let's sign a petition and get Marchie to apologize to Karel Vejmelka. But, and this is probably the best play the Coyotes had all night, alright? 1 minute later, at 7 minutes, 51 seconds in, you had Travis Boyd, his 6th from Keller and Kessel. That's the 10th assist in the year for both Keller and Kessel. I don't really like the ESPN Plus announcer because she was like, oh, you know, this is a great play by Kessel to find Keller. Keller's the one who did the majority of the work there to kind of draw the defender over to him, and that placed that puck perfectly over on Boyd's stick. All Kessel did was the outlet pass. Keller did the main work, so give Keller his credit, alright? I'm being harsh, but seriously, I don't like Phil Kessel. Max Pacioretty on the power play answers back at 13:53, his 4th from Theodore and Dadonov. 2-1 at the end of the first, looking pretty good. Coyotes probably going to lose this one. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised on me saying that. Then the Golden Knights proceeded to score 5 goals in the second period. Nick Waugh, another one at 17:54, just for good measure. Final score was 7-1. Coyotes fall to 5-17-2. I don't know what else you want me to say. I mean, they only got outshot by 2. The shots were 32-30. That's fine. Coyotes take 58% of the faceoffs. Coyotes go 0 for 3 on their power plays, where Vegas goes 1 for 2. Hits. The Coyotes doubled up the hits, 27-13 versus Vegas. They did block fewer shots by only a couple, and they gave the puck away more times, but only by 5 or so. But it's kind of as you would have expected because Vegas is the better team. I just kind of wish the Coyotes would have kept the score a little bit lower because, man, Veggie did not deserve to have this game pop up, and then now his save percentage was 781 for it. Come on. He was just getting the mojo back. You didn't have to do Veggie dirty like that. Anyway, the Coyotes lose this one by a final score of 7-1, and part of me is glad I ended up sleeping through the second and third period. At least the Peter Mueller jersey finally came in. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup between the Dallas Stars and the Arizona Coyotes that just wrapped up somewhere around 20 minutes ago here on December 6, 2021. What more can you really say? Look, there was 40 minutes of good hockey here. I watched 40 minutes of good hockey. Then I decided to go lay down for a little bit. I listened to the whole third. I was around for the entire game. All of it, alright? All the disappointment. But I listened to that third and I really didn't miss much except for sadness. Repeat. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, in this matchup, the Arizona Coyotes come into this one 5-17-2. The Dallas Stars on about a 6-game winning streak, trying to tie their franchise record 7-game win streak. I want to say this ends up being the 4th time their franchise does it. Congratulations to Grav. I don't like the Dallas Stars. Goalie matchup, Scott Wedgwood versus Braden Holtby. Wedgwood enters this game 3-6-2 with a .913 save percentage, and Holtby 4-4-1 with a .927. This was going to be a difficult game regardless because, well, Dallas is a very heavy physical team that typically wins closer games, has good goaltending, pretty good defense from what I can tell, and an offense that, well, when they group things together, things get done. So we start off here, Loui Eriksson, it's his 1,000th career NHL game. Oh, you beauty. And for what it's worth, he was generating some shots. He had a couple of shots in that first period, some opportunities. It looked like he was going to get his first goal as a Coyote. That didn't end up happening. it. So to start off, 14 seconds in, Erickson with a shot in front. Holtby makes the save. The Coyotes, they came out playing pretty well, and it looked like they might actually end up scoring first and scoring early. Not what ended up happening. 2 minutes, 34 seconds in, Dallas gets the shot. Wedgwood the save. We stop play. And at 3:06, Boyd takes a tripping penalty. It is, however, killed off. Dallas goes 0 for 1 at that point. 5:13, Gostisbehere scoring chance right after the penalty kill. Gostisbehere gets all around the net, and it's going to come back later. More foreshadowing. Roughly about 10 minutes into that first period, Lawson Crouse on the ice. He actually gets taken down to the ice, whether he tripped or fell or whatever. Still generates a shot. The Coyotes, at that point, they're buzzing a little bit. They're getting some chances. Holtby's coming up strong. Not that many shots are hitting the net, however. 55 seconds later, Kepabianco takes a tripping penalty, and honestly, the Coyotes could have been on the penalty kill like 6 or 7 times. There are some really, really bad penalties, a couple of missed penalties. Coyotes do end up getting 1 power play throughout, but yeah, no, this could have been uglier. The Coyotes do kill that penalty, but 3 seconds in, Jamie Benn actually takes a stick to the face by Barrett Hayton. There is no penalty on the play. The puck, the faceoff goes outside of the zone, and the Coyotes got away with 1 there. All right, they did. I understand the optics of putting them right in a 5-on-3. However, that was a high stick. We should all be in agreement there. Probably should have been a 5-on-3 in favor of Dallas. Right around 12 minutes of that first period, Wedgwood makes a couple of saves. The Coyotes get it out of the zone. They clear it out. Again, that penalty ends up getting cleared. But then at 13:48, Roope hits his 11th from Robertson after the Coyotes ice it. So Coyotes ice the puck. The faceoff goes right back into the Coyotes defensive zone. Dallas wins the draw. Galchenyuk actually comes off of his man. Hintz scores 1-0 Dallas. And at that point, you're like, Dallas is going to start taking over the game. Not yet. Because at 17:28, Alex Galchenyuk generates a shot. Holtby the save. But Galchi, he had some offensive opportunities, but I'm kind of noticing he's a lot slower than he was the last time he was in Arizona. And I'm not sure if he ends up scoring goals this year. Then at 18:02, the Coyotes get away with another one. Kepabianco, I believe that one was a hook or a trip, but they get away with that one. You go into the intermission. They're down 1-0. The shots, they're leading 9-7. Coyotes leading in shots. Dallas leading in goals. Go into the second period because Dallas has most of the momentum. They've had a couple of power plays at that point. The Coyotes have been killing them off. But if you keep taking bad penalties, it's going to eventually bite you in the behind. But it wasn't going to bite him yet because at 3:09 of the second, Shane Gostisbehere is 4th from Kessel and Keller. And the Dallas defender pretty much had the puck stolen, and Gostisbehere, he deked out and around him, and the jock was on the ice. All right, let's give Gostisbehere all the credit in the world. Jock's on the ice from this kid because this kid made the mistake of looking down. He buries that one. They do end up giving 2 assists. I'm surprised because it was technically in the possession of Dallas that anyone ends up getting points, but Ghost made a hell of a play. Minute and a half later, 4:24, Chychrun gets a shot. That's a save by Holtby. Coyotes starting to generate more opportunities at that point, and the second period is really where the Coyotes were kind of starting to take a little bit of control away, because especially towards the end of that first period, it was all Dallas. The Coyotes make it to the intermission and actually played well coming out. Then at 16:18, O'Brien takes a high sticking penalty. They do kill that one off, and that will be the last one they kill off for the night. Dallas over 3 at that point. 9:33, Dallas takes a penalty. It was killed off, the only Coyotes power play. But about 30 seconds later, at 10:05, Dallas gets a shorthanded opportunity, and that was the best opportunity of that entire power play, and it went to the shorthanded team. Just let that one sink in. Barrett Hayton at 12:22, he kind of takes advantage of Dallas going through a line change. He rushes it into the zone, has a wide open lane, shoots it. It does go up and out of play, but I want to see more of that out of Barrett Hayton. I'd like to see a few more goals. He has gone quiet, but those little things he was doing around the ice, he's still doing those, so he's still playing pretty well. Keep him, let him get through this one at the NHL level. Then at 14:45, Dallas has a great shot. Wedgwood makes that save. 19 minutes in, Dallas shoots wide. About a 30-ish second span where Dallas was just applying a lot of pressure towards the end of that period, and it looked like they were going to score right there. They did not end up scoring there, but it was a sign of things to come. At 19:30, it was actually a pass right in front to Lawson Crouse. He shoots it. It goes wide of the net. That ends your second period. It's 1-1. And then let's just go ahead and just get it over with. The third period. Peterson, so he actually has a goal. He kicked it in. The goal is disallowed, but like a minute later at 9:01, his 4th from Radulov and Ben. Then Jamie Benn at 15:14 on the power play, his 6th from Suter. And then from Radulov at 17:08, his 7th. Dallas wins 4-1. Dallas outplayed him. That's it. That's all I got for you. Wedgwood, 23 saves, 4 goals against, 8.52 save percentage. He does drop to, I believe it's 3.72 on the year. Shots, 27-19 Dallas. Dallas takes 53% of the faceoffs. Dallas goes 1 for 4 on their power plays. Arizona 0 for 1. Hits, Arizona out hits them 21-19. Blocks, they block more shots, 20 versus 11. And give the puck away fewer times times at least. 16 versus 10. Sloppy game overall. Look, they played a well enough 40 minutes, and out of a team like this, sure, you expect that. However, it was Loui Eriksson's 1000th game. He generated like 4 or 5 shot opportunities, maybe only 3 of those hit the net, but he was all over the net. He was trying to score that goal. That first goal is an Arizona Coyote. It just didn't end up happening, and they take a loss that I'm not going to sit here and say they should have won or they needed that win. I'm just going to say they were in a position, and it's disappointing to see just how completely derailed that third period went, because if you at least push that one to overtime, you get a point, make it look a little bit better. But you know what? When they got those couple of wins, I'm just going to enjoy that. I'm going to enjoy the memory of that and contemplate making a video about Peter Mueller. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Go ahead and talk about that matchup last night between the Arizona Coyotes and the Florida Panthers. Full disclosure out of the way, I did watch the entire first while taking notes. I alternated between listening to and watching the second, and by the third, I was playing MLB The Show, just kind of listening to the game, because I was kind of completely disinterested, because all the action happened in the first, and to best describe the second and third period, it was Florida has a chance, Wedgwood makes a good save, Arizona has a chance, Bobrovsky makes a good save. Lather, rinse, repeat. Coyotes, they pull the goalie with about 3 minutes left. Nothing really doing. They got a couple of opportunities. And the final score was the final score it was after the first period. So, I'm just going to kind of talk about my notes from that first period. Let's go ahead and jump right into this one. So, it's Bobrovsky, 11-1-2 record, 241 goals against, 928 save percentage, or 920 save percentage, excuse me, versus Wedgwood, 3-7-2, 908 with a 296. It definitely went down after this one. Well, the goals against went out, the save percentage went down. Doesn't matter. 19 seconds in, the Coyotes get a shot and a rebound opportunity, so it's a couple of chances, and then the puck ends up going back down the ice with Florida. I think they generated a shot on that play as well. But Jay Beagle and Nick Schmaltz were back. It helps Tucson as well. That's not the reason I'm wearing this. I was rearranging jerseys behind me to try to make this look nicer. Donor, my first donor, me. But it's just kind of funny how that works, because Fasching ends up going down to Tucson. Tucson scores a lot of goals. Good for them. Wish I would have been listening to that one instead. Then 3 minutes, 25 seconds in, Florida takes a penalty. It's Aaron Ekblad. It's a hook. Coyotes generate one shot in that entire power play. It's killed off. Not looking very good at that point. The Coyotes, when they had their chances, there were some decent ones, but they didn't really do all that much with the puck, unfortunately, which kind of sucks, because I think the defense was playing overall pretty decently against one of the better teams in the league. Yes, they're without Duclair. I think they were also without Barkov for this game, but still, you want to clean it up when you can. During that power play, 4 minutes and 6 seconds in, Kessel with a shot, and Hayden's in front of the net. He's trying to get some opportunities there for a rebound. However, there would be no rebound. Stoppage in play. 6 minutes, 50 seconds in. Dyson Mayo. So there was a 2-on-1 essentially going on. Dyson Mayo breaks up the pass opportunity. Really good defensive play by him. I had to note that, because that saved the game from going one side over the other. For about a minute and a half, so 9 minutes, 5 seconds in, Hornquist is fourth. It was actually on a rush just after the Coyotes had a chance on the opposite side of the ice. Florida takes it out and scores. Then on the very next drive, the very next play, 10 seconds later, the Coyotes win the faceoff. They end up turning it over, and there's Bennett is ninth, and right there, Florida, again, 10 seconds later, the very next drive, the very next play, essentially, 2-0 Florida at that point. 15 minutes, 39 seconds in, Florida, Hornquist takes a penalty. The Coyotes do score on this one, so at that point, they're 1 for 2, but before they end up scoring, at 16:40, Keller gets a shot right off the pipe. I thought he had Bobrovsky beat. He did, but the pipe was there to say, yeah, not today, kid. But 13 seconds later, Phil Kessel is fourth from Boyd and Hayden. He just kind of buried that one. A good shot from Kessel. Please get a second round pick for this guy already. Then Nick Schmaltz takes a penalty at 17:22. Reinhart actually ends up, Sam Reinhart scores on this one. It's 3-1 at the end of the first. The shots 10-8 in favor of Florida. On the bright side, after two, the shots were 19-17, so Arizona was closing that gap a little bit. They, again, were keeping pace for the most part, but final score ends up being 3-1. The Coyotes lose, what is this, 4 in a row? Yeah, no, we're just going to go ahead and just not pay attention to the overall numbers of losses in a row, because we will be here all day and we will be sad. Shots 23 all, so the Coyotes do at least get the same amount of shots. They win 55% of the faceoffs, going 1 for 5 on their power plays, limiting Florida to 1 for 4. They out-hit Florida 28-17. They blocked less shots, 17 versus 12, and on top of that, gave the puck away more, 14 versus 6. It was just a sloppier game. Florida played better overall. The team that should have won this one, the team that earned it, the team that deserved it, whatever you want to label it as, got the win in this one. Final score is 3-1. See y'all tonight. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I apologize apologize for just kind of disappearing for the last couple of days. As you can see, I was setting up the recording PC. If you saw on Twitter, it's now over here in this nice little corner, so you can see my Shane Doan jerseys and everything. On top of that, my wife hadn't updated this PC that she heavily abused, so I took back my old baby, by the way, for like a year or so. So it took a lot of updating, a lot of installing all my softwares. Doesn't matter. We're here. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump right into this one. So, Loui Eriksson entered last night's game with 1 point shy of 600 points. Didn't quite get it yet. But we're rooting for you, Loui. We're rooting for you, especially since he has a goal in the year already. I feel this is King Louis's time. On top of that, we have a couple of big pieces of news before we go into these last couple of games that I missed. So, Jacob Chychrun's officially on the IR. Johan Larsson, as of last night's game, has officially been activated. And Blake Spears was called up yesterday. He actually made his NHL debut, or at least his Coyotes debut, yesterday for against the Anaheim Ducks. So, congratulations to him. Michael Carcone also got called up. Didn't see him in the lineup. That's also there. Lawson Crouse have been put on COVID protocols, as well as Jay Beagle. So that's all that. News, updates, whatever. Carter Hutton skating. Let's go ahead and talk about these games. So full disclosure, I did watch the New York Rangers versus Coyotes game. I think I watched at least the first two periods, and I ended up listening to the last bit, or I watched the entirety of it. It's been a couple of days, so let's go ahead and talk about that one. I think the team played well enough. Started off shorthanded. Loui Eriksson is first from Keller and the Bushkin at 17:46. Then Capo Caco actually ends up entering back in the second. It's 1-1 going into the third. Starting off the scoring was Clayton Keller, who has been red hot lately. Spoiler alert, he has 5 points in these two games I'm about to talk about. All right, it's insane. He is finally that borderline like rising star kind of player that a lot of Coyotes fans have been seeing him as for years. His seventh from Schmaltz and Strawman at 8:47. Nick Schmaltz, ever since he's come back, took him a couple of games to kind of get used to it. He's been playing very well. Him and Clayton Keller kind of feel like they haven't missed a beat together because they're getting a lot of power play time and whatnot together. They got some overtime time last night together. They still play really well together. I would like to see Nick Schmaltz get going a little more scoring-wise, but he's being a very good playmaker, so I can't complain there. So yeah, Clayton Keller, it's 2-1 Coyotes. Then just back-to-back really bad penalties the Coyotes take. I think one was a hook, and then one was a too many men. Zibanejad and Kako both on the power play at 14-14 and 17-42 respectively. And the Coyotes, in a game that they very much were in it all the way up until the end, end up dropping that one by a final score of 3-2. Scott Wedgwood gets the loss. Coyotes do outshoot the Rangers 31-30. They only win 34% of those faceoffs, however. They go over 2 on the power play. New York goes 2 for 3. And looking at Scott Wedgwood, 27 saves, 3 goals against, a 900 save percentage. He played well. Just the defense collapsed, and there was too many bad penalties, and you can't go up against a good team like the Rangers and take that many bad penalties. So that was on the 15th. I was actually going to make that video a couple of days ago, but I was too busy watching Spider-Man. Sorry about that. And then God featuring Kurt Warner last night. So I actually missed the first two periods. I started listening to the third on the way home after dropping off the brother-in-law, so about the last 15 minutes I listened to, and then while I was trying to get everything set up here, finishing downloading OBS and everything, I was listening to the overtime. Boy, this was a much better hockey game for the Coyotes. I know going into it, and I still do agree with this wholeheartedly, the Coyotes need to win games 2-1, 3-2, maybe even 3-1. You're not going to really win those games, 6-5 or 5-4 in general. Except for this game against the Ducks. So last night, the Arizona Coyotes played the Ducks. Travis Boyd gets us started off at 2:46, his seventh from Kessel and Keller. Keller once again on fire. Then the next 3 goals go to Anaheim. Shattenkirk on the power play, Lindholm and Grant, those being at 5:47, 6:44, and 8:41 respectively. Then the Coyotes on the power play. Christian Fischer is third from Hayton and Schmaltz. Once again, Schmaltz getting involved, 15-12. We're going into the first intermission. Coyotes are down 3-2. They did score first, and they tend to win a good amount of games when they score first, I suppose. Clayton Keller then gets the scoring going in the second. 19:26, about 34 seconds remaining. His 8th from Gostisbehere. Gostisbehere's also been moving the puck really well, but Clayton Keller, like I said, playing phenomenal right now. Unfortunately, the Ducks do end up breaking that tie very early on in the third. 2:07, Zegras, his 8th from Drysdale and Lindholm. However, the reanimated corpse himself, Andrew Ladd, is 4th from Boyd and Labushkin at 8:35, and then Phil Kessel, Phil Joe himself, gives the Coyotes another lead throughout the game. 9:41 is 5th from Boyd and Strawman. Boyd's playing really well, a goal and 2 assists in that game. Strawman's picking it up, has some assists in the last couple of games. Pretty much how the Coyotes have played in general, keeping themselves in games, scoring a decent amount of goals, seeing production from the guys you're seeing. That's, once again, I've said it before, that's what I was expecting going into this year. better late than never, I suppose. Unfortunately, the Coyotes take another bad penalty. They took Janis Moser took one. I think this is the goal they ended up scoring. They also ended up taking a too many men penalty. You can't be taking those. So 13-10, Hampus Lindholm is fifth from Zegras and Getzlaf. We're going to overtime. And then Nick Schmaltz takes it across the line and at 2:09 drops it off for Keller. Keller with the snipe to end it. That is his 9th of the season. Second of the night. He had, 3 points, 2 goals, 1 assist. He had a goal and an assist in the previous game. He is on fire right now. And the Arizona Coyotes, they get that 6th win of the season. They were outshot by Anaheim by 10 shots, 37-27. They win 48% of the faceoffs. Go 1 for 4 in their power plays. Anaheim 2 for 5. Played well enough. Let's go ahead and talk about Scott Wedgwood a little bit. There was plenty of times, I don't care what his save percentage says, plenty of times where he was standing up big, making big saves, 32 saves, 5 goals against, 8.65 save percentage. It's funny. He had a really good save percentage in the last game, gets the loss. Not so great save percentage in this one, ends up getting the win. So I guess hockey just works that way sometimes. But at the very least, the Coyotes do manage one of these 2 wins. And when they are playing their game, despite the fact they're missing so many players, that Blake Spears of all people was in the lineup. Janis Moser, minus that I think it was a hooking penalty, like I said, later on in that game. I think he's been playing fine for the last couple of games. You don't notice him too much, but you can't be taking those bad penalties. That's when we start noticing you, and most of us are not very happy about it, but he's still a rookie, so I'll give him a couple of passes. But they're playing well enough. They got a couple of wins together, and I really can't complain. I'm satisfied with that. Go Coyotes. How's it going? Long time no see, at least on the Coyotes front. Let's go ahead and talk about that game on the 28th, 2 days ago as of recording, between the Arizona Coyotes and the San Jose Sharks, and that was crazy. I watched the entirety of the first, listened to the second, fell asleep in the second intermission because I was a very tired boy. Going into this one, the Coyotes had a bunch of roster changes. Yan Yannick was playing, Blake Spears, Michael Carcone, his first NHL game. I want to say Adrian Denny was actually the play-by-play commentator for the Tucson Roadrunners. He actually mentioned it's 11 Tucson Roadrunners who have now played for the Coyotes this year, as well as Tucson, and 6 guys that have made their NHL debut this year. And look at how much better that offense looked with a little bit of youth. Part of me is always going to wonder what would have happened if they would have kept Bunting, Peterson, and Garland, but you know what? That's a different timeline. Possibly with a much happier AZ. We're in this current timeline, baby. Couple of minor things to hit on before we get started. Both Jacob Chychrun as well as Ryan Dzingel are both looking like they're going to be out until about the 3rd or so week of January, per Craig Morgan on Twitter. That's all I got for you. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into this game. So Scott Wedgwood gets the start. Starting off the game, 40 seconds in, Lawson Crouse gets a breakaway. It's actually knocked off of his stick. I don't think he actually registered an official shot on goal there, but it showed right there. Both teams are ready to go. Everyone was well energized. Apparently 11 days off will do that for you. And Lawson Crouse started off on a good note. We're re-signing him, right? Pen to paper, boys. Pen to paper. 1 minute, 59 seconds in, San Jose gets a pretty good shot. Wedgwood makes the save, and right there, one of the biggest problems of this game, I think this play kind of showed it. The Coyotes and the Sharks as well, is a really, really sloppy game both ways. But the Coyotes turned the puck over just too many times, especially in their own zone, which directly led to goals, at least in that first period. Including both of those goals as I'm sitting here at this desk watching it. I'm like, oh, they're going to score right there. And it happened. Anyway, 2 minutes, 32 seconds in, so over in the corner, there's actually a fight that breaks out because San Jose's Gadjevich, hopefully I'm saying his name right, he cross-checks someone into the boards. Yannick drops the gloves. It was cool to see Yannick fight, but both of them end up getting cross-checking penalties that offset as well as fighting penalties. I like the energy. Then about 12 seconds later, Barrett Hayton actually turned the puck over, and right there is your first goal of the game. Logan Couture, 1-0 San Jose. Around the 4-minute mark, Arizona generates multiple opportunities. Nothing really doing there, but it's kind of showing, even though San Jose scored on their 3rd or 4th shot, Arizona was pretty much out shooting San Jose the entire game. I think there's a very brief period for the first 2 or 3 minutes San Jose outshot them. Arizona was getting more chances. 20 seconds later, Clayton Keller steals the puck, puts a shot right towards the net. Nothing doing there, but it was an exciting opportunity. Then a little over a minute later, 5 minutes, 36 seconds in, Lawson Crouse, his 7th from Phil Kessel. This was another turnover, so it's over in the offensive zone in the corner. Phil Kessel takes the puck away, passed it right over for Lawson Crouse, who buries it. For a second, I didn't even realize it went in. That's how fast the shot was. 1-1. 8 minutes, 42 seconds in, Andrew Ladd takes a a roughing penalty, and with 45 seconds left in the penalty, I wrote down that the penalty was killed off. You guys are welcome. However, 11 minutes, 22 seconds in, Bonino scores. It's 2-1. This is actually a stick lift. I want to say this came against Kyle Kipabienko, who had a couple of bad turnovers. I specifically noticed a couple of his bad turnovers in the first period. Really have to clean that one up, man. But anyway, it's a stick lift, 2-1 San Jose, and the seesaw would continue to go like that for a while. About a minute later, 13:30, Clayton Keller gets a breakaway, a save by Reimer. About 16 minutes in, the Coyotes make a push, generate a couple of chances, nothing really doing there, but once again showing that offense is really starting to look pretty good right now. Then 52 seconds later, Schmaltz turnover, San Jose opportunity. Wedgwood makes a save there, but still, it ended up being an opportunity on both sides. You saw a lot of that, especially in the first period, and I heard a lot of that as well in the second period. Definition of a seesaw game, I know. Then at 17:40, Lawson Crouse steals the puck over to Janis Moser, and Janis Moser with his first career NHL goal. Congratulations to Moser. And on top of that, him and Strawman at the end of the day were the only two Coyotes with a positive plus-minus. Again, you're going to forget he's out there defensively because he plays well, but he also has a little bit of a scoring touch. Little bit. Let's not get carried away. It's a little bit. Then about 20-30 seconds later, Lawson Crouse steals the puck again, generating a shot. Nothing doing there. The score was 2-2 after one, with the shots being 14-8 Arizona. And that was the end of my notes because I went to go lay down to listen to the rest of the game. So, we're just going to do a scoring summary from this point on. These plays were back-to-back, so San Jose scores back-to-back goals within about 10 seconds of each other. Shemek is first, and I think it's Veal is first, so there you go. Veal. 4-2 San Jose at that point. Clayton Keller said no thanks, his 10th from Kessel and Larson at 7:48, and now it's a one-goal game again. Then Timo Meier said no, really, thank you. I'm going to take another goal. 14-13. At that point, it's 5-3. And then right before the end of that period, with 23 seconds left, Coyotes are on a power play. Guess who? Janis Moser, his second NHL career goal, second to the game from Johan Larsson, and Loui Eriksson, who records his 600th career NHL point. So congratulations, Loui. It's looking like after I get my wisdom teeth pulled, I'll have to make a video for you. So it's a one-goal game going into the third period. Hurdle said, yeah, no, we really insist. His 15th from Gregor at 144. Two-goal game once more. Lawson Crouse said, nah. His 8th from Mayo and Kessel at 7:35. It's just kind of how it kept going, like I said. Couture once again said, no, thank you very much. His 10th from Barabanov and Carlson, who, side note, especially in that first period, I think Carlson looked great. I think this is the first time I've actually seen him play well since signing that contract. So it's good to see. You know, good on you. Then the Coyotes said, let's go to overtime. So Gostisbehere is 5th from Kessel and Larson at 16:51. And then on the power play, the corpse himself, Andrew Ladd from Crouse and Gostisbehere at 18:31 go to overtime. Can't really get resolved there. Go to the shootout. Coyotes go scoreless. San Jose gets a couple of goals in the shootout. And that's your final 8-7. I'm really glad I got the notebooks that have skinnier lines because I needed them for the amount of goals. Wow, that was a pleasure. Pleasure to watch, listen to, and fall asleep to. I had a lot of fun with this one. Before singing the Coyotes' praises, I just want to go ahead and shout out a former Coyote. Lane Peterson got an assist in this game. I want to see Lane Peterson succeed. I think the only reason that Aiden Hill didn't play this one is because he's in COVID protocols. And then Nick Merkley, former Coyote prospect, was a scratched forward. So some Coyotes-Sharks connections there. Anyway, let's talk about Lawson Crouse. Lawson Crouse had a phenomenal game. 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points. Really helped lead this team into victory, and also got the primary assist on the power play goal that tied it to push it into overtime with like a minute and a half left. You know, it's been pointed out by Coyotes fans online, and I just kind of can't help but agree. He's at least turning in to the heart and soul of the team. Get him re-signed, keep him long-term. I've been saying it for a very long time that Lawson Crouse, when you look at the players that fill that exact same role like Christian Fischer, Lawson Crouse is your best option. Keep him. But you also had other good performances. Janis Moser, like I said, only him and Strawman had a positive plus-minus. He had 2 goals. Ghost had a goal and an assist. Johan Larsson, 3 assists. Phil Kessel, Phil Joe, please get a second-round pick for me. Kessel, 4 assists for him. Probably one of his best games as a Coyote. I got no complaints. I don't care if they lost. They get a point. They're a little less pathetic in the standings right now, but they kept pace with a team that actually is going to be pushing for a playoff spot. The youth is starting to look pretty good. It was cool to see Carcone. Carcone has a very gritty kind of game in the corners. He plays the puck pretty well. Could have played a little better, sure, whatever. It's his first NHL game. Not going to get too critical on that, but I do want to mention him because I think Carcone played well enough. Blake Spears generates a hit. He played the puck okay. It's good to see that at least one aspect of that Taylor Hall trade is still around. I'm surprised he was, but you know what? Not bad. I'd like to see him play a couple more games, maybe see if he can crack the roster. Wouldn't be bad to have him as a third line option on the wing, just saying. I think he can play both center and wing. Then poor Scott Wedgwood, 20 saves, 7 goals against, 741 save percentage. At one point, I think he had a 50% save percentage, so we're going to push that off to the side. We're going to forget Wedgie played tonight. We didn't have a goalie, but I think the Coyotes played well. That was a really good game, and I have nothing but nice things to say about that, considering they don't play again until Sunday, and it's against Dallas. If you can bring this energy against Dallas, I can see him winning that game. I can see him winning a couple of games in a row. I can see them looking like the team like they looked like at the end of the 2017-18 season after they had a terrible start and finish it off pretty well. So if you keep a current trajectory along with the good prospects playing well, I know Guenther was playing pretty well. I think he got a World Juniors appearance. A couple other Coyotes prospects playing well. So a lot of stuff to look up for unless you're a Roadrunners fan. Oh, it's going to get bad. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about my favorite Coyotes player and the milestone he just achieved, and that is Loui Eriksson. Thank you to my wife for getting this puck for me for Christmas. On top of that, you had to throw the Loui Eriksson jersey behind me. Have a little bit of fun with it. So, before we get started, if I do sound weird, I apologize. Had my wisdom teeth removed earlier today. I'm just finally getting feeling back in half of my face. So before we jump into the milestone Loui Eriksson achieved, why is Loui Eriksson currently my favorite Coyote? Well, ever since Connor Garland got traded, and I wasn't 100% sure Keppibienko was actually going to be on the team, especially with Peterson being traded, Bunting going in free agency. All the guys I was a fan of just kind of left throughout the offseason for various different reasons, and at some point throughout the summer, I just completely embraced the meme and was like, you know what? King Loui, let's go for it. My wife got me Loui Eriksson Adidas. Thank you very much for that. And the rest is history. We went to that preseason game, and every time I hit the ice, I just started pointing at him. There's Loui, and just embraced it. And I don't know. I think it's actually been pretty fun watching him throughout the year. Anyway, a couple of days ago, as of recording on the 28th of December, in a game at the San Jose Sharks, Loui Eriksson recorded his 600th career NHL point. It was a secondary assist. I want to say it was on the second Janis Moser goal, the power play goal. Doesn't really matter. Loui Eriksson crossed the 600 point mark. He entered this season with 250 career goals. I know Shannon was making a joke about, hey, maybe that ends up staying nice at 250. It's 251 because King Loui got a goal not too long ago, but that's besides the point. Let's go ahead and just kind of look over the brief highlights of Loui Eriksson's career, as well as a very Arizona angle, because I'm the AZ Sports Guy. Come on, gotta have a little bit of fun with it. Loui Eriksson was drafted in the second round, 33rd overall by the Dallas Stars in the 2003 NHL entry draft, and 3 years later he would make his NHL debut at the Colorado Avalanche on October 4th, 2006, where he would record his first career NHL goal in his first career NHL game, so it was cool when that happens. 3 years later, on March 6, 2009, at Anaheim, Loui Eriksson recorded 2 goals, as well as his 100th career NHL point. Then a year later, on December 28, 2010, at the Nashville Predators, Loui Eriksson would score his 100th career NHL goal. One thing I noticed, at least early on, then of course with that 600th career point at San Jose, Loui Eriksson tends to get those milestone points on the road. I think that's kind of cool. Looking over his time in Dallas, his best 4 years were the 08-09 season, where he played 82 games, recorded 36 goals, 27 assists for 63 points. The 08-09 season, where he played in 82 games, scoring 29 goals, 42 assists, and 71 points. In the 2010-11 season, playing in 79 games, scoring 27 goals and 46 assists for 73 points. Those 73 points would actually be a career high for Loui Eriksson. And in the 2011-2012 season, where he played in 82 games, scoring 26 goals, 45 assists for 71 points. So 4 consecutive 63-plus point seasons, as well as a career high of 36 goals in the 08-09 season and 73 points in the 2010-2011 season. Then on July 4th, 2013, he was traded to Boston, and his best couple of years in Boston were the 14-15 and the 15-16 seasons. In the 14-15 season, Loui Eriksson played in 81 games, scoring 22 goals, 25 assists, and 47 points, and in 15-16 playing in all 82, scoring 30 goals, 33 assists, and 63 points. His best seasons were definitely in Boston and Dallas. Dallas. Throughout his time in Boston and Dallas, Loui Eriksson had 5 20-plus goal seasons, 2 30-plus goal seasons, including that career-high 36 goals, and 5 seasons in which he recorded 63 or more points. When Loui was in his prime, he was a consistently good player. He could probably even be considered borderline elite for a decent portion of that. Then on July 1st, 2016, he would sign a 6-year contract with the Vancouver Canucks, and in those 5 seasons, Loui Eriksson would play in 252 games, scoring 38 goals and 52 assists for 91 points, that giving Eriksson only 7.6 goals per season. Obviously, there was some time he ended up getting sent down to the minors because any Vancouver fan will tell you, including Shannon, it just didn't work out between Loui Eriksson and the Vancouver Canucks. Then on July 23rd, 2021, Loui Eriksson alongside Anton Roussel and Jay Beagle would be traded to the Arizona Coyotes in exchange for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, Connor Garland, and a 2021 first-round pick that turned into Dylan Guenther, who's looking like a stud, will probably be one of the next Kachinas I buy. Then skip ahead to December 28th, 2021, after 11 days off due to the NHL taking a break because of COVID, and Loui Eriksson on a secondary assist on the power play to end the second period would record his 600th career NHL point, giving a secondary assist to Janis Moser's second goal of the night. Not only had Moser already scored his first goal of his career that game, but now recorded his first multi-point game, so a lot of cool things there. But because I am the AZ sports guy, I decided to go ahead and log every single game Loui Eriksson played against the Coyotes, as well as his totals. Let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun for a minute. So throughout Loui Eriksson's career, just against the Coyotes, he's played in 55 games, scoring 17 goals and 20 assists for 37 points. That stat line alone, just in games against the Coyotes, would still be a pretty good middle six forward on most teams. But because I wanted some numbers that looked just a little bit closer to his numbers this season, I decided to take all the games he played in Glendale wearing other teams' uniforms, and this is how that broke down. In Glendale, as a member of a different team, Loui Eriksson would play in 26 games, recording 7 goals and 8 assists for 15 points. Oddly enough, that number right there is really comparable to his numbers this season just with Arizona so far throughout the 2021-22 NHL season. Loui Eriksson has played in 28 games, scoring 1 goal and 5 assists for 6 points. Not gonna lie, literally the primary reason I did all of that because I just wanted to see numbers like that. But I'm not quite done. So just against the Phoenix Coyotes, before the 2014-15 name change to the Arizona Coyotes, just against the Phoenix Coyotes, Loui Eriksson played in 40 games, scoring 15 goals and 16 assists for 31 points. Obviously, he was playing for Dallas and Boston in the prime of his career, so obviously his numbers are going to be better. Now, just against the Arizona Coyotes, played in 15 games, recording 2 goals and 4 assists for 6 points, 1 more goal than his tenure so far as an Arizona Coyote, but the same amount of points. But we are not yet done. He has had 9 multi-point games against the Coyotes, 3 multi-goal games. I want to say all those were just 2 goals and never scored a hat trick against them. He has scored a goal against the Coyotes in 14 different games. He's recorded a point against the Coyotes in 25 games, putting the amount of games that Loui Eriksson has recorded a point against his current team to about 45% of the total games against he was on the scoreboard. Am I trying to prove some sort of point with all those numbers? No, I just thought it'd be pretty fun. I know I mentioned it in that games report, but just so I don't forget, I want to throw it in the 600th career point video as well. Loui Eriksson on December 6th, 2021 at the Dallas Stars, the team that drafted him, played in his 1000th career NHL game. We can go ahead and add Eriksson to the list of guys like Steve Sullivan that played their 1000th game as a Coyote that almost no one's going to remember was a Coyote after they retired. So King Loui, congratulations on your 600th career NHL point. I appreciate the memes, and honestly, I wouldn't mind you coming back next year. We always have room in the bottom 6 for Loui Eriksson in Arizona. You know what? At least that was a pretty solid game. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup. The Coyotes' first game in like a week and a half. I'm excited to talk about it. Let's talk about some hockey. So, matchup on January 4th, 2022 at home against the Winnipeg Jets. On one side, you have Connor Hellebuyck's been playing pretty well this year. 12-9-4, 274 goals against, 917 save percentage. On the other side, Karel Vejmelka got his first career shutout against these same Winnipeg Jets. His record 2-11-1, 3-2 .28 goals against, .902 save percentage, a solid save percentage for being on a team that usually plays pretty bad in front of it. We'll go ahead and start off in the first period. Roughly 3 minutes and 30 seconds in, Phil Kessel gets a breakaway. Nothing doing on that. It's kind of rolling on his stick, and Hellebuck just says no. Roughly 6 minutes and 10 seconds in, one stat that kind of stood out to me. Face-offs at that point were 7-1 Winnipeg, and on that face-off win by Winnipeg, they actually had about a 30 or 40 second period where the Coyotes could not touch the puck, and as soon as they did, they had to go for a line change. They were actually mentioning it on the broadcast. You can't have that. It's not a recipe for success. A lot of back and forth, then at 17:34, Evgeny Svechnikov, first off, happy to see him getting some consistent NHL time. Seems to be a pretty decent fit overall in Winnipeg. His third of the season. That one coming from Morrissey and Vasilinen. That was a snipe. Give him full credit on that one. He beat Vejmelka. About 30 seconds later at 18:04, Winnipeg's Dylan takes an interference penalty. That ends up getting killed off. Going into that power play, the Coyotes, I think it's somewhere around 17%, are the 29th ranked power play in the NHL. Only like 3 teams are worse than them this year so far. Anyway, that's killed off. 1-0 Winnipeg after 1. Shots are only 9-7 for Winnipeg, so Arizona's at least keeping it relatively close. Winnipeg had not started to widen that gap yet because, oh boy, Winnipeg would take over the shots. 48 seconds into the second, Johan Larsson takes a slashing penalty. That's killed off. Winnipeg and Arizona at that point are both 0-for-1 in the power play. I can think of better ways to start a period, but I'll take a successful penalty kill. About 3 minutes, 50 seconds in, Travis Boyd in front gets a shot towards the net, goes wide. And I think right now is the best time to mention the Arizona Coyotes right now are dead last in the NHL in terms of quality chances, quality scoring chances. And right there's multiple times throughout this game where they had chances right in front of the net and found a way to go wide. Then at 7 minutes, 32 seconds in, Lawson Crouse just dekes and dangles. This is the confidence of someone coming off of like a 4-point game in the last game. Dekes and dangles, goes towards the net, gets the shot on, ends up getting taken down. Coyotes go on the power play because he draws a penalty. Well, 2 mediocre shots later, that penalty is killed off. Arizona goes 0-for-2 on their power plays to that point. Then at 12 minutes, 40 seconds, Lyubushkin takes an interference penalty. Winnipeg goes to the power play. That is also killed off. But only technically, I'll get to that in a second. 13 minutes and 5 seconds, Clayton Keller gets a partial breakaway, turns it around, puts the puck towards the net. Nothing doing there. It was a really good breakout pass. I want to say that was Yanis Moser, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, at 14:46, Dubois, his 15th from Scheifele and Connor. Remember when I said they only technically killed off that power play? Well, when the goal went in, there was about 2 seconds left in the power play. However, they ruled that it was not a power play goal, so Winnipeg goes 0-for-2 on the power play, but they take a 2-0 lead. I'm pretty sure they're going to accept that trade every time it's offered. Then with about 30 seconds left to go in the second period, Gostisbehere takes a penalty. It does get killed off. Winnipeg 0-for-3 at that point. The Coyotes were kind of taking some dumb penalties. 2-0 Winnipeg after 2 shots. 28-17. Not gonna lie, I was kind of rooting for Winnipeg to get that extra shot so they can have 20 shots in that period, because that second period was all Winnipeg and it was ridiculous. Skip ahead to the third, roughly 3 minutes and 50 seconds in, the Coyotes actually had about a minute-long offensive pressure, generated a couple of shots, nothing really doing there, but kind of trending in the right direction. A little late, but you know what? I'll take it. Then 4 minutes and 54 seconds in, Healers has a complete breakaway in Keller with the speed, with the back check. Have I mentioned Clayton Keller has turned into a phenomenal two-way player? Anyway, he speeds up, interrupts the play, breaks it up, and Clayton Keller a phenomenal effort on the back check. It's entirely possible he saved a goal there. Then 6 minutes and 41 seconds in, Gostisbehere, he grabs the puck, and with authority, he just kind of does a little move, puts it right in the net, his 6th. Remember, we got him for nothing. Probably one of the better things the Coyotes did this offseason. You know, other than guarantee they're going to win a cup in the next 5 years. I just kind of wrote down ghost mode, because he's really showing, hey, I can get some value for you. Deal me at the deadline. Then at 8 minutes, 49 seconds, Phil Kessel takes a slashing penalty. That's killed off. Winnipeg 0-for-4 at that point. The power play for Winnipeg didn't end up doing all that much. Vejmelka had to stand on his head in that last power play, at least in my opinion, but nothing ended up doing, so I'll take it. I just have here Vejmelka robbery. He robs Scheifele and then just Vejmelka robbery. 10 minutes, 48 seconds, Lyubushkin and Dubois have a little bit of a scrum. They both get roughing penalties. The referee is very upset when he's calling these penalties. Look, I'm never gonna not find it funny when the referee shows up, he looks dead at the camera, and he's like, Arizona number 46 roughing, Winnipeg number 80 roughing. It's good stuff. It's funny. It's fun. 11 minutes, 55 seconds. Vejmelka robs Andrew Kopp. Andrew Kopp was kind of all over the net towards the end of that third period, at least second half of the third. Vejmelka just, he wouldn't stop robbing him. I'm pretty sure he's no longer allowed in Winnipeg because he will be arrested on sight. 13 minutes, 35 seconds. Janis Moser, I found out he could dance. He was dancing into the zone. Janis Moser is so much better offensively than I was given any fair notice for. You obviously like him for his defense, but he can dance, he can deke, he can dangle a little bit. Phil Kessel can't finish. He gets it over to Kessel, and Kessel's just kind of tied up on that play. 16 minutes, 17 seconds. Gosselspierre gets a shot with Hayton in front, and Barrett Hayton kind of finally, throughout this game at least, showing, oh yeah, I'm involved here. But all that was for naught, because at 19-16 on the empty net, Ehlers buries one pretty much full ice, and your final is 3-1. However, Karel Vejmelka really is the star here, because so far in his career against Winnipeg, he has stopped 91 out of 93 shots. He has only played them twice. I actually do have a couple of miscellaneous notes here. So, Kyle Capobianco, especially towards the end of that pressure when they had a 6-on-5, flat out, he's just too weak on the stick. He really has to work on that. I don't care how good he was at the AHL level. You're an NHLer now. You got to work on that because his stick gets lifted way too easily. He actually ended up losing his stick, not because it broke, because it got knocked out of his hand. And then Barrett Hayton, little more effort throughout the rest of the game. That's all I got. Karel Vejmelka, 46 saves, 2 goals against, .958 save percentage. He has the exact same amount of saves as he had last time against Winnipeg. Just gave up 2 more goals this time and lost. I don't blame this one on Vejmelka. He played phenomenal. The Coyotes just didn't back him up offensively. They're outshot 49-27. They do win 46% of the faceoffs. The Coyotes go 0-2 on the power play. Winnipeg 0-4. So at least it was mostly even throughout, but the Coyotes do take this loss. They've lost the last couple. They've lost both since that initial pause around the holiday season. And they fall to 6-21-3. I would have liked an overtime loss, but beggars can't be choosers. Got some minor news to talk about today. So the Arizona Coyotes, active on the waiver wire, they've officially claimed forward Riley Nash from the Tampa Bay Lightning. Go ahead and talk about it. So Nash, actually younger than I thought he was. He's only 32. I always got him confused in the video games growing up with Rick Nash, also a former Columbus Blue Jacket. But he was drafted in 2007 by Edmonton, so the Mandela effect of me thinking I saw him in NHL 06 is hitting me hard right now. Anyway, so Nash, over the last couple of years, has actually played for several teams. The Bruins, the Blue Jackets, the Maple Leafs, the Lightning, and now the Coyotes. Yeah, no, he's going full Mike Sillinger right now. On July 31st, 2021, he agreed to a 1-year, $750,000 contract with the Winnipeg Jets. 15 games and 0 points later, on December 7th, 2021, just about a month ago, he was waived by the Jets, picked up by the Tampa Bay Lightning, played 10 games there, still no points, was waived once more, and then today was claimed by Arizona. In terms of what Riley Nash is going to add to the Coyotes, just some straight up center depth, especially at the fourth line center spot. I know Beagle's out long term, so obviously you're going to want to have a veteran there. From what I can tell in the limited experience I have watching him, but also looking at his numbers, he's defensively responsible. He's pretty good at the two-way game. He's not going to get you very many points. His highest scoring season was 15 goals and 41 points with the Boston Bruins back in 2017-2018. Obviously, he's not going to be a big scorer, but I can imagine him coming in and generating a few goals, maybe 5 or so, maybe 10 points throughout the rest of the season, adding some stability, a little bit more depth, allowing Tucson to keep an extra player down there so they're not completely destroyed by the taxi squad. So yeah, I think it's a really smart pickup. Worst case scenario, he doesn't end up working out, Beagle comes back from IR, you throw him right back on waivers. With that news out of the way, I just want to take a quick minute to thank a subscriber. His name is George, really nice guy from what I can tell so far. He actually offered me his tickets to go to the game on Saturday that's against the Nashville Predators, so I'm going to be mentioning that in the Saturday video as well, but I just wanted to take a minute right now and say, George, thank you. Seriously, I am excited to go to the game. The seats are really nice. They're really good seats, and I'm genuinely just grateful you even considered, offering the tickets to me. With that being said, I'm the AZ Sports Guy, the now officially famous AZ Sports. I'm done. I'm sorry. Have a good one. Thanks again, George. Welcome to the team, Riley Nash. He will, of course, not be eligible to play tonight. I don't think I need to say that, but just in case I needed to be reiterated, there you go. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that matchup last night between the Chicago Blackhawks and the Arizona Coyotes on January 6th, 2022. That was a good game until it wasn't. Then it was again. Let me explain. But first, go ahead and get the goaltending matchup out of the way. So for the Blackhawks, you had Marc-Andre Fleury, the reigning Vezina winner, with a 9-10-2 record, a 2.91 goals against, and a .911 save percentage. He's been turning his season around. Not as good as he'd like it to be, not as good as he was last year, but he's been turning it around. And on the other side, Karel Vejmelka. Remember that name. It's gonna come up later. Anyway, 2-12-2 record, 319 goals against, and a .908 save percentage. The fact that he's keeping that save percentage above 900, that's an accomplishment in and of itself on this team right now. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into the game. The Coyotes actually started off well. They're generating some chances, and then 3 minutes and 16 seconds in, Dyson Mayo, his second from Shane Gostisbehere, and Alex Galchenyuk. Good to see Gally getting on the board. This one was just kind of a snipe, so Dyson Mayo is off in the corner. He's bringing it to the corner of the ice, just shoots it over, just completely beats Marc-Andre Fleury. There was traffic in front, so maybe if he saw it a little better, it wouldn't have gone in. We're not going to talk about that because we're up 1-0. Then about 3 minutes later, Anton Roussel gets a breakaway. Well, it's a partial breakaway. Gets the backhander on net. Marc-Andre Fleury makes the save. But the Coyotes showing that they're hungry and showing that they actually might end up winning this one. Then at 8:18, Clayton Keller takes a delay of game penalty. Chicago goes to the power play. Arizona took too many penalties. Then at 8:53, so a little over 30 seconds later, Karel Vejmelka stops an absolute blast by Seth Jones. Karel Vejmelka, he looked really good, especially in that first period. At 9:32, a defensive turnover led to a Patrick Kane shot, completely non-contested. Vejmelka still stood up and made the save. Then at 12:32, Phil Kessel had a 2-on-2 break, and instead of passing the puck away, he just took the shot himself. Fleury made the save, but I like seeing the shoot first mentality. That was kind of the theme tonight, last night. 4 minutes later, Ladd takes a hooking penalty. That's also killed off. Chicago was 0-for-2 on their power plays at that point. But about 30 seconds into the power play, Karel Vejmelka with one of the best glove saves I've seen in a while, absolutely saying, "Remember my name." Then we skip ahead to the last minute. There's about 57 seconds remaining, and off of a shot from the point by Janus Moser, Johan Larsson gets his first goal of the season. The assist going to Moser and Gostisbehere. The Coyotes end the first period with a 2-0 lead, though they were trailing 13-8 in terms of shots. But the Coyotes being outshot is not a new thing. We start off the second period, and I'm going to say this right now, at least the first 5 minutes, borderline all Chicago. Chicago came out guns blazing. So a minute and 1 second in, Kirby Dach his sixth from Kurashev and Connor Murphy, former Coyote right there, and the Coyotes are now only up 2-1. Roughly 3 minutes in, Chicago had a nice long sustained pressure the Coyotes just could not stop. Even though Vejmelka and the defense overall stood up and prevented a goal from going in, too much momentum was going in the way of Chicago. Then just a couple of minutes later at 5:24, former Coyotes prospect Mackenzie Entwistle gets his fourth goal of the season. And just like that, the lead's gone, it's 2-2, and it kind of looks like Chicago's going to take over. Then about a minute later at 6:26, Chicago takes a penalty. That's killed off. And then at 9:47, so about 3 minutes later, Connor Murphy actually takes a cross-checking penalty. Coyotes go right back on the power play. However, about 9 seconds later at 9:56, Travis Boyd, his 8th of the season from Andrew Ladd and Phil Kessel. That power play, especially these last couple of power play opportunities throughout the game, that power play looked really good. They were moving the puck well. They scored 9 seconds in. Oh, and Travis Boyd, career high in goals for him. At least one person this year is having a phenomenal season. I kid. We have Shane Gostisbehere and Clayton Keller as well. Now at that point with that third goal, the Coyotes had 3 goals on 11 shots against the reigning Vezina winner. They're winning the cup this year, boys. At 12 minutes, 38 seconds, Kirby Dach takes a delay of game penalty. That's killed off, but like I said, these last couple of power plays, the Coyotes are moving the puck around really well. They generated a couple of chances. You're not going to score on all of them. Then at 14:11, admittedly, it was a bit of a weak call, but whatever, it's going to happen both ways. Lawson Crouse takes a holding the stick penalty. The Coyotes do kill that off. Chicago 0-for-3 at that point. Then at 16:52, Stillman takes a roughing penalty. The Coyotes go right back on the power play. That's killed off, but it almost wasn't. 17 minutes, 40 seconds, Phil Kessel right there on the doorstep. Wide open net, the puck's over by him. Fans on it, the puck ends up going wide. That would have been another power play goal for the Coyotes right there. Then about 20 seconds later, Clayton Keller with authority runs right into the zone, carrying that puck, generating a good shot. Nothing really doing on it, but I like seeing the assertiveness. I like seeing leading that rush. Clayton Keller really is turning into everything everyone thought he was 3 years ago. Anyway, the Coyotes take a 3-2 lead into the second intermission, and they even somewhat close the shooting gap, this time only being down 25-18 in terms of shots, so I'll take 10 shots in a period. Skip ahead to the third period, and about 3 minutes in, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to be exact, the Coyotes, they win a face-off, they maintain control of the puck, and Clayton Keller grabs it, takes it all the way from the face-off circle to the point and then just blasts one through traffic. Marc-Andre Fleury did not even know where the puck was. It ends up going in. Chicago challenges it. It's still good. Clayton Keller, his 11th of the season from Travis Boyd. Travis Boyd, one of the additions that I thought absolutely nothing of, has been probably the best offseason addition. Well, him and Karel Vejmelka probably. But anyway, because Chicago challenged and they ended up failing, they take a penalty, and the Coyotes about a minute later at 4 minutes and 1 second, Johan Larsson is second of the night from Boyd and Kessel on the power play, and now Phil Kessel recorded his 200th career power play assist. That's a really weird statistic. It also basically says he's mostly a power play specialist, but you know what? We're here. So the Coyotes at that point, they're up 5-2. That is their first 3-goal lead of the entire season. Blackhawks weren't going down like that, however, because a couple minutes later at 6:29, Taves gets his 5th from McCabe and Stillman. That's Jonathan Taves' 350th career NHL goal. I'm kind of getting tired of this season seeing other players have some sort of milestone. I was at the game where Connor McDavid, I think, got his 200th or 250th. Doesn't really matter. Moving on. A few minutes later at 10:49, Johan Larsson takes a tripping minor. Chicago back on the power play. That's killed off. But then shorthanded off of a line change. So it was a missed high sticking call. Clayton Keller got high sticked, goes over to the bench, and Lawson Crouse jumps off of it as the puck's being cleared, absolutely rushes towards it, gets a chance on net, and the puck is just kind of trickling around Marc-Andre Fleury, and Anton Roussel just couldn't put it home. That's 2 goals right there. The Kessel fanning on the open net and Anton Roussel right there. This game could have been more ridiculous in the favor of the Coyotes. Then about 10 seconds later on the other side of the ice, Patrick Kane hits both posts and goes away. The fact that it was almost a goal on one side and then immediately almost a goal on the other, it was making the heart go a little faster. Then at 12:54, Strawman takes a penalty as a delay of game. Chicago does score on that. DeBrincat is 21st from Strome and Kane, another former Coyote. And just like that, the Coyotes' lead is now down to 5-4. And then I tweeted this out, the final score will not be 5-4, and I was right. Even though I assumed the Coyotes score on the empty net, and then Chicago immediately scores, and it was going to be like 6-5. But that didn't happen, and I get to look like a genius. Anyway, at 9:31, with about 29 seconds remaining, Clayton Keller gives it to Lawson Crouse, who gives it to Johan Larsson, who backhands it into the empty net. The Coyotes' first empty net goal of the season. Oh, that also hurts to say. But Johan Larsson's not only his 3rd goal of the year, but his first career hat trick. Actually, I have a list of things. Let's go ahead and talk about just all the different little things that the Coyotes accomplished today. So, Travis Boyd, career high in goals. Johan Larsson, first career hat trick. The first empty net goal of the 2021-22 season, and they did not get a single one in the year 2021. Karel Vejmelka, his 3rd win of the season. Also his first career win at home. And then Phil Kessel, his 200th power play assist. Oh yeah, also the first 3-goal lead. Don't want to forget that. Now, looking at the former Coyotes that scored today, Dylan Strome had an assist, Entwistle had a goal, and Connor Murphy had an assist. Why do I care about that? I don't know. I still kind of like Dylan Strome, and Kenzie Entwistle doesn't seem that bad. Maybe we should have kept him, but whatever. The 3 stars, Goss Bears, the 3rd star with 2 assists. Travis Boyd, 2nd star with a goal and 2 assists. Johan Larsson, the 1st star with that hat trick. Karel Vejmelka, the defense started to let him down, but he still had a solid 32 saves. Of course, the 4 goals against, .889 save percentage. Like, half of those goals were second chance goals that were more so on the defense than the goaltender, so I'm not going to blame him for that. I am glad he gets the win. Coyotes are outshot by 10, however, 36-26. They win 50% of the faceoffs. They go 2 for 5 on their power play. Chicago goes 1 for 5. None of that matters. The Coyotes get their 7th win of the season, and now the Coyotes currently in the year 2022 are perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Alright, so we're gonna wear the Nashville hat today, not because I'm a fan of theirs, but I figure Riley would like it, so there you go. Show a little bit of love for him in the comments. Anyway, last night I got hit by COVID pretty hard, so let's just say I wasn't exactly all there. I didn't start watching the game until 54 seconds remaining in the first when the Coyotes took a penalty. Nashville took a penalty like 10 seconds later. It was 4-on-4 for the rest of the period. I was 5 minutes late to the second, fell asleep somewhere in there, and didn't wake up until after the game was over. So there's my disclosure. I'm just going to give you the goals and a little bit of numbers, and there you go. So, future Coyotes legend Riley Nash makes his Coyotes debut last night against the Predators, and it was all Nashville in the first. Matthias Ekholm is second, 56 seconds in. Trennan is 9th at 17:20, and Janot, hopefully that's his name, 11th at 18:56. 3-0 Nashville. Let's just put it this way, Nashville's a much better hockey team than the Arizona Coyotes. Talk a little bit about that second period. So, the Nashville Predators, and it was mentioned by, I think it was Matt but Tyson might have also mentioned it, so there's the credit there. They're mentioning how pretty much Nashville just kind of sat back on the lead. They weren't really taking any chances. They were just trying to get out of there. They were already up 3-0, and the Coyotes, they couldn't sustain any pressure. They were keeping the shots close enough for the most part when I was watching it. The shots were close, and I don't think the Coyotes had taken over in shots yet when I was watching, and Nashville just kind of, like I said, wasn't taking chances, but the Coyotes couldn't sustain anything. There was a lot of, they bring it into the zone, Nashville turns it around and throws it out, because why do they need to risk anything? If they ice it, they can just win the faceoffs anyway, because the Coyotes typically aren't that good on the faceoffs. So I'll argue it's a lot more 50-50 in the second. The Coyotes just couldn't get much momentum, but Nashville really wasn't trying to get momentum themselves either. They were just trying to hold on to the lead. Moving on to the third period, Clayton Keller, his 12th at 2:19. Clayton Keller continues his hot streak, absolutely playing phenomenal lately, and we can use more of those. Anyway, Roman Josi on the power play at 7:25. It's 4-1, but the Coyotes weren't done. Lawson Crouse, the sheriff himself, his 9th of the season at 10:48 from Riley Nash and Cam Dineen. Riley Nash, after playing 20-plus games this year with 2 other teams, gets his first point of the year. The Coyotes really buying low on their stocks, eh? Unfortunately, that's your final 4-2. The Nashville Predators win. The Arizona Coyotes, they don't get to stay undefeated for very long ever since I took that ugly picture of my dog. Coyotes do outshoot Nashville 40-29. They win 51% of their faceoffs. They go 0-for-6 in their power plays. Nashville only goes 1-for-6. Karel Vejmelka, 25 saves, 4 goals against, 8.62 save percentage. I'm not going to blame that one on him. However, the numbers at home continue to be disappointing for Vejmelka. That's all I got. Maybe I'll see y'all tonight for the Tucson game. Breaking news! The Arizona Coyotes are finally officially relocating, and hockey will either be returning to the glorious Quebec City or finally showing up in Houston. That is, if you can only read headlines and choose to only read what you want out of said headlines. What's up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, only down 1 day from COVID, so take that, you bitch. All jokes aside, let's go ahead and talk about this article that Craig Morgan released earlier today called Coyotes Tempe Arena Proposal on Thin Ice. Side note, that's a really good headline. I might steal that for the video title. Come on. So anyway, in this article, it's about a 4-minute read. It's actually not behind a paywall for once, so I'll go ahead and link that one below. TLDR for the article is the Coyotes do not currently have the political capital to pass this arena proposal. But it's by no means dead in the water. However, the situation they're currently in is entirely their own doing. And I said this back when I covered the Coyotes failing to pay their taxes. It was never going to be about making the city of Glendale happy. It was always, and always should have been, about showing the city of Tempe we are a good, quality, reliable business partner. So of course that was going to shoot them in the foot. Anyway, go ahead and talk about it. I wrote down some of the major points of the article, but like I said, I'll still have it linked below. It's about a 4-minute read. Let's go ahead and jump into it. And I quote, 2 sources with knowledge of the situation said that the Coyotes do not currently have the votes in the Tempe City Council to approve the project. One of those sources would elaborate. 3 yes, 2 no, 2 undecided, quote, but leaning no after the Coyotes' recent failure to pay taxes and bills came to light. Like I said then, and like I just said to set this up, the Coyotes should have always been looking ahead towards their relationship with the city of Tempe and not been preoccupied with whatever measuring contest was going on with the city of Glendale. Also note, nowhere in the article do they say the Coyotes don't have the money to fund this. Like I also said then, it was never about the Coyotes not having the money. It was never about Marullo not having the money. It was always about Marullo just refusing to pay the city of Glendale, and then whoever else he just randomly decided not to pay, which is a really bad look once again when you're trying to go into business with someone. Even if you don't want to pay something, just as a political move, just pay your bills, pay whoever, and move on with your day, because it will always come back to haunt you. I also wanted to put this little note in here. So when the city of Tempe, back on September 2nd, requested proposals for a project on the land that's over there by the Rio Salado Highway, the Arizona Coyotes were the only group that proposed anything. This arena is the only thing that might get built there, so it isn't any rivals, it isn't someone else that wants to take the land. It is exclusively the Coyotes choosing to not pay their bills, making them look like unreliable business partners, that is making the city of Tempe kind of uneasy, let's just say. Listen, I know I've never paid any of our friends back the money they've loaned me, but if you loan me money, I definitely will pay you back. You get what I'm saying? And just to hammer that point home one last time, and I quote, the Coyotes certainly aren't doing themselves any favors with the negative news stories. I would imagine if another negative story comes up on owner Alex Marullo or the organization or their business practices, it will probably die. Those stories hurt tremendously. Whenever anyone tries to say that Coyotes Coyotes fans are conspiracy theorists or whatever whenever we say certain reporters definitely have something to gain. Right there. It's all politics. It's all it's ever been. It's all it ever will be. So if you have enough negative news stories, even if there is no truth to it, once again, in that original news article about how the Coyotes have a toxic work environment, they provided no actual evidence and I think only 2 unnamed sources. But because it got published, because it got reported on, that was enough to add to the pile of negative stories. However, despite all of that, despite the fact that the Coyotes have put themselves in a really bad situation with this Tempe Arena proposal, it still isn't done. And according to one of those sources, there's one thing the Coyotes could do that would probably sway those 2 undecided voters and allow the project to move forward. So that plot of land the Coyotes want to build on isn't technically usable right now. It would require an estimated $70 million in remediation, to which the Coyotes have offered to pay $40 million. One of those sources said, and I quote, "The willingness to pay their entire cost might be enough to sway the council." I'm trying to think of a good analogy right now. Imagine committing like 27 petty crimes and all you had to do to make up for it was pay a $30 fine. Despite the fact it's only a 4-minute read, all the answers are right there, and the article even plainly states all the Coyotes likely have to do is agree to pay an additional $30 million, and all of this will be forgotten essentially, or at the very least able to be overlooked. You still had hundreds of people saying just move the team, constant embarrassment, whatever. Even though I don't know what a bigger embarrassment is than constantly quote tweeting articles that you haven't read and acting like they're a win when if you actually read them they aren't. Yo, so does that mean the Yotes are the new team to beat right now? Or should I say the Arizona Vamelkas, because, well, Carol Vamelka got this game. Over the last couple of years, Darcy Kemper, Aiden Hill, now Carol Vamelka, Scott Wedgwood, of course, the Arizona Coyotes get these big wins, these victories out of nowhere seemingly, off of the back of a phenomenal goaltender, or a goaltender playing above their head, however you want to interpret this, but I think Carol Vamelka is elite. I said it months ago. We're gonna forget the bad games. This is a good one. So, going into this game, it's funny, a coworker of mine's like, hey, who are the Coyotes playing tonight? He didn't know anything about the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm like, well, the Maple Leafs are a good team, Yotes are gonna lose, go get drunk, have fun. Could you blame me? Could you blame me? The Maple Leafs went into this game with the same amount of wins as the Coyotes have losses, 23, and the Coyotes, up until this win right now, up until about like 20 minutes ago, if that, were the worst team in the NHL. They sure didn't play like that. So, goaltending matchup, Peter Mrazek, liked him in Carolina, don't care for him in Toronto, and Carol Vamelka, King Veggie. Okay, I'm done. I'm not done, but I'm done. So about 7 minutes in, Austin Matthews, who is the only thing anyone on the broadcast could talk about other than Paul Bissonnette and whatever this is. He gets a shot, Vamelka save, moving on. About a minute and 20 seconds later, Lawson Crouse high-sticking penalty. That's killed off. Toronto generated a few shots on that. They looked pretty good. It was kind of standard. And for context, the Coyotes defensively were without Chychrun still injured. You have Strawman who's out, Kepabianco and Ken Dineen. Those last 3 guys are all on COVID protocol. Kolya Chonuk made his NHL debut tonight. Didn't look bad. Victor Soderstrom, who's been playing better in Tucson his last few games, looked okay. That's about all I can say on him for right now. Anyway, throughout that power play, 10:05, Nylander a shot, Vamelka a save, and then a little bit later at 10:19, Michael Bunting, former Coyote legend, Michael Bunting, that one magical year. Even then, it was like 20 games. Why didn't you bring him back? Anyway, so Ritchie shoots the puck, gets his own rebound, and then Bunting actually smashes his stick, breaks it in half, trying to poke it home. Nothing doing. King Carol was not to be defeated. 11:48, Ghost takes a high sticking penalty. It's back-to-back high sticking penalties. Then a little bit later at 14:53, Ryan Dzingel is second. It actually started off behind the play. He forced a turnover, puts it home, and of course that would be how the Coyotes scored, despite the fact up to that point not only was Toronto leading in shots, quality opportunities, yada yada, they were controlling overall pace of play, possession, time on attack. There was almost nothing they weren't controlling, and the Coyotes still found a way to score first. At 17:28, you had Anton Roussel tell Michael Bunting he's not that guy. They exchanged some words. Roussel threw his gloves on the ice pretty quickly. They both get coincidental minors. 4-on-4 hockey, which, by the way, I missed that. I want that back in overtime. Then at roughly 19 minutes, so about a minute left, Phil Kessel out of nowhere on the top side of the ice, from obviously where the camera angles out, up where the benches are, and this ends up speeding past the defender. The defender does have a hand on him throughout, but he gets in front of him, gets a pretty decent little shot off, nothing doing there, but I didn't think Kessel could still skate. Maybe the trade's just around the corner. Kessel's looking like a spring chicken. 1-0 Arizona after 1 shots, 21-6 Toronto. Any conventional knowledge, Toronto's winning this hockey game. Arizona's playing above their head right now, or in reality, more accurately, Karel Vejmelka's playing above his head right now. Not the case yet. Second period overall was really dull. Only have a couple of notes here. So 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Toronto takes a penalty. It's Austin Matthews. That's killed off. Coyotes generate 0 shots on that. Then at 15:05, Michael Bunting over by the face-off circle grabs that puck and just shoots it. Vejmelka save. He couldn't believe it. He's looking at the stars. It was a lot of back and forth. I think the Coyotes, they generated a few more shots in that period, but it was still a lot of Toronto takes it into the zone, generates a shot or two. The Coyotes defense at that point in the second period were finally starting to kick Toronto outward a little bit, so they weren't getting as high quality chances, but they were still leading the shots. At that point, 34-12, just shy of triple the amount of shots. National TV, it's kind of mean. Anyway, going into the third period, 14 seconds in, Austin Matthews grabs that puck, said, no, I'm scoring right now from Bunting and Muzzin. That's his 24th of the season. Good shot. I'll give him that. It's because of that shot I don't have to buy a Karel Vejmelka jersey right now, so for the first time, I've lost a jersey bet. 2:45, Ritchie tips it. Vejmelka makes a save. Yanis Moser steps up, kind of gets Ritchie out of there. It's a nice little exchange. I just kind of wanted to write it down because not only did Vejmelka make a pretty good save on a nice tip by Ritchie, but it's good to see the kid Yanis Moser stepping up and being a little physical after the whistle. You don't need much. At 3:50, Johan Larsson and Phil Kessel get a 2-on-1. Larsson holds on to it too long. Toronto's defender kind of just jumps on him. That way he has to force the puck too close to the goaltender, nothing doing, but they had some life. The Coyotes, they didn't just say, oh, well, Toronto's gonna win. They just kept playing. They kept playing. I don't know how else to describe it. It wasn't like there was desperation. It wasn't like, oh, they're determined to win this. They just kept playing as if nothing happened. Which, when I think about it, it's kind of a Chad move. Anyway, 14:45, Nylander breakaway. Nothing doing on that. Actually gets knocked off his stick. Looks like he mishandled it, but Victor Soderstrom did do a good job of applying a little bit of back pressure, so maybe it spooked him. And as a result, he actually high sticks Soderstrom 3 seconds later, so 4:48, he goes to the box. That's killed off, so both Arizona and Toronto 0 for 2 on the power play. Then at 12:42, Galchenyuk passes it over for Ryan Dzingel, who finds Nick Schmaltz, enters the zone, and just lasers it onto the stick of Ryan Dzingel, tips it in. Second goal of the night, 4th of the season from Schmaltz and Galley, and that's your final. Toronto had a couple of pushes late. Vejmelka made some big saves. You had the meme, hopefully they'll post a screenshot so I can post it here, where Vejmelka jumps on top of the puck, he's laying on it, and then Ghost just kind of dies on him. Carroll gives him a little tap like, thanks, bud, but that's your final. Your final in this game is 2-1, and the Arizona Coyotes, they are now the 31st ranked team in the NHL. They are no longer the worst team. Montreal now has that, officially making that Christian Dvorak trade even dumber. Like I said, they should not have had that condition to it, because right now, the Coyotes could have phenomenal chances at the #1 overall pick, but they didn't do it that way. Anyway, that's besides the point. Karel Vejmelka won this game. The Coyotes played okay. They played well enough, all right. Toronto outplayed them in almost every aspect, but they just did not have Karel Vejmelka on the team. 45 saves, .978 save percentage, his 4th career win, 4-13-1. Let him sit for a week, because then the Coyotes defense is gonna fail him for the next 3. He's gonna give up four goals a game. So just let Prosy die, I guess. I don't know. No, but seriously, he played well. The defense did start to strengthen up, a lot more bending than breaking. They were again pushing Toronto outwards, so making those shots lower percentage overall, which that's a good thing. You want that. Generating a few chances of their own, generating more breaks actually than I really realized, but they were still outshot 46-18. They did win 51% of the faceoffs. Like I said, both teams over 2 on the power play. They out-hit Toronto 33-23. They got the win. An upset. Their 8th victory of the season. I don't know, man. I'm kind of just shocked that the Coyotes are one of the worst goal-scoring teams, and Austin Matthews didn't outscore them tonight. Ryan Dzingel scored twice the amount of goals as Austin Matthews. I'm being facetious. I'm just having a little bit of fun, but I was not expecting that to be as good of a game that the Coyotes played overall. Like I said, I'm not going to say great, but they played well overall. They played well enough, and Karel Vejmelka played phenomenal. That was the Arizona Vejmelkas, the Karel Coyotes, however you want to call it, King Karel, King Veggie. Don't care. That's the name. That's the name around town. Anyway, the Coyotes win. Alex Galchenyuk has 2 assists in his last 3 games. I forgot to throw that in somewhere. Good on you, Gally. Have a good one. The Cup favorites can't even beat the Saddle Woos in regulation. They couldn't even do it in overtime. Prosy had no idea what was going on in the shootout. He just threw his body around and prayed. The Avalanche didn't even wait until the second round of the playoffs to just whatever that was. It's okay, Colorado fans. Just take your free win against the Saddle Woos in the shootout. That totally wasn't just embarrassing. 3 unanswered goals against the second worst team in the league wasn't embarrassing. No, it's fine. That was great. That was a great performance. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I cheer for one of the worst teams in the league. I'm gonna have my fun, and my fun tonight was watching this game. Well, okay, I started off watching it. Colorado goes up 2-0. Spoiler alert, I start playing NHL 22. Then the Coyotes start getting themselves back in, so I start gradually getting closer and closer to watching the game. It's playing the entire time right here, but I'm going back and forth team, kind of watching it, listening to it, watching it, listening to it. Then by the time we hit the third period, it's just me like, all right, fine, let's watch this. Let's see if this can happen. It almost I can't. This is unrealistic. Colorado had 5 power plays and couldn't score. They outshot the Saddle Woos by 21. I don't take your franchise seriously. I don't care. Dislike the video. Talk about relocation. You got embarrassed. That is embarrassing. This is literally one of the worst goal-scoring teams. All right. Go ahead and actually talk about it a little bit. You know what? I'm putting the notes away. Who cares about the notes? Let's just have some fun with this. So, in the first period, the Coyotes, they came out there playing okay, all right? I'll give them a little bit of credit. But Colorado is just a much better team in literally every aspect. So this team is just so much faster as well. The Coyotes already aren't the fastest team. I've brought it up before, especially earlier on in that season. As more injuries have kind of hit the team, the younger guys are coming up and the team's getting a little bit faster. Funny how that works, I know. But this team just kind of looked ancient to start this game. Colorado took full advantage. Rottenen is 17th from Taves and Burakovsky at 4:36. Well-earned goal. Tyson Jost as well, about, 10 minutes later, or 8 minutes later, at 12:03, his 5th from McDermott. At that point, I'm like, yep, game's over. I can edit my rosters. I can make the Roadrunners better in NHL 22, but I'm here, so I'm at least going to listen to the rest of it. Coyotes took a couple of penalties, but on one of those penalty kills, Clayton Keller gets a breakaway, and this is just a really weird play. It just kind of ends up sailing into the goal. His 13th, unassisted, his 13th of the year at 17:31, shorthanded goal. Coyotes go into that intermission down only 2-1. In a game where, especially where Colorado was up 2-0, it looked like they were going to run away with it. I know it's frowned upon to be like, oh, the goals only went in for this, but unironically, the Coyotes were caught just kind of watching the play, not exactly being fully engaged, and those 2 goals were a good team recognizing the other team wasn't engaged and scoring them. Then the Coyotes started to wake up, and those goals weren't exactly coming to Colorado as easily anymore. Ivan Prosvetov did not look like he knew what he was doing throughout most of the game. I'm a big fan of Prosy. Prosy still walks out of this one with, 44 saves? That's a good game, but one of the plays, especially with Prosvetov, that really stuck out to me was in the first, 4 or 5 minutes, he made a couple back-to-back saves, looking like he had no idea what he was doing, and his stick was behind the net. He was praying. He was going full Marty Turco, and it was funny to watch. I felt so bad for him. He gave up 2 goals within the first, 8 shots or 9 shots, and I'm like, come on, man. Don't do Prosy like that. Come on. Side note, I think it was 11 shots. I think I thought he had 10 saves before he gave up the second goal, because I was looking at it like, oh, you can still save your save percentage. Nope, he wasn't saving the save percentage. Wait, no, he did. He did. What am I thinking? He had an additional 10 saves. His save percentage was phenomenal. I have no idea why I said that. I'm keeping that in. That's funny. But for the most part, he just kind of flung his body around it. He did start to settle in the second period. He looked a lot better the third period. He looked pretty decent. I don't want to say, he looked amazing. He gave up a goal 30 seconds after the Coyotes scored to open the third, and then just kind of looked like he was desperately trying to lunge at everything. And that point really came through in the shootout, but we're not there yet. Anyway, second period, one notable play, Johan Larsson is 4th from Ladd and Kessel at 6:12. We're tied going into the third. Coyotes, like I just alluded to, they started off hot. Third period, 39 seconds in, Gossesbear is 7th from Kessel and Crouse. Phil Kessel Cole wants out of Arizona so bad, he is piling up assists. He has 20. He almost has more assists than the Coyotes have losses. That's impressive. Then like 29 seconds later, Burakovsky is 14 from Taves and Makar. And from that point, the rest of the period, all Colorado. Shots, opportunities. They had a power play opportunity. The Coyotes do get a power play within the last 2 minutes. Nothing doing on that. Go into overtime. It was one of the most boring things I've ever seen. It's one of the main reasons why I hate 3-on-3 overtime. It is nothing but go back to your own zone, go for a rush. Oh, I don't have the rush I like. Let's go back anyway. I always talk about this. I hate that style of hockey. It's literally a mini game in EA NHL. That's not how a game should be finished off. We talk about how the shootout is the skills competition. How is 3-on-3 rushes not the exact same concept? We go to the shootout and I'm like, I'm just laughing. The exact same tirade I started the video with, that's exactly how I was doing the entire shootout. I'm like, the Coyotes have no chance. I've seen them in like 3 shootouts this year. They're not good in them. They have Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz when he feels like it. He's only kind of okay when he feels like it. Clayton Keller's pretty good, but none of these shots seem like they were trying. It's almost like this is one of the only times I'm ever going to say this. Felt like the Coyotes were in on the tank on this. It felt like it was just like, hey, let's take it to overtime to make it look a little better, but when you hit shootout, we don't even care anymore. You're not going to convince me otherwise. All 3 of those shots were terrible by Andrew Ladd, which first off, you know they're going for the tank if Andrew Ladd is starting off in your shootout. He's number 3 or 4 shooter, whatever, fine. He's your first shooter, you're not doing anything. Schmaltz, I don't know what he was doing on there, and then Keller, it was one of the laziest little like foot kick things. Oh, he's trying to make a move. No, he's just trying to make it look like he's trying something. I appreciate your commitment to the cause, but Colorado was so incompetent throughout those first 2 shots. Prosy did not know where that McKinnon shot was. It just happened to go off his pad and go away. And then what was it, Rottenen? It just went off his stick. He mishandled it. Nazem Kadri shows up as the 3rd shot and is like, okay, I know what I'm doing here. We're not gonna let this prolong anymore. He scored. Coyotes lose 4-3 in a shootout. Who cares? They were never winning this game. It's just entertaining. The fact it was as close as it was entertaining, and that's what I'm here for. Because this is the stuff memes are made of. The Sadawoos versus the Cup contenders, the Cup favorites for like 2.5 years. And it came down to only one person in the shootout actually doing what they needed to do. No one else. I'm entertained. I'm kind of impressed. Ivan Prosvetov, I think he finally had a performance that should show most people, minus, like I said, that shakiness in the shootout where you can just tell he had no idea what he was doing. He was just throwing his body wherever it needed to. And then in the first 5 or so minutes, you could tell he wasn't ready. You could tell his confidence was shot. He's had a couple of bad games with Tucson over the last stretch. But in this one, 44 saves. We're going to forget the 3 goals against, but when they showed his stats before the game, I was watching the Colorado feed until I switched it over. He had a 5 goals against average. Feels so bad for Prosy. Now it's a little better. Now it's what, 4 goals against average? God, but 936 save percentage. That's a good game. And I'm a lot more comfortable now being like, look, let's get Ivan some games this year. Let's you know what? He's already here. Stop throwing him against the Tampas and the Colorados and the teams that are going to light him up, but just give him a couple of games against, like, the Ducks. Wait, no, they're not bad this year. I guess Colorado again. No, I thought that was a good game. That's kind of the first game he's played at the NHL level where it's like, hey, this is what he can do. Let him settle in. I'd like to see him be part of the goalie tandem next season, so, hey, why not? This AHL season is such a chaotic whatever's going on here. Let's let Ivan get a few more games. So, good on you. I'm not blaming you. I'm not trying to trash on. Ivan is like my favorite goalie prospect right now. I can see him being the starter in a few years. Having him and Karel Vejmelka being your tandem moving forward, I don't think that's a bad idea whatsoever. Just calm down a little bit. Just a little bit. I get it. I understand. I would have been worse in this game. I would have stopped 3 shots in this game if I would have played. But just calm it down. You're fine. Anyway, the Sadawoos are now your new Cup favorite because they can at least contend with the Colorado Avalanche. I'm gonna go to bed. See y'all at the game tomorrow night. Hey y'all, depressed hockey fan here. I'm gonna try a new segment because I was at the game last night and I had literally nothing to say about it. So before we get started, let's get into this video's sponsor, Mason, I guess. Now that I've appeased my corporate overlord, it's time to give you some half-assed content, but I'm gonna pretend it's creative by 1 minute review. They sucked. Thanks for watching, guys. Yeah, that's about all you're going to get out of me, because last night I just kind of sat there watching it, bored out of my mind. We all know Colorado was a much better team. We all figured Colorado was going to absolutely destroy Arizona both of these games. I just was surprised that Arizona actually managed to do good in one of those. They peaked. They had nothing. There was nothing in the tank. The defense left Vejmelka out to dry all night. I don't blame Vejmelka for any of that. That was just a team that couldn't get anything going. The offense didn't even show up. They wasted every opportunity whenever they did have opportunities. And I'm going to fact check right now, but I don't even remember if they got 10 shots. Then again, I left at the end of the second period to go hang out and drink a shot of beer with my boys over at Top Golf, because I wasn't in a drinking mood, but they got a pitcher of whatever, so I had to at least drink a sip. Oh, they actually got 20 shots. I wouldn't have been able to tell. Anyway, first period, McKinnon is 7th from Rottenen and McCarr on the power play at 13-13. 3 unanswered goals, Rottenen, Kadri, and Rottenen once more. Rottenen and McKinnon each had 2 goals each. 4-0 at the end of 2. McKinnon in 8th with about 11 seconds left. Karel Vejmelka absolutely just hung out to dry. 27 saves, 4 goals against, 8.44 save percentage. They lose by a final score of 5-0. Wait, no, he gave up 5 goals. Never mind. I'm trying so quickly to not waste your guys' time that I can't read. Darcy Kuemper in his first game back in Arizona probably faced the least amount of shots he ever has in the city of Glendale. Only 20. Easiest shutout of his career. He played well enough. Give him his credit. Thanks for the cheap jersey. And that's all I got. I'm not going to be able to watch the game tomorrow, so I'm going to be at work while they're doing the matinee game, so my bosses are cool. I'll just listen to it then. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll make sure to drink another shot of beer for you guys. Y'all like the new mustache? What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about it. I got like 10 minutes before the Cardinals game starts. Talk about that Montreal Canadiens Arizona Coyotes game. Funny enough, I actually got invited to go to the game. I was gonna ask to take off work early. Couldn't find my boss, so I ended up saying, you know what? We just got a pallet in. I got some deliveries. I guess I'll just go back to work and forget it. Listened to the game as much as I could throughout the day, so I was 5 minutes late to starting the first, about another couple minutes late to getting back to the second. Missed a couple of minutes in the third when I was on deliveries and whatnot, but let's just say I missed somewhere around 7 minutes of the game. The rest of it, I was listening to it. Anyway, so we have a trash bowl. We had the battle of the worst teams in the NHL. On one side, the Montreal Canadiens with former Coyote Christian Dvorak, and the Arizona Coyotes, the Canadiens walking into this one 7-24-5. Coyotes 8-24-4, so very similar records, but yeah, the Coyotes very, very barely in front of them. So I just want to go ahead and say it right now. I was right. The Arizona Coyotes should not have put in that top 10 protection. They should have never agreed to that because, well, even though I did not assume Montreal was going to be bad this year, you don't take that risk. You're in a tank bowl with them now. You done messed up. Anyway, we start off 5 minutes, 19 seconds. Travis Boyd is 9th from Schmaltz and Keller. 1-0 Coyotes. Then, here's actually the moment I turned the game on. So, Phil Kessel had the puck over in the corner, passes it to Johan Larsson. Larson's 5th from Kessel and Mayo at 8:18, and now I start listening from that point on. Before the end of the first period, Rem Pitlick is 7th from Drouin at 15:11. 2-1 Arizona going into the second. 4 minutes, 27 seconds into the second period, Janis Moser, his 3rd goal of the season in just his 10th game. Kyle Kipabienko really does need to start improving on some of those things he needs to work on, because Janis Moser is not only, like Kyle Pereira said, the most NHL-ready prospect the Coyotes drafted this year, he might end up taking the spot because he's providing depth scoring. 3 goals in 10 games for a defender that's primarily known for being defensively responsible. That's not bad. Also, Larsson and Crouse had their assists on this goal stripped from them by the third period. Because it was deemed Moser shot the puck, Montreal tried to clear, he got the puck back and shot it in and scored, so no assist there. Anyway, on the power play at 11:13, Poling is 5th from Drouin and Petrie. At that point, it's 3-2. Montreal once again brings it within 1, but then Nick Schmaltz is 2nd from Roussel and Larsson at 18:02. 4-2 going into the third period. The Coyotes just once again getting a 2-goal lead. They maintain a 2-goal lead 3 separate times in this game. They found a way to score for once. Skip ahead to the third period. It's a lot of back and forth. Coyotes do get a power play, nothing really doing on it, but they just kind of wanted to kill time. And at 18:18, Clayton Keller is 14th from Schmaltz and Moser. That one's on the empty net, and the Arizona Coyotes win this one by a final score of 5-2. On one hand, I wouldn't mind having Shane Wright. On the other, it's always nice to actually win. I'll take a victory against Montreal. Karel Vejmelka finally gets some sort of scoring starting support with him. 24 saves, 2 goals against, 923 save percentage, 5-14-1 record. Take what you can get record-wise, I suppose. Coyotes are outshot 26-23. They take 51% of the faceoffs. They go 0 for 5 on their power plays. Montreal 1 for 3 hits. Montreal actually out-hit Arizona 36-31. Montreal blocked 3 more shots and gave the puck away 4 fewer times. I thought it was a pretty fun game to listen to. I think Arizona played well enough. Obviously, both these teams are, at least this season right now, tanking, but the Coyotes got there because they were trying to. Montreal got there because of a lot of unfortunate circumstances. Just so happened a trade between them might actually end up dictating who gets the first overall pick. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I'm gonna go watch the Cardinals lose. Obviously, I hope they don't lose, but I've been an Arizona sports fan for like 16 years. I don't get my hopes up anymore. At least I try not to anyways. The Arizona Coyotes are officially 1-0 under the reign of the mustache. I just decided I wanted to grow a mustache. Why not? Let's go ahead and talk about that game on the 19th in New Jersey between the Devils and the Coyotes, and I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect what happened. And I'm also not gonna lie, I took off work 10 minutes early just so I could listen to the game and try to watch more of it when I got home. Ended up watching the animated Injustice movie after the first period. I missed the entire good bit. So, the Arizona Coyotes in that first period, Valimaki gets a start, yeah, sure, whatever. You already know King Veggie's gonna do his thing. The Coyotes did not generate their first shot on goal until approximately 19 minutes into the first. There was a minute and 5 seconds remaining to get their first shot. The Devils are already up 1-0 at that point. Nico Hischier is 8th from Bratton Hughes in the power play at 6:09, and it kind of seemed like, you know what, the Coyotes probably aren't going to do much. New Jersey's going to end up taking this one, probably somewhere around 3-1, 4-2, whatever. That is not what happened. So I go to grab dinner. I'm watching Injustice on the way back home from dinner because I can watch it on my phone, and then I get 3 consecutive notifications. The Arizona Coyotes scored 3 consecutive goals. Not just 3 consecutive goals, because the third period they got an extra one. So Dyson Mayo is third from Loui Eriksson and Alex Galchenyuk first and foremost. Good to see Galley getting on the board. Good to see Loui back in the lineup for the first time in like 6 or so games where he was just a healthy scratch. At 6:50, then at 11:32, Lawson Crouse his 10th from Loui Eriksson and Anton Strawman. King Loui, as soon as he comes back in the lineup, 2 assists. Good on ya. Then at 14:13, Travis Boyd his 10th from Keller and Chychrun. So in Chychrun's first game back, he also gets an assist. That was originally Keller's goal. Boyd ends up tipping it in. Travis Boyd has been very good as an Arizona Coyote. He will likely be gone to the trade deadline. What is that, like a month and a half away? Then Johan Larsson is 6th from Crouse and Kessel at 8:27 in the third. And that's all, folks. The Arizona Coyotes, the Sadawoos, win this game by a final score of 4-1. And then they posted this meme. Also, shout out to the Devils fan that got so triggered by that joke. He was like, oh my god, I can't wait to see what non-Arizona arena you're going to play in next year. As if that means anything at this point. Look, you're not going to beat the Coyotes. The Coyotes can't even beat the Coyotes. They're going to find a way to still play in Arizona. They're probably going to end up playing in a ditch, but they'll still be here. Anyway, the Coyotes were outshot 36-17. I'm just going to leave that there. You guys are going to chew on that. Have fun with that knowledge. The Coyotes were destroyed in overall pace of play, chances, whatever, and they still found a way to win. I have no idea how that happens, and considering the fact that I missed the second and third period, I'm never going to know. But we're 1-0 under the reign of the mustache. Karel Vejmelka, 35 saves, 972 save percentage. Why haven't I put him on my fantasy hockey team yet? I have no idea. Also, Ivan Prosotov is starting tonight for Tucson. So far, they're up 1-0. So, good to see Ivan getting a start because he wasn't going to get it up here. Also, Scott Wedgwood's back. Anton Strawman's back. A lot of players are back. Kemba Bianco's available now. He just didn't play tonight because I'm pretty sure Yanis Moser stole his spot. Anyway, Veggie, his 6th win of the season. All 6 of those wins have come in his last 11 starts. Keep that one in the back of your head. Anyway, the Arizona Coyotes find a way to win this one 4-1 in the game that I didn't figure they were going to win this one. And they keep going up right now because the Coyotes stonks are where you want to be right now when they win the Stanley Cup this year. How's it going, boys? AZ Sports Guy here, and not gonna lie, haven't really been in a big hockey mood lately. Been kind of distracted. Plus, I finally started watching Hawkeye, so yeah, I've been a little out of it. Anyway, so for the last couple of games against the Islanders and against the Rangers, first off, I knew they had no chance against the Rangers, but I still listened to the vast majority of the first 2 periods, then packed it in for the third period. Against the Islanders, I was hanging out with the brother-in-law, I think, Rangers and Islanders, so there you go. That's what I was doing. Anyway, go ahead and talk about this. the Coyotes lose both of these. The game I have the least to say about is against the Islanders, where the Coyotes just did nothing. Wedgie made his first game back, and 31 saves, 4 goals against. I can't really blame him at all. The Coyotes were outshot 35-17. Gonna leave that one there. The goals come in the first period from Mayfield on a name I can't pronounce, and in the third from Nelson and Nelson. That really could be a law firm, couldn't it? Coyotes lose that one by a final score of 4-0. I really have nothing to say on that. Now, the game last night against the Rangers, the Arizona Coyotes, by the way, I didn't actually turn that game on until Andrew Ladd was about to score, so I did miss about 5 minutes of the first, because I was just late getting ready to listen to that one. I'm surprised the Coyotes for a little bit forgot they were tanking, so Veggie gets to start for that one. Liam O'Brien starts off the scoring his second from Eriksson and Gostisbehere at 2:29, and the only tweet that I saw was, great assist by King Loui, so you're doing stuff, soldier. Trouba is 7th from Zibanejad and Kreider at 3:15, we're all tied. Okay, everything's back to normal. Then the walking corpse, Andrew Ladd, is 6th from Fisher and Nash. That's Nash's second point as a Coyote at 6:56. Go to the second period, and Clayton Keller, the all-star himself, his 15th from Schmaltz and Boyd at 7:01, and Nick Schmaltz, what is that, 9 consecutive games with a point against the Rangers, and the Coyotes are up 3-1. Are the Coyotes a wagon? No, they're tanking. They would proceed to give up 6 consecutive goals, including 3 to Kreider, another one to Trouba, 1 to Gauthier, and 1 to the Breadman. The final score of that one, these are all from 11:30 on the power play of the second to 10:06 on the power play of the third. So all 7 of those goals went in within, 20 minutes? Including giving up 4 goals in 7 minutes. This team remembered they were tanking. Remember this one, boys. Anyway, the Coyotes actually outshot the Rangers 29-27. Didn't end up meaning much. They won 62% of the faceoffs. Also didn't end up meaning much. They go 0-for-5 on the power play. That probably meant a lot more. And Veggie, 6 goals against while facing 20 shots. Wedgie comes in, 6 saves, 1 goal against. There you go. The Coyotes remembered they're tanking, and they lose both those games. Like I said, I really don't have anything. I had no expectations going into this road trip. I figured the Coyotes should have a pretty even matchup against the Islanders. Probably end up losing all 3, maybe winning one of those, like I said, against the Islanders. They ended up winning the one against the Devils and losing the next 2. I'm not mad. I'm not disappointed. I'm not surprised. I'm just eager to go back to reading my comic books. What up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and briefly talk about this game between the Pittsburgh Penguins and the Arizona Coyotes here on January 25th, 2022. I was driving back from Gila Bend when the game was getting ready to start, and the first period it happened. Things went down. Mediocre, I suppose. The Coyotes played better than they probably should have, and we've all seen this before, the New York Rangers game. And that's where I kind of just got out of that one, because I just wasn't in the mood to listen to the rest of the game. So I'm going to have someone else come in and do that, because I'm going to read a comic book, because this week Detective Chimp has gone bananas. So we're going to go ahead and have Elena take over, and she'll give you the rest of the report. I'm going to be in the background reading a comic book. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, AZ Sports Wife here. I'm temporarily filling in while he's in the back reading comic books.
Yes.
So like him, I did not watch the last 2 periods. I got to catch the first period. Not a whole lot of action, honestly. Starting off with the scoring summary, Nick Schmaltz strikes first at 8:23 of the second, followed by Brian Rust responding at 11:31, making it a tie game. Clayton Keller responds at 16:22, making the score 2-1 Arizona. And finally, rounding out the second period scoring is Chris Letang at 18:18.
It's about as good as it's gonna get for the Coyotes.
Starting the third period scoring off yet again is Nick Schmaltz at 2:54, unassisted. Arizona takes the lead again, 3-2.
For now.
And then it all goes downhill. Brockman at 4:53 ties the game yet again, followed by Sidney Crosby at 7:10 of the third, taking the lead for Pittsburgh. Then Chris Letang at 11:36, 5-3 Pittsburgh, and finally Brian Boyle at 13:42, 6-3 Pittsburgh.
It would appear she's forgotten what happens next. So, team stats, the Coyotes are outshot 36-16. They take 48% of the faceoffs, go 1 for 2 on their power play, so not all that bad. Pittsburgh goes 2 for 3. Cool, sure, whatever. Hits, Coyotes out hit Pittsburgh 32-22. They block more shots because, there was an onslaught tonight, and they gave the puck away fewer times, so there you go. Closing thoughts. I'm gonna get back to my book.
All in all, we had a fighting chance in the first period, I would say. It was 5-0. We scored first. Take that, Penguins fans.
You literally were a Penguins fan.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm reformed, okay?
No, you're not. Your license plate cover is Penguins.
I'm working on that.
When you take that off, you reform.
All in all, we had a fighting chance starting in the first and second period.
Hell, they even had a lead in the third. Here you go. She couldn't finish that line. I'm just going to stick around because you can't get the line down, so I'm just supervising.
Like I said, we were playing really well in the first 2 periods. We even even took a lead in the third period.
Then the Coyotes realized they sucked and the Penguins aren't the Maple Leafs. They're not going to lose to us.
So I think that's all for us. Make sure to like, comment, favorite, subscribe, click that little bell icon to get notified of new videos.
No one likes me. No one cares. It would appear the NHL is actually considering playing in a college arena as opposed to Houston or Quebec, so go ahead and chew on that for a second. You know what? When you really think about it, it's actually quite fitting. While the on-ice product, the Coyotes are really trying to earn their way back to being an NHL team, they will also be trying to work their way back into an NHL arena. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about this. I actually found out about this not long after passing Bank One Ballpark, which is reportedly finally in the mix to get a Stadium Series game. I have no idea how that would ever work, but you know what? I'm here for the chaos. Just like with this, posted by Craig Morgan earlier today, Coyotes are in advanced discussions with ASU to use their new multi-purpose venue as an interim arena solution. Wow, what a title, Craig. Anyway, it's good reporting, just title's a little wordy. But it's exactly as it says. The Arizona Coyotes, this ASU arena that's getting ready to open for the next ASU season, hence why I'm wearing this. I would wear the ASU jersey, but Coyote is just too clean. I know it's called the Masked Coyote, shut up. But this 5,000 seat arena, which it seats less than the Tucson arena down south, and I think a little bit less than Tim's Toyota Center, or whatever it's called now, Finlay Toyota Center up north, where the Wranglers and then the Sundogs used to play, but the Wranglers play there now. It seats less than them, and they're in talks to play there. The amount of salt, the chaos, the fact that they're even considering this over playing in somewhere like Houston or Quebec is funny. I don't care. It's funny. And I'm all here for it because anything to keep this team here, I will watch them play like street hockey out behind the Coliseum. It's my idea. You're more than willing to take it. Just give me free tickets. Just a couple little snippets from the article. So they are waiting final approval. I think they have to get it through Tempe and the state, something like that. So it isn't official yet, but they are in advanced discussions, which tells you right there that at the very least, this little bit right here, they're establishing some good connections, and this would probably be a, hey, we can draw some crowds. It's only going to be 5,000 people, but we're not going to talk about that part. It's, we can draw a little bit. We can get the Coyotes here for a couple of years, really start to get the people in Tempe to like them. On top of that, college fans are rowdy. It's going to have a very unique atmosphere. Let's just go ahead and say it like that. Per sources, the Coyotes are negotiating on a 3-year deal with a 4th-year option if construction of a permanent arena takes longer than hoped. And considering the fact that the Coyotes are allegedly $30 million away from being able to make that Tempe arena work, and if that doesn't work out, they essentially get to go talk, I think it's the Salt River Indian community, but they can go talk with them, build on that land, Tempe gets the traffic and none of the profit, so I'm assuming that's actually going to be a big bargaining chip to get the city of Tempe to say, you know what, we'll take a chance on you, which I will take if they go with it. And the article is also since updated, so ASU's CFO Morgan Olson did confirm these talks are real. Quote, if an agreement for use of our multi-purpose arena is finalized, we would be glad to help the Coyotes in providing a temporary home while their new arena is built just a couple of miles away. This is the victory. This is the victory. I don't even care if they don't end up playing there. The simple fact that ASU is down for it, and I will go ahead and explain why in a second, but the fact that ASU is down for it, this could also essentially kind of get the Coyotes to warm up to the community a little bit. Tempe might like them. City of Tempe might see some potential there. To me, it all points in that there is an increased likelihood the Tempe arena deal will go through. Does increased likelihood mean it will? No. I just think this is a good step and an increased likelihood. Now, here's one interesting part. Due to NCAA compliance issues, the Arizona Coyotes would not be allowed to use any of ASU's team areas. I'm assuming that refers to like their practice facilities or their locker room, stuff like that. So the Coyotes would have to spend, I think it's somewhere around 20 or 30 million to actually add on. And Olsen was actually talking about how it's basically a mutually beneficial arrangement where ASU would get to host them for a couple of years. They would get to keep the Alex Marullo paid for additions to the ASU facilities, and the Coyotes would get a temporary solution to stay here longer. This does bring up a valid question. This is also a paraphrase from the article, but it is a valid question. Why wouldn't they just instead pay the estimated 30 to 40 million to renovate the Arizona Veterans Memorial Coliseum and just go play there? I have no idea. Maybe it has something to do with the fair. I forget when fair season is, but I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around winter, so I have no idea if that would cause some sort of conflict. Didn't seem to back when the Roadrunners played there, but just in case. Though if I had to make a guess, me, the idiot with no connections, I would assume it has more to do with them wanting to build a relationship with Tempe and get themselves involved in that community, and on top of that, try to, drum up some interest and prove that fans will go there more than they were going to Gila River Arena. Now, counterpoints, yeah, a 5,000 seat arena isn't really going to be a proper gauge of what's going on as comparison to Gila with its 16-5, I think for hockey, it might be a little bit more. I think it's 17-5 for concerts. However, if I had to guess, that's what I'm leaning. No matter, like I said, no matter what happens, whether it goes through or not, this is a win. Because it tells you right there, the fact that the city of Tempe still is interested in getting into business with Alex Marullo, despite all the negative headlines, despite him refusing to pay rent, also providing more evidence to my claim that it was literally just a pissing contest between Marullo and the city of Glendale. That was why they weren't paying their bills, not because they couldn't afford to. The fact that ASU was also very interested in getting into business with them, allegedly, but these reports do confirm that they are interested, but I'm just going to throw allegedly in there just to be safe. It shows the guys got the money. They are showing they want to keep the team here. This is a Hail Mary, and if anything, second only to offering some really weird one-sided deal in favor of Glendale to stay there for 3 years. This is probably the most extreme we want to stay here possible. All those rumors that they're on the open market, Houston's going to buy them, clearly not true. Or if they were true at any point, they are no longer. I know, it hurts. It hurts. Everyone hates the fact that Arizona has a hockey team, and they're doing everything in their power to keep them here. But listen, we're keeping them here. Unless we are. But you know what? If the Arizona Coyotes have lasted this long, they're going to be like a cockroach. They will be here after the bombs drop. Anyway, no matter what, like I said, this is good news. I'm excited. I'm hyped. I was so excited. I bought a Clayton Keller Adidas jersey. Thankfully, it was on sale. It was around $200. Didn't plan on it, but you know what? It was better than paying $300 plus shipping for a joke Peter Mueller jersey, if they would have even put Mueller on an Adidas. Anyway, I am getting off into a side tangent. I'm excited right now. Link to the article will be below. And, forks up. You know, this one's actually pretty cool because, like, Batman's a knight, like a real knight, whatever. You know, I wonder who I'm angering more. Coyotes fans by wearing Buffalo or Buffalo fans by wearing Jack Eichel. Look, it's nice, okay? I finally got to wear it, and I also stupidly decided to clean the dust off my fan, so I stained it immediately. So, who cares? Anyway, what is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about the last couple of games between the Arizona Coyotes and the Boston Bruins, then the Buffalo Sabres on January 28th and 29th respectively. So, closure out of the way, I was actually at the game against Boston. I was kind of walking around the concourse, checking stuff out, and getting 2 pizzas because I'm a very hungry boy. So I watched most of the first, most of the second, left a couple of minutes early as a joke because my wife said Loui Erickson is hot. Turns out the joke was on me because she didn't know I left. And in the game against Buffalo, I turned the game on to listen to it in the second. Alex Tuck scored, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna watch Peacemaker. So yeah, I watched most of the Boston game, didn't watch or listen to the third period, and I listened to almost nothing of the Buffalo game. So are you seeing why I'm combining these? That way I can actually give you something a little bit entertaining. So, against Boston, obviously this came very shortly after Brad Marchand decided to run his mouth, and I was one of like 6 people in the arena that booed. Granted, most of the people in the arena were Boston fans, but also, he disrespected you, you gotta boo him. What are you doing? So Eric Hollis starts off the scoring in the first at 12:31, his 5th from Pastrnak and Forbort. Hopefully I said that name right. But then I got a good view for the follow-up goal, the answer-back goal by Nick Schmaltz, who, by the way, my sources, those being me myself, are saying he's going to be dealt pretty soon because look at the hot streak he's been on over the last, 7 or so games. He's been playing well. He has 4 goals and 4 assists in his last 7 games. Anyway, at 18:04, his 5th from Gostisbehere and Keller, and we are tied. On top of that, because I actually got to watch for once, I actually give a couple of miscellaneous notes. Kyle Kipabienko, he's probably going to start scoring relatively soon. Why do I say that? Because he's very offensively active, especially off of the face-off, getting in position. You can really tell he's trying to move the puck around. He got a couple of shots towards the net. He'll probably start scoring again relatively shortly. However, all good things must come to an end because on the power play in the second period, 13:41, McAvoy is 7th from Marchand and Pastrnak, and you couldn't even keep the rat off of your scoreboard today? Mad about that. Also, something, Scott Wedgwood, he's okay, sure, whatever. I didn't see the play. I just know apparently he got ran into, and Anton Roussel likes to throw punches. So, what is it with the former Canucks actually being pretty decent fits here? Anyway, team stats, they were outshot 37-31, so at the very least, the Coyotes generated some decent shot totals. They only took 41% of the faceoffs, go over 3 on their own power play. They do out-hit Boston by 6, 28-22, so physical game, the Arizona Coyotes at least had a bit of an edge, but they ended up losing by 1 goal. Oh, Wedgie, 35 saves, 2 goals against, .946 save percentage. Pretty good game for him. Let's move on to the Buffalo game last night. Vamilka's back in net. Kyle Okposo, a name I guarantee 98% of people watching this have forgotten by now, his 8th from Bryson and Nika on the power play at 7:02, and then Peyton Krebs his 3rd from Tuck at 15:07. That's not the last we're going to hear of Tuck, like I said before. 7:14 of the second, Tuck is 4th from Krebs and Thompson, and that was my cue to exit. But Alex Tuck, good player, goal and assist. Peyton Krebs, good player, goal and assist. Even Cody Eakin, good player, had an assist. What do all those players have in common? Former Golden Knights, but they would rather chase 1 or 2 big names and have a full team full of a lot of good players that fit well together. Just saying. Anyway, going into the 3rd, and another player that is very much motivated to get out of here, Shane Gostisbehere is 8th from Keller and Kessel. That's Kessel's 23rd assist of the season, by the way. He also, I forgot to mention it in the Boston game, he was skating and actually trying and hustling, and he had a rush where he shot the puck and ends up being saved, swiped over behind the net. He grabs that rebound and tries to put it in. What is up with Phil Kessel? They probably told him he's about to be dealt in the next couple of weeks because he's been playing very well as well. Probably some of the best stretches he's had as a Coyote. Why did it come now when we're literal garbage? Anyway, Coyotes lose that one by a final score of 3-1. They've scored 2 goals in their last 2 games and given up 5. I'm gonna leave that there for a second. Let's talk about Veggie. 32 saves, 3 goals against, .914 save percentage. Good game for him. That's enough talking about Veggie. Former Coyote legend John Hayden had a shot on goal and a couple of hits. Why didn't you go back to Chicago so you can wear number 15 on the Chicago Blackhawks? Team stats, Arizona's outshot 35-28. They do take 51% of the faceoff, so a 10% increase from the previous game. 1 for 2 on their power plays. Buffalo 1 for 3. Arizona out hits Buffalo 20-16. Buffalo just scored more. I know that's a generic thing to say, but didn't listen to the game. Quite frankly, I'm not gonna lie. We're at the point of the season where there really isn't a whole lot to cheer for. It isn't gonna start getting interesting until the trade deadline. Start seeing a couple guys get moved. There's a lot of talk on Jacob Chychrun. I might actually make a video later today. I'm kind of mulling it around of why they should or shouldn't trade him. I'm kind of leaning that they should, primarily because the amount of assets that they can get would jumpstart this rebuild, and probably in their last year in the ASU arena be a pretty good team to watch. Anyway, that's all I got for you. The Coyotes come back home for a couple of games, lose both of them. I got to go to one. I'm going to be going to the game against Calgary, so I'm actually going to a surprising amount of Coyotes games lately. I'm actually pretty happy about that. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. Let me know what you think about the new thumbnails, if I chose to implement that for this video, and I'm going to get back to this now. That title's gonna need some explaining. So, do y'all remember that report that came out, about 2 weeks ago or so, where the Florida Panthers are interested in Jacob Chychrun, and the package that allegedly is in talks is Anton Lundell, Spencer Knight, and a first-round pick? I am exclusively talking about if that is the offer, similar value, or higher. That is what I'm talking about. Anyway, so, here is why I think the Coyotes should trade Jacob Chychrun if they get that kind of value. And it comes down to one simple reason. Not lack of talent, not lack of leadership, not because I can't see him as part of the franchise. I still think he might be the next captain. The reason I think this is because of his injury history. There is a high likelihood, or at least a higher likelihood, his play declining sooner rather than later in the context of his career. Here's what I'm talking about. So, August 3rd, 2017, the Coyotes announced that Chychrun had underwent successful knee surgery and that he would be out for an indefinite period of time. He returned December 3rd, 2017 at Vegas, scored a goal, everything's good, moving on. But then less than 6 months later, in April of 2018, he undergoes yet another knee surgery, and this one is his right ACL. One thing to know about ACLs, I'll have this link below in the description, is nearly 1/5 of all patients that have an ACL surgery will need another surgery later on that same knee, per the report, like I said, that I will have below in the description. Knee injuries are nothing to mess with. It has destroyed way too many players' careers. It lessens people's quality of life. Knee injuries are nothing to mess with. Chychrun is then cleared to skate in August of 2018, and then made his season debut in Detroit on the 13th of November 2018, and if y'all have been following the channel long enough, they actually gave him that 6-year extension before he had played that game, and I remember being upset at the time because I didn't think it made logical sense to extend him before he had even played a single game that season, considering he was coming off of essentially back-to-back surgeries. Then in a report by Craig Morgan on January 18th, 2019, Chychrun was still reportedly dealing with normal pains in that knee, but here's the thing, like with all surgeries, knee surgeries are going to have those causes lingering effects. And on top of that, it's a basic concept. I'm pretty sure we all know it, but let's just say for the sake of argument, I break my wrist. It will likely heal, be just fine. I'll have all the use back in that arm. I might not lose any strength there, and I might even forget that I broke it. But statistically speaking, I am now then going to be more likely to break it again because it will never be as structurally sound as it was before. Given the fact that Chychrun had 2 knee surgeries in 2 years, including at least 1 ACL, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they were knee surgeries on both of his knees, that spells potential disaster. Now, Jakob Chychrun could go on to have another 10 or so seasons in the NHL, have a phenomenal career, win Stanley Cups, win a Norris, go to the Hall of Fame. He could realistically still do all of that. He could have no more knee complications throughout his career. He might not even need another surgery for the rest of his life. But given the fact that it's reportedly somewhere around 1/5 of all ACL patients, he will very likely need another surgery at some point. Like I said, it could be after his career. It could be in a few years, right when the Arizona Coyotes are starting to get good again, and then their best player, potentially their captain, is out for an indefinite period of time, potentially even a season-ending injury. Obviously, you cannot get rid of risk. Everything in life has risk, but to me, it makes me a little uneasy, especially if you could cash out for as high as the Coyotes reportedly could. Yeah, no, I'd rather take that deal because you at least have more assets there and you're taking a little bit less of a risk. On top of that, there's a couple more notes I have right here. Jakob Chychrun has only played 1 full season in his NHL career. That was the 56-game season last year, the 2021 season. His career high in games played is only 68, and that was his rookie season. And considering the fact that he missed, 8 games this year, the highest he can get is somewhere around 70. And yeah, those stats in 2019-20 and 2020-2021 are impressive. 63 games, 12 goals, 14 assists, 26 points in 1920, followed by 18 games, 23 goals, and 41 assists in 2021. Those are impressive numbers. Those really are good stat lines. There's a reason why people are starting to look at Chychrun and see how valuable he is, because he can be a 20-goal scorer from the blue line. But when you look at his injury history, the severity of those injuries, the fact that the only complete season he's ever played was a shortened season, and his highest amount of games played is still under 70 for a year. Yeah, no, if you can cash out that high, I 100% think they should do it. That does not change my mind that Jakob Chychrun is a great player. It does not change my mind that Jakob Chychrun could still be the captain of the team. And it does not change my mind that I like Chychrun and want him to stay on the team. What I am saying is that if you get that kind of value, you'd be stupid not to take it. With all that being said, I'm thinking I should probably get a Chychrun jersey now, just in case they do end up trading him. Alright, it's 5:30 a.m. I just woke up about 30 minutes ago. I'm still not quite there yet, but you know what? I wake up to a text from Mason saying the Coyotes are a wagon, and apparently they won last night, alright? So you know what? My decision to only watch the first half of the Suns game and then go to bed instead of watching the Coyotes game, well, I mean, it didn't necessarily not pay off because the Suns still won. They're on an 11-game winning streak. They have the most wins in franchise history at 50 games played. I'll probably talk about that at some point. But on the other hand, I missed the Coyotes' 11th win. And you know what? For a season going the way it is, I can't afford to miss any of them. So, let's go ahead and jump into this one. I'm gonna go ahead and call this game Alex Galchenyuk's redemption arc because he finally scored his first of the season. And now, officially, as a member of the Arizona Coyotes, Alex Galchenyuk is a 20-goal scorer, technically. Alright, in net for the Colorado Avalanche, Darcy Kemper. In net for the Coyotes, Scott Wedgwood. Go ahead and start off with the scoring summary. Nothing happened in the first, despite the fact that at one point, the Arizona Coyotes were down 2 men. It was a 5-on-3 in favor of the Avalanche. I am surprised no goals ended up going in. Then again, from what I can tell by looking at Coyotes fans on Twitter, both teams just kind of love taking penalties in that first period. Scoring starts off with Nazem Kadri at 242, his 19th of the season. Alright, now the Avalanche are going to start breaking through. I made a good decision watching the Suns game. Obviously, I'm following along on my phone while I'm watching the Suns game, so Coyotes still get the majority of my attention, even when I'm trying not to give it. But 10 minutes later, the prophecy has been fulfilled, so at 12:54, Alex Galchenyuk, his first of the season, and it was a nice backhand too, set up by Keller on the Bushkin, so Bushkin and Keller get the assist, but pass it over to him, backhands it in, and that was a snipe. We're all tied. Predictably, Mikko Rantanen is 24th from Burakovsky at 19:17 within the final minute, 2-1 Colorado going into the third. Okay, it was a good decision to watch the Suns game. I'm going to bed now. Well, apparently this is the reason why the Arizona Coyotes are a wagon, because Lawson Crouse is 11th from Chychrun and Kessel at 19:22 with less than 40 seconds to go. The Coyotes tie it. We're going to overtime. Let's just skip right to the shootout because overtime nothing happened. But AZ, what about that phenomenal shot? What about that scoring chance? What about that save? I didn't watch it. But anyway, going into the shootout, the only person to score Alex Galchenyuk off a filthy forehand backhand, a lot of Radim Vrbata vibes, just obviously reversed because he's a lefty. Radim Vrbata was a righty, doesn't matter. And the Arizona Coyotes, in the shootout, they end Colorado's 18-game home winning streak, and they come back home to play tonight in a game I'm going to be at, by the way. I'm going to be at that game against the Calgary Flames tonight, and they're coming home with a win. And this morning, I saw a pretty good meme on Twitter where it's like the Phoenix Suns winning streak, Coyotes total wins, 11. I had to do it to them. Oh my god, it's so bad. Anyway, so let's go over the team stats real quick. So, shots. Colorado outshoots Arizona 40-24. I am just going to leave that one there. Arizona takes a whopping 59% of the faceoffs. Both teams don't score any power play goals. Arizona over 3, Colorado over 4. Hits, Arizona narrowly gets that mark, 25-24. They block 4 shots, 17 versus 9, and they only gave the puck away twice. What game did I miss? Wedgie. Let's talk about Wedgie real quick. 38 saves, 2 goals against, 950 save percentage. Monster. Beast. Played phenomenally. 38 saves, 950 save percentage. The Coyotes goalies are the weirdest things because their goals against averages have to be terrible this season, but the save percentages hardly ever match up with what you would expect. Yes, that's what happens when you give up 40 shots a game, but who am I? Coyotes improved to 11, 29, and 4, and you know what? There's still time for that cup run, boys. Clayton Keller jersey finally showed up. I think it looks pretty good, actually. On top of that, I also got this Derek Stepan jersey behind me. Funny story, it's actually the second Derek Stepan jersey I own. Both of them were on sale at the Coyotes gift shop, and I'm like, well, I'm here, why not? The difference is where this one is just a Fanatics jersey. I got it on sale for like 60 something bucks a little over a year ago. This one was closer to 200 because it's an Adidas, and the only reason I wanted it was because I thought my brother-in-law would be a little jealous. He wasn't. He didn't care. So now I'm stuck with 2 Stepan jerseys. I guess that's what I get for being a jerk. Oh yeah, I get an extra authentic Adidas Coyotes jersey. I know. I'm suffering so much here. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about that Coyotes game last night between the Calgary Flames and your Arizona Coyotes on February 2nd, 2022. I did a vlog for that where I got attacked by a coyote, no clickbait, so that should be up sometime later tonight. Go watch. Oh my god, I've become a full YouTuber. Remember to like, comment, favorite, and subscribe. Oh god, I really have started to fall off, haven't I? Let me try to recover a little bit. So, got to go to the game last night, have a little bit of fun, even though the Coyotes ended up finding a way to lose, but I got to go to one of the last games they're going to be wearing this, and I walked out with another one of those. So, Karel Vejmelka in net for the Arizona Coyotes, and Markstrom in net for the Calgary Flames. My brother-in-law is a Flames fan. He didn't even know who the goalie was, so I guess I'm more of a Flames fan than him. Thanks, Paul. Alright, goal scoring summary starting off. Blake Coleman is 9th from Mangiapane and Tanev at 258. Started off scoring pretty quickly. Okay, this is going to go one of two ways. It's going to get really ugly, or the Coyotes are going to score, keep them frustrated, find a way to lose later on in the game. I think you know how this turned out. Did I mention it was Galchenyuk season? It's Galley season. Alright, look, on this exact play, I should have recorded myself saying it, but I do have 2 witnesses in the vlog that heard me say it. On the play it happened, we're going to get a Galley goal from Jacob Chychrun, and at 8:34, Galchenyuk is second from Chychrun and Keller. We're tied. Side note, I didn't end up calling any more goals throughout the game because I couldn't risk being wrong. I'm a prophet today. Last night. You know what I mean. With 10 seconds left, Lindholm is 15th from Gaudreau and Tanev. It's 2-1 Calgary going into the intermission. And you know what? I had to clap a little bit for Lindholm. He's a good player, one of my favorite former Carolina Hurricanes, so there's that. Heading into the second period, they come back onto my side and shoot and score. Clayton Keller is 17th from Nick Schmaltz at 4:14. I wanted them to give Kyle Kipibienko the assist. I know, the defender touched it, maintained possession, and tried to get rid of it. Doesn't matter! Cap was playing well. He's gonna get some points. I don't know when, but he's gonna get some points. Anyway, Schmaltz finds Keller, and Keller just buries that one. We are tied for now. A little over 10 minutes later, Chris Tanev is third from Coleman and Mangiapane at 15:15. It is now 3-2 going into the second intermission. You know what's gonna happen here. I wanted to stay longer and longer into the third because I actually felt like it was getting interesting. My brother-in-law was getting ready to go. I'm like, no, next goal wins. Come on. If Calgary scores in the next 2 minutes, we can leave. They scored 45 seconds later. Okay, within a minute, somewhere around there, but still, they scored a minute later. Coleman is 10th of the season, 2nd of the night, 3rd point of the night, 2 goals, 1 assist from Tanev at 12:06, and your final is 4-2. But that's not the story I want to talk about. I want to talk about how this game, especially with how problematic that Coyotes defense really gets against more offensively exciting teams, I guess you could say, because Johnny Gaudreau had a really good game. I kept trash talking him because it was fun, but in reality, he was maintaining the puck well, he was moving it around well, passing amazingly. He just couldn't get that many quality shots on net. And then once he did get on, the veg wall got him. Veggie and Wedgie over here, they're my wonder walls. Anyway, Veggie, 46 saves, 4 goals against, 920 save percentage. He's a wall. And I kept antagonizing my brother-in-law, like, Calgary's allergic to scoring because this could have easily been like an 8-2 finish. It could have been ridiculous with how many quality opportunities Calgary was getting. Karel Vejmelka is just phenomenal. All right, he is on a different level. I am now actually convinced Karel Vejmelka will be dealt at the deadline because somebody's probably going to say, you know what, here's a first-round pick because that's a good goalie you got there because he is playing out of his mind. Even though I'd prefer him and Ivan Prosvetov to be the goaltenders moving forward, but you don't get everything you want. If you get something dumb like a first-round pick, I'll take it, but at least give me a week's notice so I can buy a Veggie jersey. All I'm gonna say. Shots, Arizona's outshot 50-28. Arizona takes 47% of the faceoffs, go 0 for 1 on their power plays. Calgary 0 for 2. It was a pretty even game from that regard. Not a whole lot of penalties, a lot of clean hits. Arizona out-hits Calgary by 5. They block more shots, 24 versus 16. Arizona Coyotes lose by a final score of 4-2. Jacob Chychrun, the captain himself, said we all kind of need to take a break and recharge. You guys do that. I will be going to California tomorrow after work so I can go hang out at California Adventure on Saturday. So which jersey am I bringing? I should probably bring the Stepan jersey. Like not that one, like the Fanatics one, because why not? All right, let's go ahead and talk about those last couple of games. The first one being last night's affair between the Arizona Coyotes and the Vancouver Canucks in Vancouver on the 8th of February 2022. Let's go ahead and change up how I'm saying it. And it's actually the first matchup between the Coyotes and former Coyote legend Connor Garland. You know what? I got something for the occasion. 83 still fits. And speaking of 83, he started off the scoring, even though he's number 8 now, but his 11th from Ekman Larson at 348. I guess they were both pretty excited to play against the Coyotes. So excited, in fact, that OEL gets the primary assist on the next goal at Bo Horvat is 14th at 444 of the second, and then Pedersen is 12th at 610 of the second. It's 3-0 Vancouver. I got nothing. I mean, at least the Coyotes didn't die, so Lawson Crouse is 12 from Boyd and Strawman at 13:21 of the second. It's 3-1. Vancouver scores 2 more times, Miller and Besser, and oh look, OEL right there. He had what was that, 4 assists, 3 assists in this game. I gotta give him credit. I wish he would have done that more in Arizona, but you know what? Petty revenge is a hell of a motivator. Karel Vejmelka, 24 saves, 5 goals against, not exactly his night, and his record continues to look terrible in his rookie year. I'm so sorry you're playing on the Coyotes right now. But that's enough of that. Let's go ahead and jump right into the Seattle game tonight that just ended about 10 minutes ago as of recording, because that was a lot more fun to talk about. And unlike Vancouver, where I'm not gonna lie, I just wasn't interested at all. The internet's down. It wasn't really worth trying to get a stream going or anything. I at least listened to the third period of this one, mainly because I was sitting over there catching up on notes for ASU in Tucson, so might as well. Anyway, starting off the scoring in the first, Phil Kessel is 6th from Moser at 4:07 of the first, 1-0 Arizona, and you know what? So far, so good. So far, Seattle, yet to beat Arizona, so I suppose the Kraken can't catch a Coyote. 14:51 of the second, Schmaltz is 6th from Galchenyuk and Labushkin, 2-0. Then I turned the game on, like I said, I'm taking my notes. 16 seconds in, however, it does not end up counting as a shorthanded goal, but Seattle scores. Blackwell is 5th from Gord at 16 seconds. It's 2-1. I'm like, oh, here you go. Let's see what happens. Well, it's Strawman is 3rd from DeZingle and Eriksson at 152. It's 3-1. 2 goals in the first 2 minutes. Okay, this is getting interesting. Yarncroke is 8th from Gord and Wenberg. It's 3-2 at 15:52. Things are once again getting interesting. And then a couple of empty net goals. First, Alex Galchenyuk is 3rd. He scored 2 goals in his last 3 games. Pretty good for him. Kessel getting the assist at 18:23. And then Nick Schmaltz, 2nd goal of the night, 7th on the season from Clayton Keller at 19 minutes. There's your final score, 5-2. That was a lot more fun. And then, of course, Mason's texting me right now how the Yotes are a wagon. Last time he did that, they gave up like 4 unanswered goals, so he tried, he failed. And yes, Mason, Galchenyuk is Jesus. Let's see, in this one, shots, Arizona's outshot 36-27. They still found a way to score 5 goals. Technically, it's 3, but you know what? It's 5 on the score sheet. I'm happy for Gally. They take 53% of the faceoffs. Power plays, both teams 0 for 2. There was 14 hits total. Seattle has 9 of them. Do the math. Arizona blocks more shots, 18 versus 12. Arizona gave the puck away fewer times, only giving it up 3 times versus Seattle's 7. And they took the puck away 4 times. Seattle took it away 13. So despite the fact that Prosvetov was called up yesterday, I assumed he would get the start here. They just go with Veggie again. Considering the fact he did not play well against Vancouver and they're just coming off the All-Star break, I can see the hypothetical conversation of him wanting one more game. It isn't that big of a deal right now. Ends up playing pretty well, 34 saves, only 2 goals against, a .944 save percentage. I would say that's pretty good. And the Coyotes leave Seattle with a victory. I think it's their 12th in the season. It was pretty cool to get to listen to them win for one. Unfortunately, not a whole lot I can say about these games because I only got to listen to the 3rd period of this one. Didn't listen to anything for the Vancouver game, so it's pretty much, there's your notes right there. Coyotes go to this Pacific Northwest trip, this little 2-game stint of back-to-back. They go 1-1. I can't complain. Forks up, boys! The Coyotes are heading to Tempe for the next 3 seasons, and NHL Twitter just can't cope. As of yesterday, it's been officially announced the Arizona Board of Regents has approved the Arizona Coyotes to add on to the ASU building, as well as play there for the next 3 seasons at least. There is a 4th year option, but the Tempe Arena should be ready by then, so they won't be playing there for that 4th year most likely. As for the NHL, Gary Bettman's already said he has no problem with them playing there for 3 seasons, so long as the Tempe Arena deal does go through and they'll be moving into going out for steak after this, so I had to dress nice. Luckily, I had a couple of Coyotes polos because the Howling stuff was on sale, and I grabbed as much of it as I could afford. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and jump right into the game last night. That full disclosure, I didn't watch because I was tired. Karel Vejmelka gets the start. Let's go ahead and start off with the goal scoring summary with Brayden Point, his 18th unassisted, 3 minutes, 30 seconds into the first period. And just like that, predictable, Tampa Bay's up 1-0. They're Tampa Bay, the back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. I'm not going to sit there and assume, oh no, the Coyotes are going to win this one and blow them out. Then Corey Perry is 13 for McDonough and Maroon at 17-11, 2-0 Tampa Bay. And yeah, like I said, I wasn't expecting much. But then something happened. You want to know what season it is? It's Galley season. Alex Galchenyuk, his third goal in his last 4 games, 19:08 of the first, his 4th of the season from Moser and Keller. Janis Moser, very quietly, racking up some points. Clayton Keller, I'm pretty sure he's on like a 3 or 4 game point streak. I will have to fact check that eventually. Anyway, it's 2-1 going into the second. It would remain 2-1 going into the third because nothing happened in the second. Let's go ahead and get into the third period. Steven Stamkos is 21st from Hedman and Killorn at 4:03. It's 3-1. Like I said, defending Stanley Cup champions, I expected nothing. Then Clayton Keller decided he wanted a goal. His 18 from Boyd and Kessel at 9:54. That's actually a pretty solid goal. It kind of slides underneath Vasilevsky's pad. I did look at the highlights. I saw that goal. I saw that goal. Then Stammer said no, it's 4-2. His 22nd from Joseph and Ruda at 12:13 of the third, 4-2. Like I said, there's one more goal left, and it's Schmaltzy, because even though it's in February, we're still in Schmaltzmas. His 8th from Fisher and Chychrun. That's Chychrun's 9th assist, by the way, 1 shy of 10. He's starting to pick it up a little bit, all right? Right around trade season, boys. He's picking it up. At 18:22, but that would be your final 4-3. The Arizona Coyotes make it interesting. Played a well enough game from what I can tell, even though they were outshot, 32-19, and they only won 47% of the faceoffs, and they went 0 for 1 on the power play, but they were 3 for 3 on their penalty kills, so that's not nothing. They also out-hit them 23-16. Karel Vejmelka, so 28 saves, 4 goals against, 875 save percentage. That's enough talking about Karel Vejmelka. At the end of the day, I don't exactly have much to say on this one. The Coyotes played surprisingly well. I actually remember when I first started up AZ Sports Guy, I was working at Gila River Arena. I actually got to work the game where the Coyotes, I think it was 5-3, 5-2, something like that. They actually beat Tampa Bay and looked pretty good doing it. It's all been downhill from there. Not all, but you know, hasn't exactly been great. I joke, I kid. They lose that one by a final score of 4-3, and hopefully after Valentine's dinner tonight, I will have time to make the video I really want to make, and that is me reading off a lot of salty tweets by people when the ASU deal was confirmed, and it's gonna be great! If it gets made, it'll go up sometime late tonight, early tomorrow. So if you're interested in that, there's my plug. Like, comment, favorite, and subscribe. I've gone full YouTuber, haven't I? Alright, so it looks like I'm going to have to debut the new hat and the Galchenyuk jersey early, because as of the very end of the second period, roughly 30 or so seconds remaining, it was announced live on air the Coyotes have officially made a trade. And it's funny, because when I was listening to the game earlier in the first period, and they mentioned how Capobianco wasn't originally supposed to play tonight, and Lyubushkin and Dzingel were both healthy but scratched, I was immediately thinking there's probably going to be a trade. I remember watching a few days ago on a Toronto Maple Leafs fans channel, I just forgot which one, about how they might need a right shot defenseman, how Lyubushkin specifically would fit in well. He also mentioned Lawson Crouse, and my only comment was not Lawson Crouse. That seemed to make a lot of sense. I've heard rumors for a while. Going to Toronto, defenseman Ilya Lyubushkin and forward Ryan Dzingel, and coming back to Arizona, forward Nick Ritchie, as well as a conditional second round pick. I do not know the conditions of that pick. They haven't announced it yet, but I'm just going to assume something if Ritchie plays a certain amount of games, or something if Ritchie re-signs. I think he only had a 1-year deal in Toronto, but that's for stuff I'll be looking into later. Right now, this news is breaking. Let's go ahead and talk about it real quick so I can get back to the Coyotes game to finish off the third period. Also, I want it on record right now, before I get into the details, that about 10 minutes before it was announced, I put it on Twitter. I put it out there that it didn't necessarily make sense for the Coyotes to get Ritchie unless there was like a draft pick attached. I don't care if that's my first time being right in 25 years. I got it! Alright, let's go ahead and just break down a Toronto Toronto fans, what you're going to be getting out of Ilya Lyubushkin. He's played 4 years in Arizona, only has 1 career goal, but I highly doubt y'all want him for scoring. Has 9 assists, and he's a -7 in 46 games so far this year. It's also his number, but he's a really solid physical defenseman. He's the guy that's going to hit you repeatedly. He does have an okay slap shot. He can set some things up for you, but like I said, he's not the goal-scoring type. He's more so, I'm going to throw it at the net, try to tip it in type if he does end up doing that. Sometimes he'll shoot a little more than he should. Other times he does the smart thing and puts it towards the net or tries to pass it around. Anyway, you're getting a mostly defensive defenseman. I think he's very good, all right? I know depending on who you ask, some Coyotes fans will kind of treat him similar to Kevin Connaughton, where I only expect him to be a very burly physical defenseman, and sometimes, like I said, he'll shoot a little more, try to get a little more involved offensively, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But if you want the cliff notes, big physical defenseman, you're gonna like him. And Ryan Dzingel, he's been hurt, dealt with some injury issues, also on COVID protocol, only played 26 games so far, but then again, throughout his entire career, he's kind of had those injury issues. 4 goals, 3 assists for 7 points, and a -3 offensively. I only mention that because sometimes he does play center. That one kind of sucks a little bit because I really did like the Dzingel signing, but I'm not going to say it did not work out, but I will say it could have worked out better, and moving on from him doesn't necessarily seem like that bad of an idea, especially if you want to clear that roster space for next year, because some of the kids coming up might be ready next year. I'm going to leave that there. Now, Coyotes fans, I'm pretty sure Toronto fans will be laughing in the comment section, so you'll get to hear everything you need to hear about him, even the things you don't want to hear about him. He's a former 10th overall pick in 2014 by Anaheim. I knew I recognized him somewhere. Also spent some time in Boston. This season so far, like I said, I've heard nothing but bad things. He just hasn't worked out in Toronto. 2 goals, 7 assists for 9 points in 33 games. I think it was about a week and a half ago they actually waived him. No one picked him up, so it makes a lot of sense why they would want to move on from Ritchie, and on top of that, just strengthen that defense. Lyubushkin will do wonders there. Having an extra depth forward in Dzingel, you could do worse, honestly. I think that one's just pretty much a direct swap for Ritchie to have the extra roster spot occupied by a forward. But other than that, the second round pick, it's all I care about. Like I said, as of right now, as of when I'm talking about this, they have not specified what year it is. I'm just going to assume it's this year. Could be next year, whatever. And I'm also going to assume that the condition has something to do with how long he plays there, how many games, or if he re-signs. Something like that, because I am pretty sure he's on a 1-year contract, but like I said, I'll double check that after the video's over. We will have that update by the time this video goes live. Anyway, as for the value, what I think about the trade, look, honestly, it's pretty much just them getting whatever value they could get out of Lyubushkin. Solid defenseman, top 6 defenseman. Maybe on some teams he's your 7th defenseman, but it's good to have that depth. But honestly, expiring contract, if you can get another second round pick, that's what they're going for, because the Coyotes own the second round, and they are going to be having some good young talent, maybe even using those second rounders to try to get up into like another late first rounder. Maybe you package like 3 of them and maybe somebody wants the extra assets. No idea. That's pretty much all the deal is. You're swapping out a guy into Dzingel that hasn't worked out that well here for a guy in Ritchie to essentially get the extra asset in that second round pick and not let Lyubushkin walk for nothing like Michael Bunting did in the offseason. I'm still upset by that because Michael Bunting is still a good hockey player, and I would have loved to have him here for another year or at least been able to get something for him. Okay, I'm done. Look, I'm done. Listen, mediocre trade. I have no opinions. Sure, Toronto probably wins because they get what they need right now, and the Coyotes are going to have to wait and see what they do with those assets. Maybe Ritchie turns it around here. Maybe he doesn't. I really don't see much out of him. Maybe he'll score 1 or 2 more goals by the end of the year, but I really have no expectations there, nor do I really know what to tell you. That being said, I'm going to get back to the hockey game because it's starting now. Disappointed, but not surprised. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about that game that just wrapped up 10 or so minutes ago between the LA Kings and the Arizona Coyotes, and at one point there was hope, and that slowly transitioned to depression. What an Arizona sports way to spend my weekend. But you know what? I regret nothing because I've been more productive tonight than most other nights in the last 3 or so weeks, so let's go ahead and get into this. I did take a few notes for this one, so I actually get to do a partial review like I used to, so a little more effort tonight. Anyway, Vamelko gets to start. Dzingel and Lyubushkin were healthy scratches, but they were healthy scratches late. Bianco and Eriksson got to play, and right there, as soon as Bob Hehow said that, back in my mind, obviously the trade rumor that had Ilya Lyubushkin potentially going to Toronto, so long as it didn't involve Lawson Crouse, I was fine with it, and it didn't. It ended up involving Ryan Dzingel, which kind of sucks, but whatever. I'm assuming we'll see Ritchie in a couple of days. Anyway, LA gets an early power play. Coyotes kill it off. LA goes 0 for 1 in the power play at that point. Then at the 5-minute mark, shots were 6-1 in favor of LA. Look, I'm going to be completely honest here, even though I hate the Los Angeles Kings, they controlled the pace of play. They controlled the pace of the game, and I am genuinely surprised the Coyotes had a lead at any point in this game. The Coyotes actually did not get their first deficit until the third period. I want Karel Vejmelka to get all the credit in the world because he played phenomenally until the defense failed him. Anyway, at 8:52, so a little under 4 minutes later, Stralman is fourth from Moser and Eriksson, and just like that, the Yotes take the lead. However, 12 seconds later, Kempe gets his 22nd from Kopitar, and we are tied. The Los Angeles Kings did not go away, even when the Coyotes had a 2-goal lead at one point. At 10:25, LA takes a penalty, but that's killed off. Arizona's 0 for 1 on their power plays. That's going to stick for a while. And then with about a minute left, the Kings press to get a couple of shot opportunities. I think only one officially went through. Vejmelka makes the save. And after one, we have a 1-1 tie. Shots 11-4 LA. Coyotes scored on one of their first 3 shots of the game. Don't mind me, I'm just going to put that in the background real quick. So, jumping into the second period, at 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Lawson Crouse's 13th of the year from Galchenyuk and Kessel. It just came in today. I had to show it off sometime. Anyway, the Coyotes take the lead again. It's 2-1 at that point. That is Phil Kessel's 200th NHL assist, if I heard that correctly. So, noted that. Congratulations to Phil. When are you going to be traded for a second round pick? Anyway, about 5 minutes later at 12:40, Clayton Keller his 19th of the season from Travis Boyd and Shane Gostisbehere. And just like that, the Coyotes are up by 2 goals. They're up 3-1. Everything's looking pretty good. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and close that and give you the spoilers. The LA Kings would then proceed to score 4 unanswered goals, 1 on the power play with less than 90 seconds left, and then 3 in the third period for a final score of 5-3. Like I said, disappointed, not surprised. I guess before we get into the team stats, a little update on that Ilya Lyubushkin trade. So the Coyotes will either be able to take Toronto's 2023 third round pick or their 2025 second round pick. It's up to the Coyotes. I'm going to assume they'll take the second round pick, but you never know. Pretty sure they have until draft day to decide if they want that third round pick this year or not. Anyway, the Coyotes are outshot 39-23. They take only 39% of the faceoffs, over 3 on their own power plays. They do out-hit LA 23-17, which is cool. Normally, LA is more of a physical team, but I'd rather have the win. Karel Vejmelka, 34 saves, 5 goals against, 8.27 save percentage. I think his record's now 7-21-2. It's not his fault. It is not Karel Vejmelka's fault what that record looks like. But look, I know they're tanking. Look, I know they're going for Shane Wright. They're going, shite for Wright, whatever. But when it's against the Kings, I would prefer a win. That's it. That's all I got. I don't have any further commentary. They just got outplayed by a better team. The only reason they had that lead was because they got the goals earlier and Vejmelka was standing on his head. Like I said, disappointed, not surprised. I will see y'all tomorrow, allegedly. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. You'll understand why I'm wearing a Grizzlies hat in a couple of videos. But as for now, let's go ahead and take a look at that game last night between the Dallas Stars and your Arizona Coyotes. The second half of a back-to-back, they of course lost the first half against the LA Kings, but the 20th is of course a new day and is no longer the 19th. How did they do yesterday? Well, to be completely honest here, I was busy yesterday, had other stuff going on, so I didn't watch it. This is going to be all numbers based, all giving you the notes, so there's your disclosure, jump right into it. And for the first time, seemingly in forever, they managed to actually beat the Dallas Stars. So, real quick, we have a scoring change on the assist in the previous game. Loui Eriksson no longer has an assist, it goes to Barrett Hayton. I decided to throw that in there now because I was going to forget. Oh yeah, also Ryan Dzingel got waived, as well as Hutton being waived by the Coyotes, so he's probably going down to Tucson. Maybe Dzingel comes back to Arizona, probably not, but hey, there's that. Anyway, goal scoring summary. Nothing going on in the first, and from what I can tell, it's a pretty even matchup. The Coyotes playing well defensively, getting a couple of shots, but when it really starts to kick into gear is that second period. So the Sheriff himself, Lawson Crouse, his 14th of the season. He's on pace to score about 20 goals this year. From Schmaltz at 10-13, the Coyotes take the lead. Then about a minute later, Rupe Hintz is 22nd. We are tied because the Coyotes cannot have nice things. And if they're going to score at home, they're going to immediately give it up like a minute later. Then about 6 minutes later, on the power play, 17:05, Nick Schmaltz, his 9th of the season from Gostisbehere and Keller. First off, Schmaltz, been on a bit of a streak lately, might get some interest at the deadline. I have no idea how interested the Coyotes may or may not be in moving him, but with how well he's been playing, he may get some interest. Oh, then we skip ahead to the third, Clayton Keller, an empty net goal, his 20th. Yes, this is the first time since his rookie season that Clayton Keller is a 20-goal scorer. Anyway, from Schmaltz and Mayo, they also specifically mentioned on the broadcast, I just got done watching the Hockey Guys video because I wanted to at least get a little bit of someone who watched it telling me what happened, where they're actually mentioning one of the main reasons they traded Lyubushkin is because of Moser and Dyson Mayo. Wouldn't surprise me, and honestly, it's a good thing for Kyle Capobianco because now he has an extra shot at the roster because because Yanis Moser has been playing so well defensively, he essentially kind of kicked Capobianco out of the roster. So a move needed to be made, and at the very least, Capobianco gets more of a chance. Dyson Mayo is playing well. I don't necessarily want to get my hopes up right now because the Coyotes failed to re-sign Bunting when he had his little breakthrough half of the season, so I'm going to halt it right there and say, at least Moser's stuck here for another 2 years. And with that, the Arizona Coyotes win this one by a final score of 3-1, and yeah, normal suspects, they get outshot 33-27. They take only 40% of the faceoffs, going 1 for 3 on their power plays, though they did limit Dallas to 0 for 2, so that's not nothing. Also, as per usual, they out-hit their opponent, in this case 25-21. They blocked a couple less shots and gave the puck away 1 fewer time, doing the little things, I suppose. But that's not what you want me to talk about, is it? Y'all want me to talk about the wedge wall. 32 saves, 1 goal against, 970 save percentage, you know, just solid. Dude played phenomenal. He is the wedge wall. Him and Veggie are my wonder walls, boys. Anyway, that's all I got for you. I'm gonna try to get myself to finish the Showstrom video before playing Assassin's Creed 2 on the Switch. Not gonna lie, I was not expecting this. So, yesterday the Arizona Coyotes waived Carter Hutton. He was going to Tucson. I figured that was it. Alright, you know, maybe he'll get a couple of games down there, kind of take a little bit of the edge off of Ivan Prosvetov. That is not what happened. That is not what's going on here. Well, okay, he did clear waivers, and he was going to Tucson, but it was announced today by the organization that they were not just content to trade Labushkin to Toronto as well as sending Dzingel to San Jose in a roundabout way. They wanted to send the tank commander himself, Carter Hutton, out that way as well. He will now be going to Toronto in exchange for future considerations. Maple Leafs fans, rejoice. He's going to the Marlies, alright? It's just some goaltending depth. You're going to throw him down there in the minors. It's fine, but here's what you have to look forward to. In 3 games with the Arizona Coyotes, he posted a 776 goals against and a 741 save percentage. He played phenomenally, alright? Phenomenal. I'm joking, by the way. Look, he served his purpose as the tank commander, and I'm not gonna lie, I am shocked at the move. I'm just going to go ahead and assume Toronto only traded for him because, well, 1 extra goaltender in the minors just in case something happens. I'm a little confused as to why they'd want to go for Hutton himself. I'm really trying to make sense of that. I mean, obviously, since he was already sent down, he was already waived, you can just send him right to the AHL. You don't have to take this newly acquired asset and send him down like you did with Dzingel, which, like I said, now Dzingel is in San Jose. And by the way, side note, in order to make room for Dzingel, they waived Lane Peterson. Coyotes, make it right. Alright, you already have a 2nd round pick you got from San Jose. Just get Lane Peterson back. Get him back, put him on your 3rd line, you'll thank me later. Alright, we're here to talk about Hutton. So, Hutton's going to Toronto. Congratulations. Y'all are never going to see him play this year unless something bad happens. As for the future consideration, for the most part, it's usually a lesser prospect or maybe a 6th or 7th round pick down the line, you know, in a year or 2. But I have a different theory. And my theory is we are not only on the path to getting Austin Matthews, but he is essentially in this deal right here. Yes, I'm calling it right now, folks. We're getting Matthews' forehead. I've wanted to make a Matthews forehead joke for a while, so I regret nothing. The Coyotes are getting Austin Matthews' forehead. They're going to slowly but surely just ship away spare parts of Toronto just to build themselves an Austin Matthews. Anyway, look, it's going to be like a 6th or 7th round pick, something like that. We'll find out in like a year or so, maybe around the draft. Usually what happens, you don't find out for a while, but yeah, Tank Commander, I appreciated your dedication to getting us Shane Wright. You really were an inspiration. I genuinely thought it would have worked out a little bit better. However, things happen, and best of luck in Toronto. And as for Austin Matthews' forehead, don't go around harassing any more security guards, eh? Alright, what is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, day late and $1 short, but you know what? I've been busy. So let's go ahead and talk about that matchup last night as of recording between the Arizona Coyotes and the Los Angeles Kings on February 23rd, 2022, as well as a minor trade that went down on the 22nd that legitimately just could not justify its own video, so I'm going to talk about it here. We'll actually lead off with the trade. So the Coyotes and Bruins made a trade. Going to Boston is Coyotes defensive prospect Michael Callahan, and coming back as a 2024 7th round pick. Callahan, in case you're not familiar with him, he was drafted in the 5th round, 142nd overall in the 2018 NHL entry draft, and hasn't really done all that much so far. In fact, this year, I think it's with Providence College. In 34 games, he has 3 goals and 11 assists for 14 points. Decent enough numbers, I suppose, I guess, but that's at the NCAA level. Pretty much just, it's a former Chychrun pick, probably doesn't exactly fit into the future plan, so Bill Armstrong went ahead and just got an additional asset. So that could potentially be another another like Manic Landry in a couple of years. So I like the trade. You're not really losing out on a whole lot. Callahan isn't exactly a can't miss prospect at this point. You're losing a 5th round pick from a few years ago to gain an additional asset moving forward. You know, minor trade, I like it. Now let's go ahead and talk about that game last night. I watched none of it. Like I said, I was busy. So the Kings come in and, well, last time they won, what was it, 5-3? The Coyotes had a pretty good lead and then just kind of gave it up. Well, this time the Coyotes also started off with a lead. So Clayton Keller, his 21st of the year. Not only is he a 20-goal scorer for the first time since he was a rookie, he's going above that. Anyways, 21st from Schmaltz and Moser at 626. And then, well, back-to-back goals by LA still in the second period. Lizotte and Arvidsson, there you go, it's 2-1. Then Barrett Hayton, his 3rd of the season from Vladislav Kolyachonok, who, at least to me, sadly, is replacing Kepa-Bianco in the lineup. And Bill Armstrong even said they were going to call him up and give him a shot because they kind of want to see what they got. To me, personally, the fact that Kyle Kepa-Bianco still finds himself being the odd man out. Jason Mayo has managed a consistent spot, so has Janis Moser. Kyle Kepa-Bianco really does need to start kind of impressing when he has time because he might end up losing out on his shot. Why do I keep mentioning that? Well, other than Loui Eriksson for the memes, he's my favorite player, and I really want to see this guy actually take advantage of his shot and stay on the team. Especially since Garland and Peterson are gone. You're all I got left, Cap. Anyway, we're tied going into the 3rd, and Arvidsson didn't exactly appreciate that. His 2nd of the night from Waugh and Moore at 16-21. There's your final 3-2. At least it wasn't as embarrassing. Shots, they're outshot 35-19. They do take 51% of the faceoffs. Both teams 0-for-2 on the power play. Coyotes are out hit 26-20. And then Wedgie, you're going to want me to talk about Wedgie. 32 saves, a 914 save percentage, 3 goals against, another really good outing for him. I would not be surprised to also see him get a look at the deadline. If you're going to choose between Wedgwood and Vejmelka coming back next year, you're probably going to choose Vejmelka. So if you can get something for Wedgwood, even if it's like a 4th round pick, 5th round pick, something like that. But with how well he's playing, you could probably get higher value. I just don't want to overvalue him and be like, hey, you're going to get a 1st round pick in Austin Matthews for him. So yeah, there you go. From what I can tell, they played well enough. Wedgwood, of course, being Wedgwood. Kolyachonok getting his 1st NHL point. The Coyotes acquiring a 7th round pick for a guy that was never going to make this team. I'd say it's been a pretty productive couple of days, even though they lost. And anyone going to the Vegas Golden Knights Arizona Coyotes game tomorrow, don't be afraid to say hi. I will be there. I'll be sitting up in the poor sections because I'm poor, but hey, you know, still gonna be there, still gonna have some fun. Let's go Yotes. Can somebody explain to my wife that I was just advertising yesterday at the hockey game? Look, what is going to get someone's attention? Wearing a Bolts jersey. They're going to wonder, why are you wearing a Bolts jersey at a Coyotes game? Boom, right there, AZ Sports Guy. All right, I was 2 subscribers away from 300. I'm going to personally credit getting one of those to this guy. But also, yeah, I hit 300, by the way. Thank you. Congratulations. Yay me. I'm important. Not really. Anyway, what is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and jump right into this matchup last night between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Arizona Coyotes. And guess what? I was there until I wasn't, because my wife decided she didn't want to stay very long. And literally a few minutes after the Golden Knights scored their 1st goal, she convinced me to leave. But it wasn't all bad, I guess. Now I can finally watch Death Note, so that's something. I'm gonna have to find a spot for the AZ Sports Guy jersey, but go ahead and get into the matchup. Wedgwood gets the start. Nick Ritchie makes his Coyotes debut, and right there as I was seeing it, I think I was in section 211, row A, I saw him, his glorious first shift as a Coyote. He ended up getting an interference penalty. We got greatness. Memes aside, it was actually good to see the Coyotes frustrating Vegas as much as they were, because in that first period, even though as per usual Vegas was getting more opportunities, I think they had 2 total power plays. The Coyotes got one very late, but the first couple of calls did go Vegas's way. They got more opportunities. Wedgwood played phenomenal, and the Coyotes very physical. They got a couple of chances themselves, but it was mostly Vegas frustrating themselves, and I was laughing. I was chirping at him. I forgot which Golden Knight, but the net was wide open. All he had to do was tap it, and he couldn't get his stick over there, and I was yelling, laughing. You're playing an AHL squad. This is a minor league hockey team, and you can't score. What was I talking about again? Alright, so goal scoring summary. So I was walking around the Arena Bowl, hanging out, looking at the different gift shops, because I was this close to buying another Doan jersey. I didn't. I made the adult decision not to. But I was that close, but I'm sitting over at Gate 4 kind of watching on one of those little mini screens. Will Carrier is 6th from White Cloud and McNabb at 11:03, and after my wife finally annoyed me enough, I'm like, fine, we can go. So, yeah, I was paying attention for the first half of the game. I thought it was a little earlier on that Vegas ended up scoring. Anyway, by the time we get back to the car, after she annoyed some people outside, Gostisbehere is 9th from Chychrun and Galchenyuk, and Chyk finally has 10 assists on the year. Good for him. We are tied going into the third period, and I'm like, you know what? I'm happy. They're playing well. The game is tied. Maybe they go to overtime, get a point. You know, maybe they can squeak this one out, but honestly, going into the game, if anyone had to ask me, I don't think the Coyotes had a single chance. Well, the Coyotes said, hold my beer. So, this one is predominantly Nicholas Schmaltz himself is 10th from Stroman and Boyd at 3:16, and just like that, the Coyotes have a lead, and just like that, it's time to mess with the social media team for the Golden Knights. Legendary tweet, if I remember, I will put a screenshot here. Yotes are winning, and I'm like, you're not a real franchise. You're losing to the Sadawoos. Come on, now. You cannot lose to the Sadawoos if you're gonna pretend you're a cup contender. Skip ahead, the wedge wall just doing what the wedge wall does, and Vegas just can't seem to penetrate it. Empty net, Nick Schmaltz, 2nd of the period, 2nd of the night, 11th of the season from Keller and Chychrun at 19:29. And just like that, the Arizona Coyotes, in a game they had no business winning, improved their record to 14, 34, and 4. The only reason I'm mentioning that is because there's a lot of 4s, and I like it, even though they won this one 3-1, and it's 3 sets of 4. I'm trying to do a thing with numbers, and it's just not working. Anyway, so, Coyotes win a game they had no business winning by a final score of 3-1, and they were outshot by 12, 44-32. They also only took 40% of the faceoffs, and they went 0 for 3 on their own power plays. Vegas went 0 for 2, so Vegas never ended up getting any more power plays after that first period, but still, the Coyotes probably shouldn't have won that one going into the matchup. But when this one really important statistic, the Coyotes out-muscled the Golden Knights. On top of that, the Golden Knights had a couple of injuries. They're missing players going into it. That's what happens whenever you're right up against the cap, and you make no efforts at all to try to get a couple of extra players that wouldn't put you up against the cap. But anyway, the Coyotes out-hit them 41-17. You really could have used Ryan Reeves this year, couldn't you, Vegas? And just because I want to say the name, Zachary Eichel for the Knights, -1, 2 blocks, 3 shots, nothing doing. I just like saying the name Zachary. Anyway, the wedge wall, 43 saves. That is a career high in saves for him in a win, and he had a .977 save percentage. Like I said, just a 1 goal against. And the Sadawoos won in regulation, and all the Golden Knights fans just got to go home disappointed. And you know what? I may have not been there for the end of the game, but I was sure there for the start of it. Had me a good little time chirping, Yotes gonna win. And honestly, I'm just feeling pretty good right now. Not just the 300 subscriber thing. Did I mention I hit 300 subs? I'm just pretending I'm important right now. Anyway, it was actually a pretty good feeling last night to watch this team, then pay attention via notifications on my phone, I suppose. Beat a team they had no business winning. So that's gonna be some pretty good morale. I want to talk about the Mayo thing in a separate video. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. Thank you so much for 300 subs. It means a lot. I'm gonna pretend to be humble and say I don't deserve it. I probably don't. But honestly, you know what? I'm just gonna keep working hard and try to make myself worth that, because yeah, no, that's really cool. Alright, so I got a little bit of time before the Coyotes game kicks off today. Let's talk about mayonnaise. I didn't have a better joke, I'm sorry. So this information came out Friday, a couple of days ago, but Dyson Mayo, before that game on Friday against the Golden Knights, it was announced that he was signing a 3-year contract extension. Looking on Cap Friendly, I believe it's $950,000 a year, which honestly, for what Mayo has been providing the Coyotes this season, his rookie year, that's not bad. If he keeps this up, keeps building on that, it's going to be a really, really good contract. So Dyson Mayo, in case you're not familiar with him, he was drafted all the way back in 2014. That's when I graduated high school. 5th round, 133rd overall, and they just kind of kept giving him 1 or 2 year extensions, but all at the AHL level. He's played pretty well in Tucson. He's pretty much been one of the cornerstone defensemen down there. Anyway, so he's drafted in 2014. He wouldn't make his NHL debut until October 21st, 2021. I was at that game, by the way. It was in Glendale against the Edmonton Oilers, and in his first NHL game, he scored his first NHL goal. I remember I was celebrating, screaming, and I'm like, keep this kid here. Well, 5 months later, Bill Armstrong decided I'm going to keep him here. So far this season, in 43 games played, he has 3 goals and 3 assists for 6 points and is a -8. However, he's on one of the worst teams in the league. I'm going to go ahead and just excuse that plus-minus right now. Especially considering elite defenseman Jacob Chychrun, in 2 fewer games, mind you, is a -26. It's getting better, but slowly. Bill Armstrong did have this to say about the signing, quote, Dyson has worked extremely hard on and off the ice and has established himself as a reliable NHL defenseman. We look forward to having him on our blue line for years to come, close quote. On top of that, one of the main reasons the Coyotes actually could afford to let go of Ilya Lyubushkin was because of Dyson Mayo and how well he's been playing, how he's basically just emerged. For most Coyotes fans, even me, I'm going to be completely honest here, even me, I thought, much like Michael Bunting going into last season, that this was going to be just one last AHL level contract and they'll let him go in free agency. And even though the Coyotes failed to re-sign Bunting, they did not make that same mistake twice, and Dyson Mayo giving them so much value on the blue line, so much so that you have guys like Janis Moser and Dyson Mayo playing just as well as they have been. Yeah, no, the Coyotes can actually afford to move some pieces around and get some extra assets. Can I just say real quick, Dyson Mayo, the level of perseverance and just never wanting to give up you have to wait 8 years, just about, 7-8 years for your NHL debut, and even then, you were not supposed to. Like, Dyson Mayo going into the season, ask anyone if they thought Dyson Mayo was going to make the NHL team this year, or if he was just going to be a career AHLer, 99% of them would have said career AHLer. So just the level of determination there, and once again, a Coyotes value pick turning into something they can use at the NHL level. I really ought to do a video on that. Anyway, we're here to talk about Dyson Mayo, not plug my channel. But honestly, this is going to be a great signing, even if he just ends up being a solid 6th defenseman, maybe your 6th, 7th defenseman. He's getting paid less than $1 million a year. He's providing a little bit of depth scoring for you, and he's logging in somewhere around 20 minutes a night in ice time. He is being very much relied upon on this team on the blue line, and he's making the most of that opportunity. So you know what? Dyson's worked hard. He's had a very underrated rookie season, and having him on the blue line for 3 more years is only going to help this team. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and jump right into the game last night between the Winnipeg Jets, the former Coyotes, the Atlanta Thrashers, if you will, and your Arizona Coyotes. Last night, February 27th, 2022, full disclosure, I listened to just about the entire game sitting right over there playing video games, because I'm not gonna lie, just wanted to relax. It was my Sunday. Caught up on some comic book reading, so there you go. I think I have more than enough notes to suffice, however. Anyway, the Jets entering last night's campaign 22-21-9 and 8 points out of the playoff, as Bob Hehouse just would not stop saying they were a very desperate team. We have former Coyote legend Eric Comrie in net for the Jets, and for the Arizona Coyotes, the wedge wall. The Coyotes, I think, actually came out with a good amount of energy, but Winnipeg just kind of outworked them. In 7 minutes, 39 seconds in, Loui his 6th, and just like that, the former Thrashers are up 1-0. Then just after the face-off, literally 12 seconds later, Kyle Connor gets a breakaway, Wedgwood makes the save, but right there, the Jets, again, the desperation, they were hungry, they weren't exactly going away there. Then Jacob Chychrun, the captain himself, answers back at 10-16, his 3rd from Kolyachonik and King Loui himself, and right there, we are tied 1-1, despite the fact that Winnipeg was probably still playing better at that point. Then around 30 seconds later, Evgeny Svechnikov, a guy that I've been really hoping will get a real chance at the NHL, decided he wanted to score his 5th. 2-1 lead for the Jets. They were not just going to go away quietly. However, neither was Barrett Hayton, the Coyotes' hope for the future, his 4th from Nick Ritchie. Yes, newly acquired Nick Ritchie in just his 2nd game of the season gets his 1st point as a Coyote. Well, 2nd Coyotes game of the season, I should say, from Ritchie and Chychrun at 16:40. Barrett Hayton essentially went through like 4 guys on that play. That was worthy of where his draft stock was. Do more of that, please. Roughly 10 seconds later, Riley Nash, the very next play, gets a shot on goal. Comrie makes a save. Right there, the Coyotes, the game was tied, and they just kind of wanted to get the lead. They really were looking at that point like they might just steal this game. And going into the 2nd period, they just might have. Anyway, it was 2-2 after 1. Shots 10-9 in favor of Winnipeg. It's better than being outshot, what, 16-8 versus Vegas? Anyway, about 7 minutes in, Kyle Connor hits the post, and you can tell right there, Kyle Connor was gonna score. Alright, we don't know when. Well, I know when, but you don't know when yet because you're still watching the video. But Kyle Connor was gonna score. Skip ahead around 6 minutes at 13:56. the man, the myth, the legend himself, Nick Ritchie, his third of the season and first as a Coyote from King Loui and Barrett Hayton. And just like that, the Arizona Coyotes have a lead, their first lead of the night, and they actually are going to go into the third period up 3-2. Spoilers. Anyway, about 3 minutes later, Dubois and Chychrun get into a little scrum behind the net. They're both going to go off for penalties. 4-on-4 we skate. And then with about a minute left, just that final minute, Winnipeg kept pressing, and Wedgwood made a couple of really good saves. The defense, they were bending a little bit, but they didn't break. They were playing well enough. Like I said, they went into the third period up 3-2 in a game that they also probably had no business being in. Shots after 2, 21-15, so Winnipeg starting to take the lead there, but Arizona not going away by any means. Then to start off the third period, on the first play, roughly 10 seconds in, Nick Ritchie gets a shot, nothing doing there. Rebound, Loui Eriksson, and Eric Comrie makes a couple of big saves. And the Coyotes, they came out guns blazing. That's how you want to respond. They're trying to play spoilers, but just like Bob Hehouse, once again, would not stop saying repeatedly, Winnipeg was a very desperate team, and as that third period went on, that was very obvious. Roughly 3 minutes in, Nick Schmaltz gets a sharp angle shot, nothing doing there. Then 17 seconds later, it's a 3-on-2, and former Coyote draft pick Blake Wheeler, the captain, his 7th from Stastny at 3:17, like I said. Barrett Hayton was actually he was busting it, he's trying to get back on side, trying to make it a 3-on-3, but nothing doing. We have a tie game. Then the Coyotes on one end of the ice, right around 5 minutes and 30 seconds into that period, Phil Kessel gets a really good shot on net. The puck goes directly the other way, and Kyle Connor, his 31st from Svechnikov and Dubois at 5:34, Winnipeg takes the lead back. It's 4-3 at that point. Then about a minute and a half later, Winnipeg gets a penalty shot because Kolyachonok turns the puck over and just kind of whacks the guy. I think it was a hook or a trip. I don't remember. I wasn't watching it. I was listening to it. But gets a penalty shot. Wedgwood makes a save, but that would only kind of delay the inevitable. The Coyotes would generate some opportunities. You'd see a little bit of action on that side of the ice, but at 18:52, empty net. Kyle Connor is 32nd, second of the night from Pionk, and the final score here is 5-3, and the very desperate Atlanta Thrashers keep their playoff hopes alive. The Wedgewall, 33 saves, 4 goals against, 8.92 save percentage. He played pretty well. You really can't ask for more out of him. Coyotes outshot 38-29 on the team stats. The Coyotes do take 51% of the faceoffs. Both teams did not have a single power play. That original penalty in the second period was going to go to Dubois, but then Dubois got a little frosty with Chychrun. Chychrun didn't like that, and I think he gave him a little swipe, so that's why they both end up going there. Arizona out-hits Winnipeg by 1, 27-26. They do block 2 fewer shots, 17 versus 15, and they gave the puck away 10 more times than Winnipeg did. Winnipeg was just the better team. I really can't complain. It's really cool to see Nick Ritchie, the guy that just couldn't make it work in Toronto, already has a goal and assist in 2 games with Arizona. He's throwing the body around, he's hitting well. I think Nick Ritchie's going to be a better acquisition than people gave it credit for, but we are still early, just 2 games in, and with that, I rest. So last week on 98.7 FM, they had Newsmakers Week. It's exactly like it sounds. For an entire week, they'll interview a lot of different Arizona sports executives, essentially the people that are newsmakers, as it were. For the most part, the morning show, Bickley and Murata, kind of carries the majority of the load and does most of the interviews. Luckily for me, my job is primarily delivering car parts, so I do get to listen to a good amount of Arizona sports radio. Throughout the week, they interviewed Shane Doan, Andre Tournier, Bill Armstrong, and finally, Javier Gutierrez. I liked a lot of what Coach Tournier said. He's very much a player's coach from what I can tell, and he's definitely the kind of guy I want coaching this team moving forward. Bill Armstrong pretty much confirmed that there are going to be a lot more moves, especially around trade deadline time, and he also confirmed that there are teams that are calling about Jakob Chychrun, and that Jakob Chychrun himself does know that there are teams calling for him. He also did confirm that he would in fact trade his firstborn for a number 1 center, and to be fair, I don't exactly blame him because first-line centers do not grow on trees. But the interview that really piqued my interest was with Coyotes president Javier Gutierrez. Essentially, most of what I've been trying to explain to a lot of non-Coyotes fans over the last couple of weeks to a month, he plainly says right here, so what I really want to do is take some very brief clips of the Bickley and Murata interview and simply try to signal boost it a little bit while also providing some of my own commentary. The interview starts off with Gutierrez talking about the rebuild. Bickley and Murata asks him if he's pleased with the progress so far, and Javier responds that they do have a plan and he's pleased with the work that Bill Armstrong is putting in and the amount of assets he's managed to put back into the franchise. And coming from a Coyotes fan that started from the Peter Mueller era and saw at least 3 rebuilds, 3 different cores, and only one of which be able to take this team to the second round and beyond, it does make me feel optimistic that there is at least a plan this time, and they do want to construct a roster that's not just going to compete for a playoff spot, a team that they genuinely think could compete for a Stanley Cup. Bill Armstrong in his interview definitely stressed that point, but knowing showing that this time everyone is on the same page, and Gutierrez right here even mentions JJ Moser, how you have some guys that even from this year were able to come in and actually establish themselves and take an NHL roster spot. He also mentions Dylan Guenther, and as I've already covered on this channel, Dylan Guenther is an Arizona Sting legend, and seriously, he genuinely could be a star level player if he develops the correct way and actually translates to the NHL. That could help put this team over the top. I'm genuinely curious to see maybe one day Clayton Keller, Barrett Hayton, and Dylan Guenther playing on the same line. And that is not even mentioning Matthias Michelli. Then Bick asks about the ASU arena coming up, the 3-year temporary deal, and essentially asks, what is their plan to deal with other NHL teams coming in here and saying this is not an NHL level arena?
To address that issue, we are making a significant capital investment to ensure that we are maintaining all of the NHL standards. It's public that Alex Morello is making over a $25 million investment to build an annex so that you have NHL level locker rooms, medical facilities, all the game day officials room. So there's an annex that's going to be built to what is already a brand new state-of-the-art facility there on the campus at ASU in the heart of Tempe. So we are not going to sacrifice NHL standards at all, and we're willing to put our money where our mouth is, and we're willing to take on all of that financial risk.
So obviously that right there will address any sort of concerns that there wouldn't be NHL level facilities in it. To be fair, I have not heard very many complaints about that specific issue. The vast majority of the complaints all have to do with the size of the arena, but I still just wanted to play that clip primarily to set up another point I want to make later, but also to really put into context what the Arizona Coyotes are going to be investing in this new arena, and to show that at the very least behind the scenes, NHL players will still have everything they need at an NHL level. Mr. Gutierrez then went on to stress the centralized location of the arena being in Tempe and the fact that they're getting positive reception to it. Once again, just kind of articulating the point that I've been trying to make for a while, that this team really does need to be playing in a centralized location. Plenty of people that cheer for, let's say, the Ottawa Senators know that their arena is so far outside of Ottawa that mixed with their poor play and the overpriced tickets is what leads to the attendance issues. A very similar thing is happening in Arizona because, like I keep stressing, the vast majority of people live in the East Valley. The West Valley is what's referred to as a bedroom community. Most people go to Phoenix, not just the greater Phoenix area, which yes, the West Valley is technically considered that, but at the same time, once they develop more land further out west all the way to Buckeye will technically be greater Phoenix area. And that is so many miles away from Phoenix, most people probably don't know what I'm referring to. But like I said, all the money is in the East Valley, Tempe, Scottsdale, Chandler. It's even where a lot of the athletes and executives live. I know, I was inside of Steve Keim's ridiculously large house. In order to get from, let's say, Scottsdale or North Phoenix all the way to Glendale, it's like an hour and a half depending on traffic, and the vast majority of people work in the East Valley and live in the West Valley, so no matter what you do, traffic is always going towards the Coyotes, so it's going to add more time to the drive, and the vast majority of people do not want to wait in that kind of traffic to go watch a bad hockey team. Putting them in a centralized location will only help them. Location, location, location. Moving on from that point, then Gutierrez went on to talk about the financial impact and wanted to address those concerns, so here's that clip.
And then as far as any financial impact, we really do mean this. It goes to show you the difficult situation that we've been in with our current arena, that we don't anticipate any material financial impact. And if anything, we might actually have a significant benefit, as we now have partners that have reached out to us and said, we just simply didn't see the value in connecting with you all, given the location that you were at, the facility that's about 20 years old with lacking investment, and the experience that they wanted to have really wasn't there, and now they're excited. So corporate partners, fans in waiting, they're very excited about this move, and then clearly partnering with ASU, one of the best entities in the entire state, not just as an academic institution, but as a community leader, as an engine of economic growth. And we're very pleased and very excited to be partnering with them for the next 3 years, as again, a temporary location.
I'd like to go ahead and cut him off there for a couple of reasons. Primarily, I don't want to just use a bunch of unedited clips, but on top of that, I really want to stress a couple of things right there that he just said. He did stress it was temporary, but I will get to that later. But right there, he mentioned that he wants to be where the people are. The Coyotes organization want to be where the fans are, and on top of that, because they are now going to be in a more centralized location with more eyeballs on them, there are now more corporate partners that are going to want to partner with them, which is just more revenue. And on top of that, if you just kind of read between the lines a little bit and think logically, this ASU arena, this much smaller venue, is going to be cheaper to operate than Gila River Arena, and as Javier kind of alluded to, they are not projected to lose as much money as they have been, and there's even a very small chance they could turn a profit, or at the very least approach profitability. It's going to be at a much smaller level, obviously, but with these different corporate partnerships, that should do a lot to kind of help to offset that, as well as the lower operational costs. And like I said, and like you heard, he was stressing that this is just a temporary option. I do 110% agree. If the Coyotes propose this as their solution, just, yeah, we're going to play in a 5,000 seat arena and that's it, I would completely be on your side and say that's absolutely unacceptable. But as a 3-year option, I don't see a problem with it. What was it? The Hurricanes played in a mall? What, the Whalers played in like an old airplane hangar or something like that? And the Calgary Flames, while awaiting the Saddle Dome to be built, played in like a 7,500 seat smaller arena. It has been done before. There is precedent. Hell, even the Boston Bruins did share an arena. They shared facilities with the Boston College out there. It was 100 years ago, but there is plenty of precedent there exclusively, so long as it is a temporary option while there is something else in the wings. And like I've already said before, I'll say it again, Gary Bettman himself said the league is only okay with it because it's temporary and if they have the Tempe arena. And on top of that, what a lot of people don't realize, that even if the Tempe arena does not go through, there is land directly next to it that is not owned by the city of Tempe. I want to say it's the Salt River Indian community, but they own that, and the Arizona Coyotes could also theoretically just try to buy that land next to it. They have a very high likelihood of being able to make this arena deal work. Then they ask about the Coyotes' confidence level that the Tempe arena will get done, and here's that clip.
You now have really an ownership group that has the financial wherewithal and the commitment to truly, really bring this to bear. We've already shown our financial commitment just for a temporary location. Think about that. For the next 3 years, we've put up $25 million plus in cash to make sure that we are committed to being here, right? And finally, you know, what you really see here is that you have a valley that has absolutely been really embracing of hockey for so many years. I tell people all the time, this is a hockey town. Now it's up to us to create an arena solution that allows that love, that passion, that emotion that we know exists here to really come forth, and for us to invite those casual fans, those fans in waiting, as I've often said, to now be a part of what we're doing. So we're very excited about this, and we're very confident that we've created a deal that is privately financed, that we are taking on the financial risk. And that is the other part that's incredibly compelling and makes us very confident that we have put forth the proposal that will be successful.
I genuinely like everything that man just said. Not only have I been saying for the longest time, the whole spat with Glendale not paying the rent, not paying whatever, it never had anything to do with not having the finances. Alex Marullo very clearly has the finances. You do not drop $1.4 million to pay all your bills at once if you do not have the finances. You do not drop $25 million for this construction, and on top of that, they have to pay their bills up front for the 3 years if you do not have the money. Very much so, right there, Marullo is showing he does have the pockets. He's willing to invest right now, because if he just wanted to move the team or sell the team off or whatever, he would not have invested $25 million here. This genuinely is the strongest ownership group the Coyotes have ever had. It is not without its flaws, definitely. There are plenty of flaws to the ownership group, but this is still the strongest one the Coyotes have had, and on top of that, they're getting them in that centralized location, they're putting their money where their mouth is, and they're really putting together a genuinely good proposal. Now, it is not entirely privately funded. I think it's some sort of tax credits or tax money to make the land reusable, but they're also willing to cover more than half of that cost. It is also entirely possible they've updated the offer and just said we'll pay for all of that as well, but you do need to keep that in mind. But when it comes to the arena cost itself, yes, it is technically privately funded. I think so far, everything that's come out about it, everything that's publicly available, it's a good offer, and no matter what anyone says, I genuinely genuinely feel like this has a very good likelihood of going through, and even if it does not, they have the plan B. It is not a done deal. The Arizona Coyotes are not staying here forever. They're not staying here for the next 20 years confirmed, but they definitely do have the best shot they ever had of having that long-term stable ownership, long-term stable arena in a centralized location that will then hopefully lead to sustained success. That's about all the interview I want to use. I do go on to ask a question about Gary Bettman not exactly seeming happy with Robert Sarver and not wanting to share the footprint center with the Coyotes, but Gutierrez kind of hand waves that away because obviously you need to make the best business decision for yourself and there are no hurt feelings, so at the very least there isn't going to be any bad blood between the Coyotes and the Suns publicly, and I do appreciate that, and maybe one day I'll talk about why the Coyotes couldn't use the different arenas in Arizona, but that day is not today. Pretty much any concern, any comment, any criticism, anything anyone outside of this Arizona hockey market has had to say about the Coyotes, Gutierrez addressed right there, and in my opinion, addressed adequately. If you're a Coyotes fan, right now is genuinely a good time to feel optimistic. The battle's not won, the war's not over, but this is a good time for optimism. And for anyone outside of the market, this interview, this information, and me trying to provide a little bit of extra context, that should adequately address any concerns you have. At this point, if you've made it to the end of the video, and you still have a problem with the Coyotes using this as a temporary solution, you simply cannot be helped. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. All of that footage I use belongs to Bickley and Murata and 98.7 FM. My use of it should count as fair use, but still disclosure right there. That is not my footage, and have a good day. Alright, so we got a lot to talk about because, man, that game was a lot of fun, and I just want to go ahead and thank Richard one more time because, man, that was a hell of a lot of fun. That was a great game to watch. Thank you for the ticket, thank you for the invite, and if you're wondering about the Colorado game, I have nothing to say on it. I just wanted to play a little bit of Elden Ring and go to bed, so I didn't watch that game, but Cup contenders can't beat the Sadawoos. Alright, that one out of the way. Coyotes won that one 2-1. Let's talk about this matchup. Alright, matinee game on Saturday, March 5th, 2022, my 2-year wedding anniversary, and yes, I did go to a hockey game, so I might be in trouble. But the Coyotes hosted the Ottawa Senators in a game I was assuming was going to be a tank bowl, although when I sat down, I do have to apologize right now. When I went to go sit down in my seat, I did say the Coyotes would score 5 goals easy. They scored 8. Anyway, the Wedge Wall gets to start today. Let's go ahead and start off with the goal scoring summary on this historic night, but we wouldn't know it yet. First period, Nick Schmaltz is 13th of the season from Shane Gostisbehere at 410 on the power play. Coyotes power play actually looked good. They generated opportunities, they scored multiple goals, they actually scored twice. Spoilers. Anyway, at 13:53, Clayton Keller is 22nd of the season from Gostisbehere and Schmaltz. Schmaltz has a goal and an assist at that point. Keller has 1 goal. And can I just say, alright, Clayton Keller, I remember a couple of years ago I made a video about how I thought he was overrated at the time. Every single positive thing Coyotes fans said about him back then, he has fully become and embraced, because as of today, he has reached his highest goal scoring totals since his rookie season. Phenomenal year for him. I absolutely love how him and Schmaltz are playing together under coach Andre Tournier. This is what that line, that duo should have looked like for the past couple of years, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm willing to put this out there. If Tournier was the coach for the last couple of years, they would have been much more successful. Anyway, Coyotes take a 2-0 lead going into the second period. Nick Schmaltz, 2 minutes and 50 seconds in, second of the night, 14th of the season. We have a 3-0 lead for the Coyotes, and Nick Schmaltz has points in all 3 of the first 3 goals. 3 for 3, boys. Then about 10 minutes later, I got to witness history for the second time this season. The Jelly first goal season! Where Matthias Maccelli, his first career NHL goal from Phil Kessel and Shane Gostisbehere, with a nice little move. He could have finished it, putting it over the goalie's pad to the right. No, he decided to tuck it in their 5-hole. Phenomenal goal for him, first career. And if you're wondering what the other goal was, I was there for Dyson Mayo's first career goal against Edmonton. Everything's looking great. The Coyotes have a 4-0 lead, and then Ottawa would score 5 consecutive goals. On the bright side, not a single one of them was scored by Brady Tkachuk, so there's something, I guess. The last of those goals would be scored at 1:53 of the third by Nick Paul, his 10th of the season, and just like that, it is 5-4. Reality hits you quickly, and I looked over at my buddy, the one that invited me to the game, and I was like, I love my team. Which one is that? The one that sucks. But since I wasn't with my wife, I actually got to stick around for the rest of the game, and Clayton Keller is 23rd from Schmaltz at 406. We are tied at 5. What a ridiculous, insane, crazy, stupid game I was watching. Then the Coyotes go on the power play. I pull out my phone, I look look at my friend and I'm like, they're gonna score right here. And right there on the camera.
And I already have a 6,700 XP.
Boston Crouse is 15th from Schmaltz and Keller at 657, and the Coyotes take the lead right back. It is 6-5, but they are not done. Because at 14:53, Shane Gostisbehere is 10th from Schmaltz and Mayo. And Gostisbehere, man, he's been turning it up recently. Clayton Keller's been playing well. Dyson Mayo got a point there. Nick Schmaltz. And finally at 16:26, I actually do want to set this play up real quick. So Clayton Keller has the puck. He's kind of hanging out with it. Go over by the face-off circle. He looks around. He sees Dyson Mayo coming down, passes it to him. I swear to the gods, when I was watching this play, I thought it was Dylan Guenther. He just came roaring into the zone with such confidence, sniped that one in. Dyson Mayo, his 4th from Keller and Schmaltz, and that is the ball game. 8-5 your final. What a ridiculous, crazy, stupid game, and I loved every second of it. Where do I even start? Dyson Mayo, goal and an assist. Shane Gostisbehere, goal and 2 assists. Clayton Keller, 2 goals and 2 assists. No. That's not where we're going with this. We're going with Nick Schmaltz, who broke the franchise record, the Arizona Coyotes / Winnipeg Jets franchise record for most points in a single game with 7. He scored 7 points. I witnessed a man score 7 points today, and he didn't even score a hat trick. I was right there. The Ottawa pulls the goalie for some reason. They're down by 3. Ottawa pulls the goalie. Nick Schmaltz, he shoots for it. It goes icing. Next play, they end up, he gets off the ice. Everyone claps for him. I wanted a hat trick. I was wearing the ASU hat, so I wasn't going to throw it on the ice, but I was going to celebrate. And of all the games I've been to since 06-07, I've probably been to at least 250 games. Rough math, whatever. I've been to a lot of hockey games in my day. Some of the more memorable ones, playoff games, hat tricks, Donor's first ever hat trick. Those are good memories, good games. Nick Schmaltz scored 7 points. The final score was 8-5. It genuinely felt like me playing NHL 22, just scoring at will. What did I just watch? What happened? What is going on? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. I don't know if you can tell, but I've lost my voice. I was screaming so much at the game. I was giving Matt Murray some crap because I was sitting behind the away goalie for 2 periods. And the wedge wall, 41 saves, 5 goals against, 891 save percentage. I really can't blame him too much. He let in a couple of bad goals, but it does happen. The Coyotes get the win. The Coyotes won, by the way, 8-5. I don't know what to say. I'm shocked. It was one of the most dumb, thoroughly entertaining games I have ever seen. And like I said, I've seen plenty of games live. So I'm just not gonna lie, boys. I am 100% like I made the right decision going to a hockey game instead of celebrating my anniversary. Go watch hockey instead of going to your anniversary. Don't follow that advice. That's terrible advice. Just don't listen to me. Go away. Coyotes win 8-5. I'm gonna go play some more Elden Ring and have fun. Alright, so we have some news from yesterday, not just the Nick Schmaltz thing. So Travis Boyd actually signs a contract extension. Let's talk about it for a couple of minutes. So Travis Boyd was actually one of the final free agent signings the Coyotes had back on August 3rd, 2021. He signed a 1-year contract worth league minimum $750K. I didn't know what to think about it. I didn't know really where to put him in the lineup. My original projections, I'm like, here, throw him on the 4th line, see what happens. Let's just say that things with Travis Boyd in Arizona have worked out, but they've worked out for very specific reasons. So Travis Boyd, for the most part, any other team in the league, you're going to want him to be your 3rd center, maybe your 4th center. He can play center, you can put him on the wing, kind of a utility guy that way. You can do a lot with him. He'll give you a little bit of depth scoring, but for the most part, he's there to be a face-off guy. On top of that, he's pretty defensively responsible. That's exactly what you want him for, right? That's for the most part, it's all you're getting out of him. Maybe, 5 goals to 10 assists, 15 points a year, somewhere in that vicinity. More likely on the 10-point side, but that's what you're expecting out of Travis Boyd most of the time when you have him in your lineup. Enter Clayton Keller and Travis Boyd playing together, including them predominantly being the first line with Keller, Boyd, and Schmaltz, and Travis Boyd has had a career-defining season. As of the signing of this contract in 46 games, because he also played last night after signing the extension, but we are just going to count the 46 games before the extension. But in those 46 games, he's recorded 10 goals and 14 assists for 24 points, which is a career high in both goals and points, and he is 1 shy of tying his career high assists, that being 15. It has worked out. It has worked out in every single context, but like I said, on most teams, he's going to be a bottom six or third line, fourth line. There's kind of a reason why he never really recorded those kind of point totals he's getting this season. He never really had the ice time. One good resource on that would be the hockey guys talking about Travis Boyd. In the context of any team that might have wanted to pick him up for the deadline, which there was some reports of there being some interest, you're not going to get the kind of scoring he's giving in Arizona right now, because in Arizona, he's getting top 6 minutes. Everywhere else, he's going to be getting strict bottom 6 minutes. But yeah, so career high in goals, career high in points. He's probably going to get his career high in assists. It's been a career year for Travis Boyd. Why not give him a 2-year contract extension? Yesterday, March 5th, 2022, the 28-year-old forward signed a 2-year, $3.5 million extension with the Arizona Coyotes. He will be joining them in Tempe next season. Full disclosure, however, part of me was thinking this could just increase trade value because any team getting him would have him for a couple of years for cheap. But at the same time, he's played so well in Arizona. He seems to be pretty good friends with Keller. Him and Keller have got along very well on the ice, and Keller I am not going to say it is the main reason or even a primary reason, but a very small reason I think as to why Keller is playing as well as he is having a line mate like Travis Boyd, someone he plays really well with. On top of that, Nick Schmaltz. On top of that, the phenomenal coaching. On top of that, over the last couple of years, Keller just trying to develop his game, working harder and becoming a better all-around player. It all added, it all culminated to those things, but one very small reason was Travis Boyd, so keeping him around for a couple of years, I think this will greatly benefit Keller, especially if you keep Travis Boyd with Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz, will be the topic of my next video, because he did a thing last night. Anyway, so, Travis Boyd, 2-year extension, a very fair cap hit, about $1.75 million per season. No problems with that whatsoever. I think he's more than earned it, especially if he keeps playing top 6 minutes. No one can complain about that with the production he's giving you right now. Good contract, good free agent signing, very good extension. I think Bill Armstrong's doing a really good job right now. And to Travis, I will see you in Tempe. Wait, that sounded like a threat. It's not a threat. I look forward to seeing you play with the Coyotes in the Tempe arena. I'm gonna leave now. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about Nick Schmaltz. Nick Schmaltz, as we all probably know, we've all heard, even the regular NHL fans have heard this name right now. Yesterday, March 5th, 2022, in a game against the Senators, he broke the Winnipeg Jets / Arizona Coyotes franchise record for most points in a single game with 7. And he was this close to getting a hat trick and making it 8. But he will take the record, I assure you. But there's more to this story. He didn't just break the all-time record for most points in one game. He has been on one quite productive streak. I want to go ahead and talk about that because we really need to start off on February 2nd, a game I went to against the Calgary Flames. They ended up losing that game, but he did record an assist there. At the time, I guarantee no one would have foreseen exactly the kind of production he was going to receive, so let's go ahead and just talk about it real quick. So in that game, he records an assist, follows up in the next game at Vancouver with no points, but you're going to notice something a little bit weird in a couple of back-to-backs. So that's on the 8th. On the 9th at Seattle, he gets 2 goals. That's 2 goals and 1 assist in 3 games at that point, and with that, he has 3 points in 3 games. Then they come back home against Tampa Bay on the 11th. He scores a goal in that one. Skip ahead about a week to a game against the Kings on the 19th. He doesn't record any points there, but he's still right around a point per game at that point. Then against Dallas on the 20th, the whole back-to-back situation I was talking about, he had 1 goal and 2 assists for 3 points in that game. For those keeping score at home, it's 7 points in 6 games. Nick Schmaltz is really heating up right now. Against the Kings on the 23rd, he recorded an assist, and the next game against the Golden Knights on the 25th, he'd recorded 2 more goals. He went scoreless against the Winnipeg Jets on the 27th. We're just going to go ahead and push that off to the side for a little bit. Then on March 3rd, in that crazy 2-1 victory over the Colorado Avalanche, he records a goal there, and that would put Nick Schmaltz at 11 points in 10 games. And then we can finally briefly discuss that game last night where he scores 2 goals and 5 assists. That's 18 points in his last 11 games. It's a total of 9 goals and 9 assists, so perfectly balanced as all things should be. And Nick Schmaltz has been on a ridiculous hot streak right now. Like I said, 18 points in 11 games. 3 of those 11 games he went scoreless, but the amount of multi-point games is ridiculous. 4 multi-point games in 11 nights, including 3 of those where he had at least 2 goals. Ridiculous. Nick Schmaltz has been on a phenomenal hot streak, and I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to point that out because it's more than just breaking that single game record. He's been putting in points. He's been very productive over the last month, and I kind of feel like no one's really been noticing that, so there you go. Over the last month in 11 games, Nick Schmaltz has 18 points, 9 goals and 9 assists, on top of breaking that single game record. So, Nick, keep it up. I got nothing else to say. Keep it up. And that's all I got for you. All right, before we get started, I did not get to watch the game last night because I was too busy watching The Batman for a second time. Pretty good movie, not gonna lie. But in hindsight, I would have rather watched this game because, man, did I miss an ass kicking. So, the Arizona Coyotes, Detroit Red Wings in Detroit on March 8th, 2022. And the goals just, they started and they never really stopped. So, Valimaki gets the start, and a minute and 6 seconds in, Travis Boyd celebrating that brand new contract he signed a couple of days ago, his 11th from Nick Schmaltz and Dyson Mayo, and Nick Schmaltz's absolute reign of terror continues on the league. Look, I already said 18 points in the last 11 games. How about 8 points in his last 2, 1 minute and 6 seconds into this game? Needless to say, it is not done yet. However, exactly 5 minutes later on the power play, Fabry is 17th from Bertuzzi and Larkin. We are tied. Not for long, though. Because just over 2 minutes later, Nick Ritchie himself is 4th from Barrett Hayton and Loui Eriksson. And just like that, the Coyotes get the lead back, and Nick Ritchie is showing that he was born to be a Coyote. But the first period, it's not over yet. 13-19, Jacob Chychrun is 4th from Barrett Hayton and Loui Eriksson. So not only does King Loui have 2 assists, not only does Barrett Hayton have 2 assists, Chychrun's on the board, Schmaltzy's on the board, Boyd's on the board, Ritchie's on the board, everyone was involved tonight, last night. You know what I'm talking about. So the Coyotes take that 3-1 lead into the second period, and 1 minute and 4 seconds in, 2 seconds less than it took Travis Boyd, Schmaltz is 15 from Keller and Gutierrez. Keller also continuing his streak. Schmaltz has a goal and an assist so far. Not done yet. Not done. About 50 seconds later, Chychrun, 2nd of the night, 5th of the year from Hayton and Ritchie. Ritchie has multiple points. Hayton has 3 assists to this point. It just keeps going. You know what? We're not done yet. Little over 2.5 minutes later, Ritchie is 5th from Moser and Schmaltz. More points for Schmaltz. 2 goals and an assist for Ritchie. Like I said, look, he was born to be a Coyote. Detroit had to go ahead and stop the bleeding. However, Vrana, his first, I believe it's his first game back. Congrats for him. On the power play at exactly 17 minutes. But exactly 2 minutes later, Nick Schmaltz says, I'd like another one. His 16th and 2nd of the night from Keller and Boyd. The goals, the points, they just don't stop coming. And we are not done yet. It is only 7-2. Note, I said it's only 7-2. It is only Travis Boyd's number. By the end of it, it's going to be Kolyachonok. So Fisher is 4th from Chychrun and Crouse at 418. Fisher's even doing something that should show you just how dominant the Coyotes were. And Clayton Keller deciding he wanted a goal for himself is 24th from Strawman at 10:53. Final score, 9-2. Oh, and you know, casually, Clayton Keller, he set a new career high for goals. The dude might hit 30 by the end of the year. He might. Let's go down the list real quick. So, Nick Schmaltz, another 4 points, 2 goals and 2 assists. Clayton Keller, a goal and a couple helpers. Nick Ritchie had 2 goals and an assist. Barrett Hayton had 3 assists. Loui Eriksson had 2 assists. Fisher had a goal. Crouse had an assist. Boyd had a goal and an assist. Chychrun had 2 goals and an assist. Strawman, Moser, Mayo, and Gutierrez each had an assist. Every single defenseman had a point except for Vladislav Kolyachonok, which is funny because the final score was his number. Let's just kind of rewind it just a little bit, alright? Coyotes have scored at least 8 goals in both of their last 2 games. They are on their first 3-game winning streak of this hockey season, and they have scored 17 goals in their last 2 games. Oh yeah, Nick Schmaltz, 11 points in his last 2 games. Fire! The Coyotes are firing on all cylinders. They are a wagon. They deserve your respect, and they are going to win the cup this... I'm kidding. I am joking, but look, this is a lot more... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect anything similar to this, but the kind of production you're starting to see more recently, that's more what I kind of had in mind, being like the Coyotes shouldn't be that bad this year. Well, they were that bad, but now they're not that bad because it's the end of the year. Points don't matter anymore. They're gonna start racking them up now. They got a couple of big matchups coming up, so this 3-game winning streak probably doesn't last, but I'm gonna enjoy it while I have the chance, because the Sadowoos have won 3 games in a row. They are taking the league by storm, and how do you comprehend 17 goals in the last 2 games and Nick Schmaltz having 11 points? It does not compare compute. It simply does not compute. Alright, so we got a couple of games to talk about, starting with that game against Toronto a few nights ago on the 10th, and a couple of scoring streak updates after that, so let's jump into it, and then we'll get into the Boston game later. Full disclosure, didn't watch either of these. I was busy both nights, and only got around to following along on my phone via Twitter, so there's your disclosure. Let's jump right into it. So we start off on the 10th in Toronto. Coyotes have a 3-game winning streak going into it. No one really expected much because they're going up against Toronto and Boston. The streak's finally going to come to an end. Everyone said it did, but not exactly as soon as people thought. Anyway, Wedgwood gets the start versus Peter Mrazek. Let's go ahead and get into the goal scoring summary. In the first period, it was all Coyotes, so at 2:09, Alex Galchenyuk hits 5th of the season from Riley Nash and Dyson Mayo. It's 1-0. Then a couple of minutes later, at 4:21, Jacob Chychrun, his 6th from Kessel and Galchenyuk. It's 2-0 going into the second period, and that's Gally with a couple of points, goal and assist. Things are looking pretty good at that point. Then a minute and 8 seconds into the second period, Boyd said, you know what? I'm feeling a little left out right now. His 12th from Keller and Schmaltz. That is Keller's 31st assist of the season. I'm just going to pause on that real quick because dominance this year. However, about 3.5 minutes later at 4:55, Pierre Engvall is 10th. It's 3-1, but the Coyotes answer back at 11:57. Christian Fischer, his 5th of the season, who would actually get injured on the play and leave, would not return for the rest of the night, from Crouse and Michelli. That's Michelli's first career assist, so we're just going to kind of go into the third period with a 4-1 lead. Then within about a 5-minute span, Kerfoot, Matthews, and Nylander. There you go. Then in overtime on a controversial no call, Chychrun is 7th from Michelli, and the Coyotes win that one 5-4, extending that win streak to 4 games. That's the first time since 2012 the Coyotes started off a month 4-0, and March Madness continued. Now, to address that play, I do not care. The play did not result in an injury. It did not cost a team a playoff spot. It's regular season, not playoffs. I do not care about one missed call. Do not at all. It's one game. Suck it up. You got the point. Wedgwood, 34 saves, 4 goals against, .895 save percentage. Well enough, I suppose, but Toronto, like I said, they turned it on in the third period. 3 unanswered goals. Part of that's got to be on the goalie. Shots, Toronto outshot Arizona 38-23. Nothing to see here. Face-offs, a perfect 50-50. Coyotes have 1 power play. They're 0-for-1 on it. Toronto actually out-hit the Coyotes by 10, 42-32, but the Coyotes blocked more shots, 25 of them to be exact, versus Toronto's 11, and they gave the puck away fewer times. Only by 1, but I'll take it. And after that game, let's just go ahead and just read off the streaks real quick. Chychrun, 4 goals and an assist in 2 games. Crouse, a goal and 2 assists in 3 games. Mayo, a goal and 3 assists in 3 games. Keller, 3 goals and 6 assists in 4 games. And Schmaltz, 5 goals and 8 assists in 4 games. That is dominance. Yeah, like I said, the first time since 2012, the Coyotes started off a month 4-0. Michelli gets his first career assist, as well as his first career multi-point game. A lot of good things happened. Let's go ahead and move on to the game last night against Boston. Valimakis gets the start, and the Coyotes traditionally have not played very well in the TD Garden. Boston pretty much owns them, and in the first period, that continued. Craig Smith is 12th and 13th at 2:33 and 10:48 respectively. The Bruins take a 2-0 lead into the second period. But we are not done yet. The second period, Clayton Keller, his 25th of the season, as a buzzer beater, 1 second remaining from Mayo and Schmaltz. Keller and Schmaltz extending their point streak to 5 games each. Mayo as well. I think he has a 4-game point streak now. Going into the third period, 2 minutes and 15 seconds in, Nick Ritchie, the former Boston Bruin, his 6th from Hayton and Michelli. Michelli extending his streak a little bit. He's been playing very well. Very good draft pick. Very good this season in Tucson. Also been pretty good this season in Arizona. We have a tie game. Then at 16:39, Charlie Coyle, his 14th from Frederick and McAvoy, and your final score is 3-2. Womp, womp. They weren't going to win every single game, but you know what? I'm just happy this team, it's one of the worst in the league. They're a bottom 3 team right now still. Went into Boston. They are still a playoff contender. They're still a very good team, and they kept it competitive, kept it close, despite historically being terrible at the TD Garden. I have no complaints. Legitimately don't have any complaints right now. Melka, 37 saves, 3 goals against, .925 save percentage. Please extend this man. Team stats, Coyotes outshot 40-29. Just another day at the ballpark, I guess. Coyotes take 45% of the faceoffs, go over 2 on their power plays. They are out hit by 2, but whatever. They blocked fewer shots, but made up for giving up the puck fewer times. I got no complaints. I'm happy they managed to play competitive in both games. Yeah, sure, against Toronto, the giving up 3 unanswered goals sucks. And yes, it is a worrying trend, but at the same time, they're also mostly rostering an AHL team, so I really can't complain. What else would you expect? So getting that win in Toronto is pretty big. Keeping it competitive against Boston, they're 4-1-0 in their last 5 games. That's a pretty good roll, pretty good streak, and I have nothing to complain about. They've been playing pretty well. Good job, Yotes. With the Coyotes' first 4-game winning streak of the season coming to an end last night in Boston, let's go ahead and take a few minutes to just talk about this because it actually was a pretty fun stretch of hockey. So the Coyotes did something special in March. So for the first 4 games, they won, starting off the month 4-0-0 for the first time since February of 2012. Just over 10 years later, I'd say it's about time to start changing that culture. Anyway, it starts on March 3rd with a close victory against the Colorado Avalanche of all teams, 2-1. No one really expected that, but it was a pretty solid win, and so far, the Coyotes have managed to beat Colorado twice. Then 3 days later, on my 2-year wedding anniversary, I went to the Ottawa game where Nick Schmaltz absolutely went off, scoring 7 points and breaking a franchise record for most points in a single game in an 8-5 victory over the Senators. Sorry, Jacob. Then on March 8th, in a game at Detroit that I didn't get to watch because I was busy watching the Batman again, the Coyotes destroyed the Red Wings 9-2. Just over those 2 games, Ottawa and Detroit, the Coyotes had scored 17 goals in 2 games. Ridiculous. Then on the 10th in Toronto, despite giving up a 3-goal lead in the 3rd period, the Coyotes left Toronto with a 5-4 victory in overtime, and that was your 4-game stretch. Last night they would lose 3-2 to Boston, but they still played pretty well against a team whose record is essentially opposite what the Coyotes were. Coyotes entered like 18-35-4. Boston entered 35-18-5. Almost exactly opposite. In the last 3 games of that winning streak, the Coyotes scored a combined 22 goals in 3 games and 24 goals over the course of those 4 games, putting them at 6 goals a game. I guarantee you, no one expected that. I didn't expect that. No one expected that. Ridiculous offensive scoring. And here are some of the highlights. So, Jacob Chychrun, 4 goals and 1 assist throughout 2 of the games. Lawson Crouse, 3 points in 3 games, 1 goal and 2 assists. In 3 games, Dyson Mayo had a goal and 3 assists. Also, he recorded an assist last night against Boston, putting him at 1 goal and 4 assists over the last 4 games. Clayton Keller, 3 goals and 6 assists over those 4 games. Also had an assist last night, so 3 goals and 7 assists in 5 games. And Nick Schmaltz, 5 goals and 8 assists in 4 games, adding the 1 assist he had last night. In 5 games, he has 9 assists, 5 goals, and 14 points. Also on the 10th against Toronto, Matthias Michelli, his first career assist. He also recorded the primary assist on the game-winning goal, giving him his first multi-point game. In the game, he recorded his first NHL assist. 4-0-0 to start March, the first time the Coyotes have started 4-0-0 in a month since February of 2012. Like I said, we all know what happened then. But man, it's been almost a borderline completely different team. You have a lot of the younger kids getting more time to shine. Obviously, some injuries, a couple of trades. But you have plenty of guys that you're starting to see what this future could be. Give another couple of years, this team could probably turn around the rebuild a little bit earlier than we expect if it keeps going this way and they can kind of get more young talent, premium young talent in the draft. I don't know. I think this month is a sign of things to come, a sign of some pretty good things for the Coyotes coming in the future, so long as they maintain where they're at. As the general manager, Bill Armstrong's done a very solid job over the last couple of years. And then you look at Coach Andre Tournier, he knows exactly how to work with younger players, and he's pretty much tapped into Nick Schmaltz and Clayton Keller and got them firing on all cylinders. They're playing phenomenal right now under that coach. And yeah, no, I think this month, even though it's a very small thing in a season that's still going to go down as being one of the worst in the franchise, there's a lot to look forward to and a lot to like. If you just look at that sample and really see that big picture, this could lead to some big things. Anyway, the Coyotes start off the month of March 4-0-0 for the first time in 10 years. Starting off a month 4-0-0, they get their first 4-game winning streak of the season, and they were borderline dominant throughout. Oh, what's this behind me? Just an ASU Classic style jersey. Ain't she purty? What is up, guys? ASU Sports Guy here, and we got a couple of games to talk about because the Arizona Coyotes own Canada. I didn't know Canadian teams enjoyed paying this desert franchise to beat them on home ice, but I'll take it. So we'll start off on the 14th against the Senators, and the last time these two teams met up, the Coyotes scored 8 goals. They didn't get there this time, but they almost did. Before we get started on that one, Jacob Chychrun's out 2 to 4 weeks. Kevin Bianco is back in, and I want to say it was against Montreal. He had a pretty bad turnover that led to a goal scoring chance. I'm very cross with you. If I'm gonna simp for you, you gotta make me look good, Kyle. Anyway, Wedgie gets to start, jumping right into it. So, anyway, let's go ahead and get started. I actually started listening to the game somewhere around around 8 or so minutes into the first period. Listen to the rest of the first from there. Listen to some of the second. Missed the third, so there's my disclosure there. Josh Norris starts the scoring off his 23rd from Tkachuk at 2:39. Just like that, it's 1-0 Ottawa, but the Coyotes, they didn't very much like that. Because the Sheriff with the 1-2 punch! That's his 16th at 7:49 from Kessel and Galchenyuk, former Senator, and his 17th from Gutierrez and Keller at 9 minutes even. It's 2-1 Coyotes. For about 5 minutes, then Josh Norris, his second of the night, 24th of the year on the power play from Tim Stützle. I just point out how it's actually kind of cool that it's a 2-2 tie. Both teams have one goal score. I'm easily entertained. Then after a pretty neutral second period at 16:12, his 18th of the season, third of the night, his first career hat trick, short-handed goal. So many different ways to say it. He's also the first Coyote since Anton Vermette back around 2012 to score a hat trick, scoring goals in 3 different ways. Power play, shorthand, even strength. The Sheriff can do it all. That one was unassisted, by the way. Pretty nice breakaway, shorthanded. Moving on. Going into the third period, Connor Brown ties it, his 9th from Tkachuk at 7:30. But Nick Schmaltz keeping that point streak going, his 17th from Keller at 7:46. So, 16 seconds later, Coyotes get the lead right back, and then the empty netter goes to Barrett Hayton, his 5th from Moser and Schmaltz at 9:12. Just like that, the Coyotes, after falling in that 1-goal game against Boston, right back in the win column, and they sweep that 2-game set against the Ottawa Senators. Sorry, Jacob. Wedgwood, 40 saves, 3 goals against, 930 save percentage. Nothing to complain about there. But the Coyotes were outshot 43-15. They only take 40% of the faceoffs, 1 for 2 on their power plays. They're out-hit 24-16. I'm going to go ahead and just have to agree, even though I only listened to about half the game. Ottawa probably outworked the Coyotes in just about every aspect of the game, and the Coyotes still said, nope, we're winning this one. Let's go ahead and move on to the next game last night at Montreal. This one was fun. I got to listen to the whole first period, most of the second period from what I remember. None of the third. I forgot I had dinner with my sister and her husband last night, so I got to hang out with my nephew a little bit. Anyway, Vejmelka gets the start. Let's go ahead and jump into the goal scoring summary. A minute 57 seconds in, Barrett Hayton is 6th from King Loui. That's 2 goals in his last 2 games. Barrett Hayton's playing well. Then a little bit later at 3:52, Anton Strawman, his 5th from Riley Nash and Phil Kessel. Just like that, it's 2-0. But you know what? The Coyotes felt a little bad, so they go ahead and knock one in their own net off Matthias Maccelli. Goes to Laurent Dauphin, former Coyote, so glad to see him getting some playing time in Montreal. That one from Petrie and Perreault. But our boy Nick Ritchie is 7th from Galchenyuk and Maccelli at 8:34. Galchenyuk, also a former Hab. So Gally out there recording assists against his former Canadian teams. You love to see it. Yeah, so him and Maccelli get the assist on that one. But we're not done yet. Crouse, after having the hat trick in the previous game, his 19th of the year at 19:49. The Coyotes, they take a 4-1 lead into the intermission. It's ridiculous. Skip ahead to the second period. We don't get a goal until much later. 17:49 is 26th of the year on the power play. Clayton Keller extending his point streak as well from Ghost and Crouse. Crouse just racking up the points, 4 goals and 1 assist in his last 2 games. Then unfortunate not Coyote, Goal Caulfield is 10th and 11th at 18:47 and 18:55 respectively. First one's on the power play, and just like that, they bring themselves a little bit closer. Then Montreal pulls their goalie really early on, and at 15:42, Nick Schmaltz extending his point streak, his 18th of the year from Clayton Keller. The Coyotes take that one too. They've won back-to-back games. They come back to the desert today, and on an interview today with Doug and Wolf, Andre Tournier was hiking Camelback Mountain. A whole lot of stuff going on. Also in some kind of sucky news, JJ Moser goes down with an injury. Cam Dineen is called up, and as of right now, while there's no real update, he's probably going to miss a little bit of time, so that sucks. He's genuinely been one of the best defensive defensemen. He's added a little bit of offense from the blue line, but it is what it is. Hopefully Cam Dineen will play well enough. Coyotes, much like the last game, outshot 39-19. They did win 53% of the faceoffs though, so progress. 1 for 4 in their power plays. They are out hit 30-11, so I'm noticing something right now. The Coyotes hit less, score more. I'll take it. Vejmelka, 36 saves, 3 goals against, 923 save percentage. In both of these games, the Arizona Coyotes goaltenders had a 923 save percentage or better. For context, they were playing against really bad Canadian teams, but they're also a really bad desert team, so I think that splits the difference. And the Coyotes, don't look now, are 20, 36, and 4. And while they're not going above 500, they're looking a lot better. They're looking a little closer to what I was expecting going into the year. And that's a lot of fun because if you want to change the culture, change it now. And the Arizona Coyotes come out of this 2-game set against Ottawa and Montreal with a 5-3 and 6-3 victory respectively. I got no complaints. Go ahead and move on. Alright, so we got a couple of games to talk about. Let's go ahead and waste no time. Last night's matchup at home against Pittsburgh, and then tonight's matchup at San Jose. Full disclosure for both of them, I think I listened to most of the first 2 periods for the Pittsburgh game. It's also at the Renaissance Fair. Also ended up going to the Rattlers home opener. And then tonight against San Jose, while I was working on some stuff, including that Rattlers video, I listened to about half or so of the San Jose game. There's my disclosure. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So Wedgwood gets the start yesterday on the 19th in what turned out to be his final game as a Coyote this season against the Pittsburgh Penguins. And starting off first period, I'd say it was mostly Coyotes. The Coyotes pretty much, the best way to describe it was they were just kind of outworking Pittsburgh despite the fact that Pittsburgh was still out shooting them. Sure, that makes sense. Skip ahead to 2:09 in the second period. Kasperi Kapanen is 10th from Carter. Then about 9 minutes later at 11:28, Clayton Keller is 27th of the year. He will reach 30 goals this year. Mark my words. Actually, it's not even my word. The math is just right there. From Strawman, his 9th assist of the season, we're all tied. Then the third period was all Pittsburgh. Gino at his 11th at 12:36 and Crosby is 21st and 22nd at 16:13 and 18:10. That last goal being an empty netter and your final score 4-1. I figured I shouldn't waste your time on that. Pittsburgh, much better team. The Coyotes probably only played better for 1 period out of the 3. Yeah, the team that was supposed to win won that game. Shocking. Scott Wedgwood at the very least would make his final game as a Coyote a memorable one. 45 saves, 3 goals against, 938 save percentage. It does suck because Craig Morgan was reporting that GM Bill Armstrong was actually in talks for a contract extension with Scott Wedgwood. Things just kind of don't end up working out that way, but going into the offseason, they might bring him back as a free agent. That contract might still be the basis for what they end up doing with bringing him back. Team stats, Arizona is absolutely obliterated shots-wise, 49-21. They at least win 51% of the faceoffs, go over 2 on their power plays. Pittsburgh 0-for-3. Narrowly out-hitting Pittsburgh 26-25, and blocking double the amount of shots, 16 versus 8. Not a bad game. The better team won. I have no complaint. Then we add tonight's game against San Jose in San Jose. Karel Vejmelka gets the start, and 20 seconds in, Bonino is 8th from Cogliano and Gregor. 1-0 San Jose. That lead would hold until the second period. We're at 18 minutes. Phil the Thrill himself in what is probably going to be his last game as a Coyote. His 7th from Lawson Crouse. We are tied. But Lawson Crouse wasn't done yet. His 20th of the season from Phil Kessel and Shane Gostisbehere at 15:09 of the power play. I did joke on the broadcast that Crouse is probably going to say he sniped that one, but you know what? Garbage goal or not, it sure looks the same on the score sheet. And with that 20th goal of the season from Lawson Crouse, and then of course Clayton Keller having 27, that is the first time the Arizona Coyotes have had multiple 20-goal scorers since 2015-2016. Shane Doan had 28, OEL had 21, Anthony Duclair had 20. I just want you guys to feel old. And also I want that to be objective proof that Rick Tocchet is not very good with offensive players. After that, it would appear the Arizona Coyotes remembered that they are in fact tanking, and 22 seconds later, Timo Meier is 26th at 15:31, and then Noah Gregor is 4th at 16:15, and then Rudolph Balzer is an empty net at 19:10, and just like that, the Arizona Coyotes go from taking a third period lead to losing it 4-2 in regulation. That was not Vejmelka's fault. Vejmelka, 25 saves, 3 goals against, 893 save percentage, mediocre night for him, but it happens, it is what it is, and the Arizona Coyotes dropped this one by a final score of 4-2. They're outshot 29-25, so at the very least, when they're playing teams as bad as them, they can make the shots look better. Take 49% of the faceoffs, 1-for-2 on their power plays, San Jose 0-for-3. That penalty kill's actually been playing really well over the last handful of games. They're out hit by 2, 22-20, and they block more shots, 15 versus 12. Couple of games where they go up against teams that are just better than them, to be honest. I think San Jose is just barely better than them, but they still have more offensive talent. So you look at that and you say, yeah, over the last 2 games, the better team has won. Vejmelka and Wedgwood each get the losses. And yeah, there's already a couple of trades that have happened. The Arizona Coyotes have acquired a young player from Minnesota who's expected to be signing his ELC anytime now, as well as trading Scott Wedgwood to Dallas. More details about all of that tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day if you're a Coyotes fan. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here. Been a few days, took a couple of days off, primarily because I've been busy and tired after work. So you know what? I figured some big changes are going to be coming to the channel. I'd wait until the weekend to resume. Anyway, so we got a couple of games to talk about. The game against Seattle on March 22nd, and then the game last night at Calgary. Full disclosure, I did not get to watch the Seattle game. I followed along on my phone. And for the Calgary game, I started listening in the second period. Disclosure out of the way, if you like me talking Arizona Coyotes hockey, please remember to leave a like and subscribe, and let's go ahead and jump into it. Starting off with the game on the 22nd against Seattle at home. Thanks for trading Giordano, by the way. I got myself a good deal on a cheap jersey. No, I'm not a Seattle fan. I'm still just a jersey collector. Anyway, so this game's at home before the Arizona Coyotes go on a 3-game Canadian road trip, and to start the scoring off, Nick Schmaltz in the second period. His 19th from Keller and Gutierrez at 8:11 of the second on the power play, and just like that, Coyotes take the lead. Then about 20 seconds later, Carson Soucy, his 8th from Eberle and Wemberg at 8:29 of the second period. We're all tied, but not for long, because the man, the myth, the legend, Nick Ritchie. He scored his 8th from fellow meme, fellow man, fellow legend, Loui Eriksson. That goal coming at 9:13, so in a minute span, 3 goals were on the board, 2-1 Coyotes. Then Sprong, Soucy, and Geeky score 3 unanswered goals, and your final score, Coyotes lose 4-2. Didn't really know how to transition there. Coyotes gave up 3 unanswered goals, and honestly, after that second period, primarily the first half of that second period, Seattle just kind of took over. Seattle beat Arizona in shots, 39-26. Arizona only won 44% of the faceoffs. Both teams 1 for 3 on their power plays, and Arizona narrowly out-hit Seattle 25-24. Karel Vejmelka, 35 saves, 4 goals against. Seriously, the Arizona Coyotes defense hates their goalies. 8.97 save percentage. Really cannot blame Vejmelka for anything, just the defense not playing well enough in front of him. Seattle simply outplayed Arizona at least 2 of the 3 periods. They get away with the win. Now we get to talk about the game last night in Calgary, the start of a 3-game Canadian road trip, and I started listening to that one 3 minutes into the second period. Just like in the game against Seattle, the scoring starts off in the second period, except for this time, Matthew Tkachuk, his 30th goal of the season, 33 seconds in from Gaudreau and Hanifin. Next up, Elias Lindholm, one of my favorite former Hurricanes, is 32nd from Tkachuk and Gaudreau on the power play at 3:35. And then finally, Johnny Hockey himself, Gaudreau is 30th from Zadorov at 8:14, and just like that, under 9 minutes into the second period, it is 3-0. Back-to-back games giving up 3 unanswered goals. And with that fact, we're going to skip ahead to 12 seconds remaining in that second period. Michael Carcone, Tucson Roadrunners legend, his first career NHL goal. Arizona's on the board. They got a little bit of life. It's 3-1 going into the third. And he would not be the only Coyote to score his first career NHL goal tonight. But first, Rasmus Andersson on the power play at 5:21. Arizona took too many penalties, in my opinion, in that second and third period. At 10:36, Gosselspierre took a tripping penalty. And not that long after that was killed off at 14:48, Kyle Capobianco takes a hooking penalty. 2 power plays for Calgary late in that second period. And then, of course, the penalty in the third period leading to that power play goal. But the Coyotes were not done. Vladislav Kolyachonok, his first career NHL goal at 18:07 from Nick Schmaltz, and Cam Dineen, forgot he was on the team, not gonna lie. And that's your final. Back-to-back 4-2 losses, back-to-back games where they give up 3 unanswered goals. Coyotes are outshot 33-18. They do at least take 52% of the faceoffs, go 0 for 3 on their power plays, Calgary 2 for 4, and they're out hit by 1, 15 versus 14. Look, parts of it, they at least played better against Calgary than against Seattle, but both games were essentially the same monster, the same beast, 3 unanswered goals, like I said, losing both 4-2. Arizona's basically, after that nice hot streak they were on to start the month, they are getting right back to kind of where everyone expected them to be, and it kind of just depends on whether or not they're going to find that internal motivation to turn it around, because the season is starting to come to a close. A couple of guys may be coming back from injury before the end of the year. Recent trade acquisition, as well as signing Jack McBain, one of those players, could be showing up for the last few games of the year. So it could get very interesting, but it also could be pretty boring. And you know what? Some of these guys might just be ready for the season to be over. But anyway, at the very least, I got to talk about some Coyotes hockey and listen to Coyotes hockey while I was doing whatever I was doing last night. I really can't complain. I just wish they would have won or made it look a little bit. Look, they should have beat Seattle. That's all I got to say. Let's wrap it up. Moving on. We had some Jets on Jets violence tonight. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about this game between the Atlanta Thrashers and your Arizona Coyotes in Winnipeg for some reason. But before we get started, if you like hearing me talk about the Arizona Coyotes, please remember to like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Full disclosure, I was recording that episode of the podcast and kind of forgot the game had started. So I started listening to the game right around when Nick Ritchie scored. So let's just go ahead and call it 10 minutes into the third period. So I got to listen to the second half of the third, third, and overtime. So with that out of the way, Coyotes and Jets, Valimaki gets the start, and to start off the scoring with 14 seconds remaining in the first period, Scheifele is 25th from Stastny, and just like that, it's 1-0 Winnipeg, and it would remain 1-0 Winnipeg until 6:17 of the third, where, let's just call it what it is, I didn't need to watch this game to tell you Winnipeg just outplayed the Arizona Coyotes. They generated more opportunities, more shots, better scoring chances. Karel Vejmelka is what happened here. Oh yeah, and then at 6:17 of the third period, Ritchie, his ninth. He's been on fire with the Arizona Coyotes from Schmaltz and Deneen, and just like that, we're going to overtime, where Winnipeg probably should have won it like a play or two earlier than they did, but with about 10 seconds remaining in overtime, Scheifele, second of the night, 25th of the season from Wheeler and Morrissey. Yes, former Coyotes legend Blake Wheeler. And with that, the Arizona Coyotes lose to the Atlanta Thrashers 2-1 in overtime. As to be expected, Arizona's outshot 40-29. They take 45% of the faceoffs. Arizona had no power play, so you know it's rigged. I'm joking, but at least one person is going to get upset by that. Anyway, Winnipeg 0-2, so Arizona at the very least playing well on the penalty kill. They've been playing pretty well for the most part on their penalty kill, so like to see that. Arizona was out hit 21-17. Both teams had 13 block shots, and Arizona gave the puck away 5 more times. Winnipeg just played better. They had the edge in just about every one of those team stat categories. But Karel Vejmelka cares not. 38 saves, 2 goals against, 950 save percentage. Didn't deserve the loss, but you know what? Winnipeg's gonna be happy to finally beat him. Is this video shorter than expected? That's the exact experience I had turning on the Coyotes game going to get my dinner when I realized, oh, there's only like 10 minutes left in the game. Okay. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Gonna go ahead and try a new format for the game reports at the very least. We're gonna go ahead and go audio only. And let's go ahead and talk about that game last night between the Arizona Coyotes and the Edmonton Oilers. A game where I'm actually kind of glad the Rattlers were playing last night because, man, was that a rough game. Disclosure, at the 10-minute, 57-second mark, the Rattlers stream did start, so while I did have both streams on my PC at the same time, I was primarily paying attention to the Arizona Rattlers, and at some point I just turned the audio off on the Coyotes, but I was still watching. I was there for the vast majority of the game before I turned it off somewhere in the third period. Very late third period. But anyway, if you like hearing me talk about the Arizona Coyotes, please remember to like and subscribe, and let's go ahead and talk about this game. Vejmelka gets the start in back-to-back games. You guys already know how I feel about that. Not exactly a fan. And the final score might be at least slightly indicative of that, but anyway. So, 3 minutes in, the shots are 2-0 for Arizona, despite the fact that Edmonton had the vast majority of the puck possession. Edmonton actually maintained the puck possession in the Coyotes' defensive zone. They just couldn't generate an actual shot on net. Then about 27 seconds later, Connor McDavid registers the first shot against Vejmelka. He does make the save, but about another 30 seconds later at 4:05, Connor McDavid is 36th. It was a turnover at the blue line, and McDavid just goes for a sweet backhand, 1-0 Edmonton. A few minutes later at 7:50, Arizona's Dyson Mayo takes a holding the stick penalty, but that was killed off. 10 seconds after the penalty is taken, however, Connor McDavid has a blue line pass deflected by Lawson Crouse all the way down the ice. That could have been a dangerous shot, so good play by Crouse. 9 minutes and 10 seconds, Edmonton has 2 back-to-back shots, and Vejmelka just back-to-back key saves right there. Vejmelka really kept them in this game for the vast majority of that first period. At 9:52, Hyman, a good shot, Vejmelka glove save, but not long after, at 10 minutes 24 seconds, McLeod is 7th. It was a 4-on-2 play, 2-0 Edmonton. The shots were 10-3 in favor of Edmonton at that point. 11 minutes 52 seconds in, Arizona gets a rebound put behind the net. Kessel just can't pop it in. Then at 13:25, Edmonton gets a breakaway. It's Puljujarvi. Vejmelka, a big save. Then Edmonton takes a penalty at 14:51. At 15:08, Kessel gets a chance, but he can't put it home. But about 50 seconds later, at 15:52, Clayton Keller is 28th from Phil Kessel and Shane Gostisbehere, and it's 2-1 going into that first intermission. Shots are 16-10 Edmonton, so Arizona's at least keeping it relatively close in the shots. Well, competitive hockey was fun while it lasted because that second period was anything but. So, 57 seconds in, Nick Schmaltz takes a penalty, and at 2 minutes 32 seconds on the power play, McLeod, second of the night, 8th of the season, 3-1 Edmonton. At 6:14, Arizona takes another penalty, Kolyachonok, but that is killed off. Then at 12:28, Fogle is 9th, it's 4-1 Edmonton, and at 16:11, Hyman is 22nd. We're going into the second intermission. Coyotes are down 5-1. Shots 35-22 Edmonton. Kozanosh would take over for Vejmelka going into that third period, so Vejmelka leaves the game 30 saves, 5 goals against, 857 save percentage. Kind of makes you think, why didn't they just go with Kozanosh? They're already out of the playoffs. Well, okay. After this game's over, they're officially out of the playoffs, but still, should have let Kozanosh play. Why not? See what you got. 9 minutes, 53 seconds into the third period, Draisaitl is 48th from Puljujarvi, and just like that, that is your final score, 6-1. As for Kozanosh, 6 saves, 1 goal against, 857 save percentage. I really had nothing to comment on that because I didn't even notice he was in the net. But that has more to do with me watching the Rattlers game than anything else. With that, we can go over team stats for a little bit. So the Coyotes are outshot as usual, but they were outshot 42-32. They actually generated 32 shots. They won 52% of the faceoffs, go 1 for 4 on their power plays. Edmonton 1 for 3. They're out hit 28-24. So I'm really noticing as the season is going on, the Arizona Coyotes are becoming less and less physical. They blocked more shots, 12 versus 9. They gave the puck away fewer times, surprisingly, 20 versus 13. But at the end of the day, the better team won, and that team was not Arizona. On the injury front, in the third period, Lawson Crouse suffered an injury and did not return. Came back to Arizona, and per Craig Morgan on Twitter, it appears there might be a broken finger. His season could realistically be done, which really sucks because he's a 20-goal scorer. He's one of the Coyotes' 2 20-goal scorers this year. He was having a phenomenal season to this point. That is going to be a huge loss for the team. As of right now, the Arizona Coyotes on a 6-game losing streak. The month of March really did get crazy. March Madness to start, March Madness to end. Lawson Crouse is injured. They gave up 1 goal per loss. Yeah, as a Coyotes fan, it's probably for the best if this season were to just end. I'm not gonna lie, I've been trying to avoid recording this video for as long as possible because I just didn't really want to talk about it. But it is significant for both the Arizona Coyotes and for Clayton Keller, so let's go ahead and cover it. So on Wednesday, I chose not to watch the Coyotes-Sharks game because I wanted to watch the Suns-Golden State Warriors game. Somewhere around midway through the second period, I get a notification on my phone while I'm kind of checking Twitter that Clayton Keller went down with an injury and would not return for the game. I finally got to see the replay about 10-15 minutes later, and I'm not gonna lie, just seeing that kind of made the team not really matter anymore. I didn't care the Coyotes won. I didn't care that Yan Yannick had himself a phenomenal game against the Sharks. It just didn't matter because the play I'm talking about, so like I said, around midway through the second period, Clayton Keller in a rush in the offensive zone kind of blows a tire, loses an edge, goes directly leg first, feet first into the boards, and as he's trying to kind of turn over, his right leg is just limp, and anyone that not only saw the play, but saw how he was kind of reacting afterwards knew this isn't going to be, he's out for a day, a week, he's going to be out for a while. It was confirmed by Craig Morgan, I believe, the following morning that he did break his femur. ESPN was reporting it was a fractured leg, but let's go ahead and go with Craig Morgan's reporting, considering the fact that he actually has connections with the team. And Clayton Keller on Thursday morning did tweet out, thanks to the fans, his teammates, the medical staff, but his season is officially done. And the Coyotes later on via Twitter also confirmed that he will be out 4 to 6 months, that he underwent successful leg surgery, but would be out between 4 and 6 months. On the far end of that would put him right about the start of next season, and Clayton Keller via that tweet did say he will be back for day 1 of next season. I'm glad he's feeling optimistic about it, and from what I can tell, surface level knowledge, I don't know anything about anything. From the way it was reported, it sounds like a clean break, and just from logic and the little things I've heard, clean breaks should heal a little more efficiently, so hopefully everything will be fine. But the problem with an injury like this, it's not just the physical aspect, it's half that, half the mental aspect, because Clayton Keller, he's young enough, he theoretically should be able to heal from it. He should be able to get the vast majority of the motion back, the vast majority of his speed back. He might not be as explosive as he was this season, but it's possible. He could get that explosiveness back. The problem comes exclusively when you talk about the mental aspect of the game, because hypothetically, next season, his first, second, third rush, doesn't even have to think about it consciously. Rush into the offensive zone. What if he kind of thinks about that crash into the boards? He ends up just kind of slowing down more. Lack of a better term, afraid to go full speed, because an injury like that is not exactly a cakewalk. It was probably a horrific experience. The fact that there is a uncomfortably realistic possibility he might never get that explosiveness back, or that he might have to go through this terrible, battle, a mental battle, in order to get that explosiveness back, in order to be the same Clayton Keller he was this year. The fact that he has to work as hard as he's going to have to work to get back to where he was this year, and this year was a career year for him. In about 65 games, 66 games, he had 63 points. He was damn near a point per game player. 28 goals. He was going to score 30 goals this year. 7 assists shy of tying his assist totals from his rookie year. I want to say that was 45. He was 3 points shy of tying his career point totals at 65. He had about 62 this year. He had the best year of his career, and as someone back around 2019 who was as critical as I was of him, I even made a video saying he was overrated, who's just seen this kid work hard, improve his two-way game, become a more efficient passer, become a more efficient finisher and shooter. to see what he's meant to the team, how he is just the heart and soul. He's become the MVP of the team. It sucks. It really sucks. It doesn't even matter that the team won that game. Doesn't matter that they won tonight against Chicago. I didn't want to talk about the team. I didn't care to watch the Anaheim game. It just kind of left me deflated. I don't really care about the rest of the season, because if you don't have your heart and soul right there, it doesn't matter how well every other young prospect on the team develops. Clayton Keller is going to be the cornerstone of this team. Him, hopefully Jacob Chychrun, unless you do get a really good, trade piece in the offseason. But it's mainly him and Chick. Going into the season, those were the two guys they wanted to build around, that they had this vision of these are going to be the guys going to be here for the long haul. And just the thought that his career could be derailed in any context. No one ever deserves an injury, but this injury could have not happened to a less deserving person, because he, from all accounts off the ice, a great guy. All accounts on the ice, has just worked hard to earn all the praise people have ever given him, just with how hard he's been working, and just the results finally coming this year. It sucks. It really sucks. And to Clayton, I wish you a speedy recovery, and I just hope that you're going to come back next year the same player, because it would really suck if your career derailed because of something that was just completely out of your control. I just realized that it's been about 2 weeks and I never covered the Coyotes 2022 trade deadline on my channel, and I think it's time that I corrected that. So let's go ahead and jump right into it with the first trade. This one actually went down a couple of days before the trade deadline. The Arizona Coyotes acquired center Jack McBain from the Minnesota Wild in exchange for a 2022 second-round pick, specifically the one that was acquired in the OEL trade from Vancouver, which just so happens to be the worst of the Coyotes' second-round picks. So what exactly did Arizona outbid Montreal for? Well, Jack McBain's a 22-year-old center, 6'3", 201 pounds. He was drafted in 2018 by Minnesota in the 3rd round, 63rd overall. With Boston of the NCAA in the 2021-22 season, McBain played in 24 games, scoring 19 goals and 14 assists for 33 points, but he would also represent Team Canada in this year's Olympics, playing in 5 games, recording 1 goal and 1 assist for 2 points. Jack McBain is a solid young center with some size that knows how to put the puck in the net, and also I can confirm he is not former Coyotes legend Jamie McBain, so that's also a plus for him. Not long after this trade, on March 21st, McBain would sign a 2-year ELC with the Arizona Coyotes, and while that first year is burned, going into next year in Tempe, with this roster likely looking even younger than it is this year, McBain should get some quality minutes at least in the top 9, if not the top 6. I'm excited to see what he can do with the Coyotes next year. The way I see it is, worst case scenario, if McBain plays well but decides he doesn't want to stay in Arizona, the Yotes would likely be able to get a 2nd or 3rd round pick for him. So on the one hand, you're trying to get some elite young talent here, but if things go south, they do have an out. The way I see it, low risk, high reward. I like this trade. Next up, the Coyotes made another trade within their own division, this one to the Dallas Stars. The Arizona Coyotes receive a conditional 2023 4th. The condition is it becomes a 3rd round pick if Dallas makes the playoffs, in exchange for goaltender Scott Wedgwood. Wedgie has actually had himself a pretty good season with Arizona so far. So in 26 games, he posted a 10, 12, and 2 record, which once you realize how bad this team was early on, it's actually pretty impressive. Keeping his goals against at a little over 3 per game, but maintaining a .911 save percentage. He played very well in Arizona considering the team around him. And while Wedgwood himself confirmed that him and GM Bill Armstrong were talking contract extension before the trade, when you look at it from the Coyotes' perspective, they do get an asset for a player they claimed off waivers that was an expiring UFA, and Scott Wedgwood now gets to go compete for a playoff spot because he's played very well. He definitely deserves the opportunity to play in the playoffs this year. Best case scenario, Wedgwood gets offered a contract by the Coyotes on July 1st, and he comes back next year on a multi-year deal. Wedgie, thank you for your service. Good luck in Dallas. Hopefully I'll see you in a Coyotes uniform next year. Next up, the Coyotes finish off a hat trick and make yet another trade within the Central Division, this time with the Atlanta Thrashers. Winnipeg receives a 2022 4th round pick from Arizona. In exchange, Arizona takes on Brian Little's contract, as well as receives center Nathan Smith. The 23-year-old center stands at 6'1", weighing 190 pounds, and just like McBain, Smith was also drafted in the 2018 NHL entry draft, 3rd round, 91st overall by the Winnipeg Jets. In the 21-22 season with Minnesota in the NCAA, Smith played in 34 games, recording 18 goals and 31 assists for 49 points. He also ended up playing in the Olympics, playing for Team USA, 4 games, 1 goal, 1 assist for 2 points, the exact same stats as McBain, in just 1 fewer game. Smith, just like McBain, lane, solid size, solid center depth, except for Smith is probably a better passer, a better setup guy. He should also fit in pretty well with the Arizona Coyotes next year, primarily in that top 9. The only problem is, as of right now, he is yet to sign his ELC. As long as they get that done by the offseason, it should be fine, but still, this deal only becomes worth it if he does end up signing that ELC. I don't really care about the 4th round pick as a whole. I don't really care about getting Brian Little's contract, but if you want this trade to be worth it, you gotta get the kid signed. But assuming that Smith does end up signing that ELC, this is actually a pretty solid acquisition. Next up, the Coyotes make a deal with the Washington Capitals, sending forward Johan Larsson over to Washington with 50% salary retained for a 2023 3rd round pick. The Coyotes were obviously trying to get a 2nd or 3rd round pick for Phil Kessel. That deal just never happened. Washington calls, they want Johan Larsson. They're a little short on cap space. Coyotes take 50%, they get their 3rd round pick. Solid value for a solid player that really hasn't had the chance to play very often this year due to injury. And for the final trade, it was a minor deal. The Coyotes send Riley Smith back to Tampa Bay, the team they actually claimed him off waivers from, for future considerations. Yes, the NHL legend, Hall of Famer, that has also yet to play a single game in the NHL. Riley Smith, in a little over 20 games, only recorded 4 assists with the Coyotes. He played well enough, I guess, playing in the bottom 6, but I think GMBA did a really smart thing here. You claim Nash off waivers, and at the trade deadline, you flip him for an asset. It could be a late round pick, 6th or 7th round pick. It could be a prospect that Tampa Bay really doesn't see much in, but Arizona can get some use from. Doesn't really matter. This waiver claim is going to turn into an asset, and I think that's a good deal. And finally, this wasn't a trade. It was actually a waiver claim. So Toronto had signed this goaltender from overseas. He has to clear re-entry waivers. They actually waived Peter Mrazek to make room, and the Arizona Coyotes claimed this guy, 32-year-old former San Jose Shark draftee Hari Sateri. And despite the fact that a lot of Leafs fans on Twitter were saying he wouldn't even report to Arizona, he's been in Arizona since Friday. Satari's been a solid goaltender overseas, but the main reason why Toronto wanted him in the first place was because of how well he played in the Olympics. 5 games, 1 goal against average, .962 save percentage, a shutout. He went 5-0-0 and helped Finland win their first Olympic gold medal. That's a solid get, and Arizona got him for free. And the funny part is that other teams had actually put in waiver claims for him, so even if Arizona wouldn't have put in the claim, Toronto still wouldn't have got him. I find that funny. And also for Toronto fans, if it's any consolation, Mrazek did start playing better for a little bit, so there you go. But I found it funny. The reaction by Leafs fans, the overreaction of, oh, Arizona's a trash organization. One person on Twitter literally said Arizona does not deserve a team because they chose the better of the 2 goalies. And I'm not gonna lie, if goaltending ends up costing Toronto in the playoffs, I'm gonna laugh because that's funny. Anyway, Satari is a good goaltender. Hopefully he'll get to work with guys like Ivan Prosvetov for a little bit. Maybe things work out. Maybe he comes back next year. Maybe he doesn't. I'm excited to see him make his debut for Arizona, hopefully sometime next week. And that does it for the Arizona Coyotes 2022 trade deadline. And honestly, I liked it. I think they did a lot of good things right. They got some assets, got a couple of talented young centers. They mined copious amounts of salt from Toronto, which is probably the funniest thing they did all day. And most importantly, they are committing to this rebuild. They got some assets, they got some solid young players. You really can't ask for much more. I think GMBA did a really good job. I know he failed to move on from Kessel, but honestly, Kessel's been taking his trade value ever since he got to Arizona. It is what it is. They turned Johan Larsson into the 3rd round pick anyway, so you still got a solid asset there. If I was forced to give Armstrong a grade, I'd probably give him at least a B+, if not A-. He did everything he set out to do. The only thing he failed to do is move on from Kessel, and considering how much he's tanked his trade value, I really don't think there's many GMs out there that would have been able to move Kessel at this deadline without having to give up assets that this team desperately needs for this rebuild. I'm really interested to see what Armstrong does in the offseason, especially around the NHL draft, but that's all for now. So over the last couple of weeks, I haven't really got the opportunity to actually watch the last handful of Coyotes games. In fact, the last game I did a report on was against Edmonton on March 28th. So during stoppages in play for tonight's game against New Jersey, I'm going to go ahead and record little mini reports for all these games I missed. So sit back, relax, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Let's go ahead and jump into these games. So we'll start with March 30th, 2022 at home against the San Jose Sharks, a game that I actually chose not to watch because I wanted to watch the Suns beat the Warriors that night. Well, spoiler alert, Arizona ended up winning 5-2 in this game. I kind of ended up not caring because this was a game where Clayton Keller had that season-ending injury, and after watching the replay on my phone, didn't even care the Suns won, didn't even care the Coyotes won. Since this game, I haven't felt excited to watch a Coyotes game except for tonight because Jack McBain and Nathan Smith are debuting. I don't know, the win just kind of felt meaningless considering the fact that Clayton Keller, the team's MVP right now, isn't playing anymore this year. Anyway, getting into the goal scoring summary, San Jose starts it off 12 minutes, 15 seconds into the first on the power play. Scott Reedy is second from Leonard and Merkley. Then Nick Ritchie answers back a little over 3 minutes later, 15 minutes 46 seconds in, his 10th from Schmaltz and Strawman. Heading into the second period, 8 minutes and 33 seconds in, Jan Yannick his first from Kessel, and about 6 minutes later, Brent Burns his 7th from Hurdle and Timo Meyer. We are tied once again going into the intermission, this time 2-all. Then the third period was all Coyotes. Yannick his second of the night from Kessel and Strawman at 7:11. About 10 minutes later, Barrett Hayton his 7th from Travis Boyd at 17:02. And then with just under 50 seconds to go in the game, Nick Schmaltz his 20th of the season for an empty net dagger, and your final score is 5-2. Let's go ahead and briefly take a look at Karel Vejmelka. 39 saves, 2 goals against, 951 save percentage. They definitely went ahead and got that win for Kells. Let's go ahead and move on to the next game. Ironically enough, the next game would be on April 1st, and it was a joke. Vejmelka gets pulled about 10 minutes into this game after giving up 3 unanswered goals. Kozanosh comes in and in my opinion plays pretty solidly, giving up only 2 goals on 28 shots, but there isn't really anything of value I can take away from this game. The Coyotes got destroyed, it was 5-0, let's go ahead and move on. Next up, let's talk about the game on April 3rd in Chicago against the Blackhawks, and to start off, 1 minute and 15 seconds in, former underrated Coyote Dylan Strome is 20th of the year from DeBrincat. Just like that, 1-0 Chicago. The second period was all Coyotes, however. Carcone gets the scoring off, his second at 6:25 from Stroman, and then at 10 minutes, 1 seconds in, Travis Boyd is 13th from Shane Gostisbehere and Dyson Mayo. Patrick Kane would tie it, however, 5 minutes and 33 seconds into the third period on the power play, his 22nd. Skipping ahead to overtime with about 15 seconds left in the extra frame, Shane Gostisbehere his 11th from Schmaltz and Kessel, and just like that, the Coyotes have won 2 out of 3 games, this one being a final score of 3-2 in overtime. The next night on the 4th, the Coyotes would go into St. Louis to take on the Blues, and Barbashev is 22nd, 2 minutes and 17 seconds into the second. Tarasenko is 24th about a minute later. Braden Shen his 20th, 6 minutes 33 seconds in, and Pavel Buchnevich is 24th at 14:39. That is 4 20-goal scorers all in the second period. Let's just say the game was over at that point. At least in the third period, Nick Schmaltz kind of stopped the bleeding, his 21st from Deneen and Ritchie at 3:09, but 10 minutes later, Tarasenko is 2nd of the night, 25th of the season. That's your final score, 5-1 St. Louis. The thing that really sucks for me is that was the game they gave Ivan Prosvetov just to give him some more time in the NHL. 24 saves, 5 goals against, 828 save percentage. It simply has not been a good season for Ivan so far, barring a few games early on in Tucson. Next up, we'll skip forward to the day before my birthday and the return of OEL and Connor Garland to Gila River Arena, where the Coyotes took on the Vancouver Canucks on April 7th, 2022. Much like that game against St. Louis, the opponent starts off the scoring. Chason is 8th at 3:12 on the power play. Bo Skorvat is 29th, 52 seconds into the second from Garland, and then Bo Horvat, 2nd of the night, 30th of the season from Garland at 1:30, so about 40 seconds later, and Connor Garland's already got a couple of points in this game. Also, just like the St. Louis game, Nick Schmaltz scores to kind of stop the bleeding, his 22nd from Boyd at 7:27, but 5 minutes later, Pedersen answers back, it's 4-1, and then Chason is 2nd of the night from OEL at 4:24 on the power play in the third, and your final score is 5-1. The Coyotes take another tough loss, and Harry Sateri actually had his debut for the Coyotes this game. 27 saves, 5 goals against, 844 save percentage. Welcome to the desert, Harry. Hari, sure. Next up is the game in Vegas on April 9th, and I was actually listening to at least the first period and about halfway through the second period, so let's go ahead and discuss those notes real quick. Just under 2 minutes into the game, Janmark has a breakaway shot. Vejmelka comes up with a huge save there. A few minutes later, 4 minutes 12 seconds in, it's a stoppage after Vegas had a 1+ minute pressure. Beagle's actually the one who blocked that shot out of play to get the stoppage. Then about 5 minutes in, Matthias Michelli gets Arizona's first shot of the game. It's 5-1 at that point in favor of Vegas. A little over a minute later, 6 minutes 23 seconds in, Zachary Whitecloud is 7th from Marchessault and Carlson. Just like that, 1-0 Vegas. On the very next shift, about 15-16 seconds later, Max Pacioretty his 16th of the year, 2-0 Vegas. Arizona would bounce back a few minutes later. Hayton is 8th from Carcone and Kessel. It's 2-1, and at that point, it was all Vegas. 20 or so seconds later, Whitecloud takes a penalty. That's killed off. Arizona had a pretty solid pressure around there, but Robin Leonard makes a save. About 15 minutes, 34 seconds in, Hayton steals the puck, passes over to Kessel, gets a pretty solid shot on net. Leonard makes that save. About a minute later, Andrew Ladd takes a goalie interference penalty. That's killed off. It's 2-1 Vegas after 1. The shots were at 1.9-1 Vegas. They were 13-10 Arizona. Didn't matter. 40 seconds into the second period, Dadonov is 18th. About 4 minutes, 30 seconds in, Kevin Bianco gets a shot, Leonard a save, and then Arizona gets a delay of game penalty. That's killed off. And then in the third period, Vegas scores 3 unanswered goals. The final here, 6-1. That's 3 out of 4 games where the Coyotes lost at least 5-1. That's 4 out of 5 5 games where they surrendered at least 5 goals against, that has been an absolutely abysmal stretch of hockey. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go ahead and pretend that didn't happen and continue watching this Arizona-New Jersey game as Nathan Smith is taking a penalty. How's it going? AZ Sports Guy here, and we got some news on the Nathan Smith front. So before we get started, if you like the content here, please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's go ahead and jump right into the story. So a few days ago via Twitter, Craig Morgan was reporting that the Coyotes had scheduled a press conference for Monday where they would reportedly be announcing he is signing a contract and getting ready to play for the team. And in the off chance you're not familiar with Nathan Smith or how the Coyotes acquired him, at the trade deadline, the Coyotes acquired him alongside Brian Little's contract in exchange for a 4th round pick from the Winnipeg Jets. And right now he's coming off a pretty solid season in the NCAA, so he played for Minnesota State in last season 21-22. In 38 games, he recorded 19 goals and 31 assists for 50 points, as well as scored the game-winning goal in a 1-0 victory to help secure his Minnesota State team a chance to go to the finals, where they would ultimately fall to Denver 5-1. Today it's being reported on Cap Friendly that he has signed a 2-year ELC with an annual cap hit of $883,000, but an average annual value of $1.35 million when you factor in performance bonuses. And like I said about a minute ago, it's expected that press conference tomorrow is going to be where the Coyotes officially announce this contract. Smith is 23 years old, he plays center, he shoots right-handed, and I would personally expect him to play within a week, right around the time when Jack McBain joins. Just like Arizona did with Sateri, they're probably going to give him a week or so to practice with the team before they just throw him to the Wolves. However, considering how well he was playing in college, he might be considered NHL ready. It is theoretically possible he could play against the Devils on Tuesday, but at the earliest I would say against the Canucks on Thursday. Now that he's officially signed that ELC, that definitely makes the trade with Winnipeg worth it. When the trade was announced, I was definitely saying that the only way to make the trade worth it was to get Nathan Smith to sign, and reportedly he has signed. He should be joining the NHL team this season, and even though we won't get very many games with him this year, at the very least it'll kind of give us a preview of what to expect next year, and give the kid a little bit of time to establish some chemistry with some of the guys in the locker room that might be returning next season. So yeah, I think this is a good move. This definitely, like I said, capitalizes on that trade with the Jets. It adds yet another center to the Coyotes, which right now they desperately need. It'll give Smith himself an opportunity to see what he might need to work on in the offseason, which then might make him better going into next year. So this is a good thing. I'm excited to see that press conference tomorrow, and Nathan, welcome to the team. Y'all like Coyotes game reports? I'm gonna give you a massive Coyotes game report. Let's start off on April 12th when the Arizona Coyotes hosted the New Jersey Devils. I'm even wearing my Taylor Hall shirt to commemorate this occasion. 1 minute, 13 seconds in, Travis Boyd starts us off, his 14th from Schmaltz and Ritchie. 1-0 Coyotes, then about 9 minutes later at 10:51, Fabian Zutterlund, his first career NHL goal from Chychrun and Sharangovich. It's 1-1 going into the intermission. Heading into the second, 5 minutes, 24 seconds in, a familiar name, Kevin Ball, his first career NHL goal. Just like that, it's 2-1 New Jersey, and the Arizona Coyotes get to see a former draft pick of theirs score their first. Though if it makes you feel any better, that was also his last goal of the season. With a little under 2 minutes to go in the second period, Nick Schmaltz would respond, however, on the power play his 23rd from Ghost and Michelli, and just like that, we have a tie game for about 40 seconds, because Thomas Tatar is 15th at 19:14, and 20 seconds later, Jesper Boqvist is 7th. It's 4-2 New Jersey going into the third period. Then Sharangovich at 15:36 and 17:05 respectively is 21st and 22nd. Your final score is 6-2 New Jersey. Karel Vejmelka, 32 saves on 38 shots with an .842 save percentage. That's all I got. Schmaltz had himself a good game with a goal and an assist. Travis Boyd continuing that career year, and then Zutterlund and Ball getting their first career NHL goals. That was pretty much the story. The Coyotes got blown out. If it makes you feel any better, the Coyotes would only lose 4 more games throughout the season. Too bad the next one was an absolute blowout as well. Next up, April 14th at Vancouver, and this one was a blowout as well. 3 unanswered goals for Vancouver to start off. Chiasson is 11th at 10:18. On the power play, Sheldon Dries is first at 19 minutes from Ekman Larsson, and Elias Pettersson is 27th on the power play at 4:29, 3-0 Vancouver. On the bright side, the walking corpse himself, Andrew Ladd, is 7th from Kessel and Moser at 10:38 on the power play. Coyotes are right back in it, right? No. 5 minutes later on the power play, Podkolzin is 12th with Miller getting his 60th assist, Hughes his 52nd, thought I'd point that out. It's 4-1. Then my favorite player on the Coyotes last year, Connor Garland, gets his 16th at 15:39. Podkolzin gets another one with about 30 seconds remaining, his 13th. And Chichhrun decided he also wanted a second one of the night, his 12th. Your final score is 7-1. Vejmelka gets the start and the loss, 16 saves, 6 goals against, a 7.27 save percentage. Sateri comes in, 4 saves on 5 shots, 800 save percentage in 20 minutes of play. Yeah, we can go ahead and just scratch this one from the memory, boys. Speaking of games we can just kind of scratch out of the memory, April 16th at Calgary. It started off so promising too. Nick Ritchie is 11th from Beagle and McBain just 30 seconds in. Coyotes actually had a 1-0 lead going into the second period. Then Calgary proceeded to score 6 goals in the second and 3 more in the third, Johnny Gaudreau getting at least 2 of these goals. And the Arizona Coyotes got absolutely destroyed 9-1. Let's just move on. I am just gonna move on from this one. Alright, look, we only have like a couple more losses left. Let's just get through it. So, April 18th against Carolina, the Coyotes hosted Carolina. Another 3-0 deficit. Trocheck is second, 401 of the first. Jesper Fast is 13th, 147 of the second. And former Coyotes legend Maxwell Domi is 10th at 443. Like I said, 3-0 Carolina. But for some reason, the Coyotes decided we're playing one of the best teams in the East. Let's just show up for a while. So, Ritchie, his second goal in 2 games, 12th of the season from Smith and Kessel. Back-to-back nights, Jack McBain and Nate Smith scoring some points. I believe those are both of their first career NHL points. It's 3-1. That is until Nino Niederreiter decided he's going to score his 23rd goal from Maxwell Domi at 11:52. But then the king himself, King Loui, is third of the season from Kyle Capobianco and Andrew Ladd at 16:15. And then Galley, his 6th from Capobianco and Boyd. So Kyle Capobianco having a multi-point night. Very solid night for him. Now it is 4-3 going into the third, where Sebastian Aho is 36 at 8:10. Your final score is 5-3 in a game that the Coyotes legitimately had no business being in, but they sure acted like they did. Karel Vejmelka. Karel Vejmelka is the only goaltender I know of that can let in 5 goals and still post a 900 save percentage. 46 saves on 51 shots, 5 goals against, 902 save percentage. Veggie is elite. Moving on to April 20th, Arizona hosting Chicago, and Arizona just loves their theatrics, don't they? Anyway, Jake McCabe is 4th, 42 seconds in. Kobalik is 14th at 15:32. Arizona responds in the second period, however. 12 minutes, 43 seconds in. Barrett Hayton is 9th from Schmaltz and Ladd. Andrew Ladd, his 1,000th career NHL game, also records an assist on that night, so good for him, I suppose. A little over 3 minutes later, at 16:25, Alec Vlasic, his first NHL goal, and just like that, it is 3-1 Chicago. Not for long, however, because Nathan Smith, he was not satisfied with that first career NHL point the other night, the one being an assist. At 9:42, he records his first NHL goal from Kessel and Galchenyuk. It's a 1-goal game. And then a little over 4 minutes later, at 13:43, Anton Strawman is 6th from Kessel and Schmaltz. We're going to overtime, where DeBrincat scores his 40th at 4:23. But you know what? The Coyotes made a pretty good game of it, despite losing 4-3 in overtime. Nathan Smith recording that first NHL goal. Andrew Ladd recording an assist in his 1,000th career NHL game against his former team, mind you. A team he won a couple of cups with. No controversy to talk about there. And Karel Vejmelka, 36 saves on 40 shots. He's the only guy that can make giving up 3+ goals a game look good. And with that, we have made it to the final Coyotes regulation loss on April 22nd, hosting the Capitals. Spoiler alert, this one's gonna be brief. So except for the early days at Glendale Arena, the Coyotes usually do a pretty good job of keeping Ovechkin off the scoreboard. And this game was a 2-0 shutout. Connor Sherry is 18th at 11:33 of the first, and John Carlson is 16th at 19:24 of the third. Vitek Vanacek shuts out the Arizona Coyotes, but the story I want to talk about to give something for this game, I suppose, is Vejmelka, 27 saves, 1 goal against, 964. This man kept his save percentage just barely shy of 900 this year. Legend. Next up, we got the game I was vlogging with Mason on April 23rd, hosting the St. Louis Blues. Starting off to another 3-0 deficit, Falk is 14th, Barbashev is 25th, and Saad is 23rd on the power play. Those coming at 3:13, 5:51, and 6:20 of the first. However, Nathan Smith didn't very much care for that that, his second of the season from Strawman and Carconi at 17-11. It's a 2-goal game going into the second. It becomes a 4-1 game going into the third after Logan Brown scored his fourth at 2:56. Remember when I said this team loves theatrics? Well, this third period proves it. Boko Omama, 5 minutes 39 seconds in from Alex Galchenyuk, records his first career NHL goal. Carconi is third from Strawman and Kessel at 6:23. JJ Moser is fourth from Schmaltz and Unique at 15:18. And fun fact, that's actually Unique's first career NHL assist. He scored 4 NHL goals, he just didn't get an assist yet. Anyway, we go to overtime, and Justin Falk, his second of the night, 15th of the season, ends it. It's a 5-4 final. I just want to point out that none of the 4 different Coyotes goal scorers have 5 goals this season. They were all younger kids. They were all guys that are just kind of breaking into the NHL right now. Next year's going to be a lot better. Moving on to April 26th at Minnesota. So the Arizona Coyotes enter this one with a 10-game losing streak. Jack McBain gets to play his former team for the first time, the team he wouldn't sign a contract with. This is actually a pretty interesting one. Ryan Hartman gets the scoring started off, his 34th from Boldy and Kaprizov at 11:05 of the first. Strawman answers back all the way in the second, his 7th from Schmaltz and Hayton at 8:15. We have a tied game going into the third. Then in the third period, just 20 seconds in, Jack McBain, his first career NHL goal from Strawman and Gostisbehere. And then following that up a little over 2 minutes later at 2:56 of the third, Anton Roussel is fourth from Gostisbehere and Kessel. Kessel absolutely was just getting all the assists at this point. After the Coyotes led 3-1, Eriksson Ek and Foligno would answer back. It's 3-3, but 10 minutes, 22 seconds into that third period, Boyd is 15th from Ghost and Hayton on the power play. Just like that, the Arizona Coyotes take a 4-3 lead. Kessel gets a goal late, his 8th from Schmaltz, and the final here is 5-3. The Coyotes snap that 10-game losing streak and actually beat a playoff team in the Central Division, no less, with something to play for. Also, fun fact, officially the Coyotes are 1-0 when Jack McBain scores. More on that later. Moving on to the second last game of the season on April 27th at Dallas. And the Arizona Coyotes once again decide to go down by 3 goals. So first period, Hakanpää is 4th and Sagan is 24th. And then Miro Heiskanen is 5th on the power play at 2:58 of the second. We go into the third period. The Coyotes are down 3-0. 3 minutes, 43 seconds into the third period, Anton Strawman is second goal in as many games, 8th of the season, from Schmaltz and Hayton. Then Shane Gostisbehere at 7 minutes, 20 seconds, his 12th unassisted. Then finally at 11:58 of the third, on the power play, Barrett Hayton is 10th from Kessel and Gostisbehere. We're going to overtime, where Travis Boyd is 16th of the year from Capobianco and Hayton at 1:43 of the overtime. And the Arizona Coyotes, in a game that Dallas wanted both of those points, forces it into overtime and gets the win 4-3. The Coyotes follow up a 10-game losing streak with back-to-back wins. And then finally, on April 29th, 2022, the Arizona Coyotes take on the Nashville Predators, the same team that started out that building, opened up the building back in 2003. The Coyotes take on a massive comeback win and win 5-4. So the game started off 25 seconds in on the first shot, Colton Sissons, his 7th. Then Ryan Johansson is 26th at 2:06. I believe that was the third shot of the game. Tolvanen is 11th at 2:51, and Mikael Granlund his 11th at 6:57. Spoiler alert, those are all 4 of the goals that Nashville would score, and the Arizona Coyotes would then score 5 unanswered. But let's just say, down 4-0 in the first 7 minutes wasn't exactly a good look. Anyway, Shane Gostisbehere is 13th from Galchenyuk at 13:21. In one of the weirdest plays I've ever seen, Ghost shoots it from the point. It actually goes off of a Nashville defender, goes off of the pipe, off of Ingram's buttocks, and in. It's 4-1 going into the second period, where Travis Boyd is 17th from Schmaltz and Capobianco at 14:25, and Jack McBain is 2nd from Roussel and Eriksson at 18:24. And what happens when Jack McBain scores, kids? We win. In the third period, just after a power play expires, I'm sitting there yelling, give it to Carconi. Carconi is 4th from Moser and Smith at 1:51. We are all tied, but that is not done. Gostisbehere is 2nd of the night, 14th of the season, and second Gostisbehere goal assisted by Galchenyuk, and it is a 5-4 victory for the Arizona Coyotes. Talking about goaltending real quick, Karel Vejmelka is actually chased out of the game in the first 7 minutes. He surrenders 4 goals on 6 shots for a .333 save percentage. Tateri comes in, 27 for 27. He had a perfect night. Every single save he was making in the first couple of minutes, the entire arena was just roaring. He was a huge part of that Coyotes comeback, and when you just kind of take a minute to really consider how much effort, how much energy went into this comeback, and it's also, once again, a lot of the young players, but a couple of the veterans really leaving their mark on this team. That was a hell of a way to end out the season and the stint in the city of Glendale, and just like that, your Arizona Coyotes finished the season 25, 50, and 7 with the second best odds to get the first overall selection in the NHL draft lottery. I will have more on that in another video, but I just wanted to give you guys a quick report on all these games. I will talk to you guys again soon. I would just like it on record that my biggest issue with that Montreal Coyotes trade for Christian Dvorak was the pick protections. The 2022 NHL Draft Lottery was yesterday, and yes, I am totally making this video one day late because the Coyotes always move back in the draft, never forward. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I was just lazy and or busy. I was watching the Suns, okay, the joke's gone on. Let's have a little bit of fun here. So, the Arizona Coyotes will be picking 3rd overall. New Jersey jumped, they actually won the lottery and jumped above them, and they got a top 2 pick. And Montreal, as everyone probably suspected, gets number 1 overall. They'll be drafting Shane Wright in Montreal. Look, I can sit here and complain, but honestly, I'd rather just look at the bright side here because I'd rather not give people the satisfaction. The Coyotes really did need a top 2 pick. However, still picking top 3, that's not bad. It's probably common knowledge by now. This is the highest the Coyotes have ever picked. They've picked 3rd overall twice before, where they drafted Kyle Turris and Dylan Strome, both of which are good NHL level players. And while I will always stand up for Dylan Strome, neither of them were consistent top 6 forwards on the Coyotes. So while supposedly next year's draft is supposed to be even better than this one, the Coyotes still get that top 3 overall pick, which means they're probably going to be getting one of the following 2 players. So you know what? Let's just have us a little bit of fun and just take a quick look at the 2 players they could possibly get. First of all, Czechoslovakian winger Juraj Slafkovský. Slafkovský is naturally a left wing, though from what I was able to read and see, he can play center here and there, so maybe you can kind of move him around, but naturally, he plays that left wing. Maybe you can move him over to the right-hand side and have Keller, Schmaltz, and Slafkovský. That would not be a bad line, to be honest, although Boyd, Keller, and Schmaltz is probably going to be that top line for the next year or two. But Slafkovský himself is coming off a very productive season. 21-22 in Liga, he played in 31 games, scoring 5 goals and 5 assists for 10 points, while in the playoffs in 18 games had 2 goals and 5 assists for 7 points. That might not sound too impressive, but he's an 18-year-old playing with adults. On top of that, in the international tournament, in 10 games, he had 7 goals and 1 assist for 8 points, and in another tournament, he had 7 goals in 7 games. And then in the Hinka Gretzky Cup, 5 games, 3 goals, 6 assists, 9 points. And then, of course, in the most recent under-18 Hinka Gretzky Cup, in 5 games, he had 3 goals and 6 assists for 9 points. He's a talented winger. He's someone that can score goals and someone the Arizona Coyotes would definitely want to have on their roster. However, at least the vibe some people are kind of talking right now is that New Jersey actually might want to grab Slafkovský, which would benefit the Arizona Coyotes because we kind of knew we weren't going to get Shane Wright. So obviously all the odds, especially later on in the season, were on Logan Cooley. Now Cooley is already committed to going to college for the University of Minnesota starting next season, so if the Coyotes do draft Cooley, it's probably going to be at least 2 or 3 years down the line before he makes his NHL debut. But the 21-22 season has been very productive for Cooley. On the under-18 U.S. national team, in 51 games, he had 27 goals and 48 assists for 75 points, and in the USHL, in 24 games, 13 goals and 23 assists for 36 points. While playing for Team USA in the under-18 World Juniors, in 6 games, he had 3 goals and 7 assists for 10 points, and in the under-20 USA World Juniors, he had 1 assist in 1 game. Every single stat I just read off to you, he was well over a point per game. He has been a very, very good player, and fortunately, unlike with Jack Eichel, the Coyotes might actually be able to grab themselves a solid number 2 center. Well, number 2 in the draft, obviously. Probably plays number 1 center for the Coyotes when everything's said and done. In a few years, just imagine a second line of maybe Machelli, Cooley, and Dylan Guenther. That would be pretty solid. So honestly, while it does suck to lose the draft lottery, at the very least, Coyotes are still picking top 3 in a very good draft, and no matter what, they are guaranteed one of these 2 players, Slafkovský or Cooley. And let's say Cooley goes 2nd overall and they end up valuing someone else above Slafkovský, they're still going to be getting a very, very good young player, and there's even a small possibility they could even try to move up a spot in the draft. They wouldn't be going to 1st overall, but let's just say they really wanted Slafkovský and the Devils were going to take him, they can trade up and get him. If they really wanted Cooley and the Devils were going to take him, obviously they do have enough assets to move up there, so no matter what, they are guaranteed a chance at one of these 2 players, obviously because they could trade back or they could go ahead and go off the board, but they are guaranteed a chance at one of these 2 players, and no matter what, you're either getting a very good winger or a very good center, and the Coyotes could use both, to be honest, so you're still going to be getting some good, solid, young goal scoring. I'm just going to go ahead and take the optimistic approach. The Coyotes are in a very good spot right now, and if they do end up having some draft lottery luck next year, Connor Bedard would not be a bad player. Here we go again. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and look, about a week ago it was finalized. We all know the ASU and Coyotes deal is official, 3 years with that 4-year option. We don't need to talk about that again, right? That was actually the main reason I never recovered it, because I already talked about it before. This is just saying that it officially went through. It wasn't just a proposal with them. Anyway, many Canadian tears later, we finally get a new Katie Strang article. And boy, is it just as stupid as you would think. I will leave it linked below in the description. Always remember to use AdBlock. I will make sure to leave it linked below in the description with the headline reads as follows. Coyotes agreement with ASU includes good behavior clause for team and its owner. The comma there is just weird. I know it's technically how it's supposed to be formatted, but if it's formatted in a way that people don't really say, like they speak, I'm just gonna add an and there. I feel like that just makes it a little more simple. So pretty much here's what the article is gonna be complaining about. The good behavior clause and then the center ice, which is, talk about not knowing how to read a statement. All right, look, I understand Katie Strang is a terrible journalist and terrible reporter. I also understand just about every single article she writes on the Coyotes is a hit piece. All right, just a couple of common sense things out of the way first. I assumed anyone else would have figured this, and some of this has been reported before, so I'll just go ahead and throw this out now. Yes, the naming rights goes directly to ASU. I know, shocking. Any in-arena advertising, stuff like that, goes directly to ASU. ASU gets to set the ice the way they want them to set the ice. I thought that was obvious. The Coyotes can't deal with like advertisers or anything that would directly go against what they're advertising in ASU. I'm assuming what that would mean is, let's say ASU is partnered with Napa, you can't bring in O'Reilly's. Again, what you would probably assume. Same thing, ASU has the right to reject any sort of advertising, so let's say you decided to partner with a strip club. Unfortunately, you cannot put that strip club's logo on the ice. I know, look, really hard concepts we're getting into right now. So of course, reading over the article, I'll give you brief snippets. I don't want to actually read the article to you because it's kind of garbage. Of course, they mentioned right here the Coyotes and ASU started talking after the Coyotes were being threatened to be kicked out of Glendale after unpaid bills. Already talked about that plenty enough, but you know what? At this point, based. Don't pay the city of Glendale because I think it's funny. Now with the kind of meme stuff out of the way, alright, let's go ahead and talk about that center ice. So a lot of people are getting it twisted thinking that the Coyotes will not be represented whatsoever at center ice. But I have a quote right here from Craig Morgan giving a quote from someone involved with ASU. I will throw it on screen right now. This is coming from the ASU CFO himself, Morgan Olson. Quote, "You should anticipate that both teams' identities will be reflected." Close that quote right there. Why would you assume that the Coyotes would not be represented on the ice at all? I personally love that mock-up where it's Sparky in the Kachina like style holding a pitchfork. That's awesome. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the route they're going. I know it might sound boring, but I'm going to assume one side of center ice is the pitchfork, the other is going to be like the peyote head or maybe the crescent moon. I love that crescent moon. Something like that. Hell, maybe if they decide to get freaky, it'll be the crescent moon with the ASU pitchfork in the middle of it. That actually wouldn't be bad, though it would work better with like the Sedona red type moon, but we are getting off topic right now. So literally the only thing that it stipulates is that the Arizona Coyotes cannot alter what ASU does with the ice surface. To throw a real out there example, that just means that if ASU decided to put a gigantic sex toy at center ice, like as the logo, the Coyotes would have to play with a sex toy as the center ice logo. There's nothing they could do about it. Why was that my example? Again, anything anybody would have assumed, also like the whole annex that belongs to ASU after the Coyotes leave, that was already reported on immediately when this thing was going on. Everything that's in that building belongs to Arizona State University. I guess this is news to people, but I guess we're here. And then the best part, so I saved it for last, the best part has to do with the good behavior clause. I'm not exactly a nice person when people annoy me, so of course my response to this was, I see the Athletic doesn't have an ask a basic question so you don't look stupid clause. I'm not particularly funny. It's just correct. They go on to like harp on. It's one of the biggest things in the first few paragraphs about this good behavior morality clause. And they also follow it up with just pure salt. I have to read this verbatim. So this paragraph is following up kind of explaining what this morality clause is. Quote, "This clause in the deal comes at a time where the Coyotes have been in headlines for all the wrong reasons. The team's off-ice dysfunction has been well documented. The team that drafted Mitchell Miller in 2020, prospect who had bullied a developmental potentially disabled black classmate for severing ties with the player and forfeiting the pick. That is so much salt. That is so much, yeah, they've been in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. That's why this morality clause is there. Obviously, it's an implication. It is not directly stating that is the reason why there is that morality clause. However, the reason why I point out how stupid this makes Shapiro and Strang look is because if they would have asked a single follow-up question, realistically, they would have barely been able to make the headline they did, and they wouldn't really have an article. Going back to Craig Morgan on Twitter for this, quote, I previously reported many of the details of the agreement in this story. As for the good behavior clause that made the headline, an ASU spokesperson confirmed that the university requests such clause for these type of agreements. This is standard ASU operating procedure. It's ops, but it's operating procedure. Obviously, as you were, that's why my reply to that was, obviously the Athletic does not have a ask basic questions clause, because you wouldn't be able to write this article unless you played dumb. Pretty much what they would have had to do was look at that clause, ask no further questions, and just throw it up there as is with no context, which would show really bad reporting, or purposefully go out of their way to not mention this is standard operating procedure with that follow-up paragraph heavily implying that that is the reason why there is that good behavior clause, thus showing bad journalism. How could anyone take these people seriously? John Shapiro and Katie Strang are a joke. We're living in clown world. Every single time these people talk about the Coyotes, it's just a hit piece. It's just, I can get some clicks by putting up stuff that is either vaguely true, could be vaguely true, I have no idea, or is technically, factually true, but I really needed to twist some things to make it sound worse. And then on top of that, hockey Twitter, all with the attention spans of goldfish. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. That is offensive to goldfish. But hockey Twitter with the attention spans of... What was I talking about again? Just taking a headline and running with it. And all that does is allow people like me, fans of this poverty franchise that shouldn't exist, to laugh at you because you all look stupid. Anyway, if you like laughing at people like this, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I'm gonna keep laughing because this was dumb. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got ourselves a contract extension to talk about. So, on Tuesday of last week, the Arizona Coyotes and goaltender Ivan Prosvetov agreed on a one-year contract extension. Per cap friendly, it'll be $750,000 cap hit. Also, per cap friendly, that now means the Coyotes have at least 4 goaltenders signed through at least next season, 2022-2023. Those being Karel Vejmelka, Anson Thornton, now Ivan Prosvetov, as well as David Tendick. And with how well Thornton played at last year's training camp, I kind of think he's going to at least steal the starting job in Tucson, with Rasmus Koronen and David Tendick both fighting for the backup job. If the Coyotes don't end up adding another goaltender, which I definitely think they're going to add at least one more. But looking at Ivan specifically, he is coming off of a down year last year in Tucson. He played in 45 games and recorded a 15-22-5 record with a 366 goals against, an 880 save percentage, and just 2 shutouts. So far in all 3 seasons Ivan's played at the AHL level, both his goals against and his save percentage have gone down each and every season. That doesn't necessarily have to be a directly bad thing. I mean, look at someone like Adin Hill. Some goaltenders just have better save percentages and goals against averages when they get to the NHL level versus the AHL level. You can talk about a couple of factors like the difference in defensive play and whatnot, but that is something to keep note of. And then last year in 3 games played for the Arizona Coyotes, he posted an 0-2-1 record with a 422 goals against and a 875 save percentage, though on the bright side, that was better than his save percentage in 2020-2021 when he posted an 824 save percentage in the same 3 games played. So far at the NHL level, over the last 2 seasons, he's played in 3 games a season, so 6 games total. His record is 0-3-1, his goals against is a 419, and the save percentage is an 858. Pretty much for Ivan going into this season, he's 23 years old. He was drafted in 2018 by the Coyotes, 4th round, 114th overall. Going into this year, it's pretty much you need to show meaningful progress at the NHL level. You need to show at the very least you can be an NHL level backup, if not the 1B to Karel Vejmelka's 1A moving forward. Not like there's necessarily any pressure on the goaltending for the Coyotes for the next couple of years, but they are going to want to find that long-term solution in net, and if Prosvetov wants to be that long-term solution, this season, the 2022-23 season, is going to be a potential make-or-break season for him. Now, of the 3 games he played last year, all 3 of them were against playoff teams. The first one came against the Tampa Bay Lightning on October 28th, in which he surrendered 5
5 goals and posted an .821 save percentage. I remember going into that game when they announced that he was going to be playing. I was upset. I was like, why are you going to throw the kid to the wolves? This is the defending back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, and just predictably couldn't get it done. His next start came on January 14th at Colorado. All 3 of the starts were on the road, by the way, in a game that they lost in overtime. But Ivan posted 44 saves and 3 goals against with a .936 save percentage against the Colorado Avalanche. And then his final game was on April 4th against St. Louis, where he surrendered 5 goals on 29 shots, posting an .828 save percentage, so only 1 of the 3 games he posted a .900 save percentage or better. It actually is pretty impressive he managed to do that against the Colorado Avalanche, but at the same time, I can understand any potential concerns for him, and especially for his career on the Arizona Coyotes, not necessarily exclusively his NHL career as a whole, but his future on this team is definitely going to depend on his performance coming up this season. But I'm going to go ahead and stand by my guns here. He's a very talented young goaltender, and I still think he could be the Coyotes starter in the next few years, but it has to start this season. I do think that no matter what, he's going to have a bounce back year this year, but so far, 3 years in the AHL and 2 seasons at the NHL level, and very limited games, mind you, everything is trending downwards, except of course that save percentage last year was like 20 points higher. Just have to wait and see, but I got a good feeling about this. I think this contract's probably going to end up looking pretty good at the end of the year. And hey, if you really want to be a cynic about it, we can look at it a couple of ways. So first and foremost, if he has a really bad year, the Coyotes could just not re-sign him, and after a year he becomes a UFA. Or if he has a really good year but doesn't really want to sign with the Coyotes immediately, you could just trade him because he'd still be an RFA. The Coyotes would still hold his rights. It's a really low risk, potentially high reward contract that I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Ivan's probably going to have a good year next year. Anyway, that's all I got for you right now. Make sure to like and subscribe, and I've been the AZ Sports Guy. Have a good one. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I am pleased to announce that last night in a 5-2 vote, the Tempe City Council has voted yes and approved the negotiation process to engage in negotiations with the Arizona Coyotes regarding this Tempe Coyotes arena. To the keen viewers, you probably noticed exactly how I worded that, because that is what that vote was last night. For the Tempe City Council to approve negotiations, the ability to enter those negotiations, have questions answered, hire in firms to make sure all the money is legit, and go over terms and whatnot to be like, hey, we like this, we don't like this. That's all the vote was last night, and they voted yes, and I really like a lot of the people that voted yes. I liked a lot of their reasons. Primarily, it came down to it's just a conversation. It would be against Tempe's best interest, both the city itself and the people living there within, to not at least hear the proposal out as well as get feedback from the residents. It's pretty much the mindset of what is the worst that can happen, just listening to the proposal and entering negotiations, because in 2 months' time, they can exit negotiations and be like, yeah, it's not the right fit. That's still a complete possibility. The Coyotes would still have options to stay in Arizona if that did happen, but that is still a possibility. This is just for negotiations, and I'm in full support of the city of Tempe. I'm in full support of the council. I do appreciate some of the concerns that the 2 council members that did not vote yes brought up, and I definitely hope that the Coyotes will have very good, solid answers for everything, as well as be willing to make concessions, because I want this arena to work. I want this arena to work. And yeah, I was there. I made the drive after work. Wife and I took a shower. Wife and I got dinner. I'm like, can we make it over to the Tempe council meeting? For context, I think the 30-second speaker was up by the time we started driving over there, and when we got there, it was the 61st that was up. So there's a lot of people that wanted it. There was 96 total, plus or minus 5 or so, with some duplicates, a handful of no-shows, and well over 200 written comments, including one by myself, but that was not necessary to read because I actually got to speak there. Oh my god. They opened up the forum very briefly after everyone that signed up to speak. I'll show you the footage after we're done. I promise. As of recording, I still have not watched it back. All I know is that I was terrified walking up and my mind went blank, so I tried. I genuinely tried. I just wanted to be there and show support, but I did get a fist bump from Shane Doan. I don't know if that would be considered a conflict of interest in any context. He has no idea who I am, but there is a disclosure. So before showing that footage, let's just take a minute or so to just kind of give some bullet points as to what was said and what kind of went down here. So the Coyotes give this proposal. It's one of the most confusing proposals I've ever heard, so essentially they put it together in such a way there was no money going on the city of Tempe's books except for what they want in remediation costs, as well as some money going towards infrastructure. Some of the numbers thrown out, I want to say it all combined to roughly around $200 million. And the tax money that they want to use for that, from my understanding, again, I am not a legal expert, I'm just a Joe Schmo that's trying to follow along with what they're saying. The tax money they want to use is actually going to be the sales tax. I want to say I said it's about a 6% tax on top of anything in this district. So jerseys, ticket sales, stuff like that. They want to use part of the tax money for that, and or part of property tax that they will be specifically paying here for this arena to help pay for all those costs. That's just from what I understand. It was a little confusing for me. If you understand a little more clearly, please in the comments below. I also plan on doing a deep dive with Richard if I possibly can. It's gonna be a lot of work kind of trying to get down to the core of a lot of this. So there is some sort of cost they do want the city of Tempe to have. However, the way that the lawyer that Alex Murillo hired explained it, nothing would be going on Tempe's books except for that remediation and I think some of that infrastructure cost. Everything else, it's all on the Coyotes. The city of Tempe would not have to deal with any of the other headache. And this arena is anywhere between a 1.7 and a $2.1 billion project. I want to say the $2.1 billion came from a lien that Mr. Murillo is taking out so that way you have leverage for so the bonds will get paid off. Again, legal speak, I am very much not well versed in this, but out of $1.7 billion, they're asking for approximately $200 million, again, just in kind of like tax benefits and being able to reroute these funds over to help pay for all this and just some remediation costs. I do very much expect the infrastructure costs are going to be going on the Coyotes throughout negotiations. I would be surprised if any more than maybe $50 million would be going to the city of Tempe, if that. However, remediation, I do expect Tempe to chip in towards that. And I think the Coyotes said it's $40 million of their own money up front to help with remediation just as soon as the agreement is agreed upon. So there is that. The FAA did have a lot of concerns having to do with noise and housing and whatnot. There was also that big mic drop smoking gun moment where allegedly they were by mistake handed plans that Sky Harbor wants to extend that runway, which would just add more noise anyway. I'm not going to pretend I know the nuances of that. All I do know is the planes are going to make noise regardless, and just anything that's supposed to be in those areas I know is supposed to be soundproofed anyway. And on top of that, one of the councilwomen wanted to get rid of the residential in the proposal anyway. I would prefer to just get rid of that as well and do more community-oriented stuff, maybe something that's more for the people of the city of Tempe, just something like that, because there were a couple of concerns. I know the Coyotes did pledge, I want to say it's about $2 million towards this affordable housing fund over in Tempe. I know they had a couple other community numbers they were going to be putting money towards. However, again, proposals, negotiations, I would expect the Coyotes to be willing to front more for different organizations and different funds and whatnot. I know I got a little bit off the FAA topic there, just I kind of tied in over there. Other stuff with the FAA had to do with the cranes and how high they're going to be in, and there could be some potential safety issues. And I did like Javier Gutierrez's response when he said, we're willing to work with them. You know, they were asked, hey, what happens if there's a conflict, or hey, you know, they have a problem with this? We'll work with them. We'll find compromise. And I do think that almost every single issue the FAA had, actually just about every single issue, can be handled in a meeting or two. Just these two parties sitting down being like, how can we find a middle ground? I genuinely feel like they're going to be able to find a middle ground. I genuinely feel like there's going to be a middle ground to be found. So at the end of the day, I don't personally foresee the FAA being that big of a deal moving forward, minus maybe a couple of construction costs end up going up a little bit, just so that way things can be built safely or they can be, you know, handled safely. I have no problem with them having concerns for safety. There's some concerns among Tempe residents with stuff like tax dollars. I already kind of briefly got into that. There is one asterisk there where it's like the Coyotes would be exempt from property tax for the first 8 years, and then after that they want to use some of that property tax to help again pay for the situation going on here. And one of the councilwomen that voted no brought up a valid concern there. I do also expect that would be addressed within negotiations, and any question should be answered, or if there's something that's a little shady there, it gets ironed out and changed for the benefit of Tempe. I do expect that to be changed. There was a concern about traffic. I really can't comment too much on that, except for the road that we took. We got off the freeway, took a right off of it, then took a left, I think at the first light or the second light. I was a little ways down, and we just drove straight over to the Tempe City Council building. It was residential. It was one lane each way, very tight road. Especially having my eyes on the actual site, like being there in person, knowing where to look, knowing, you know, kind of what to look around. There's going to be some traffic concerns. I have no idea how they're going to address that, but I also do genuinely feel something can be arranged and an agreement can be, you know, made in regards to this, but there is going to be traffic regardless. And also, one very valid concern that was brought up is something that I've been saying for a while, so I do want to kind of forward this one last time. There is concern from one resident, one party, a couple of parties, that the Coyotes, if Tempe says no, will just go to, I want to say it is the Salt River Indian community that owns the land pretty much just off to the side or across the street from it, and they would just try to build the same project with them. They get all of the traffic without any of the potential benefit. Yeah, no, me and other Coyotes fans that knew about that have been saying this for a while, that it's an actual concern for Tempe residents. It also, in my opinion, is one more reason why the city of Tempe made the right call to enter negotiation. Worst case scenario, they say no, at least they tried. That's actually what I finished off my little spiel with. But I think it was a very productive conversation. There was a lot of highs, a lot of lows. I will completely disclose the fact that I got teary-eyed throughout a lot of it, because I'm just sitting there, I just want that yes vote so bad, and I kept just visualizing it. And when different Coyotes fans came up to speak, and you had different people that were talking about their experiences with hockey, or how important this community is, it brings a tear to my eye, honestly, because this fan base is just so passionate. They really are. One last thing I do want to talk about before finally showing you this embarrassing footage is the fact that another one of the councilwomen that said this might not be a good idea, there was two of them that voted no, said that other municipalities might be better for this project. I know that Tempe is landlocked. That was the exact wording that was used. This is pretty much the last big piece of land in Tempe, and also brought up by that same councilwoman, it is the last bit of land that is Tempe owned that they can put a big project on. All the other bits of land are already built on, or have parks or whatnot that are attached to schools. This really is it, and I do appreciate her concern there. The one thing I really want to take away from that is, it was also reported, I believe by Craig Morgan, it was a couple of reporters on Twitter, there is a bit of disclosure and a little asterisk there, that allegedly there were other neighboring municipalities that were either interested or in some way, shape, or form actively pursuing the Arizona Coyotes to come build this arena over there. I know one thing was that one of those same councilwomen mentioned, why not going closer to where the old soccer stadium was, where the Rising were playing, I want to say before they got their new arena, is a temporary pitch. My takeaway from that is, even if Tempe decides ultimately not to move forward with this, the Coyotes have plenty of backup options, even more so than I thought before, meaning stuff like Chase Field or the Madhouse on McDowell really wouldn't even be like a fourth, fifth, or sixth option. Like that, they really allegedly have a lot of options, so no matter what, I'm still feeling pretty confident, even if this arena does not get approved, that the Coyotes will find a way to stay in Arizona. And I love that 30-year no relocation agreement that the Gary Bettman and the NHL would like Tempe and the Coyotes to sign. If this does get finalized and goes through, the amount of copium that I saw from up north, our lovely neighbors up there, it was just phenomenal. It was great. I loved just the clown show I saw on Twitter, and the fact that this team, if this is accepted, will be locked to Arizona for more time than they have already spent in the state. It would be a little over double if it was approved tomorrow, or even in the next, I think, year and a half. It would still be more than double the time, because we'd be on year 27. That's another 30. So anyway, with all of that being said, I do plan on doing a deeper dive, a deeper discussion with Richard on the Desert Moon Hockey Podcast, shameless plug, and /or on another separate video, as more of the numbers and notes that my wife took and then other reporters took kind of get available to me, and I can actually sit down and try to read through as much as possible and try to understand more of it, because I do think, I want to say it was the mayor of Tempe that said this, we definitely need time to actually be able to process and kind of digest everything that was just handed out there, all the information, ask questions, form questions. It's a process. It's going to be a long process. I do feel it's likely going to take, in my opinion, upwards of a year, like a year max, 12 months, for all the negotiations and the final vote to approve it, if this Tempe, this specific project does happen. So that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it. Anyway, with all that out of the way, all that being said, as promised, here is the unedited footage that, as of recording, I still have not watched back, and I probably will not watch back while editing, of me talking at the Tempe City Council meeting. Here you go. Thank you for watching.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Jacobson from El Mirage, Arizona. Really regret saying that publicly, but whatever. I suppose I really kind of think of what I would say all day, and honestly, it would just come off as potentially emotionally manipulative, being, oh, you know, heartstrings, I love the Coyotes, whatever. Also, that man over there, Shane Dillon, is a saint. But realistically speaking, hockey can change lives. Sports, live sports, from the youth to the professionals, real world impacts. And on top of that, tax dollars and revenue from coming flying in from different places, especially Canada. As a hardcore fan of this team for so long, Canadians really are the lifeblood of this organization and this team. Thank you very much, everyone watching. And please just consider the proposal. Just go to negotiations. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work out, we tried, right? Thank you.
What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I know right now we're all excited about the city of Tempe and the Arizona Coyotes entering negotiations, but we do have a player signing to talk about. I actually missed getting around to talking about this. Let's waste no further time and get right into it. So on June 1st, 2022, the Arizona Coyotes and free agent right shot defenseman Ronald Knott agreed to a 1-year, 2-way contract, reportedly with a $750,000 cap hit. The 27-year-old defenseman from Czechia has yet to play a single NHL game and actually went undrafted in his draft year. Though I'd say at a glance, at the very least, he's coming off of back-to-back pretty solid seasons. In 2020-2021, playing in the Czech Extraliga, the ELH, he played in 51 games, scoring 5 goals and 11 assists for 16 points, as well as playing in another 16 playoff games with 1 goal and 6 assists for 7 points. A little side note, his team would finish as the runners-up that season. And then last year, 2021-2022, in the KHL, Knott played in 49 games, scoring 4 goals and 13 assists for 17 points, and playing in another 3 playoff games, though recording no points. Like I said, Knott, 27 years old, right shot defenseman, standing at 6'4", about 207 pounds. He has pretty solid size for him, and regardless, he should at least fit in somewhere around 6th, 7th defenseman. It's always really good to have extra defensive depth. But taking a look at some of his highlights, just kind of real quick trying to get familiar with him, he can move the puck around pretty well and actually has a decent shot. As I saw some highlights of him in international play scoring a couple of goals, he looked pretty good. I wouldn't necessarily say his shot looks 100% NHL level or anything, but there's definitely something to work with there, and he can also move the puck around pretty well. I can definitely see him being useful for the Coyotes next year. Like I said, worst case scenario, 7th defenseman, maybe plays in Tucson for a little bit. It's a 2-way contract. I don't really have much else to say besides that. I think he should be a pretty solid signing. It's only 1 year, so worst case scenario, you're not on the hook for some big long contract. I think overall, this should be a pretty solid signing. So welcome to the desert, Ronald. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. We got so much good Coyotes news coming out this week. So I actually initially found out about part of this about 2 or so weeks ago, where my wife said that the Coyotes solicited her for her season tickets, got sent an email, clicked on the link, and she told me that the full season glass seats, the most expensive tickets, the $16,000 per that season ticket, all of the available glass seats for the season had sold out. I didn't believe her, quite frankly, so I just went ahead and I kept a mental note, but I actively and specifically chose not to verify that because I didn't want disappointment, I guess. I don't know. Look, I meant it when I said it. I'm like, hey, people in the East Valley have more money than sense, but I did not expect the most expensive tickets to be the first to go. Well, they were, but that is not it. That is not the only bit of information, because as of a couple of days ago, when this really started to make the rounds on Twitter, the Arizona Coyotes and these very costly, very expensive season tickets in this 4,700 seat arena, they have sold out 4 different tiers / sections. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it up right now. Let's talk about it. The full season glass seats sold out. The full season goal line seats sold out. The full season den and half season den completely sold out. And if anyone's wondering why on this south end right here it's all grayed out, student section. They are keeping the student section. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I will say it repeatedly, and hopefully people that also talk about hockey on the internet will listen. Student section. You cannot buy a season ticket for the student section. So let's go ahead and just talk about this real quick, because like I said, I said it, I meant it when I said it. The people in the East Valley have more money than sense, but I did not expect the tickets for this team to sell out this quickly. I did not expect there to be 4 different tiers. Absolute best case scenario, I was thinking maybe the den, those first, the cheapest seats, I figured those might end up selling out first, and it might take a month or so. These tickets have been on the market for roughly a month. I think it's about 3.5 weeks. Hasn't been very long, which means it took only a couple of weeks for the season glass seats to sell out, and within a month there were 4 different sections. I said it going into this when people kept bringing this up and they were laughing at the chart. Yes, the tickets are
are more expensive. They're about league average. It's seating about 4,700 people. The reason I keep repeating that is because there are still people that think the seats will be 3,700. No, it's approximately 4,700. That was finalized about a month ago. So I'm just going to have to repeat it repeatedly, and hopefully it'll finally start to sink in. But obviously, less seats, the ticket prices had to go up. I figured they would struggle to sell for the first month. Ticket prices would come down maybe 5, 6, 7%, and then you'd start seeing more and more tickets sell. But no, the tickets for that price they listed have been selling, and they've been selling very well, and it's a very positive sign showing that there is interest in this team. Look, I said it last year, they averaged just under 12,000 a game, and they were objectively terrible. They were a bottom 3 team the entire season pretty much, minus 1 or 2 little spurts here and there. And this market, despite the fact that the arena is located terribly, despite the fact the team was awful, despite the fact that there's more uncertainty, because the average everyday person that is not paying close attention to this thought the Coyotes could potentially be relocating again. Obviously, they announced relatively quickly we're going to Tempe to play at ASU, but still, Joe Schmo probably did not fully know everything that was going on, and this market still supported this team about 12,000 demand. There is no way that market demand was not going to fill a 5,000 seat supply, or 4,700 seat supply, or even if it was only 3,500 seats, there is no way it wouldn't be able to sell. Now, what did not help that was there was quite a few vocal Coyotes season ticket members that were mentioning how they could not re-up because it was simply too expensive, which is unfortunate. It does suck to hear that because I want as many people going to these games as possible, but there was a specific kind of person that took that as a win. Look at these ticket prices. They're not going to be able to sell. This arena's going to be empty. And while I still completely agree with the hockey guy and every valid criticism that they need to sell out every night, if there's hockey games going on and there's like empty rows or empty whatever, that is going to be a huge black eye and a terrible look for this organization. They do need to sell this out every night. However, I figured they'd be able to because, like I said, it's basic supply and demand. There's about a 12,000 demand, 5,000 supply, well, 4,700. There is almost no way they are not going to be able to sell that out. But the fact they're selling out as quickly as they are is just a ridiculously good news, and it's showing there's interest here. It's showing these potential new vendors and new sponsors for the Coyotes that are going to come in and do new business partnerships, because they were even talking to Javier Gutierrez about it. You know, we didn't really see the value when the Coyotes were out there in the West Valley. Now we're seeing some interest out here. Now we're interested in starting these partnerships with you. This is only going to show those companies and even the Tempe City Council and the community in Tempe over there that there is definitely money to be made with this team. There is an interest. And like I said, I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked that the first tickets to go were the most expensive, the season-long glass seats. I just, that blew my mind. That absolutely 110% blew my mind. But we also have to add just a little bit of context here, alright? Just before I forget, this is just the tickets that are designated for the season. So, for example, let's say there are 100 total glass seats. 50 are going to be held for season tickets, maybe another 30 to 40 for half season, and then the last 10 or so single games that are still available. That is just a simple example. That does not necessarily mean they're like, oh yeah, we're going to hold off these tickets, because if you can sell them for the entire season now, why wouldn't you? But obviously, just there is that context there. We're talking about specifically the seats on the glass that are available for purchase for the entire year. Those are the ones that sold out. And then, of course, the den and the goal line that were available for the full season, as well as the den for the half season, those are all completely sold out. So obviously, there's still going to be some partial plans, like those little 10-game plans you see all the time. There's still going to be single game tickets. Those are still going to be available, but the ones that are allotted for the season completely sold out in those areas. So this is phenomenal news. This is great. And ever since news like this started coming out, I've seen a lot of people are like, oh, they're not going to be able to fill this arena. Absolutely just spewing hatred and being angry about it. For whatever reason, it's a win for the Coyotes to lose the NHL money for them. For whatever reason, it's a win for the Coyotes to look embarrassed, but they're actually able to sell these tickets. And I'm ecstatic. This is awesome. This is great news. Obviously, I'd like to see a few more sold out markers here. Give it a month or two, and I should be reporting some great follow-up news, because as long as the tickets keep selling the way they are, they're going to fill that building. I decided I was going to celebrate being barely able to fit back into this small Tucson Roadrunners jersey by wearing that for the videos. What is up? AZ Sports Guy here, and I want to talk just a little bit about the draft. A solid little article came up today on the NHL Public Relations Twitter account about Cutter Gauthier, and
And especially with a lot of the rumors going around that teams might be very interested in trading for that number 2 overall pick, a lot of teams are very interested in Logan Cooley. I'm also very interested in Logan Cooley. All the Coyotes fans that I've talked to are also very interested in Logan Cooley, especially the fact that he actually seems like he wants to come here. He spoke positively about what the Arizona Coyotes are doing, but because he's done all this work in order to put himself in that top 2, top 3 discussion, it's entirely possible another team will want to trade up in order to get him. So assuming that happens, I'm going to run off the assumption that Shane Wright goes number 1, Logan Cooley goes number 2, and right there at number 3, the Coyotes could take Nemec, they could take Slavkovsky. I'm going to argue they should take Cutter Gauthier. For a little context, Cutter Gauthier is ranked as the number 3 North American skater, obviously a lot more than just North Americans in the draft, but he's a very, very talented, I'm told kind of power forward type player. But after watching a 2022 draft prospect video by the YouTuber NHL Draft Pros, please go make sure, check out the link below in the description, give him a like, give him a follow. I'm not associated with him, but he did the work. It was a very useful resource. I want to give him proper credit. All the footage he showed, it looked more to me like he was just a pure sniper, but hey, there you go. Gotta give proper credit. Cutter Gauthier, born January 19th, 2004. My God, I cannot wait until I'm sitting here talking about a draft prospect born in the 2010s. I'm already feeling old here. But Cutter was born in Sweden, and at a very young age, he actually came to Arizona, and he grew up primarily in Scottsdale. Just like Austin Matthews, he did end up leaving the state to pursue his NHL career, and one quote that I was reading a few weeks ago is talking about how at that time, hockey just wasn't big enough here for him to realistically have a shot to develop his game. Same thing with Austin Matthews, and as someone who grew up here while hockey was still trying to develop and establish itself, 8, 9, 10 years ago, there wasn't exactly a big option here for hockey. It was just getting started. Now, he's already committed to Boston College at the very least for the 2022-23 season, so if the Coyotes did take him, you're not seeing him for a couple of years. That's fine. We're waiting patiently with Josh Doan, waiting patiently with a couple other players. It can tend to work out pretty well. Fun fact, Cutter Gauthier, not related to Coyotes legend Denny Gauthier, who played back in 05-06. Also not related to Coyotes legend Freddie Gauthier, who played 2 games a couple of years ago. I thought I'd throw that in there. It'd be fun. But he is the son of Sean Gauthier, who played for the Winnipeg Jets back in 92-93. Well, he was on the roster. He never played a game, but I saw it on his elite prospects. It was a thing. As far as rankings, Gauthier is typically ranked anywhere between around 8 to 13 or so, but he was ranked 7 overall by a couple of places. Recruit Scouting, Sportsnet, and Craig Button of TSN. Then again, I'm pretty sure he's the one that put Uri Slavkovsky at number 1, and I think a lot of people are a little taken aback there. But I would prefer that because the Coyotes can take Logan Cooley at number 3. And then, of course, the website I used to write for, the Puck Authority, ranks him at number 28. Coyotes can get him by trading up with that 32nd overall pick. That would be a steal. Not going to happen. Getting back to that video a little bit to kind of give the argument here, why do I want the Arizona Coyotes to take Cutter Gauthier? I'd love to have Simon Nemec. Uri Slavkovsky is a very good young prospect. There are plenty of good players that will still be there. Why Cutter Gauthier over them? Well, first and foremost, he's an Arizona kid. Obviously, I'm a little biased there. If you can bring the AZ boy home, bring him home. But also because he's basically a pure sniper. Every single little bit of footage I was watching on him has him. He essentially has the Phil Kessel wrist shot, and he's younger, he's faster. He actually seems to be relatively defensively responsible, pretty good in transition. One stat about him last year in the USDP playing in the under-18 team, he was only expected to score 16 goals, putting him at a plus 15 goals above expected. On top of that, he has a phenomenal shot. He's a fast skater. I like him in transition. There are plenty of reasons to want Cutter Gauthier other than just him being from Arizona. Top of that, 6'3", 194 pounds. He's a big boy with a big body. You can use that. He is slotted to play left wing / center. I'm going to assume that means winger, because a lot of the times they'll throw center in there if someone plays center here and there. Just gonna assume wing. Though in the clips he was showing, it did seem like he was sticking more to the center part of the ice, so he might be a centerman. Over the last couple of years, the USDP level in the under-17 team in 2020-2021, Gauthier, 20 goals and 17 assists in 44 games. Very, very serviceable. And then this most recent season, he played in 54 games, scoring 34 goals, 31 assists for 65 points.
especially if he can dish the puck around, especially if he's an unselfish player. I like a lot of what this kid has to offer. Now, the question becomes, should they take him at number 3? I'm going to go out on a limb and say yeah. If Logan Cooley is not right there, if Logan Cooley is not available at number 3, and there is no other trade, like let's say with Columbus, like Ritchie and I were talking about in the Desert Moon Hockey podcast last week, if there's no available trade to get back up in the top 10 to try to get him around 7, 8, somewhere in there, you might as well take him at number 3, because I still think he can give a lot of value to the Coyotes, because they could use depth around the middle. They can also always use extra wings. He has that natural shot, that really good, like I said, Phil Kessel-like shot in my opinion. The Coyotes have had a problem for a long time where they tend to get mostly setup guys but not enough finishers. Dylan Guenther coming up in the system. Potentially Cutter Gauthier, they decide to go that route. Having scoring players on the wing or at center is definitely going to help this team, and bringing home an Arizona boy, not exactly a bad thing either. So essentially what I'm trying to say is, if Logan Cooley is not available at number 3 overall, I would much rather the Arizona Coyotes go ahead and grab Cutter Gauthier, because I really think this kid's special. I think he's going to be a very good NHLer. I think his game can translate. And plus, the Coyotes could also try to trade back a little bit from number 3, see if maybe they can use the number 3 overall pick to get 6 or 7, still get Cutter Gauthier that way. On top of that, getting an extra draft asset. No matter what, if Logan Cooley is not there at number 3, I think the Coyotes should go after Cutter Gauthier. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I decided I wanted to go ahead and take a look at all the Coyotes prospects in the system, rank them all on a top 10 list since people seem to like that, and give y'all my thoughts. Who am I? Just some random person in a chair that doesn't even have a back anymore. So here are my top 10 Arizona Coyotes prospects as of 2022. Quick honorable mention goes to Mannix Landry. You just keep doing what you're doing, buddy. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump right into the list proper with number 10, Joshua Doan. Full disclosure, he's on here for obvious reasons. Number 1, number 2, Valley Kid. Number 3, he had a very good rookie season at ASU last year. 35 games, 12 goals, 25 assists for 37 points. He was above a point per game. And the ASU Sun Devils even nominated him for Rookie of the Year. Not bad for a 37th overall draft pick. Honestly, the little bits and pieces I did get to watch of him last year, he plays a lot like his dad. I think he might actually have a higher ceiling than his dad, which is a good thing. Number 9, Victor Soderstrom. I have no idea what to make of Soderstrom anymore. Honestly, when the trade happened, I remember not exactly understanding why they threw in the extra asset. I think it was a second-round pick to move up like 3 spots. Oh, this team was going to take him, that team was going to take him. I don't care. Is he working out so far? And so far, not really. He had one stint at the NHL level where he actually seemed to play with some confidence, was shooting the puck pretty well. But so far through 20 games, he only has 1 goal and 1 assist, and all 16 of the games he played last year in Arizona, he went scoreless. He absolutely just kind of forgot how to shoot the puck. He's moving the puck around pretty well, and to be fair, he did develop a pretty decent two-way game at the AHL level, but the Arizona Coyotes definitely need more than an AHL top 4 defenseman with the 11th overall pick. I definitely think this upcoming season he's going to have to show some sort of progress at the NHL level to really show he was worth taking over Cole Caulfield. Obviously, I have a little bit of a bias towards that, but I'm just saying his defensive game, very good. I actually think he's very defensively responsible. He is starting to dish the puck around pretty well. He's a good facilitator. It's just his shot is borderline gone at the NHL level. But 16 assists, 19 points last year in Tucson, there's something there. Just not much of a scoring defenseman, probably much more of a puck-moving defensive guy. At the very least, if he can make an impact at the NHL level next year, he'll be worth it. As of right now, I have my doubts. Number 8, Nathan Smith. Acquired around the trade deadline last year along with Brian Little's contract because he didn't exactly want to sign in Winnipeg. He signed that 2-year deal. 1 year is essentially eaten up. He's on an expiring contract. But man, in the very few games he played last year, did he show there is something to work with here at the NHL level. 10 games, 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points. One thing I think Ritchie was mentioning about him is that he has this drive to the net. He always finds himself around there, and I think there's a lot of the power forward-esque type of play in him, but on top of that, I thought he had a pretty decent pass. Relatively good shot at the NHL level. He's definitely going to be somewhere around the middle 6. Hopefully this upcoming season he can break out around 15-20 goals. I think he has a shot at doing it, though probably closer to 15. As a 23-year-old, he's a little older to be considered a prospect. However, the cutoff was 23 years old, so he hits it right there. Number 7, Liam Kirk. Liam Kirk, going into last season, finally signed his ELC with the Arizona Coyotes. A lot of hype for this kid. He's one of the first ever prospects to really come out of the United Kingdom. Really rooting for this kid. But unfortunately, after just 8 games with the Roadrunners last year, he had a season-ending injury. And now we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. But honestly, in those few games, 2 goals, 1 assist, 3 points, he was playing pretty well in training camp. I definitely think he should have a bounce-back season. But because of the injury, because
because the fact you only got to see him play those 8 games, I can't really rank him much higher, but I definitely think good young player. This season will probably let you know if he makes the NHL or not. Number 6, Jan Yannick. I know definitely last season, talking to my co-host Ritchie, he definitely was starting to have a little bit of waning opinions on Jan Yannick, especially because the Arizona Coyotes do tend to miss on a lot of centers, but honestly he's really come into his own over the last couple of seasons, primarily this most recent year in Tucson. 17 goals, 30 assists, 47 points in about 50 games. I'm gonna go ahead and ignore that negative 27 because pretty much everyone in Tucson was a negative down there. The defense was just not good, but finally starting to really score. 4 goals in 15 games, and if I'm not mistaken, all 4 of those came against the San Jose Sharks. I know this most recent season he had a couple of goals against them, and honestly, he's finding himself in the right areas of the ice. He's passing the puck smartly. On top of that, he tends to throw the body around. He gets involved in a lot of scrums. I think the kid's got a lot of middle 6, bottom 6 potential, but honestly, having him as a 3rd line center, potentially even your 4th line, I'm not going to complain about that. Number 5, Jack McBain. Coming over from Minnesota via a trade around the deadline, same exact day or same exact couple of days as Nathan Smith. Jack McBain is a solid young center that I really like his shot. I like his game. He did get bullied around a little bit after a few games, but honestly, I think the shot should translate. His drive should translate, definitely how he's dishing the puck. I thought he played very well in the 10 games, 2 goals and 1 assist for 3 points he played last year. I'm high on him. I think after 1 complete season with the Coyotes, even though he is also going to be on an expiring contract, I think he should raise some eyebrows, probably be around that 15 goal mark, definitely going in the right direction, probably somewhere in the middle 6 as well. At the very least, it does appear the Arizona Coyotes are starting to get more center depth. Jack McBain's a big part of that. Number 4, Yanis Moser. Man, did Kyle Pereira make me look smart with this. Look, the truest words he ever said in any of our conversations on our podcasts, Yanis Moser is the most NHL ready of the prospects the Arizona Coyotes drafted. Probably going to end up playing in North American ice. I figured he'd play in Tucson. He did 18 games, 5 goals, 7 assists, 12 points. Had a pretty solid stint down there. And honestly, he just outplayed the AHL. He was too good for them and came up to the NHL level. Some injuries didn't really matter. He stole that top 4 spot. He is our second pairing defenseman. Ridiculously defensively responsible. I noticed it both in the AHL and the NHL. When you just watch how this kid moves, it's really, he knows exactly where to be, where to position himself, where to put his body, his stick, to try to cut off passing lanes, try to block shots, even though I didn't really notice him blocking too many in general, but at the very least, getting in front of opposing skaters, getting in front of opposing offensive players, and trying to make their day as miserable as possible while giving the goaltender the best possible chance to make a save. On top of that, he added more offensive scoring, offensive depth than I thought he would. He's actually more of a puck-moving two-way defenseman. Not going to say he's like Victor Hedman or anything, but honestly, if he develops that shot just a little bit more, especially with how smart his passing was, he could be a power play quarterback. It would be the second unit, but it's still a power play quarterback nonetheless. 4 goals, 11 assists, 15 points in his 40-game stint last year. He really can't be considered a prospect anymore, primarily because he is now going to be an everyday NHLer, but because it was his rookie season, I will make an exception, because that's how exceptional he was. Number 3, Ivan Prosvetov. Prosy is 23, he's played 3 years the AHL level, and honestly, his goals against, his save percentage have both been on the downturn, but I really want to talk about him at the NHL level. 2020-2021, he had 3 games played, over 4 goals against, an .824 save percentage. He just wasn't ready. He went up against some pretty tough opponents, doesn't really matter. He just did not come to play. He wasn't exactly ready for the NHL game. But then this year, he plays 3 games as well, 4.22 goals against, which sounds really bad. His first game of the season was against Tampa Bay. Oh, I was angry when that happened. I was looking at, oh, he's playing tonight. I was mad at my bro. You do not send him out there against the defending 2-time Stanley Cup champion. You're leaving him out there to dry. But something happened this year. Later on after that, he faced Colorado and posted about a .923 save percentage. And actually, his save percentage at the NHL level, 3 games played both last year and the year before, went up slightly. From .824 to .875. And if he can just secure himself a backup position this year behind Carol Vamelka, he's on pace to get himself right around 900, 902, 903 save percentage, and at the NHL level for a pretty solid young backup, I'll take that any day of the week. On top of that, you do have to take into account the fact that when he played for the Coyotes that first game, they went winless in their first 12, 13 games last year? I think it was 11. And then the Tucson Roadrunners were just borderline historically bad last year. It was just, the Roadrunners have been falling apart for the last couple of years, and it kind of sucks to see, but Ivan Prosvetov honestly has been playing his heart out. I think he has a lot left to show you, given Given the fact the Arizona Coyotes defense should improve next year, given the fact that he probably should be the backup for the Coyotes next year, I do expect his numbers to improve. I do expect his save percentage to go up, his goals against to go down. I still have faith Ivan Prosvetov is going to be part of the tandem, though he is going to need to show a lot more at both levels if he's going to make an argument for the starter. Number 2, Matthias Michelli. I had to put him here. I absolutely had to. Yes, he did start to get figured out relatively quickly last year at the NHL level. Yes, he did get bullied around and his scoring did dry up relatively quickly once again at the NHL level, but he was a rookie. It was his first 23 games at the NHL level. I don't exactly blame him, and especially with just how ridiculously good he was at the AHL level. Look, I wanted him to be locked down there the entire year, no exceptions, but he just outplayed it. He was playing so well, they could not justify not giving him a shot at the NHL level. He scored his first NHL goal within a handful of games of starting his NHL career, but would only go on to record 5 more assists for 6 total points throughout his 23 games last year. At the NHL level, at the AHL level, in the 47 games he played, 14 goals, solid, serviceable, and 43 assists for 57 points. He was 4 shy of being an assist per game guy. Not just a point per game guy. He had like 10 more points in games played. 1 assist per game. He was 4 shy of it. Ridiculously good, ridiculously fast. He has a pretty good shot. Usually a pass first guy. Pretty crisp passes on him. 21 years old. Only 1 year into his proper professional career. He'll probably make the roster next year. Worst case scenario, he makes it the season after that in 2023-2024. I can put away the notes for this one. Number 1, Dylan Guenther. It does not matter. He suffered an injury that led to him not being able to actually play in the last couple of games to win the championship with the Oil Kings. How ridiculously dominant he was. How much he was all over the highlights with his lacrosse goals and his snipes. This kid is the real deal. The Arizona Coyotes got a steal with him. He is so good, it is entirely possible he steals a roster spot next year. Or he plays, 8-9 games, whatever it is, minimum, so you don't burn a year on the contract, learns what he needs to do to adjust to the NHL game, goes back to the Edmonton Oil Kings, wins another championship, and comes back here a 2-time champion, because that is how good this kid is. Dylan Guenther is by far the best Arizona Coyotes prospect I think I've ever seen in the 15 or so years I've been watching this team. Better than Peter Mueller, better than Mikhail Bodker, better than Kyle Turris, I think even better than Blake Wheeler. Honestly, the kid's the real deal, and if everything just can go right, there's no more speed bumps in the road, he's probably going to be the Coyotes' first consistent 30-goal scorer the Arizona Coyotes have ever had that they've drafted as part of their core. A lot of really exciting times. This is probably one of the best prospects this entire franchise has ever seen. I am just excited. I would love to see if they can add Gauthier or Logan Cooley, a couple of guys like that to just make this even better. But right now, prospect pool, they do need to do a little bit more reloading. Obviously, you're seeing a lot of 22, 23, year old kids here. But as of right now, the prospect pool is looking pretty good, and I think that is my top 10. Go ahead and give me yours. More accurately, go ahead and tell me how I'm wrong. I am the AZ Sports Guy. Thank you for watching. Those are my top 10 Arizona Coyotes prospects as of the year 2022. Another day, another potential trade for the Arizona Coyotes off the table. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and Kevin Fiala has been moved. Everyone expected this. Everyone saw that coming. Career year last year, over 30 goals. Minnesota just was not going to be able to have that cap space for him, especially after the Suter and Parise buyouts. That's expected. Not exactly going to be complaining there. The problem was the dance partner. So, the Los Angeles Kings send over their first-round pick this year in 2022, as well as defensive prospect Brock Faber. That's really kind of like a minor part of this trade over to Minnesota in exchange for Kevin Fiala. And if you've been listening to the Desert Moon Hockey podcast, Ritchie and I have been very much looking at Los Angeles as a potential landing spot for Jacob Chychrun. And one of the things we were very interested in is, were the Coyotes going to be able to secure that first round pick, get yet another first round draft pick in the 2022 draft, putting them right there at number 19 would have been very solid. You package 19 and 27, maybe a player or something, you can get yourself up higher. Hey, even if it's just 19 and 27, you can probably go up somewhere around 13, 14 or so. If you really saw a guy you desperately wanted, you gotta have him. Let's say Cutter Gauthier is still there. Probably not going to still be there at 14, 15, but still, if he's there, you can use the assets trade up. Well, that is officially off the table. And now, what does this kind of do to affect the Arizona Coyotes offseason plans? In my opinion, I really don't know. I mean, looking at everything, in my opinion, there's really only one more move they could potentially make, and Ritchie also mentioned this. That involves the Columbus Blue Jackets. They got 6 overall from Chicago. They also have their own pick at number 12 overall. The Arizona Coyotes could very much try to wheel and deal Jacob Chychrun over there. The only problem is, would they have interest in Jacob Chychrun? Personally, my gut says no, but we'll go ahead just for the giggles and just look at their cap-friendly depth right now. They currently have 5 NHL defensemen that are signed for next year, not counting prospects, not counting players that are considered AHL players right now, and then 2 RFAs to sign, those being Bovequist and Carlson. I mean, technically it's possible. Look, Jacob Chychrun right here, obviously you have Werenski, you have Jake Bean, you have Andrew Peeke. There are some good defensemen here. But there are only 2 defensemen that are actually signed for more than just this upcoming season, so it is entirely possible they can look at Jacob Chychrun and say, hey, we need another left shot defenseman in that top 4 to kind of solidify it. He can play as a power play quarterback. There could be something here. Very realistically, there could be something there. The Arizona Coyotes probably can shoot for 12. They're not getting number 6. They are not getting number 6. I know Ritchie said, hey, you always go for the higher pick, go for number 6. I just think Jacob Chychrun's value has fallen too much. It would require, like I've been saying for the last month or so, some sort of bidding war, because last season did not do him any favors, especially when it comes to that trade value. Realistically speaking, you could go for the number 12 overall pick, but who else do you throw in the deal? I mean, yeah, you could try to go for Korpisalo because, oh, they have Merslakins. Maybe Korpisalo, ends up trying to price himself out after the season, but haven't they been doing that whole year or 2 extension over the last handful of years thing with him anyway? 28 years old, him and Elvis both, so obviously it's not exactly going to be like he's gonna get this big, massive contract. Probably nothing there. I know I am very interested in Kent Johnson because that's what the Coyotes originally wanted last draft, and it is technically possible. Columbus, right now, they're in this rebuild, but they want to make themselves competitive. They're going to want to push for the playoffs. Probably in the next couple of seasons, it is entirely possible Chychrun fits their timeline much more closely than he fits ours, and they're like, hey, we have Sillinger, we have Johnson, we can sacrifice one of the 2, but is the need desperate enough for them to want to do that? Probably not. I don't know. Look, it's entirely possible, but just my gut is saying Columbus really isn't the dance partner. And then going back to everyone else in the first round, the only pick that genuinely makes any sense to me would be that number 11 pick with San Jose, because for whatever reason over the last handful of years, San Jose has just been in complete denial that they're anywhere near competitive. So maybe you can try to leverage one of those longer contracts. I wouldn't mind personally taking on Marc-Edouard Vlasic. It's borderline an unmovable contract. It's one of those things where you could probably say, hey, give us 11 overall and we'll take that entire contract off of you. It's gonna suck for the last, I think 2 or 3 years. I want to say it's 5 years left. It's gonna suck for those last couple of years, but at the very least, if you can get yourself back, at number 11 overall, you can have a good shot at another one of these top elite prospects. The problem is, would they want to do it? There's reason to do it. It would clear up cap space. It would allow them to be like, hey, we're still competitive now. We're gonna go for X, Y, or Z player on the free agent list, make us real competitive next year. Or they could realize, hey, maybe we're just not gonna be that good for a while, and they can just use this number 11 overall pick, get some much better young talent in the system, and off you go. They'll actually start improving their team, but in reality, yeah, that might be a possibility. I don't know what else the Coyotes can ask for from San Jose. You're not getting that stud they got last year. Don't even ask. It's not even possible. But anyone else I'm looking at here, well, the picks would probably just be worse. I mean, maybe, Nashville, because they are a playoff team, you can be like, hey, right there at number 17, something can go over there, but I don't really see a need for Chychrun on that team. The Dallas Stars at 18, maybe, but really, what do they have that they're actually willing to give up? Honestly, I think a trade like this really solidifies, unless there is an out of nowhere, out of left field, big bid for Chychrun none of us are talking about, none of us are aware of. I genuinely feel like with this Fiala trade, with LA coming off the board, and with them heavily rumored to be interested in Chychrun last year, this Chychrun trade is probably not going to happen. And for the vast majority of Coyotes fans out there, yeah, that's going to be some really good news. Hell, for me, that would be pretty good news. I like Chychrun. I still see him as potentially being the captain, but my perspective was always, he doesn't seem like he wants to be here. In the offseason exit interviews, he even said, Mike Smith told him that you only have realistically so many chances, so many years. He wants to go compete somewhere. One foot is out the door. He didn't badmouth the market. He seems to still like the market, but it's just the timing is not right. That's why I'm like, look, if he wants to go, get the maximum value, get some more young assets, let him leave. But if the right trade is not there, he's still under contract for the next couple of seasons, just keep him on the roster. Because seriously, at this point, unless you're willing to take on a really bad contract and get into this messy situation with Columbus, San Jose, maybe even a New York Islanders, if that's a bad contract, contract that they want you to take. You already took Andrew Ladd last year. I mean, there's a couple of possibilities. I just don't personally see anything happening with Chychrun right now, primarily because one of the biggest rumored players is now out. Like, what realistic assets are they going to have unless they're going to trade the entire farm? But a lot of that farm is going to be coming up in the next season or two to make that team even younger, deeper, and overall more competitive. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see another trade here. It's entirely possible maybe Detroit, I guess, because, we already have more than enough good young players. Sure, maybe, but probably not. Look, Jacob Chychrun, he's probably going to be an Arizona Coyote moving on to this season, and I really, genuinely hope me making this video ages terribly, and in the next, 48 hours, massive Jacob Chychrun trade, we're getting this huge haul. But not going to happen, most likely. Chychrun's probably going to be a Coyote for at least the remainder of that contract, if not all the way up until the last season of that contract, where he will probably get moved at the deadline because, well, like I said, the last big player, probably out. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Happy America Day. Let's go ahead and talk about some Arizona Coyotes news. So, yesterday in an article posted by Craig Morgan on PHNX, I will leave it linked below in the description, talking about the rebuild, talking about some draft stuff, and then specifically a smaller section on Jacob Chychrun. Essentially, it just kind of catches you up to his previous reporting. Jacob even personally said that it bothered him that they just kind of tore everything down again. And all those quotes I've previously covered were essentially what he's saying is, I want to compete, I want to win, probably wouldn't mind getting moved. Just kind of setting the groundwork for what he's going to ask Bill Armstrong right here, just to kind of see if anything's changed, and here was Bill's response. Quote, "It hasn't changed much," Armstrong said. "Jacob is going to come back and play for us next year at this point. We're always taking offers if it's something that's going to better our team. We'll make those calls at the draft or at any time afterwards, but right now, he's going to come back and play for us, and we expect him to be a big part of our team next year," close quote. When I just got the second half of that quote, because that's what Craig Morgan put to kind of advertise this article, I was like, okay, so he's essentially saying, yeah, there's no plans to move him. But I have no idea if it's just because I know how PR speak works and corporate politics and all that weird stuff. The thing that I'm really focusing on is this sentence right here. Jacob is going to come back and play for us next year at this point. Obviously, they're always taking offers. That's very logical. But it kind of sounds like, hey, we're not actively shopping him. He's not on the block. But if people call, we're going to listen. That's just your due diligence. That's just your job. If someone's calling about Connor McDavid, I mean, obviously you should hang up, but at the very least, you let them talk. Okay, I'll get back to you. Never you click. When you say at this point, and then the specifics where it's like, oh, we'll make those calls at the draft or after, the first thing in my mind right there is they're planning on something. They just want to see if someone ups their offer at the draft table, or if teams don't really get the defenseman they're looking for, maybe the offers start going up, getting closer to the season, and that's where he's saying, we'll make those decisions later. I know that I'm arguing semantics here, but really right there, next year at this point, that really does not tell me much. Now, it would make sense for them to keep Chychrun at this point if they have managed to find a way to kind of calm him down and be like, hey, here's our plan. But if you look earlier on in the article, Bill Armstrong even says it takes about 5-6 years to even make the playoffs, and anywhere between 10 and 13 years to actually win the Stanley Cup. Jacob Chychrun is 24 years old. In 15 years, he will be 39. I know that's the high end. I know I'm just throwing the high end out there, but let's just say it takes a decade. He'll be 34 at the very tail end of his prime. If they found a way to say, hey, by the time you're 28, we're making the playoffs, and we're going to be a contender from about your 29 to 33, right in your prime, I can see him being like, hey, you know what, that makes sense, I'll stay. But if they have not managed to find a way to convince him of that, I still don't see a reality where there isn't going to be a Chychrun trade of some sorts, because at 24 years old, that's right around where, that's the cutoff. If you're going to be part of this core that's going to win the Stanley Cup when the Coyotes eventually win this Stanley Cup they're trying to win, 24 is the oldest anyone in your core right now is going to be, because in 10 years, they're 34. If you want to win the cup in the next decade, this is pretty much the tail end of any of their prime. So it would make sense from that perspective, but if you can't convince him, if those conversations haven't happened, if he's not really buying into it, I still think it makes more sense to go ahead and trade him. I think what a statement like this is essentially saying, yeah, no, we're not really, trying to trade him, so that way his value can go up. Saying, oh yeah, as of right now, we have him as part of our plans, all that tells me is that, yeah, we don't really need to give him up, but throw in an extra third round pick, or you throw in an extra prospect, maybe things can change. That's all that says to me. Now, obviously, I'm just some jackwagon, sitting in an armchair that has no back, but I look at this statement, and I'm just like, yeah, no, it doesn't really change what's going on right now. It doesn't really change my opinion. I know a lot of Coyotes fans don't want Chychrun to be moved, which makes sense. He's a very talented 24-year-old defenseman. defenseman. That's the kind of player that you want to keep on your team for the next couple of seasons. Actually, you want to build around him. The problem is if the player is not buying into it, the player is not like, yeah, I want to be here, the trade value just keeps going down. That's why I'm hoping those conversations have happened. I'm hoping if there is not the right deal this offseason, he has a bounce back year next year, because honestly, it has nothing to do with talent. Jacob Chychrun is a very, very talented player. What it comes down to is if he does not care, you're going to have another bad season, lowering his value more, creating more of the, you've seen it on Twitter, Jacob Chychrun's overrated kind of stuff. All that's going to do is just get exacerbated, which is why I'm saying they should have done the trade last year, because if he had already decided, hey, I don't want to go through another rebuild, because he was kind of part of that first rebuild that got rushed, and now you got to tear it down to the brass tacks, essentially. You're going down till there's nothing left to the dirt, essentially, for this rebuild. And you had a couple little gems. Obviously, you had Chychrun and Keller and Schmaltz stick around. But you know what I'm saying? It was a complete teardown, even worse than the last one. I can see why he'd want to move on, and I can see how that would be a really hard conversation to really pitch to a guy like that. It's like, look, he's entering his prime. 24 years old. Within the next 2 seasons, he's going to be in his absolute peak prime performance in his entire career, and the Coyotes are probably going to be just getting themselves in contention for a space around a second wild card spot, realistically. Obviously, I'm the optimistic type because these young rosters, they can boom or bust pretty quickly, but it does take generally a lot more time to actually be a consistent cup contender, a consistent cup level team, even just a consistent playoff team. I mean, look at Carolina. Carolina went through their rebuild, got a lot of really good young players, made it to the Eastern Conference Finals a few years back, and they still, they can't quite get over that hump in the playoffs right now. I think they're making it to the second round, whatever. Anyway, to answer the question that I went ahead and proposed in the title of this video, does this mean there will be no Chychrun trade at the draft? Does this mean that Chychrun's not on the block? Does this mean Chychrun will not be moved? No, absolutely not. Under no circumstances is this quote right here saying that Chychrun absolutely will not be moved. Essentially, think of it more as what the hockey guy said when he put it up on his little board and he's talking about it in his video yesterday. Chychrun's not on the block. Yeah, he's not on the trade block. They're not actively shopping him, because if they were actively shopping him, I mean, his value is going to go down because they know you're trying to get rid of this player. They're not shopping him. He's not on the block, but he's definitely one extra asset away, extra quality asset away from being a member of a new team. All I'm going to say is, Florida, I will gladly take Anton Lundell and Spencer Knight. Please and thank you. All right. So day 1 of the Arizona Coyotes draft is done. All 3 of their picks are in. They did make a couple of trades, so I'm just going to very briefly, I'll have a more detailed video, I think after tomorrow, maybe Friday, Saturday, something like that, actually trying to give details to everything. But for right now, I'm just going to kind of talk about my thoughts after day 1. Where are we at? So, the day starts off just ridiculous. I'm at this Coyotes draft party, and Uri Slavkovsky, I kept screaming it, I'm like, come on, give me chaos. It was chaos. He goes first overall, then you go into the second overall pick, and I'm like, look, it's still Shane Wright or Logan Cooley. I think one of these two is going to get taken, and I'm still like, if Logan Cooley gets taken, Shane Wright doesn't want to be here. Grain of salt, yada yada, but I heard personally from someone that I know and trust, Shane Wright specifically said he has no interest in Arizona, and Bill Armstrong already came out and said they only want to draft players that want to be in Arizona. So if Logan Cooley goes, which I had already kind of accepted going into this, I'm like, look, it's going to be Wright, Cooley, we're going to have to kind of figure out what we're doing at 3. Then Nemec gets announced going number 2. It does make sense. New Jersey did need another D-man. I was kind of hoping they would give us a few extra assets and take Jacob Chychrun, but hopefully it wasn't just PR speak that BA was talking about before, and they actually did kind of talk to Jacob Chychrun, and he's kind of buying into the rebuild. Worst case scenario, they're telling him, look, go ahead and bust it for a couple of months, we'll trade you at the deadline, but at the very least for right now, Chychrun's still on the team. Good news, not a bad thing. So Ritchie, your sign worked. But that pick is announced, and I'm freaking out. I kind of couldn't contain myself because we were guaranteed either Shane Wright or Logan Cooley. We were not guaranteed a chance at either or. The Coyotes had all the power in their hands at that point. Imagine how Shane Wright must feel that the team playing in a college arena did not want to draft him. Not only did he drop from number 1, all the way down to number 4, and I think there's probably a reason for that. I genuinely thought that all this kind of insider, scouts aren't as high on him thing, I thought that was just kind of clickbaiting, or not even just clickbaiting, could have been just bad reporting, or hey, we want to make a story out of this, just contrarianism, stuff like that. Please tell me that's a word. You see it every year. But when he actually started dropping, and then this little clip came out of him, he's on the stage in his Seattle jersey, he goes 4th overall to Seattle, and he just gives a death stare over to the Montreal table, and right there, I'm like, look, he's probably kind of a mean mean kid. Not like just on the ice, oh yeah, you need to have that meanness to your game or something like that. I mean, he looked just kind of bratty. It was very immature, and it's something that he probably dropped in the interview process. Because obviously last year, a disappointment for him overall, for his standards. But then you go to the interview process, and if you're a little too arrogant, if you're a little too this or that, hey, I don't really want to be here, I have no interest, body language, stuff like that, that can knock you down a few spots, and it very clearly affected Shane Wright, because especially with that public display, even if it was only for a brief moment or two, imagine what was probably happening behind the scenes. So that's probably why he drops. All of that clears the path for the Arizona Coyotes to draft Logan Cooley. After probably a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, of just accepting he's not going to be there, the Coyotes are going to have to try to figure something out. Wow, they drop down a spot, they're going to lose out on a potential number one center. Okay, fine. Sure, I guess it's just kind of how it's going to be. No, that's not how it was. We got the guy we wanted. He had been talking, during the whole draft interview process, how much he liked Arizona, that he was interested in playing in Arizona. He likes Clayton Keller. Literally, I think my tweet kind of said it best. He's a 10, and he wants to play in the desert. Specifically, he was talking about how excited he was. The next pick actually talks a little bit about that as well, especially the weather, which I think is also kind of funny, but we'll get to that in a minute. And he's got speed. He's got a shot on him. He's a really good player, and obviously I think he's committed to Boston College. It's one of the colleges over there. We're not going to see him for a few years, but he wasn't going to be ready for a couple of years anyway. Earliest, probably the last year that they're playing in ASU, look for Logan Cooley to be your number one center. Which would also make sense for them to go ahead and extend Barrett Hayton to, at the very least, a bridge contract, because you can use that worst case scenario. You can try to keep him around as a third line center once everyone is developed. But Barrett, this is a huge opportunity for you to keep your NHL job. Then we skip ahead a few picks, and the San Jose Sharks are set to pick, I believe it was 11th overall, which is funny because that's the pick the Coyotes had to surrender last year, so I guess everything's coming full circle. But the Coyotes trade their 2 higher second round picks, as well as pick, I think it's 27, it was a Carolina pick, and they move up to 11, and they grab Connor Geekie, and I cannot tell you how happy I was for that, because I just won the Stanley Cup today in NHL 22. I traded up to number 7 overall because of 2 second-round picks and Nikita Zaitsev, and I grabbed Connor Geekie, so now he's right there on my 2022-23 Coyotes roster. Coyotes got 2 very capable centers that, if they both develop properly, Logan Cooley, then you have Connor Geekie right there as your top 2 centers. If you have Barrett Hayton to round it out, sure, that's not a bad top 9 when it comes to just centers. Just think about the possibilities right there. So you have Keller, Cooley, Schmaltz. You could even throw Dylan Guenther up there if you want. Lawson, Crouse, Connor Geekie, and then Dylan Guenther or Nick Schmaltz if you want to swap it around. You can have Jack McBain still there on the third line. You can have this player or that player on the third line. Doesn't matter. That's not a bad top 6 to go compete with. Then we skip ahead to much later in the draft. The Coyotes announced they are trading for Zach Kassian. Has a couple years left on his contract. I think it's around, what was it, $4 million? I forget the cap hit. I'm just going to say $5 million and have everyone yell at me in the comments section. But they acquire him, as well as sending away their 32nd overall pick, their worst first rounder, to trade up to the 29th overall pick, where they grab a defenseman. I will talk about him more when I actually have all the stats and everything in front of me, because I was just really hoping they would go after this other center. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. I was hoping they'd go after him. They end up grabbing a defenseman. If they're that high on him, they're willing to trade up for him. Cool, there you go. They also get future second round and third round picks, 1 of each. And then one thing that Craig Morgan was reporting is that GM Bill Armstrong, he said he wants to be able to accrue more picks for later years, 2 or 3 years down the line, so we can have a consistent pipeline of good young talent. I love the way that man thinks. The foresight being like, look, we need good, solid young players coming into this pipeline. Look at Tucson last year. I think they only had a handful of their players that were actually under contract for the Coyotes. I know a handful got injured as well, but I think only a handful of them were actually under contract, and they were terrible. You're not using those roster spaces to develop these players. You're not using that third line left wing spot, that first line right wing spot. You're not using those to develop your talent that are supposed to be NHL players. It's just a bunch of guys the Roadrunners signed because you have to ice a team. So the foresight, and on top of that, Shane Doan's comments a couple of years ago where he's like, you want to build that winning culture, you want to build it within. It has to start at the AHL level with the Tucson Roadrunners. So many things are lining up. A lot of the times, they'll just say the right things. Oh, it sounds good. It looks like they're actually acting upon that. Once again, just kind of getting back to the point of, I genuinely feel like this regime, however if you want to call it that, sure, this administration, I know Ritchie
likes that term, but however you want to call it, the people that are in place to do the jobs that they are doing are all the correct people, and it looks like we are finally going to have a proper rebuild. Next few years are probably going to suck. I'm going to keep being optimistic because the thing with young rosters, they can boom. They can also bust out, but they can also just boom. Sometimes it does take some time. Other times, guys can just lick and go. So I'm going to keep being optimistic, and I'm excited for the season next year. I'm excited for training camp because I really want to get a feel for some of these young prospects. I'm really excited for tomorrow just to kind of see who else they draft. I do believe they still have 2 second-round picks and then a couple other picks after that, so they have more than enough assets to go get more players and put them in the system. On top of that, my day was made because I got to have 2 lengthy conversations with Bob Hehouse, legendary play-by-play voice. He did it for the old Phoenix Roadrunners, the 90s version of the Roadrunners, the Phoenix Mustangs. I think he only said 1 season for that, as well as the Phoenix Coyotes / Arizona Coyotes for so long. That man is a legend. I absolutely loved having some nice conversations with him. And he gave me a compliment on my style because I had this as well as like a sport jacket. Congratulated me for losing weight. That made my day. Genuinely, that made my day. So you're never going to watch this, Heater, but I appreciate you. That made me smile. So at the end of the day, what are my final thoughts on the Arizona Coyotes day 1 so far? The first round of the 2022 NHL entry draft. I'm ecstatic. I am happy. I am proud to be a fan of this team. It brings a smile to my face just sitting there and realizing it's finally happening. They got the guy they wanted that wants to play here, that has the potential to be the first-line center. Obviously, I want to be very particular with my words because they're very easy to take out of context, but still, it's it's one of those things where it's nice to see everything not just be on paper. It's nice to see everything not just, oh, here's 13 wrenches. It's, hey, you have that stable ownership. You have a good general manager that has clear foresight on what's going on, has a plan, and is sticking to it. Full disclosure, yeah, it could go full Chychrun where things look great on paper. A couple years down the line, it kind of all blows up. But I don't think it's going to be that way. I genuinely don't. But regardless, I want to at least acknowledge that, just to be fair. But anyway, I'm so happy. I'm so excited. It was such a fun experience to get to just be in that room with all these Coyotes fans just hooting and hollering. To feel the energy, I guess is the best way to say it, but to kind of feel the electricity in that room and just to see that the excitement is real and people around you are just as excited. It's special. It was special, and just I can't wait to see where this team goes over the next couple of years because it might be a meme, sure, but their cup run did start today, and I think so far the first couple of steps, they've taken some very, very good first steps. Let's just see if they can maintain it. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. That draft video is taking me a lot longer than I thought I would, so you know what? Let's just start with the Kassian trade. Let's just talk about that separately because that was newsworthy. So later on in the first round, on January 7th, 2022, the Arizona Coyotes and the Edmonton Oilers, they came to an agreement. The Edmonton Oilers are trying to get out from underneath Zach Kassian's contract. He has a couple of years left, but they wanted to get out from under that, so they send Kassian over to the Coyotes along with a pick swap, so the Coyotes take the 29th overall pick in 2022, and the Edmonton Oilers take the 32nd overall pick, so the Coyotes move up a couple of spots. But on top of that, the Arizona Coyotes also get 2 future assets, a 2024 third and a 2025 second. I just want to say right now, I really love the mindset that Bill Armstrong had going into this trade, and he even commented on it later on after the draft. He wants to acquire more draft assets for the next 2 or 3 years, so that way no matter what, for the next handful of years, there will be consistent, good young talent coming into the pipeline, and that just tells me they're going to do this rebuild right. On top of that, I liked last year's draft, I liked this year's draft as a whole. I just think there's a lot of really good young players that are going to come through the system. Even if only a handful make it to the NHL, that's still not bad, and just increasing your odds, not bad whatsoever. I think it's a very good idea. On top of that, like we saw with this draft, plenty of trades moving up, moving down. The more assets you have, the more ability you have to move up a few spots to grab someone you like. Let's go ahead and start off with Zach Kassian, the only named player in this entire trade. 31 years old, 2 years left on that contract, a little over $3 million per season. Like I said, I think it's 3.1 or 3.2 million. Last year, 6 goals, 13 assists, 19 points with Edmonton. They go all the way to the Western Conference Finals. Good for them. Seriously, congratulations. It's good to see Connor McDavid getting to play in some meaningful playoff games. But with Kassian, He's a fourth line winger. That's it. I expect nothing less, nothing more. The only thing I have expectation-wise is he's going to go out there, he'll play hard, he'll get a couple of big hits per game, generate some momentum. The fans, like Ritchie said, probably going to love this guy. No more than 10 goals. That's probably the absolute ceiling, so expect somewhere around 3 to 5 goals. You're not going to get much out of him, but he's primarily going to be there, like I said, to hit, as well as to kind of protect the younger players, and considering the fact the Coyotes, over the last handful of years, have had a big problem trying to keep their players healthy, worth a try. So Zach, welcome to the team. As for the 3 picks the Coyotes got, well, 2 of them are years down the line, but the one we did get, 29th overall, they got a pretty decent kid, although there's a lot of rawness to this kid's game. He is by no means a finished product. He is probably going to take a long time, I would say minimum 3 years, but let's talk about it. With the 29th overall pick that the Coyotes acquired in this trade, they selected defenseman Maverick Lamoureux. His best attribute, well, he's a right shot defenseman, that's always valuable, but he's big. He's a big boy, 6 foot 7 inches tall, a little under 200 pounds, so he definitely has a little bit of growing into that frame to do, but you could do that with working out, you can do that with proper nutrition. He should be fine. He's still growing into a man. He's only, I think, 18 or 17 years old. Over the last couple of years, playing in the QMJHL. Now, this thing is actually very interesting. So, the QMJHL, to my knowledge, from everything that I've heard, not the most defensive of those Canadian junior leagues. So, this is definitely going to mean something when I say the plus-minus stat for this most recent season. But in 2020, 2021, he would play in 24 games, scoring 1 goal and 6 assists for 7 points. Also was a +9. Not bad. Once again, keep in mind, the league doesn't exactly play all that much defense. Again, from what I understand, not bad. Then this most recent season, 2021-22. 54 games, 4 goals, 20 assists, 24 points, so moving the puck around a little better. I'm not going to expect much offense from him, but we could have another right shot puck moving defenseman. I'll take it. -30. That means something. Obviously, it's a team stat, but at the same time, you are part of that team. That also means you are likely getting outplayed. It's one of those things where, yes, a lot of things to work on, primarily stuff like skating. But then again, almost every prospect, it seemed like in this draft, really needed to work on skating. But when it comes to someone like Lamoureux, the only thing I'm really going to expect is I want big, burly defensemen. I want them to crush people when they cross over the blue line. But on top of that, I think Ritchie mentioned something very interesting. You can't teach wingspan, you can't teach size. It's kind of one of the bigger things I like about him is he has a lot of size. He's going to be bigger than a lot of the guys out there. And on top of that, that wingspan. He will have the ability to just reach over players. And if they can teach him properly, kind of coach him along to properly read defenses and just get really good with the poke check, opportune stick lift, stuff like that, this is going to be a very dangerous defenseman probably in 3 to 5 years because it will take a long time. Defensemen take longer in general, but this kid in particular, from everything that I have read or heard, definitely seems like he's going to be a bit of a project. I know he was projected, middle of the second round. There were some rumblings that he was going to be taken a couple of spots after what the Coyotes took him, so swing for the fences. Honestly, I like the pick because the Coyotes did that. They got Logan Cooley, they got Connor Geeky, they got 2 really good young centers. Swing for the fences on the 29th overall pick. You're not expecting much out of it. Have a little fun with it, I guess, but if you're not willing to take the risk, you're not going to be able to get the reward. So I like this, even though there is definitely a lot to work on. He has all the attributes there. And on top of that, he definitely busted it in the combine, making himself, one of the #1 performing players in the combine. That's not nothing. I know this is by no means an original quote, but I want to say it was Coyotes prospect John Farinacci's father that said it, but it might have been John himself. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And what Maverick did in the combine, it shows he's willing to work hard. He has the work ethic, he has the size, all those intangibles that you really can't teach. I think no matter what, they're going to be able to make a decent product of this kid. I have a lot of faith in him. It's just going to take a very long time. And honestly, at the end of the day, just looking at the raw assets, we only have to take on 2 years of Kassian, and if things go well, they do have their additional retainment slots. They can flip him at the trade deadline. They can flip him next offseason, depending on how well he plays. It's not that big of a contract, so if teams really need that fourth line grit, you might be able to get a second or third rounder for him later on, which is just more assets essentially for free, because when you look at the actual main part of the deal, it's essentially a pick swap, and then you're just taking a bad contract for some extra picks, but you're going up 3 spots, you take a bad contract, and if you take that bad contract and turn it into another asset, win, 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 win. Look, it's going to benefit Edmonton as well, because they need to get out from under that contract. I think they got the guy that liked it at 32 anyway, so it also works out for them, but the Coyotes, no matter what, you gotta say they won the trade, because you get a player you can turn into an asset later. Worst case scenario, you have a guy under contract for the next 2 years while they're in ASU, so at the very least, you're gonna have another roster player. But yeah, no, I like the deal. Those future picks are really nice, but also I think this Maverick kid, probably gonna going to be pretty good. And Zach, welcome to the Coyotes. I like this trade. I think it was a very good trade. So the deadline to extend qualifying offers was today, somewhere around like 2 p.m. Pacific time, but I was at work, so let's go ahead and talk about it now. The Arizona Coyotes, they have re-signed 2 players. They've extended qualifying offers to 3 players, and they did not qualify 2 players. They will both be hitting the market. Let's go ahead and start off with the bad news first, or at the very least, the bad news to someone like me who paid decent money for a Kyle Capobianco Adidas jersey. Defenseman Kyle Capobianco as well as Cole Holtz of the Tucson Roadrunners both were not extended a qualifying offer. They will both hit the market on Wednesday. Not gonna lie, that really sucks for Kyle Capobianco, but the problem was there was just too many holes in his game. I believe that if Cap would have came up early as well as had a little bit more of an opportunity to play without all those veterans there, let's say somewhere around 18, 19, maybe a little bit after that, I think he would have actually played a lot better and he probably is going to be a consistent defenseman. Problem is, you had an injury in 18, 19 on sheltered minutes and you had just too many veteran defensemen under contract. He just was not going to be able to find a spot. Overcooking in the AHL, finally gets an opportunity last year and he just didn't live up. It took him pretty much the entire season to adjust to the style of play and the rate of play, specifically at the NHL level. He took too many bad penalties. There's a few too many times where he just let offensive rushes go the other way, and a handful of times where goals happened because he was pinching in too much in situations where he probably shouldn't have. There's a lot of holes in his game. I really want to see him succeed in the NHL. I'm really sad to see that he's not going to be playing for the Coyotes, but at this point, it's either turbocharge your offense or go completely shut down defensive defenseman if he's going to want to keep a job in the NHL. So wherever you go after this, that's going to be the unofficial second team because I want to see Kevin Bianco play well. As for Cole Holtz, I have no opinion on him. He seemed fine enough, but it's probably better to make room for other, hopefully better defensemen coming into Tucson. As for the 3 players that did get the qualifying offer extended, Josef Kozanash, goaltender, and I'm not going to lie, this one confuses me. I know it was literally just to retain his rights. Maybe they're working on a trade, someone else who's a minor league goaltender. I have no idea. I still don't personally see them re-signing him, but that's just asset management. If you can get something for him, keep him around for a little bit and see if you can make that trade. Barrett Hayton, I have no idea what they're going to do with him. I would assume it would be a 2-year bridge contract. But at the same time, I said it on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast, I will say it again here, I would have absolutely zero issues with the Arizona Coyotes giving him essentially an EA NHL contract. Here's 5 years, I think I said the max was like $5 million. Here's your like max potential, sign this, you get it for 5 years, and then I think that would take him to UFA status. But hey, I wouldn't mind that. It's likely going to be probably just a 2-year bridge deal, I would assume. He'll get a pay raise, $2.5 million per year, somewhere in there. I have no idea. And then finally, they extended it to Lawson Crouse, who was too busy enjoying his engagement in Paris, so have fun with that. I was really hoping a long-term extension would have already happened by now. From what I can tell, this should just be maintaining his rights, and they'll actually negotiate probably a 3 or so year contract, but it's good to see Lawson Crouse is not leaving for nothing. Now let's go ahead and get into the 2 players that were signed today. Let's go ahead and start off with defenseman Cam Dineen. I have no opinions on the guy. He seems decent enough in terms of defense. Very unremarkable in my opinion, but he managed to keep a job where Kevin Bianco didn't, so I do have to give him credit there because he's at least hanging around somewhere. 1 year, $750,000. Not a bad payday for 34 games of play last year and only 7 assists. Not an offensive defenseman. I know earlier on in Tucson he had some of that upside, but I never really saw that being much of a thing in the NHL. Pretty much stick to defense, move the puck smart. He'll probably stick around for the year. Maybe he gets dealt, maybe he doesn't. And then finally, we have Christian Fischer, who, I said it on the podcast, I'll reiterate it here, I am no longer allowed to speak negatively about after he showed up at the Tempe City Hall meeting and essentially showed support for keeping the team here. That being said, 4th line right winger, probably going to be like your 13th forward, only really going to come in if you have injuries, but I mean, I guess you could do worse. I think he had 53 games played last year, 5 goals, 5 assists, 10 points. Whatever offense he had coming out of Tucson, I think he had one, I think it was a 12 or 13 goal season a few years ago. Whatever that was, kind of dried up, but you can use the physicality, you can use that frame, keep him around for 1 more year, I suppose. I guess he really can't hurt having an extra roster player. And that's all the major news we got for today, the qualifying offer period. It's going to be interesting to see what the Coyotes do in free agency, because they can make a couple of plays, they can go for a couple of players they might be able to flip later, they can take on some bad contracts. After these couple of contracts, they should still be somewhere around, I think it's 4 or 5 million under the cap floor, so a move's going to have to be made. There's one move I would like to be made, and maybe that video goes up tomorrow.
Dylan Strome is a good player, and I'm tired of pretending he isn't. Back in 2018, when Dylan Strome was traded, I decided to make the cowardly move because I know Coyotes fans didn't like Dylan Strome and say, oh, I wish we could have kept Brendan Perlini instead of giving my actual thoughts, so I'm going to go ahead and correct that here. I don't think they should have traded Dylan Strome. Now, obviously, we won the trade. He's officially not been given a qualifying offer. He's going to market tomorrow. Nick Schmaltz, very good player. I'm very happy with what we got back in that trade. That is not what I'm here to talk about today. What I'm here to talk about today is with Dylan Strome going to the free agent market on Wednesday, I think the Arizona Coyotes should try to re-sign him. I know if you're watching this and you're a Coyotes fan, there's a 99% chance you disagree with me, hence why I put flames all over the thumbnail, because this is not going to be a very popular one. But you know what? I don't particularly care, because I think Dylan Strome's a good player and could definitely provide a lot of value for the Coyotes if they were to go after him. Now, I know the first thing you're going to look at is, oh, he's 25 years old. I know me personally, I've said 24 is kind of like the cutoff, if not a little bit younger, for the rebuild right now, because they're going to be competitive in 5 years, probably win the cup within 10. 24, 25, a little bit too old right now. But that's not the reason why I want Dylan Strome on the team. The reason I want Dylan Strome on the team is because if you can get him on like a 3-4 year contract for a pretty decent cap hit, remember, context, as of right now, Arizona is still like $4 million, $5 million under the cap. So if you can get him on a deal like that for a pretty decent cap hit, you could probably flip him a couple of years down the line, because Dylan Strome is a 20-goal scorer that if you give him a consistent top 6 slot, you can make him look even better. On top of that, you can kind of help out some of the younger players on the team. I wouldn't mind seeing him play with someone like Jack McBain or Nathan Smith. Let me go ahead and just acknowledge one of Dylan Strome's biggest flaws. Not a great skater. Sure, he still managed to make it work at the NHL level. So no matter what, even if he's not the best skater, he still managed to be a 20-goal scorer twice, as well as keep himself consistently in a top 9/top 6 role. Also, Dylan Strome, he does have injury issues. He's missed a handful of games. Last year he played 69 games. Nice. Year before 40. Year before that 58. The year before that he played 78 games. That was 20 for the Coyotes and 58 for the Chicago Blackhawks. So it's kind of funny. It looks like he played 58 games back-to-back years for Chicago. Well, he technically did, but still. He's maintained a positive plus-minus in 3 out of the 7 seasons he's played, including one in Arizona. And on top of that, he's a decent face-off guy, usually averaging somewhere around 47 to 52%. In fact, specifically, face-offs is one of the main reasons I wanted to keep him in Arizona, because let's just kind of set the scene for the Coyotes that year in 2018-2019. Dylan Strome was consistently thrown on the 4th line, was sometimes allowed on the 3rd line, but he was very much just forced to that bottom 6. I have plenty of criticisms with Rick Tocchet as a whole, but especially the amount of Coyotes fans that were still trash-talking the dude, when if you look at it, he's playing ridiculously sheltered minutes. You looked at his second power play unit, it was running a lot more efficiently than Clayton Keller's led first power play unit. 20 games into the season, he has 3 goals and 3 assists for 6 points. All 3 of those goals were power play goals, and he had 4 total power play points. Dylan Strome was a very good power play specialist, and if they would have given him more time, at least in the middle 6, trying to get him up into the top 6, I think his stats would have been a lot better, and Coyotes fans would have probably looked a lot less ignorant by constantly calling him a terrible player. Oh yeah, I'm going there, because on top of all of that, being a very good power play player, being completely limited to the 4th line for no other reason than it was clear he wasn't Rick Tocchet's guy, so you know what, let's go ahead and misuse him so we can justify trying to get rid of him. The trade did work out, asterisk there, it did work out, but Dylan Strome could have been putting up these numbers in Arizona being a 20-goal scorer. But at the time of the trade, Dylan Strome was like top 10, top 8 in faceoffs with 57% of faceoffs won. He was playing well. It really came down to he was not being utilized properly. So he gets moved. On top of that, Brendan Perlini's gone. We also get Nick Schmaltz back. Love Nick Schmaltz. Absolutely. Just love the guy. Really good game. A lot of chemistry with Clayton Keller. That's probably the reason why they ended up acquiring him. But then in 58 games with Chicago, 2018-2019, 17 goals, 34 assists, 51 points. He was almost a point per game player. They utilized him properly. Another 3 goals in the power play for him there, but only 12 total points on the power play, meaning the vast majority of his points were 5-on-5 or 4-on-4, even strength. Next season, 12 goals, 26 assists, 38 points in 58 games. Down year for him. He didn't play quite as well. 2020, 2021, he only plays in 40 games, 9 goals, 8 assists, 17 points. Back-to-back down years. It's looking like, hey, probably just going to flame out. Yeah, that wasn't until this year, 2021-22. 69 games, 22 goals, 26 assists, 48 points. Only a -6 on a bad Chicago Blackhawks team. Oh, and look at that, 52% from faceoff. He's a good player. This is someone that I don't know how much free agent interest he's going to get. I have no idea if anyone's going to offer him a decent contract, but the prospect of the Coyotes saying, hey, we can pay you a little more, we'll give you 3 to 4 years, something like that, and the prospect of, we're going to try to trade you to a contender, obviously if the cap goes up in the next couple of years, more teams will be able to afford whatever cap cap hit. If he just keeps working, scores 20 goals for the next couple of years, generates at least 25, 30 assists, trying to become at least a 50-point player, he'll be able to be moved to a contender, and that's how I would pitch it. Because the Arizona Coyotes, unlike a lot of teams in the NHL right now, would be able to offer him a top 6 role, and I think this could be a mutually beneficial thing. You know what? Let me just go ahead and just put this into perspective, alright? Coyotes fans, for whatever reason, just hate on this guy. Oh, he was taken too high. First and foremost, prospects do not pick where they were taken. They're taken wherever they're taken. And secondly, over the course of 3 seasons, he was given 48 games. Yeah, the length of the 2012-2013 shortened season, that's all Coyotes fans gave a 3rd overall pick to see if he can do anything. And for the vast majority of those games, he was in the bottom 6. And he still managed 7 goals, 9 assists, 16 points despite all of that. Consistently improved in the faceoff circle year over year, going from 40% his rookie year to 42% to 57%. And had a total of 4 power play goals and 5 power play points over all of that. He was not a bad player. He was utilized incorrectly. Then again, this is the same fan base that looked at me cross-eyed when I was like, they should probably just let go of Christian Fischer, or when I was saying they should play Darcy Kemper because Antti Ranta very clearly was not the goaltender they needed and could not stay healthy. So yeah, you know, what do I know? I'm just the guy that constantly has to point out this stuff and then people look at me cross-eyed for it. But anyway, Dylan Strome, he's a good player. If you utilize him properly, anywhere between the top 6 and middle 6, you're going to be getting a consistent player out of this. Probably 20 goals, somewhere around 50 points. You can flip that. The common question I got when I posted it on Twitter was, why would we want him? He was terrible. First off, you're wrong. He was not terrible. But, oh, why would we want him? You know, we're rebuilding. Why not acquire a player that you intend to flip in a couple of years and you're just essentially gambling with the salary cap, because the salary cap, especially with the revenues last year at the NHL level, should be going up in the next couple of years. And it should be going up by a pretty decent margin. I mean, it only went up $1 million this year, but still, if it keeps going up, you signed Dylan Strome to, he was making $3 million on his last contract, so let's just say $4.5 million on this for 3 or 4 years. Someone's going to be willing to take that contract if he continues this play, and the Coyotes have the perfect opportunity to say, hey, we have a top 6 slot, come on in and help us flip you later. Alright, finally home for the night. Let's go ahead and start off with the trade today. The Arizona Coyotes make one trade in a surprisingly busy day 1 of free agency. I figured it would be a little more trades and signings, but hey, there you go. So the one trade that we have is with the New York Rangers. The Arizona Coyotes acquiring defenseman Patrick Nemeth, as well as 2 draft picks in exchange for Ty Emberson. Go ahead and just start off with Ty Emberson and break this down. Right shot defenseman. He's played a couple of seasons in Tucson. 22 years old. His first season in Tucson was the 2020-2021 season. 5 games, 1 goal. -1 plus minus. Really too small of a sample size. Couldn't really tell you much from there. But last year, 2021-22, he plays in 58 games, scoring 5 goals and 7 assists for 11 points. Probably not going to be your biggest offensive option. Likely not really going to translate much of anything to the Rangers if he comes to the NHL, but at the same time, they're trading a defenseman that really hasn't done anything his entire career offensively, so fair enough, I suppose. He also had a -25 in Tucson. Look, I'm going to be completely honest here. Just let's put this in like a trading card perspective. If the Coyotes in this deal, if Ty Emberson is the cost, it's not a cost at all. Obviously, Tucson as a whole last year was just terrible, but Ty Emberson was part of the problem. Maybe a change of scenery helps him. You know, New York can probably use the extra right shot defenseman, but who knows? Considering the fact the Coyotes really didn't give up anything, go ahead and look at what they got. 30-year-old, 6'3", left shot defenseman Patrick Nemeth. Last year with the Rangers, 43 games, 2 goals, 5 assists for 7 points. -9 plus minus, so look, pragmatically, that's an improvement. If you saw a lot of the plus minuses on this team last year, how the defense just inexperienced or not that good for the vast majority of the season, that's an upgrade. It's unironically an upgrade. We're getting a big boy, some pretty big size, probably fits in as a 3rd pairing defenseman, not really expecting much out of him. Pretty much what you're looking at with this contract, you're getting a guy 2 more years, $2.5 million. I really don't see there being a big potential for flipping him, but if he has a bounce back season, he's only 30 years old, he hasn't even hit the tail end of his prime yet. 30 years old, if he has a bounce back year this year, 2.5 next year could look like a bargain, or at the very least, fair market value. So don't go into the season expecting some massive jump, oh hey, he's going to score like 10 goals or something, but there is potential there for his play to improve, potentially get that value up. Maybe they trade him next year, but he does have a modified no trade clause, keep that in mind. But in reality, what the Coyotes got here is a big defenseman that's going to prevent them from having to force all their kids up to play defense this year. The Tucson Roadrunners defense, like I mentioned, just awful last year. On top of that, the Coyotes, you really don't want to, especially with this rebuild, probably going to take 5 years to go to the playoffs. You don't want to rush defensemen. They take longer. Let a few of them just play in Tucson and develop for the next couple of years. A guy like Nemeth being on the roster, that's all he's really going to do. He's going to take up an NHL spot and make sure the kids don't need to be rushed. And for that, considering it's only $2.5 million for 2 more years, not bad at all. And yes, just to acknowledge it, if this team just was phenomenal and they're a playoff team next year, the buyout cost for 1 year of a contract is very, very low. But let's go ahead and look at the best part of this deal, and that is the 2 draft picks. A 2025 second round pick. Look, to kind of paraphrase what the hockey guys said, yeah, it's one thing to kind of own the entire draft for 1 year. Bill Armstrong wants it for the next however many years, and we saw it with the Kassian trade. He even said it to Craig Morgan. He wants to go ahead and just stock up draft assets for the next 2 to 3, 3 to 5 years, somewhere in there. So at the very least, we're having a consistent talent pool coming in, some pretty good players to make this team hopefully a much better team in the future with more depth. And essentially, you want an embarrassment of riches. Hey, we have too many seconds. We'll pop this in to move back into the first. They did that this draft. Oh, hey, there's a couple of really good players in the second. Well, now we get 2 players. Maybe we don't need both of them. We trade one of them later. You need that. That's very forward thinking. But this other draft asset is even more forward thinking. It's a 2026 second round pick, a conditional 2026 second round pick. If the Coyotes get impatient, they can just take a 2024 third. I love the fact that the Coyotes actually had the choice there, because let's just say going into that 2024 draft, it's looking like they can use that asset. There's some players they're looking at in the third round. Maybe we'd like to have an extra chance to get them. They can just say, hey, we're going to go ahead and take that draft pick this year. No harm, no foul. And if they don't really see anything, well, 2 years down the line, you're getting an additional second round pick. That's not a bad deal whatsoever. I like the deal. I like the trade. Gonna be completely honest here. Ty Emberson, he's not exactly all that great. Change of scenery, all the best parts of him could come out, and he can play phenomenal in New York. You know what? I hope he does. Well, specifically for Hartford. I think he's going to the Hartford Wolfpack, but still, I genuinely hope he does play better over there. But from what we saw in this system, he just probably was never going to make it, so why not go ahead and move on? Now the Arizona Coyotes can free up that roster spot, allow other players to go down to Tucson to get them some valuable reps, some valuable games played, and for our troubles, we get a 6'3 defenseman to put on the third pairing just to have an extra NHL-ready defenseman. Worst case scenario, someone does outplay him in training camp, that's your 7th defenseman. You have 2 very good assets, a second guaranteed and a second or third, for taking on a 7th defenseman for 2 more years. That's a really good deal. I like it. And even if Nemeth sucks, this year the Coyotes aren't supposed to be that good anyway. So yeah, no, I like this trade. I think this is a very forward-thinking trade, as per usual, as Bill Armstrong is showing so far this offseason. Last offseason was about attacking the 2022 draft. Seems like this offseason is about attacking the next 5 years of drafts. You know, despite the fact that nobody wants to play in Arizona, and the Arizona Coyotes are going to have plenty of troubles trying to get guys under contract while they're in ASU, 6 free agent signings, okay, technically 5 free agent signings, 1 was a re-sign, but 6 players signing on the first day of free agency. On top of that, acquiring another player via trade today, I don't know, it kind of tells me maybe they're going to be able to ice a team. It's almost like they're an NHL roster, and there's going to be plenty of guys that want to play in the NHL. I don't know, crazy theory. Anyway, at the very least, on the free agent side of things, I was expecting more trades. I mentioned that in the last video, but this is the video. I'm going to go ahead and look at all the individual contracts the Arizona Coyotes signed today, January 13th, 2022, though you will be seeing it tomorrow. I'm putting in the late night work for you guys. Let's go ahead and start off with the first signing of the day, right-hand shot defenseman Joshua Brown. He signed the 2-year contract worth $1.275 million per season. 28 years old, right shot defenseman, 6'5", big boy. This will be pretty consistent throughout most of the signings and acquisitions Bill Armstrong brings in. He likes them big. Now this is coming off of a season where he played in both Ottawa and Boston, playing in 52 games with 6 total assists and a -7 plus-minus. Funny enough though, that first part of the season, the first 46 games in Ottawa, all 6 of his points came there. He was also a -7. That's where he got all 6 of his points, all 6 assists. He was also a -9. The last 6 games in Boston, no points, but +2, so that's positive. This is a guy that probably wasn't getting very many calls elsewhere, so he comes over to the Coyotes to get one more shot at an NHL roster. The mindset for Arizona is pretty low cap hit. If he can have a solid year this year, trade him next offseason, maybe trade him at the deadline, give teams an extra a year of control. Not a bad mindset. Isn't exactly going to give you much offensively, but probably ends up on the right side in the second or third pairing. Probably the third pairing. But then again, if you have him playing with Nemeth, you have a pretty big defensive pairing. I have no idea how defensively capable, but pretty big defensive pairing nonetheless. Next up, they signed former Wild Nick Bjugstad to a one-year contract. He's listed at both the right wing and center, so assume winger, because a lot of the times when they list both, they're probably a winger. 1 year, $900K, he's 29 years old, 6'6", big boy. Obviously, that's what they want down the middle right now. Last year with Minnesota, in 67 games, he had 7 goals and 6 assists for 13 points. He's also only a -2. They were also a playoff team, and from what I can tell, at least decent defensively, so a couple of asterisks there. From what I can tell with Bjugstad, probably a pretty decent bottom 6 player. I would assume ending up on the third line. Not bad. I'm not going to expect too much, but if he ends up having a solid season, scoring somewhere around 10 goals, you might see him dealt at the deadline. Next up, former Kings player, defenseman Troy Stecher. 1 year, $2.5 million contract. 28 years old, right-handed shot, 5'10". I'm surprised I got someone under 6 feet, but hey, I'll take it. Troy Stecher seems to be a pretty solid defenseman. Last year, he played for both Detroit and LA, and in 29 games, he had just 1 goal and 2 assists for 3 points. He's also a -7. I have no expectations here except for they need defensive depth. Let's just assume Brown is the second pairing defenseman. Stecher's going to be your third pairing defenseman. You could do worse. Honestly, not all that bad. And on top of that, lower pressure situation, you might even be surprised. He might play well. But realistically, do not expect much offensively whatsoever. Watch him score 10 goals now. Next up, someone's coming back. Actually, a guy I was a fan of before they traded him away on a 1-year contract. Laurent Dauphin is coming back to the Arizona Coyotes. 27-year-old center, 6'1". Got another guy above 6 feet. Bill Armstrong's pretty consistent there. And last year with Montreal, in 38 games, he had 4 goals and 8 assists for 12 points. He was also a -10, but Montreal was literally the worst team in the league last year. Dauphin is either going to be a pretty solid bottom 6 player for the Coyotes, or he's going to be a very good middle 6 guy for the Tucson Roadrunners, hopefully providing a little bit of leadership, as well as some depth scoring, someone to just make the Tucson Roadrunners an overall better team. So no matter what, not a bad signing. And it's only for 1 year, so even if he's terrible in both leagues, there's no risk to this. Welcome back, Lauren. Next up, another 2-way contract. Here is the re-signing. I'm actually a little bit surprised by this. I wasn't sure if he was going to get some attention elsewhere, but welcome back. Boko Amamo, 1 year, $750,000 contract. It's a 2-way. He's a winger, 25 years old, 6'1". Honestly, I think he made Tucson a little more fun to watch. He was actually surprisingly good offensively for Tucson, but he's also kind of that power forward type. Came up to the NHL last year, played solidly. Essentially, he's probably going to start the year in Tucson if the Coyotes have some injuries to the bottom 6. Let's say Liam O'Brien misses time. He'll come up, play some games. I liked him last year. A lot of the fans seem to like him. 4 games played, 1 goal. Welcome back. No matter what, from going down to Tucson to watch you or up in Tempe, it'd be good to see Boko Amama back in his uniform. And finally, a goaltender. So, do you remember when I said I was confused why the Arizona Coyotes extended the qualifying offer to Josef Kozanash? Well, I'm still confused by it, but they did get another goaltender. 28-year-old John Gillies. 1-year contract, league minimum, $750K. It's a 2-way deal, so he's making less than the minors. 28 years old, 6'5", goaltender. I have no idea what Tucson's goaltending depth is going to look like this year. Let's just assume Tendick and then Gillies. Not bad. Last year he played for both the Blues and the Devils, though he only ended up playing for the Blues for 1 game. 282 goals against, .923 save percentage for that 1 game. Not bad. And he goes to New Jersey and plays in 19 games, so 20 games total. 376 goals against, .885 save percentage. Probably going to be an AHL level backup goaltender. Not going to complain about it. It's a low risk, low reward contract. But hey, welcome to the desert. Hope you like Tucson. And that is it. Let's go ahead and close the books. What are my thoughts so far on the Arizona Coyotes' first day of free agency 2022? I like what they're doing. They're essentially taking players that a lot of other teams probably aren't giving a second look, giving them the opportunity at whatever spot they probably are going to need to succeed. And if they make it, they play well, the Coyotes can then later just flip them for assets. All these guys are anywhere between about 25 and 29 years old, so they might still be able to get a decent 3 to 5 year contract extension from another team if they show something this year. There is legitimate motivation for these guys to come into Arizona and play well this upcoming season. Got a lot of size. They added players that probably are a little bit underrated in different aspects. This team is going to be more competitive to watch this year versus last year, because last year it was taking on a lot of bad contracts, 33, 34, 35, maybe even older. Now they're getting in a lot of guys in their mid to late 20s. Just basic logic against Father Time, that's probably a much better idea. So welcome to the desert, all the brand new Coyotes. Boko, welcome back. I'm the AZ Sports Guy, and I will probably bother you sometime tomorrow. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. So last night I got to go watch that red versus white scrimmage, even though it was black versus white, but whatever. Got to go over to Scottsdale, watch at least the first period, and I kind of started wandering throughout the second, so I kind of wanted to just show the footage that I recorded as well as kind of talk about my general thoughts. What I thought about it, what prospects I liked, prospects I didn't like. So without further ado, without wasting your time, here's the footage, and then I'll just kind of start rambling. So we'll go ahead and start off with the different teams. So I actually surprisingly got glass seats over on the black side. The main prospects over there were Jack McBain. I'm pretty sure he's the oldest of all of them. He was also a man among boys, just seriously. You could tell his game was a lot farther along. On top of that, he was just bigger. But also Matthew Morden, Maximilian Zuber, I believe Sam Lipkin were also on the black team, and maybe Miko Matika. But they also didn't release the roster, so I could have just imagined that. So anyway, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, we're going to cheer for the black team since that's the side that we're on. Then all of the players that I was really interested to watch were all playing on the white team. Julian Lutz, Logan Cooley, Joshua Doan, Ben Crouse, ASU's current goaltender. I think he played pretty solid in the first period. Mannix Landry, John Farinacci, I'm pretty sure even Adam Zlinka. I'd like to go ahead and just start off with everything I liked, the players that I thought played well, and kind of the moments that stuck out to me. I just want to briefly start off with the big winger the Coyotes drafted a couple of years back, Carson Bantle. This kid is a bulldozer. I forget which defenseman it was. It might have actually been Maximilian Zuber, but just don't put a name to it. He gets the puck crossing the blue line. A defenseman is right there on him, delivering the body check, and Carson just barrels his way through the contact, grabs the puck. I think he gets a shot towards the net, but that was really impressive. Obviously, he's playing against kids that are a little bit younger than him. He's 20 years old, but still, to me, it shows he can use that size, that frame of his, just kind of throw guys around, out-muscle them, outwork them, and still get the puck. That's one thing I really liked seeing. Speaking of Zuber, big kid, used that size quite well. Wasn't quite as fast as I was hoping, but at the same time, they just drafted him. There was plenty of room to improve, but I did like how he used that frame, used the body, and I think he played a pretty decent game overall. Matthew Morden, one of the defensemen they just got in this draft, I want to say he was in the 5th round. It was a little hard to notice him on the ice at times, primarily because it just seemed like he would play a decent defensive game. Like, he kind of does the smaller things. You're not really supposed to notice him out there on the ice, but I did want to at least mention him because he seemed to play pretty well. And Axel Bergquist, I am kind of surprised he's still on the roster. He seemed to play pretty well. I have no idea if he ends up doing anything in the system, but Axel was there. Next up, I want to talk about a couple of guys that will probably just get overlooked because they play more of a bottom six kind of two-way game, but that's Sam Lipkin and Mannix Landry. With Sam Lipkin, there was one moment that really kind of stuck out in my mind. He was transitioning back defensively, and he just sailed down the ice, and you saw him talking to his teammates, communicating properly, trying to get everyone in proper positions to brace for the attack coming on, and I really liked that. It's stuff like that where a centerman can actually lead the line. Shows me this kid, pretty decent young center. If he ends up making the NHL, it's going to be a 4th line role, but still, I like that. And Mannix Landry just was pretty good in the face-off circle, seemed to be a very good puck-moving kind of two-way forward. Probably the guys that most people aren't going to be singing their praises coming out of this, but I did want to mention them because I think Lipkin and Landry played really well. Another guy I want to talk about is Mr. Hard Work himself, John Farinacci. He had this one drive where he has the puck and he brings it into the offensive zone. It's a really solid zone entry, pulls it back, gets a quality shot, and puts it home. I really liked that. It's just, again, that kind of hard work mindset. I want to say it was either him or his father a couple of years back said the famous line, you know, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Well, John Farinacci, he works hard. He's the kind of guy that I would just love to have in the Coyotes bottom six, at the very least in Tucson, but in Arizona, having him playing a bottom six role, I think he could be a pretty solid forward. Another play I want to talk about is playing for the white team. I'm like 90% sure it was Adam Zlinka, but because I did not have a roster right there in front of me, I just kind of had to put a mental note and hope I remembered it correctly. But we're just going to go ahead and say it was Zlinka. He grabs the puck and he takes it into the offensive zone. It's a pretty solid rush, and he does this NHL 22 kind of video game move, tucks it in behind him, brings it right back, gets the shot off. It was a quality shot, and he just kind of showed this, yes, small but solid rush of offensive opportunity, and it was just a really fun play to watch. And even though he might not be the most skilled player in this development camp, I like seeing upside like that. There's definitely something to his game. Hopefully he can kind of further develop it because he has something. Not sure exactly what it is, but it is something. Next up, I just want to talk about Jack McBain real quick. He was kind of the main player on the black team. Older than everyone else, he's more NHL ready. Obviously, he's playing in the NHL last year, but he near single-handedly was just trying to drag this group of scrubs around him and try to lead him somewhere, lead him to victory. He was definitely calling a lot of plays. You can see him getting frustrated because it seemed like he was kind of the only guy really really busting it in the first 10 or 15 minutes of the first period. So I get the frustration, but it just shows, even in a scrimmage game, Jack McBain is very competitive, and I like that because when he's competitive, he plays very well. Pretty good in the face-off circle, though Logan Cooley did beat him a couple of times. He had a couple pretty decent opportunities, but I primarily saw him play defense because, well, I was on the defensive side. It was really hard to see the offensive attacking side for him because I was on the glass and glass seats. It kind of blocks off parts of the arena. Anyway, I think he played very well. And then finally, for the guys I liked, or the performances I really want to highlight, Josh Doan, Logan Cooley. Logan Cooley was just everything I was expecting. He was fast, he was nimble, he moved the puck pretty well. He kind of showed off a little bit. He actually he was behind the net in Gretzky's office, and he flips the puck over the goalie. It looks like he's trying to either get it off like behind him and in, or set up Josh Doan up front, and I loved it. He played with a lot of confidence. It actually kind of makes sense now in hindsight. Kyle Pereira telling me, oh, he plays with a lot of confidence, maybe a little bit of arrogance, but still, I think he played very well. I like seeing him with Donor. And then Donor had this sick goal from the side of the net. He comes over with a little backhand forehand on the side of the net, and he just roofs it, and there was almost no room to do it. It was sick. He also had a shootout goal. They both played really well. Every single thing I'm seeing out of Cooley and Josh Doan, I have no complaints. I cannot wait to see them in either Tucson or Arizona. As for criticisms and players' performances, whatever I wasn't exactly a fan of, Valentin Nussenbauer, I'm not exactly sure why he's still in the system. He just didn't really look like he played all that well. It wasn't exactly like he played poorly. It was just kind of, you could forget he was out there. Alcaracho was another one. I don't know if it was because he didn't want to be there. I don't know if it was because there's something going on, but he just had absolutely no presence out there. I don't think he had very many offensive opportunities. I don't really think he played particularly well in the defensive zone. Just a couple of guys I'm just not entirely sure are going to be in the system for much longer. There was one goal Anson Thornton gave up where he just kind of looked silly, so worst goaltender ever. I'm joking, obviously. And then Ben Crouse, ASU's goaltender. I liked how he played. I liked his stance. The one problem was a couple of glove saves. He just didn't really react properly. It looked like he just kind of wasn't sure where to put his glove side. It didn't lead to goals there, but it could probably lead to some garbage goals later, so I'd like to see him clean that up because I want to see Ben Crouse make the NHL one day. So yeah, Logan Cooley, I think he played really well. I really like that stupid flip over from behind the net. I just thought that was a lot of fun. On top of that, I think him playing with Josh Doan for the first period, that was pretty good. Not a big fan of them switching him up and separating them in the second period, but it's a scrimmage game. I'm not going to get too uppity about that. And then, of course, there's a couple of things like Carson Bantle is just a bulldozer running over that one defenseman. Zuber, he had himself a pretty solid game. I think he threw the body around well. I like his size, like his physicality. He should probably be a pretty decent defenseman. Jack McBain was just a man among boys. Look, he was pretty much like the main guy on the black team versus the white team. The white team had a lot of the Coyotes' better, like, brighter stars coming up. And Jack McBain just single-handedly was trying to elevate his team. And while I never really quite felt like that team got there in the first period, the second period, Black had a better overall performance. Jack McBain, I'm really excited to see him this season. And then that one rush, like I said, I want to say it was by Zlinka, but it could have been Matika, and I just am terrible at memory, but that one just rushed down, a very solid controlled entry, a solid move, kind of getting around the defender despite the fact that the defender was right up in his face. I was actually pretty impressed by a few of those rookies, and I'm actually really excited to see training camp because some of these kids, give them a few more years, they're going to be pretty good. Alright, it has been long enough. I think it's been around 2.5 weeks or so since the draft. Here's the dedicated Coyotes 2022 draft video. Main reason I didn't get around to this sooner was because, well, I talked about it on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast, talked about it on the AZ State of Hockey podcast, was kind of talked out of it, but you know what? It does need its own video. So without further ado, we have 10 draft picks to talk about. The Arizona Coyotes, I think, did a really good job in this draft, so I'm going to go ahead and just give you a little bit of what you need to know. But if you want any more, like, deeper analysis on these prospects, highly recommend episode, I think it's 2 of the AZ State of Hockey. Kyle Pereira, a phenomenal young scout. He broke down a lot of these prospects, and if you'd like more information, specifically on the first 5 or so guys, that's the place to go get it. But I'll give you everything I possibly can. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start off with the 3rd overall selection. The Arizona Coyotes do not trade up or down. They stay right where they're at. And they get centerman Logan Cooley. Logan Cooley's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 5'10", 274 pounds, and he shoots left-handed. Over the last couple of years in the USHL, playing for the U.S. national team, the National Development Team. 2020-2021, 27 games, 15 goals, 13 assists, 28 points. In this most recent season, 21-22, 24 games, 13 goals, 23 assists for 36 points. There's a lot to like about this kid. He's a phenomenal skater. I know Kyle Pereira, essentially, he loves skating. He loves how this kid skates. He's really good in just about every single aspect. He has a really solid pass on him, but also a very good shot. Logan Cooley is one of the most exciting offensive prospects from the 2022 NHL draft, and the fact that it's most important from my perspective that before the draft, he was talking very positively about Arizona. He was talking about how he specifically wanted to come play for the Coyotes. He liked what the organization was doing. The college arena didn't bother him. He loves Clayton Keller's game. I think my tweet at the time said it best. He's a 10, and he wants to be in Arizona. Logan Cooley, yeah, this is a phenomenal pick. Next up, the Arizona Coyotes, they package a first and a couple of those seconds. They trade up to 11th overall. Side note, funny story. So I was waiting for the draft to start. I won the cup with the Coyotes in NHL 22, went ahead to the draft table. I traded up to get the exact same player. So I take full credit. Not really, but I just thought that was funny. Number 11 overall, the Arizona Coyotes select centerman Connor Geekie. Geekie's 6'4", 203 pounds. He plays center and he shoots left-handed. And while playing for Winnipeg of the WHL for the last couple of seasons, 2020, 2021, 24 games, 9 goals, 14 assists, 23 points. And then last year, 21-22, 63 games, 24 goals, 46 assists for 70 points. As well as in the playoffs this year, 15 games, 3 goals, 8 assists, 11 points. Over a point per game in the regular season, right around a point per game in the playoffs. I like his size. I think Kyle, one of his biggest things is that his skating does definitely need to be improved. Give it a couple of years, that should be fine. I really have no concerns there, but it might take away from other aspects of development, so that could put him back a little bit, but he has good size. I like his shot. I like his game. There's a lot I like about Connor Geekie, and the fact that now we have two really solid center prospects. I think Jack McBain, look, Jack McBain's already looking pretty good as a prospect game. I think getting in good quality players like this lights a fire under guys like that. I think Jack McBain's going to have a good year as a result of these couple of picks. And finally, another trade, so the Coyotes actually move up a couple of spots to 29th overall in one of the most controversial of the draft. The Arizona Coyotes selected 6'7" defenseman Maverick Lamoureux. Maverick has been playing in the QMJHL, and in 2020-2021, 24 games, 1 goal, 6 assists, 7 points, and a +9 plus-minus. Considering the fact that the QMJHL does not necessarily play defense very well, that's good. That is very good. I think, in my opinion, it really shows overall his defense is at least pretty responsible. Until the next season. This most recent season, 21-22, he played in 54 games, 4 goals, 20 assists for 24 points, and a -30. Plus-minus is not everything, but in my opinion, you are part of that unit. You are part of the defensive unit. Reflect partially on your game and your overall defensive responsibility, and considering the fact I know that the league doesn't play defense in general, but a -30 has to be kept in mind, which is also funny because a lot of scouts have actually given him some praise for his defensive ability. I remember Kyle saying something along the lines of he does over-rely a little bit too much on his size. However, when you got size like 6'7", I think that's more than fine. On top of that, considering the fact that he worked really hard in the combine and he was ranked, one of the higher range prospects in combine performance, that's a great work ethic. You can't teach that. You cannot teach that wingspan this kid has. Probably going to take him a while. I would say probably around 5 years or so. It takes defensemen longer, but he seems even more raw than a lot of other defensive prospects. But given the amount of upsides, I think it's worth the time because they have a couple decent defensemen coming up. They have a couple decent defensemen that are already up. Yanis Moser, a phenomenal young defenseman. So I think this is fine to go for that swing for the fences because I love the mindset. You got your two centers. You got Cooley. You got Geekie. Potentially going to be your top two centers in the next 3 to 5 years. Why not take a big swing to get this big right shot defenseman? I know a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people thought it was a reach. I like it. I like the swing. I also like a lot of the intangibles this kid has. Like I said, you can't teach size, can't teach that wingspan. You cannot teach work ethic. I like this kid. I think it's a solid pick. Moving on to the second round, 36th overall, the Coyotes select defenseman Artem Duda. First and
foremost, Artem, we share the same birthday, so hey, I guess I finally get a birthday twin. My wife, it was Labushkin. For me, it's Duda. I guess defenseman running the family. So he's been playing in the MHL for the last couple of years, and from what I understand, that is like the ECHL of the different Russian leagues, so I would like to see him play in a higher league, but looking at his stats the last couple of years, 2020, 2021, 40 games, 1 goal, 8 assists, 9 points, and a +6. Then 21-22, 52 games, 14 goals, 27 assists, 41 points, a +21 on top of that. Defensemen really don't produce at that rate in this most recent, season. 41 points in 52 games. It doesn't happen very much in the MHL. So I didn't want to at least point that out specifically. It says something about him. It says something that very complimentary about him, that there's at least some offensive upside here. He seems to be relatively defensively responsible, and Kyle Pereira is also relatively high on the kid. So I think I agree with Kyle. I would like to see him play in some higher levels of competition, but maybe in the next couple of years he comes up and plays AHL hockey, maybe. So we'll go ahead and see. I think the pick should be pretty good, but if you have a couple of questions on that, I understand. Next up, 43rd overall, left winger Julian Lutz. German-born kid, got some pretty decent size on him, 6'1". I like him. For the most part, from what Kyle was saying, is he kind of, in the DEL at least, he kind of bullies his way over to the front of the net. That's where he's getting a decent amount of his points, kind of screening, garbage goals, stuff like that. A pretty good overall style of play for a hockey player. Last year, only 1 goal and 2 assists for 3 points, but he only played in 14 games, so it's a very, very small sample size. But the overall style of play, the size he gives, I like it. I think it should be a pretty decent pick. We'll see in a couple of years, but I like it. Moving on to the 3rd round, 67th overall, right winger Mikko Matika. 6'3", 187 pounds, right-hand shot, got some pretty good size, and during that prospect camp, like I said, I'm like 90% sure it was him. I am terrible at keeping track of names and stuff like that, especially without a paper roster in front of me. There was a pretty solid drive in that prospect game. It takes it across the line, and defender's right on him, and he just does an NHL 22 move, puts it right behind him, takes it, and shoots the puck. Solid shot on net, and while I am 90% sure that was him, I also have no other real scouting information on him, and like Kyle said, you cannot base an entire scouting report on one play, but for a 3rd round draft pick, I'm seeing something kind of flashy like that. Could be good, could be bad. I'll go ahead and say it's probably a decent pick, but I get why that wouldn't be the biggest ringing endorsement. Alright, you know what? I need to start speeding things up because wow, is this taking a long time. Next pick, 94th overall, defenseman Jeremy Langlois. No, not Jeremy Langlois that played for the Arizona. It was like a junior team a handful of years back. Yeah, no, the exact same name. It made it really weird to Google search this guy and look up information for him. This Jeremy Langlois, from what I could tell, pretty solid defenseman. He had 34 assists and 47 points last year in the QMJHL. He was also the alternate captain, also had a negative 39 plus minus, but I've also heard good things about him defensively, so maybe you need to have a really bad negative plus minus in the QMJHL to be considered a good defenseman. I have no idea what the correlation or causation on that is, but it'd be a decent pick. Next up, 131st overall defenseman Matthew Morden. I don't know what you expect me to say on this one. 6'4", 203 pounds, got some good size, another left-hand shot defenseman. I thought he played okay in the prospect game, so that has to mean something, I guess. He only played 2 games last year in the USHL, so not a whole lot of stats on him. There you go. Next up, 163rd overall. My favorite name out of all these draft picks, Maximilian Zuber. 6'3", 190-pound left shot defenseman, and I liked how he kind of played with some size in that prospect game. I don't really have anything else much to add on that. Last year in the DEL, 35 games, 1 goal, 6 assists, 7 points, positive 15. You have to at least take that into account. I think this probably should be a decent pick. I have no idea. He probably ends up being a career AHLer, but with that size, I wouldn't mind spending it was a 6th round pick on him. I don't think that's a bad pick at all. And finally, 204th overall, right winger Adam Zlinka. 6 foot, right hand shot, and last year in the USHL, 10 games, 1 goal, 3 assists, 4 points. Should be fine. Look, for the most part, on a lot of these lower round picks, I didn't see a whole lot of scouting on them, a whole lot of detailed reports. On top of that, my main source, Kyle, didn't really get to scout a lot of these guys, so I kind of had to, I got to see a little bit of how they played, and here's kind of their size, kind of what they offer. So for the most part, I'm a little shaky on these. That being said, taking a look look at this draft class overall in 2022, I think the Arizona Coyotes did really well. First and foremost, they addressed a huge area of need, and that is the defensive position. They needed a lot more defenders. Well, half of their picks were defensemen. 5 brand new defensemen coming in, at least 1 right shot defenseman, a couple of really big defensemen coming in as well, so I think that was smart. You get a couple of wingers with some size and some upside, but I think the biggest win of the draft, Logan Cooley, Connor Geekie, I like a lot of what they have with their game. Like I said, Geekie's got good size, and just Cooley is so ridiculously skilled and fast and fun to watch. There are a little bit of durability issues, I should say. He did end up getting injured in some sort of camp more recently. I don't remember what league it was in, but he did get injured there. He is back now, thankfully, but maybe a couple of things to keep an eye on, but as he's kind of adding on to that NHL frame, he probably should be fine. Essentially, expect him to play very closely with Clayton Keller when he gets into the league, and that is just Keller, Cooley, and Guenther. I am ready. Look at the bottom. I want you to steal at least one of these pictures. I want you to look at the bottom here and look at these mock-ups and how they show the arena's going to look. Here's exactly what's going on. So I'm looking at these. Just follow the link when we're done recording this. I'm looking at these mock-ups of the arena, and they are beautiful. Guess what logo is at center ice? What I'm saying is, if anyone would have even bothered to click on this, they would have then reported, oh no, there won't be an ASU logo. They found it! They actually finally found it! Alright, I'm actually really excited today because, unfortunately, I cannot fully make fun of the Canadians today because Front Office Sports, I'll have a link to their tweet, I'll have a link to as many things as possible in the description. They reported today, alright, August 3rd, 2022, it was at 6:56 a.m., I'm assuming that's my time, so, 9 their time, 8 something their time. I don't know how East Coast time works, it's based out of New York. The Arizona Coyotes website now shows these mock-ups. I knew it. I knew that eventually someone was going to discover this because if you don't know, alright, and you're not watching the Desert Moon Hockey Podcast, why are you not? We're live on episode 16 of the podcast, so that was, 3 weeks ago? Somewhere around there. I actually first saw these renderings and essentially was kind of conversing with Richard, being like, I wonder how long it's going to take before people see this, because at the very least, as of July 10th, 2022, these were completely available to view on the Coyotes website while recording my podcast. I did it live, and I just wanted to wait and see. This morning I get it, and it's just... That's the only way to describe it, alright? If you're listening to the video instead of watching it, the meme really just, it's a copy of a PHNX Coyotes meme that I have my wife edit. Hockey Twitter account complains about month-old news we already knew about, because this is funny. Okay, obviously it's such an embarrassment to the league, because there are CHL teams that can average more than 5,000 seats. I mean, look, you are right, and you know what? Quebec would probably sell out that arena. Too bad the NHL officially believes 4,700 Coyotes fans is worth more than however many Quebec fans you can throw in their building. Isn't it technically 1,800? Doesn't matter. But the amount of surprise I saw, right? There's first off a couple, it was mostly some troll comments being like, oh, I thought they couldn't have their logo at center ice. Well, that's because in Canada, when it comes to Coyotes news, we came up with the meme on this channel that the Moose took forever to get up there and hand deliver the news. That's usually why they're at least a couple of months behind when it comes to Coyotes news, because this has been available, readily available for anyone to look at on their website for minimum, as I'm recording this on August 3rd, 2022, minimum 3 full weeks, 3.5 weeks, right in there. Minimum. Almost a month, minimum, before I noticed it. And again, I just kept it to my podcast audience. We just kind of kept it there and just waited. And wow, was it worth it? Because the amount of Canadian fans that just genuinely seemed shocked that this was a thing, or seemed to, at the very least, still be so ridiculously mad, considering the fact that they've had, 4 months at this point to cope with the fact that the Arizona Coyotes do get special treatment because we are better than all the other franchises, and we will get the honor, the privilege of watching you guys just throw fits at least every couple of weeks on Twitter complaining about it, while we're patiently
patiently waiting for that 16K seat arena to be approved and built in Tempe. And it's great. It's just, this is phenomenal. I love everything about it. All right, like I said, I will have the tweet and everything linked below. Go ahead and just check out the threads. Check out, get some popcorn, get a drink, get whatever, and just relax because it's funny. Also, don't harass anyone. If you're gonna have a little bit of fun, have a little bit of fun, but no personal attacks. No, don't do that. This is just us having a little bit of fun here and laughing at it because this has been known for months. This specific mock-up has been available for at least 3 weeks, if not, it could have been up there for the last 3 months and I wouldn't have noticed because I didn't check. But I'm also just some Joe Schmo that works a part-time job stocking auto parts. I am not a respected news outlet. I'm not Sportsnet. I'm not Front Office Sports, whoever the hell they are. I'm not an actual full-time, I'm working on this, and I still found it first. There is no point to this video except for to just laugh. Alright, because it's funny. It is objectively funny that every single time, look, when the playoffs were going on, we're talking about the Coyotes. When the Cup final was going on, we're talking about the Coyotes. When the Cup was awarded, we're talking about the Coyotes. When the Canadians take Uri Slavkovsky first overall, we're talking about the Coyotes. All at draft day, we're talking about the Coyotes. Heading into the offseason, oh, what are those gosh darn Coyotes doing right around free agency? Oh, look at those Coyotes. Look, we've had nothing else to talk about for a couple of weeks. How about we talk about the Coyotes? Talk about rent-free. So literally, I made this video to laugh because I think it's amusing. I think it's genuinely funny because so many people are so upset about this, considering the fact that it's again, this has all been publicly available. This has all been disclosed for months. This has all been a thing that everyone has known, and everyone is still just as mad now as they were months ago. It's funny. It's never gonna not be funny, and I just wanted to make this video to say this. Cope. Good morning. It is arbitration day for the Arizona Coyotes. Lawson Crouse, the only RFA that had arbitration rights. He puts in, it came out a couple of days ago, his camp wanted $4 million. Coyotes wanted $2.5. It was for a 1-year filing. And as soon as that happened, as soon as it was confirmed it was going to arbitration, considering the fact that allegedly ever since the end of the season, the Lawson Crouse extension was supposedly top priority for the Arizona Coyotes. As soon as we're getting, closer to the deadline, I'm getting nervous. That happens. I'm like, okay, this is bad. Because arbitration is something nobody wants to go through, alright? The player and the team, it can completely damage relationships and just make people want to go their separate ways because the team essentially has to say, this is why you're not worth the money you want, and the player has to say, this is why the owner is cheap. Bad situation all around. You don't want to go to arbitration. You try to avoid it, and most teams always end up doing it. But per Craig Morgan, alright, I wanted to just really stress the importance of this first. Per Craig Morgan, both Crouse's camp as well as the Arizona Coyotes representative and the arbitrator were already getting ready to sit down for the arbitration process, and that is when this contract was agreed upon and signed. Talk about the 11th hour, alright? That could have been bad. That could have been really bad because Lawson Crouse, great young player. Well, 25 years old, not quite young yet. He's kind of hitting what should be the prime of his career in the next year or so it's good to get him locked up. I wanted about a 3-year contract on Desert Moon Hockey Podcast. Ritchie and I think we said 4 should probably be the max. Let's go ahead and talk about the details of that contract now. 5 years, $4.3 million per season. I have a couple of concerns, and I feel bad about it because Crouser, he's the kind of player that does everything right. Theoretically, it probably shouldn't be that big of a deal because it starts, he's 25 years old, it'll end when he's 30. Logically speaking, he's not likely to see some massive drop-off by the time he hits 30. It should be around 32, maybe a little bit earlier, about a year or so earlier. Maybe we're going to get the very beginning of his downturn in the final year. So overall, the risk factor should be relatively low. It should be. But considering he's a big guy, power forward, he uses that body, uses that frame well enough, just knowing how he plays, just knowing his play style overall, something about that 5th year, I'm just kind of like, ugh. So I just want that noted. I want it noted. That 5th year is making me look at this deal and saying, maybe just give him 4.5, 4.6 for the 4 years. Just bump it up a little bit to keep the term down 1 more year. I know it's a very minor thing. It's a very, very minor thing, but 1 or 2 years can change the entire higher perspective of a contract by the end of it. That's my only concern. That is really it. Because Lawson Crouse, the sheriff himself, he's a damn good player. Go ahead and just read over a little bit. You probably already know this, but 11th overall by Florida in 2015. The Coyotes acquire him in 2016 as part of a sweetener with the David Bolin contract. I guarantee a lot of you watching right now, you forgot we ever had the Dave Bolin contract, didn't you? Anyway, that rookie year in Arizona, 5 goals, 7 assists, 12 points, negative 20. It's a rough year in 16-17. The entire team was a rough year. Can't blame him. 72 games played, not bad. Next year he follows it up, only 11 games played and 1 goal. But in my opinion, and it's the season I started watching hockey again, 18-19 is really where Lawson Crouse his career really got started. 81 games, 11 goals, 14 assists, 25 points, only misses the 1 game. 25 points, that's solid. Right around then, he's a bottom 6 player. He's not getting, the top 6 minutes. Maybe a little bit of middle 6 time, but I think that's a little more the next season when he starts getting that middle 6 time. But good player, showing a lot of upside. And the next season, he follows it up the exact same point totals, but with 4 more goals, a few less assists, and in way less games. In 2019-2020, the season that was shortened due to COVID, just 66 games, so I think he missed a couple of games that season. 15 goals, 10 assists, 25 points, really showing that goal scoring touch. You're going to want to keep this kid around for a while because right there, the goal scoring is going up, it's going in the right direction. He's going to be a 20-goal scorer. 2021 is going to be the year. Well, he only ends up missing 5 games that year. It's a 56-game season. 51 games, 4 goals, 9 assists, 13 points. There was no puck luck. Anyone that watches Crouse's game, he's a very hardworking player. He's the exact kind of player you want in the locker room, the exact kind of player Andre Tournier likes. He does everything the right way. He just was not getting the puck luck that season, but he follows it up last year showing that was just an outlier. He never allowed that to become a trend. It was never 2 or 3 years in a row where that happens. It's 1 year and he bounces back last season while missing significant time due to injury. He only plays in 65 games. That might be another concern I should mention real quick, but 20 goals, 14 assists, 34 points, sets a career high in goals, ties his career high in assists, career high in points. Lawson Crouse really showing he's a good middle 6 forward, about a 20-goal scorer. Maybe he caps off at around 40 points, a point every other night. That's not a bad player. So I'm looking at it like $4 million for 3 years. It might sound high. As soon as Ritchie on the podcast mentioned that number to me that he was hearing kind of in rumors, that kind of took me back for a second. I was like, wait, what do you mean? But when you look at his upside, you look at how hard he works, how good he is for the locker room, for a 3-year deal, I think $4 million's fine. Like I said, I have a couple of concerns with the length, primarily because we've seen power forward types all the time. If Milan Lucic's contract, for example, was a year or 2 shorter, it doesn't look nearly as bad. Now, Crouser is younger, so obviously it's less likely that will happen, but that's one thing that I have a concern with, and on top of that, he's played in 81 games in that 3rd season, 72 in the 1st season. That's great. His highest games played since then was 66, and yes, there is an asterisk there because the season was cut short, but the fact that he has, in back-to-back seasons since, not managed to play more than 65 games, and I know it was a 56-game season, it's a shorter season in 2021, but with the injury last year, with him missing at least a handful of games due to minor injuries throughout, and his playing style, it's not exactly illogical to look at 2020, 2021, and assume if it was a full 82, he would have missed at least 20 games. I don't think that's illogical. So I do, yes, have a couple of minor concerns, but overall, looking at just the value this guy brings, how he is now a 20-goal scorer, and in my opinion, he probably should have been about 25 goals last year if he doesn't get injured. Got injured in a really crucial part of the season. He might hit 25 goals this year. He might hit 40 points this year. I just think that would be a really good thing for the first year of the contract. Now, a lot of people that don't watch the Coyotes, that they don't really pay attention to where he plays at in the lineup, a lot of them are like, oh, Lawson, he's overpaid. This is a terrible contract. I mean, the 5th year could be. The 5th year very much could be. But considering what they're getting right now, even with a couple of injury concerns, even with him being a power forward and power forwards breaking down earlier, it caps out at 30. It's one of those things where you're not signing him until he's 35, 36. You're not seeing a contract where someone is getting almost a decade. You're not getting an 8-year contract on this, so
at the very least, the likelihood of this being a good contract throughout the vast majority of it goes up, in my opinion, because of his age, because of how hard he works, because of how good he's been. And like I said, when you look at his actual production, minus 2020, 2021, where his goals and his points, assists, everything went down, it went right back up. He hasn't allowed it to become a 2-year thing. The rookie year and the sophomore year, he played 11 games this sophomore season. You look at that and I'm like, he wasn't even with the Coyotes the vast majority of that 17-18. And when you're a rookie, you're getting the bottom 6 minutes. You're not really getting all that much quality playing time. Of course, he's not going to take the league by storm. But ever since he really kind of turned on that next level, that next gear in 2018, 2019, he has maintained a pretty consistent track record, and he's getting better. 3 out of 4 seasons, everything going up, I'll take that. I will take that, and I think this probably should be a pretty good contract. It's really good to see Lawson staying here. It's good to see him staying here all the way up until at least the new Tempe arena is built. And then by the end of this contract, we can look at where he's at and be like, hey, we can sign him to another 2 or 3 year extension and just try to find out where the cap hit's going to be. But $4.3 million for at least the next 3 to 4 seasons, I have no complaints with. So I know it's a 5-year contract. I'm going to keep harping on about that last year. I might get some pushback for harping on that, but still, at the very least for the next 3 to 4 years, I don't really have many concerns on it. It's just, I'm really hoping that the phenomenon we see where someone in a contract year has a career year, and by all measures, goals, points, stuff like that, by all measures, he did have a career year last year. I'm just hoping we don't see everything repeat where it's, hey, you have a career year, you get your big multi-year extension, and everything goes downhill. I don't think Lawson's that kind of guy. I don't think Lawson's the kind of guy that would lose motivation like that. I just think he's too blue collar, I guess is the best way to say it. I have no idea how better to say it, but a couple concerns I have, I think should be mitigated. I think this should overall be a pretty good contract, and it's good to see Lawson be locked up for the next handful of seasons because you want to keep the core you're building around all here while you're adding pieces. You know, you trade away some excess, so you can bring in a couple veterans, trade away a couple draft picks, whatever. As you get to the point when you're competing, we're not there yet. This is just year 2 of the rebuild, but still. You want to keep those core pieces. You want to keep the pillars locked up, and then you build around it. So I do like what the move does overall. I like what it's setting up. There is foresight here. Minus my little bit of pessimism and just kind of like being overly cautious about the last couple years of the contract. But anyway, I am the AZ Sports Guy. Lawson Crouse is here for the next 5 years, and oh, would you look at that? Yet another day where hockey Twitter can't stop talking about the Coyotes. I wish they had other things to talk about. It's been a rather interesting last handful of seasons for Arizona sports teams. I mean, back in 2018, the Phoenix Suns, the longest tenured Arizona sports team, finally got their first overall pick, picking DeAndre Ayton. Still like the player, very good player, a little bit of drama there, but hey, we got the first overall selection. And then the very next year, 2019, the Arizona Cardinals, they get their first overall pick, selecting quarterback Kyler Murray. Now, on top of that, the Arizona Diamondbacks last year, they would have had the first overall pick if they would have just lost one of their last 2 games. But I digress. But one thing I find very interesting is that, did you know the Arizona Coyotes this year, this most recent draft, the 2022 NHL draft, they could have had the first overall selection. Not only in the last 5 seasons have all 4 of the major Arizona sports teams been in contention for that first overall selection, but if the Arizona Coyotes would have made just one move differently, they would have been the 3rd team in 5 years in the state of Arizona to select first overall. What am I talking about here? This story takes us back to September 4th, 2021, when the Arizona Coyotes traded away Christian Dvorak to the Montreal Canadiens, who in my opinion, they weren't supposed to have the terrible season they just had. From my eyes, I thought they would be mediocre to a pretty good team, probably miss out on the playoffs, but still be in contention for it. I didn't see that collapse happening. Maybe Montreal knew something we didn't know. But at the time, there was one stipulation of that trade that I was not a big fan of, and it included a pick protection, and I'll just go ahead and have myself from about a year ago explain my problems with the deal.
Now, the Montreal Canadiens are not going to suck this year. Carolina Hurricanes are not going to suck this year. So very likely the pick will probably be somewhere around 13 or so that the Coyotes get, which would be good value. The problem is you put in the stipulation that if either of these teams bottom out, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Montreal has a terrible year, let's say they have a lot of injuries, whatever, and they end up getting the 9th overall pick, and Carolina, who's probably going to be a playoff team, probably going to win at least one round in the playoffs. Let's say they're around 23. You're getting the 23rd overall pick. You're not getting the 9th, and I don't like the fact they gave up that level of control, because like I said, Montreal, to whatever degree, desperately needed to replace that center depth. The Coyotes had the supply. You have to have that killer instinct to not put a dumb clause in there like that, because even though the statistical likelihood is low that either Montreal or Carolina sucks this year, you don't want to take that chance, because then you're essentially gambling with a pick that could be somewhere around 13th being a pick that's closer to like 23rd. I understand it's a deep draft. It's still a bit of a dumb gamble, regardless of how high the likelihood is that the Coyotes will win that gamble.
Now, obviously, everything worked out. All right, the Arizona Coyotes drafted Logan Cooley. He's a kid that wanted to be here, really good. But here is my biggest problem, is if the Arizona Coyotes, and I said it at the time, I had no idea why they allowed that pick protection. That was probably one of the dumbest things they could have done. And in my opinion, that is the only bad thing that GM Bill Armstrong has done in his 10 years. Been here a little over 2 years. You know what? That's pretty good. Including a pick protection is pretty good in terms of being the worst possible outcome considering the GMs we've had in the past. But if they would have just stood firm on this and chosen to not budge and chosen to make sure to no, we're not going to have pick protections. We are choosing one of these two draft picks. If the Coyotes would have just kept it to where it's the better of the two picks, or just we'll take your pick and we're not going to deal with the Carolina pick, they would have just stood pat on that. The Arizona Coyotes would have selected 1st and 3rd overall in the 2022 entry draft, taking place in Montreal, which would have been funny. It would have been great to just the amount of boos and the amount of I can't believe this joke of a franchise is picking 1st and 3rd, but they could have done it. Slavkovsky 1st, then you take Logan Cooley 3rd, and you're getting two very good top 6 forwards. They could have traded that 1st overall pick and got something else. They could have drafted Shane Wright for the Lulz, even though he doesn't want to be in Arizona. Or they could have drafted Cooley and then Jiricek 3rd overall. They could have traded the 1st overall for a few more selections in like the top 10 to top 15 range. Any combination, it really doesn't matter. The Arizona Coyotes could have had what they wanted in the draft. No matter how you wanted to do it. You could have got Jiricek, could have got whatever. The Arizona Coyotes would have had even more control in this draft, which was funny because they pretty much already owned the 2022 NHL entry draft. But with that one slight alteration. Yes, you lose out on Connor Geekie, but if you trade down, you might get Geekie anyway, plus another player. But when you look at what they could have had that 1st overall selection. Everybody wants it this year. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just give my honest opinion right now. The Coyotes are not picking 1st overall. We're not getting Connor Bedard. I'm not getting my hopes up. Do I want them to get 1st overall? Yes. Do I want them to get Connor Bedard? Of course. Going into this draft, I also wanted Shane Wright. Leading up into the draft, I wanted Shane Wright. But then when I hear the report that he wants nothing to do with Arizona, and Bill Armstrong correctly and rightfully is like, we only want kids that want to play here. We got a good player in Logan Cooley. We got a guy that wants to be here. We got someone that can be a future stud. Even though I didn't get what I wanted a year ago, I still ended up getting a pretty damn good player on my team. So I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm not going to be set on any of these prospects because a lot of the times these videos, they age terribly because of that. So it's kind of funny the Arizona Coyotes could have picked 1st overall in Montreal with Montreal's selection if they would have just stood pat and decided not to add in that pick protection. It's also kind of funny that, of course, the Arizona Coyotes, with their first confirmed ability to get the 1st overall selection, find a way to just let it go away. Because remember, the stipulation was the best of the two, unless one is a lottery pick, then you get the worst. If you would have just said best of the two or just Montreal's pick, you get a better outcome. You get the 1st overall selection. But at the end of the day, regardless if the Coyotes end up picking 1st overall or not, it all worked out. So why am I making the video? I thought it was funny. That's it. I just thought it was funny. I thought that from the time the trade was announced, that was my only criticism of it. That was the only thing I didn't like, and everyone just looked at me cross-eyed. And this thing that no one listened to me on ended up costing them 1st overall. So I just wanted to document that, for my own personal ego, and because it's funny. Good morning. Why am I up at 3? Last day of Cardinals training camp, baby! I'm the guy that gets to put the wall pads on. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about it. We got some Coyotes news, well, primarily yesterday, but you know what? I just came back from vacation yesterday, took some melatonin, went to bed because I had to be up early today. Turns out I was up 2 hours earlier, so you get the video now. Got a few topics, starting off first and foremost, Maverick Lamoureux, the Coyotes' 29th overall selection in this most recent draft. He signed his ELC. 3 years, there you go. He signed that one pretty early. I figured he would take him a couple of years to sign. It's a little more developed
development, but hey, there you go, get him under contract earlier. And unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure years don't get burned on the ELC unless he plays at least like 8 or 9 NHL games or plays in the AHL. He's not going to play in the AHL this year. I don't see him making the NHL roster either, so it's just kind of a, hey, let's go ahead and get this contract done, to go ahead and get it signed kind of a thing. 6'7", 195 pounds. I like a lot of what he brings, I like his size, has those intangibles, things he can't teach. A lot of things to work on. Probably going to end up working on him over the next couple of years. Probably be a pretty decent defenseman. I like it. Moving on. Brief little side note, so they announced yesterday that with Bally Sports, their app is finally doing something, and they'll be offering Suns and Coyotes games. I want to say it's about $20 a month. Finally an option to actually get to watch these games and completely cut the cord. I think before you had to like sign in with your provider. I know back when my dad actually had access to like the D-backs games, I couldn't figure out like the old app, and that was before Bally. So all I know is that trying to cut the cord to watch local sports is always ridiculously stupid and overcomplicated. Hopefully this simplifies the process, because not gonna lie, even though $20 a month sounds high, I understand that these TV contracts are how a lot of the money's made, so I really don't care personally about paying $20 a month for like 6 months out of the year. That's just me. It's also because I watch all 41 games and I would have no problems getting to watch more Suns. Hopefully the D-backs would be involved. Don't know how all that works yet. I still don't know how any of this works, but yeah, there you go. A little bit of an update there. And finally, we do have an update on the Tempe Arena situation. An article came out yesterday by Craig Morgan that a meeting is actually happening today. Well, he said Thursday, posted it yesterday. I'm going to assume it means today. He didn't specify here. But anyway, essentially what's going to be happening here. Actually, you know what? I'll just go ahead and just kind of read the little opening paragraph verbatim. I feel like that really explains everything properly. The fate of the Coyotes Tempe Arena and Entertainment District proposal may be entering its home stretch. City staff is expected to present to the Tempe City Council a combination of findings, research, and progress made in negotiations with the Coyotes on outstanding issues surrounding this proposal. Council will review that information in an executive session on Thursday before holding a public meeting that same evening. Like I said, it was published yesterday. Gonna assume it's today. So it's happening today. Meaning very likely that today we will be getting some sort of important information on this. So essentially what it's going to be doing is the city of Tempe has entered negotiations with the Arizona Coyotes. The Arizona Coyotes have also opened up their financing. They can go ahead and take a look at everything. So the city is going to be presenting their findings to the council. A lot of questions are going to be answered. Pretty much a lot of the things that people that aren't paying attention to, any of the concerns like Phoenix Sky Harbor, stuff like that, if they end up taking out or keeping in residential, all that kind of stuff, that's what's going to be addressed here. As well as yes, no, the financing is there or is not there. And then if they decide, okay, we want a little bit less of this, more of this, whatever. Particulars, negotiations, a lot of that stuff. It pretty much the meat and potatoes of it going to be discussed, going to be reviewed. I like that because hopefully now that this is finally kind of getting some momentum, things look good and everything can be 100%, go through or whatever in the next couple of months. And I'm hoping by like Halloween, I know everyone's saying by holiday this year they would like it to be finalized, but I'll say Halloween because how you doing? Oh, that was bad. But no, and actually everything looks good as of right now, but this is still the Arizona Coyotes. This is still Arizona sports. Just expect some sort of curveball, or at the very least, prediction time right now. One thing will be said that we already all knew about. All Coyotes fans, anyone that attended that first meeting, people that should have been covering that first meeting, things going to be said that was already said there, already known there. It's going to be taken out of context, and you're going to see it on Twitter with the Coyotes once again trending because all anyone ever wants to talk about is my beloved Coyotes. But anyway, that is going to be happening tonight. Actually, surprisingly not worried or anything, but at the same time, we're just kind of used to this process at this point. But yeah, anyway, there you go. That's your Coyotes report for Thursday, August 18th, 2022. Bit of a shorter one, but hey, had a couple little mini things to talk about. A potentially big thing, but then again, we might get more information tonight. You might see me again, you might not. No idea. Bye. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I have such a phenomenal announcement. I am so excited. I finally have my first ever channel sponsor, and that sponsor is Hot Dongs. That is right, my first ever channel sponsor, the company that has been sweeping the nation with all their phenomenal products. That is Hot Dongs, and AZ Sports Guy and I are officially connected in this partnership. I am so excited, so happy. If you ever need any of your dong needs, and they all happen to be hot, go to www.hotdongs.com.
No, cutting that one off now. I have no idea if that's a real website. I don't want people going there. So anyway, yeah, what is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and we officially have the reveal of the jersey ad for the Arizona Coyotes for the 2022-23 season. And before I show it, I will say at least this. At the very least, they didn't, because they were authorized for about the size of a Post-it note. So somewhere around here, I know Audie was like, oh, see, you wouldn't even notice that. A company is not going to advertise, not going to pay to put their logo somewhere. It will not be seen. That's pretty visible. These patches are allowed to be about the size of like anniversary patches, retirement patches, stuff like that. You can tell those on the ice. Just saying, it's a really weird like excuse. But anyway, love you, Audie. But at the very least, they did make it smaller, so it's kind of like they already announced they're going to be selling them on the retail jerseys. I am thoroughly 120% against that. But when it comes to advertisements on the actual jerseys themselves, like on the on-ice product, I've already lost that war. I hate it. I don't support it, but I have to literally just get over it because 32 billionaires are like, yes, we're going to do that. So theoretically, let's just say there are 2 million people per year buying jerseys. Unless at least 1 million of them every single year decided to not buy the jerseys and specifically tell the NHL it is because of these advertisements on them, it's not going to change. There's nothing more I can do, but I will make fun of it and I will criticize it because yes, this is gaudy. This is disgusting. Luckily, so far, most of the patches I've seen have been smaller than this, and they have been a little more relegated to being up here, but it still is gross. Anyway, as you can see right there, Gila River Hotels and Casino. Not gonna lie, I kind of figured, I wasn't expecting Gila River to actually stick around with the city of Glendale and keep their naming rights on the arena. Literally within months of the Coyotes moving out, they ripped their name off there. It's gonna be Desert Diamond. Because Gila River is one of the Coyote sponsors, actually a pretty big partnership they have. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, it makes sense. And at the very least, their logo is just words, so it can be even smaller, like I said, right up here. I'm at least, like, the worst possible case scenario, in my opinion, has kind of been avoided. Although I'm not sure if they're going to have a different sponsor for the road jerseys, because you can have casinos, you can have gambling on your home jerseys, so long as, you know, sports betting is legal in your state. But I do think you have to have a different one for the road. So it's entirely possible for those beautiful white cachinas, you are going to be seeing a different logo. But yep, there you go. Gila River Hotels and Casinos is now the official jersey sponsor for the Arizona Coyotes. This isn't going away, is it? This is a thing. This is where it's at. Look, I'm just annoyed because we already know Gary Bettman came out within like 2 days of the original announcement and said they're going to be selling them with advertisements on them at the arenas and maybe on NHL.com. If they're going to follow the NBA's model, I've already talked about this. I already brought it up, I think, on a Twitter video when this first came out. The premium Nike jerseys, those really expensive ones, those have the advertisements on them. The Fanatics ones, you know, the much cheaper, much lower quality ones, those are the ones that do not have the advertisements on them. So if the NHL is going to follow that in any way, shape, or form, and they will, even if it takes a couple years to get there, because companies, once again, they are not going to pay all this money to have their logo prominently displayed if no one's going to see it. That's why the helmet ads got, you know, they're pretty big. The one for Vegas, the one for Pittsburgh, these pretty big, like, gawky logos, because they want you to see them. That's how advertising works. That's why when they announced that the patch size was going to be authorized to be about this size, I was like, hell no. Like I said, I've slightly changed my opinion on it, primarily because I know, look, there's nothing I could do, but we lost the war, we lost the battle, the jersey ads are here to stay. At the very least, I'm not paying full price for a jersey with an advertisement on it, because you're looking at me and you're telling me, hey, we're going to go ahead and make this product of a lesser quality. We're going to devalue it, because if you want to get rid of the advertisement, let's just say, for example, that you do not get any sort of option for the Adidas jerseys only. So Fanatics has no advertisements. All Adidas from this season forward all have advertisements on them. Let's just go with that. So what you're telling me is that your most expensive premium jersey, if I want to buy that, I have to accept the fact there's a big gawky ad on it, or I have to pay somebody else to try to remove that ad, which might end up damaging the jersey. So yeah, no, I'm definitely not supporting that. I'm not buying into that. To me, that's pretty gross. So no, I'm not paying full price for any jersey that has an advertisement on them. Luckily, I don't buy that many Adidas anyway. I bought a handful. I was going to buy another couple, but I guess I'll just stick with buying Fanatics jerseys if I want to buy them and get them customized, because I'll deal with the downgrade in quality if I at the very least don't have to be a walking billboard for someone I'm not consenting to be a billboard for. So I have heard the argument, oh, well, you know, you're a Coyotes fan, you're wearing that Coyotes logo, you're a walking advertisement for them.
because I'm a fan of the Coyotes. I knew that when I was buying the jersey the entire time. I'm like, I want to wear this jersey. I want to, rep my team, whatever. I'm not repping Gila River Hotels and Casinos. I'm not repping Michelin Tire. I'm not repping Funko Pops or whatever. And that's my point. That's why I'm so annoyed by it, because look, I can get over it, because at the end of the day, while they will be featured prominently, it's going to make it a lot easier. Like in basketball, I can tell, like, I'm looking at old photos of like the Milwaukee Bucks, and they've changed their jersey ads so many times. I can literally tell right around what year the picture was taken because of the jersey ad. So it's like, you're going to be able to notice it. It's going to be right there on all the pictures. It's going to be right there on your TV screen. You are going to notice them. However, I understand the counter argument where it's like, while you're watching the game, you won't notice it. And sure, you won't notice it when it's like super pulled back, but anytime they do close-ups, do those nice little camera angles where they're transitioning and players are going through the ice, you're gonna see it right there prominently, because that's what the companies want that are investing these millions of dollars into jersey ads. I don't understand it. I don't understand the bootlicker mentality. I don't understand the people that are like, it's good actually. Yeah, it'll eventually help lead to the salary cap going up by about $1 million. With the jersey ads specifically will help too. Sure, it's a little extra revenue for the teams. Sure, completely understand. This league made $5.3 billion last year. The revenues went ridiculously up from the last couple of years, even what they would have originally been expected to had the virus not happened. So I don't get it. The NHL doesn't know you exist. They're not sitting there, sleeping more comfortably at night because you're simping for them making more money. I just don't understand why. It's always the people that don't actively buy jerseys, or they don't really collect jerseys, that are the ones that are like, oh, well, it's not going to affect me, it doesn't bother me. You're not the one who's being asked to pay these ridiculous prices for jerseys that are then also going to be defaced with these gross looking logos, because the only reason I'm not freaking out about Gila River is because I kind of expected that. I genuinely wish I would have made a video predicting that, because that's one of the easiest predictions I could have made, because Gila River Hotels and Casinos is one of the biggest advertisers for the Arizona Coyotes. There you go. I don't know. I don't understand it. I just don't get it. This is the world we live in now, where we're gonna have advertisements on everything. Every single product you pay for has to have ads. All the premium, high expensive products are gonna have ads. These overpriced jerseys. We're going away from streaming services just charging you a decent monthly fee and not having to watch ads, because now if you want to make it affordable, you have to sit through commercials. It's just getting more and more ridiculous levels of advertising in literally every aspect of life, and I find it really distracting. Especially for a league like the NHL, it's already looking into digital ads, it's already had broadcast ads that distract from the overall watching experience, that has been pushing gambling so hard over the last year to where you will literally have the money line right there in the broadcast, plus the helmet ads, plus now adding in the jersey ads. This league is making so much money that I don't understand why they need to continue finding every additional little avenue for revenue, because the thing is, ticket prices aren't going down, merch prices won't be going down, concessions prices won't be going down. It's not about recouping old money. It's literally just about how can we continue to make more and more. I don't know, simple way. And so it begins. I love it. I love when the freakouts happen. I absolutely love it when no one pays attention to the news, just so that way they can choose to be as angry and offended as possible. And it all started while I was still at work at around 2:25, so I was only at work for another 10 or so minutes. I checked Twitter and see this. Some surprising ASU arena news from the Arizona Coyotes. Coyotes say season ticket revenue up 50% at ASU. I'll leave a link below in the description to the article, because it's actually a pretty decent article from what I was kind of thumbing through. But that's not really what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is just make fun of people, because this is the thing. We already knew. The article states that the season ticket revenue is up 50% from Glendale. Just putting it out there right now, that just shows not only how much better the Coyotes will work in Tempe, but that the hockey fans with the money are more than willing to pay. Considering the fact this team was bottom 2 or 3 last year, everyone knows they're going to suck again this year and probably again next year. The fact that those tickets that everyone swore up and down would not be sold out because the team was so bad, it's not a hockey market, just go ahead and move them. Well, back on July 2nd, 2022, Craig Morgan reported that 2/3 2/3 of the tickets were sold. On Desert Moon Hockey Podcast, Ritchie and I talked about this. Here's the thumbnail for that is over a month old. It was posted more than a month ago. This is old news. But that did not stop the desperate weirdos from just throwing a fit on Twitter. So you know what? Let's have us a little fun and let's read a few tweets. The NHL should be embarrassed. You're a Mets fan. But even then, what should they be embarrassed about? The fact that this team is literally shooting up in overall revenue. Yes, there are less tickets, but the arena they were going into, which is going to have around reportedly 4,700 seats. I know the article says anywhere between, I think it was 46 and 5,000, with the official for ASU being 5,025, I believe. But this arena is literally less than half of the size of Jobbing.com Arena, Gila River Arena, whatever you want to call it. And what was it, 16.5, like 17 with standing room? And the revenue for season tickets is already going up despite the actual valid argument that a handful of season ticket holders could not afford the new season ticket prices because they had to go up by so much to account for the lack of overall seats. So what exactly should they be embarrassed by? Their decision to stay in Arizona already has been showing some fruit, and literally right there, the revenue from season tickets is already going up. I don't know what they'd be embarrassed by, but I do know what you should be embarrassed by. A lot of the really stupid things you said later in this conversation. Well, sure, there are USL soccer teams that have more capacity, not even MLS. An unrelated league and an unrelated sport has more capacity than this temporary arena that was made for a college team. Oh no, this is such a valid criticism. Next up, well, when you decrease your seat numbers by 2/3, I would expect your sales to go up. There's simply fewer seats for companies to buy up and give away when an intriguing team comes into town or it's 1,000,000,000 degrees outside. Nobody goes to Yotes games to root for the Yotes. You're just making yourself look stupid at this point. Look, I'm not even going to bother bringing up all the pictures of the playoff whiteouts over there at America West Arena. I'm not even going to bother recounting the playoff atmosphere between 2010 and 2012 when that place was packed, it was sold out for all the playoff games, and it was all just people excited for the Coyotes. I'm not even gonna bring that up. I am just gonna call you stupid because this is literally just the purest form of cope you could possibly have. Well, you see, because basic economics, of course the numbers are gonna go up, yet people like you were the exact kind of people that were saying they wouldn't even sell out a 5,000 seat arena. Sorry, 3,200 seat arena. You were the same exact people saying stuff like that, saying they have no fans, there's no money there, there's no reason anyone's gonna pay for these overpriced tickets, and each and every time you make this new narrative, you fall flat on your face, and it's funny. College discount. That's either a really ridiculously stupid joke, considering the fact that a lot of the people that are really mad right now also said they wouldn't be able to sell with those overpriced tickets, or it's acknowledging the fact that the student section, once again, exists, and the tickets are going to be about $25, which makes perfect sense. Not entirely sure which way to take that tweet, but you're either an idiot or observant? They literally said this would happen a few months ago and everyone laughed at them. It's the least surprising thing I've seen today. Exactly. Literally exactly right. That's exactly how everyone should be looking at this news. That's how I looked at the news before my next thought was, oh my god, here come the idiots. So, good on you, Colorado fan. Are you fucking kidding me? This worked? Yes. Yes, it did. Up 50% of what? 10K? I know you are not a Vancouver fan of all teams coming here to try to talk trash. Next one needs a little bit of context. So they're basically talking about, oh, how the Coyotes have no fans, yada yada. A couple Coyotes fans kind of memeing on them. Then this person comes out of nowhere and says this. Please stop. Sure, fans show up when they make the playoffs, but the Yotes' average attendance last year was 11,601, which is an inflated number because it counts the number of tickets sold for a game and not the number of people actually at the arena, which is often far less. Okay, so if that number was often so much less, why don't you go ahead and show me a graph stating exactly how many fans were coming to the games? Honestly, regardless, it doesn't matter. If 11,000 tickets sell and 3 people show up, the team still sold 11,000 tickets and the team still made that money. I don't care. I know this is just some weird cope you're trying to do. This is literally just my only reaction is, no, stop. I don't want to hear the fact that the Coyotes can sell tickets. Every CHL team sells out 5,000 seats. This is
is a laugh, an embarrassment to the NHL. I can see beady-eyed Bettman rubbing his hands together. What a joke. Fold the team and move them to Quebec City. Oh, you want to move them to Quebec City, eh? Why? So they can just lose another NHL franchise? Also, here's a graph. I did have to look at Wikipedia because it's kind of hard to find specific CHL numbers overall, but during the 2018-2019 season, which logically should have been more healthy than the last couple of years, so it's basically trying to give you the best numbers possible, only had 13 teams average 5,000 or more, and out of the 3 leagues that make up the CHL, there are, 60 teams? Meaning only 13 out of a possible 60 teams average 5,000 or more, and you're gonna come out here and say some hyperbolic crap like, all of them sell out all this much. Get out of here. Just cope. Official capacity of 5,025 fans. This is laughable. Just move the damn team. They did move them to Tempe, Arizona, where the season ticket revenue has already gone up and training camp hasn't even started. And they're playing in the smallest venue in the entire league. They're playing in what can be comparable to a CHL building, and their numbers have still gone up. The statistical likelihood they can approach profitability, I already said this offseason, it's at the highest this point than any other point so far. And if they manage to even sniff profitability in ASU, that just shows not only how much of a hockey market it is, how strong of a hockey market this is, but how just stupid all of you look. And finally, Lamoureux, move the fucking team, Bettman, you jabroni. It's Bettman's fault, you guys. If it wasn't for Bettman, we'd have a team in Quebec, even though the last team in Quebec kinda relocated. Really? You really think these random Canadian markets would be able to match the Coyotes' glorious desert market? Not only are you guys just so desperate, seething with rage and emotion, hoping this team relocates, but you look dumber and dumber as time moves on, and we laugh at you. This fan base of a garbage team that doesn't exist apparently, that cannot sell seats, that's playing in a college arena, lives rent-free in all of your heads. I'm just sitting here like just lapping all of it up because this is fun. I cannot wait to read the hate comments. I cannot wait to have a gigantic boost in views because you are all too stupid to just avoid all of this and move on with your life. So thank you very much. I am the AZ Sports Guy, and this one was my pleasure. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, your favorite pantsless reporter, and boy do we have some Arizona Coyotes news here on Thursday, September 22nd, 2022. I'm not going to double check that, so I sure do hope that's the date today. First and foremost, we got an update on the Chychrun situation, and unfortunately, the relationship between the team and player wasn't resolved. Turns out the Arizona Coyotes, both last offseason as well as last season, came to him and said, hey, because we're going through another rebuild, but know how competitive you are, would you like to be traded? And he decided, you know what, let's go ahead and do it. I have absolutely no ill will towards Chychrun. At the very least, he's honest up front with the organization. He's telling him, hey, you know what, go get what you can for me, and I'm still going to show up, do my job. As of right now, he is still yet to be cleared to even shoot pucks, per Craig Morgan on Twitter, so he's expected somewhere around November or so, 2022, to be returning to the ice at full capacity. In my opinion, just pure speculation, that could be a big reason why the trade has yet to happen, because why would you want to pay the premium price? Because the price tag for Chychrun, it's a premium price. Why would you want to pay that price if the player is not cleared to play right now? Chick, I appreciate your honesty. You were a hell of a player for the Arizona Coyotes. I wish you nothing but the best. Now please, get back to work, get that value up, and go get me a couple firsts. Next up, Andrew Ladd. So this is actually an update via Craig Morgan. So he did not pass his physical. He will go to IR. He was originally reporting LTIR, but that was just a little bit of a typo for him. Just go into regular injured reserve, because if he goes to LTIR, the Coyotes are below the cap. Craig would go on to explain that apparently Ladd at the end of last season was fighting through some injuries and just got worse throughout the offseason. Unfortunately, he will not be able to play. Or, if you're a Coyotes fan, fortunately, because now we get that conditional 2023 third-round draft pick, and you're probably asking yourself, Matt, didn't you yourself report last year that it was if he played 3 games? Yes, I did. Craig Morgan also updated everyone on this. Apparently, it was just misreported. Very common occurrence for Arizona Coyotes fans, I assure you. Yeah, no, it was just misreported. That is not how it worked. It was if he does not play, which in my opinion makes a lot more sense, but hey,
there you go. We're going to get the extra pick, and thankfully, I don't have to cheer for Andrew Ladd this season. Get them 2010 Blackhawks off my team. Next up, as you can see it right there, not my photo, by the way, that is what the center ice looks like for the Arizona Coyotes / Arizona State University at the Mullett Arena. It is half Coyotes, half Pitchfork. It's a beauty. Pretty much what I was saying from the start made the most sense. Either the Pitchfork is going right there at center and the Coyotes have their logos on the outside, or half and half. Greg Morgan reported that much, I was talking about that much, and I'm just some jackwagon not wearing pants. But remember, Sean Shapiro, Katie Strang, The Athletic, TSN, they all just went with the story that the Coyotes could not have their logo at center ice because the contract states that they cannot alter the playing surface. No duh. Including the Pitchfork, that was the exact quote, was including the Pitchfork, and it's because it's Arizona State's building. They get priority on everything. You're not going to just be able to tear everything up. It would make sense logically for the Coyotes to say, hey, can we just have our full logo for our games and your full logo for your games? That would make sense, but it would kind of be stupid expensive, so why not just have both right there, center ice? There you go. Once again, college dropout reporting the news more accurately and honestly than actual, journalism graduates. What a time to be alive. Next up, Austin Matthews. Yes, the mustache right here, he is gone. Completely gone. You want to know why? Because he went ahead and said it in the media days, Toronto's my home, we're going to talk about the contract at the end of the season. You want to know who else said they didn't want to leave their organizations or franchises? Their current captain, John Tavares, and Johnny Hockey himself. Right. Yeah, Matthews ain't leaving. And you guys probably know my perspective by now, but in case you forgot, I don't even care if he comes to Arizona. I mean, it would be kind of funny to have the butt cheek man himself running around, but I'm just saying, it would be infinitely funnier for him to choose to play in Arizona for their final year at the Mullett Arena instead of playing in Toronto, because that would make the backlash so much funnier. My genuine opinion, though, 50-50 chance, flip a coin. Look, if Toronto Maple Leafs do nothing in the playoffs this year, he's a young star, he's gonna get his money wherever he goes, guarantee he'll look at it like, I have some other options there. And on top of that, he has a full no-move clause for the last year of that contract, meaning he could literally go to the general manager and say, I'm not playing for you anymore. For example, I'm only going to Arizona. Good luck maximizing the value. All I'm gonna say is when you bounce out of the playoffs in the first round again, move Matthews as fast as you can, because highest bidder is gonna win that one. Breaking news! Since that clown AZ sports guy forgot to mention this during the recording, it is I, California Sports Talk, the real charmer of the group. Just here to update you real quick, Andre Tournier, head coach of the Arizona Coyotes, did confirm on Media Day that this season the Arizona Coyotes will not name a captain, making it the second season in a row without someone wearing the C. Which is kind of funny because the current rumor for one of their alternate jerseys is this beauty that has the half moon for the C. I guess we're going to have to wait to see the next captain. Oh yeah, and rumor has it that this is the reverse retro, and this is going to be the new alternate. I'll believe it when I see it. I didn't think orange would look very good on a jersey. That looks nice, the orange one. The black one looks somehow even better. Take my money. Finally, Barrett Hayton, the 5th overall draft selection in 2018, has been signed to a brand new contract. 2 years, approximately $1.775 million or so. Year 1 is just under $2 million. Year 2 is over $2 million. A solid contract. Honestly, that could be a bargain if Barrett Hayton keeps improving, because he's not a bad player. I mean, I do have him slotted in at around third line center, but I would love it if he proved me wrong, goes out there, scores 15 goals this year. I mean, in 60 games last year, he had 10 goals, 14 assists for 24 points. That might not sound impressive. When you look at Mr. I will fill your net with pucks, the 6th overall selection in 2018, Philip Zadina, same stats, about 12 more games, and he gets an extra year on his contract. Look, I don't know what's up with that, but I will say this. Barrett Hayton's a good young player, and it would be really exciting to watch him go out there and just flourish with this group, stay in the NHL all year, as well as staying healthy. It increases value, because by the time the Coyotes move into that shiny new arena, I want to see this core, this top 9, all around their mid-20s and making the playoffs. So Barrett, good to see you sticking around for another couple of years. I do have to ask, why are you and GMBA so far away? It's just, why? Anyway, there you go. There is your Coyotes report for September 22nd, 2022. I gotta hurry up, edit this as fast as I can, hop on a podcast, find time to eat, play with trading cards. I got a busy schedule. Come on now. And by the way, I did get to personally see the Mullett Arena today, and that is a beautiful facility. I cannot wait to watch hockey there. You guys are gonna love it. Just flat out, you're gonna love it. It's gonna be a phenomenal atmosphere. I'm gonna need to find a way to get some ASU tickets. Should be a little more affordable than the Coyotes at least, but I will be there at least once or twice. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about some Arizona Coyotes news, and hopefully the audio sounds better than it does normally because I finally got a little microphone down here. That's right. It can hear my fears. So on this Tuesday, September 27th, 2022, a day that I am playing hooky from work, let's go ahead and talk about some Arizona Coyotes news because there's quite a few things to talk about. So, to start off, we have our first roster cuts for the 2022 training camp. Goaltender Anson Thornton is going back to his junior team. Honestly, I think he looked okay throughout the rookie showcase. He let in a couple of really weak goals, so it's one of those things where an extra year to develop, not a big problem at all. But also forward Connor Geekie. For whatever reason, people are surprised by this. Look, Geekie is a very good offensive player, but he's just raw. He's not quite ready yet. He had a couple really good looks. I think he had a goal and an assist in one of the games in the rookie showcase. So clearly a good offensive player, but he's just not quite there yet. So going back to Winnipeg for one more year, it's not going to hurt him. In my opinion, he's probably going to be down in Winnipeg for at least the next couple of years, and then might even start out his professional career at the AHL level as opposed to the NHL level. Thornton, Geekie, best of luck to both of you. Couple of good young players. Just given the opportunity to play with the team throughout the preseason so far, at the very least, both those guys are going to know what they're going to need to work on. So go ahead and get another full year at juniors and work on those things. I'll be back soon. Let's go ahead and talk about that preseason, by the way. So a couple of games are in the books with another one going on tonight. This first preseason game happened against the St. Louis Blues in Kansas on the 24th. Happy 30th birthday, sis. Where the Coyotes lost by a final score of 5-4, and for whatever reason, Mason was texting me trash talking. Recent contract extension signee Barrett Hayden had a goal and a couple of assists. Nick Ritchie with a goal and an assist, and Michelli and Kelman each with a goal, so there's some offense there. It's good to see. Then a couple of days ago on Sunday in Tucson, a game I was a little bit late to because I didn't decide to go down there until an impulse decision, but it was a 3-2 finish. The first goal, I want to say, went to Liam O'Brien. Despite the fact that he couldn't capitalize on a penalty shot, Christian Fischer also had a goal and an assist, so at the very least, you're seeing some scoring, you're seeing closer games. They lost both these games by 1. I'm not going to look too deep into it, but the boys so far look ready to play. I will call it right here, they will not start 0-11 again. The next couple of games, tonight against Dallas and tomorrow at Anaheim, so a couple of road games. Hopefully they can get at least one win, but you know what? If you go winless in the preseason, did you really lose? Next up, the Arizona Coyotes announced a partnership with the Canada-Arizona Business Council, though I'm not entirely sure why they're announcing this because, well, someone involved with the organization even said they're excited to continue the 26-year partnership because I don't know if you knew this or not, Canadians are kind of one of the lifebloods of the Arizona Coyotes revenue stream, so I'll go ahead and take another partnership and a lot of your money. I love Canadian dollars. Before I get into the final topic, I want to address one final thing. So I've been joking around on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure a lot of Coyotes fans have asked, because Craig Morgan went ahead and answered anyway. So with the announcement that Robert Sarver will be selling the Phoenix Suns, a lot of Coyotes fans, including myself jokingly, have been speculating that maybe now the Coyotes can go back to downtown and they can play at the Footprint Center. Probably not going to happen. Not that it will never happen, but there's a lot of different complications. I really heavily recommend that you go ahead and read that PHNX article because it's a pretty good answer by Craig Morgan. But TLDR, at this point, we don't even know who they're selling to. I still think that Morello should buy him because why not? I don't know if he has that kind of money, but I think it'd be fun. But as of right now, of course, the Coyotes are 100% focused on Tempe, despite the fact that Mr. Morgan does acknowledge there is likely a plan B, C, and D. We've already kind of talked about that just a little bit. A couple of other cities did reportedly approach the Coyotes, so even if Tempe falls through, we're not over yet. But Phoenix probably isn't going to end up being the destination because, like Mr. Morgan said, we have literally no idea who's going to end up buying the team. There's a lot more going into it, whether or not, because the NHL just doesn't quite have the amount of money coming in with the TV contracts that the NBA does. What exactly the appetite is going to be for sharing some of the revenue within a building between a hockey team and a basketball team. Not like it would never happen. It's happened before. Pretty sure there are other venues that also host both basketball and NHL hockey, but it is an interesting thought. And finally, I want to talk about the question that I asked Mr. Morgan, because honestly, with how good Jack McBain and Nathan Smith have been, I asked him, would he be surprised if both of them scored 20 goals? And his answer was, he'd be surprised if both of them make the team. He gave me a list of at least 10 forwards: Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, Travis Boyd, Lawson Crouse, Barrett Hayton, Nick Ritchie, Bukestad, Kassian, O'Brien, and Fisher, that all have locked up roster spaces, or at the very least what he views as locked up. Also mentioning Chychrun, because Chychrun is a PTO that might end up getting a contract. The only thing is, I think both McBain and Smith have played better than Fisher, at least since last season. I know Fisher had that goal and assist, and I'm not trash talking him. I promised I wouldn't trash talk him, but I personally don't see the value in them having so many big, burly forwards without any sort of scoring. So I personally see McBain and Smith both making the team. But I do agree with Craig that it wouldn't exactly make much sense for the Coyotes to have more than 13 forwards. And the list of Dauphin, Michelli, Carconi, and Chychrun that could also be looking at roster spaces. Michelli's a good player. I think one more full season in the AHL will do him some good. But like last year, if he ends up playing as ridiculous in the AHL, he's going to earn himself some games played at the NHL level. Carconi, I definitely think he's earned himself a look at the NHL roster. I just don't know if it's guaranteed. Chychrun, I just kind of don't know. It's 50-50. I mean, you already have Kassian, you have O'Brien, you have Fisher. I think you just have too many players that fill the exact same role. And Laurent Dauphin, that's just center depth for Tucson. But no, I definitely see where he's coming from. Honestly, I think both McBain and Smith do make the roster. I have them both in the top 9, but I appreciate you answering that question. Oh, and it would appear we have nothing left to talk about Arizona Coyotes, so please like, comment, subscribe, go away. Welcome back to Coyotes Report, this one for September 30th, 2022. I am your host, the AZ Sports Guy, and boy do we have some Arizona Coyotes news to get into. We'll go ahead and start this episode off light with a goal by Connor Geekie in his first game with the Winnipeg Ice this season. There you go. Looks pretty good to me. I think they scored like 6 goals in that game. It was like 6-2 or something. I don't really care about Winnipeg, but this does mark one of 2 times I will be cheering for Winnipeg this season. The second, of course, being when Kyle Capobianco lifts the cup over his head, because that man is going to save the fake Jets organization. In our next piece of news, the Arizona Coyotes have unveiled Coyotes University. It's a thing that ASU students can sign up for. You get stuff like student tickets that are about $25, VIP events, internship opportunities, stuff like that. So scams? I'm joking, of course. The only thing that's a scam is university. But yeah, there you go. Cheap tickets for college students. The same thing people like me and Ritchie have been talking about for months. Finally announced. Well, it isn't finally announced. It's been announced, after being discussed, after being announced. Next up, we have a couple of preseason games to talk about. First, on the 27th in Dallas, the Arizona Coyotes lose by a final score of 4-3 in overtime. Shane Gostisbehere, Vladislav Kolyachonok, and Nick Bukestad scoring all the goals, so a couple defensemen getting on the board there. Oh god, Kolyachonok's going to play this season, isn't he? Nothing against Kolyachonok, I'm not over the fact that he stole Capobianco's job. Then on the 28th in a game at Anaheim where the Coyotes lost by a final score of 3-1, Christian Fischer was the one to score that goal. For whatever reason, Christian Fischer has chosen this preseason to realize he can score at the NHL level. Will he continue that going into the regular season? Probably not. But that's not me saying Fischer sucks. That's me saying I don't think Fischer's that good. Anyway, please prove me wrong. I would love to see Christian Fischer hit like 15 this year. I'll predict 6. Next up, we have the roster cuts that were announced yesterday. Michael Carconi's going to go Carcone some scrubs at the AHL level. Look, he was good last year. I think he did deserve a look at the roster. He got that look. He'll be back for his 27-game stint whenever we have a bunch of injuries. But as for right now, like I said, go Carcone them losers. I want to see playoffs in Tucson this year. A couple other notables going down. Reese Fatilli, former ASU Colin Thyssen. I thought it was Thiessen. Apparently it's Thyssen. Look, if Bob Hehouse says it, I'm just going to listen to him. Ronald Knott, an acquisition over the offseason that I just never got around to covering, so at least that's some Tucson depth for you. They can use more defensemen, really. Liam Kirk also got sent down, which honestly, he's just kind of disappointed me personally throughout the rookie showcase and throughout training camp. Hopefully a full season in Tucson will do him some good. I still think he's one of the better prospects in the system, but this year is probably going to tell you a lot, so I do hope he is fully healed and he looks good in Tucson. I'm looking forward to hopefully 20 goals down there, helping to lead them in scoring, and hopefully to a playoff berth. Alright, pleasantries are out of the way. Let's go ahead and talk about the most notable name that got sent down, Nathan Smith. Ritchie is not going to be happy about that. And honestly, while Jack McBain, as of right now, is still on track to make the roster, which is good, I guess, to make me look like I knew something, Nathan Smith has just been, like, him and McBain really have both been on just a completely different level, and I just do not see there being, like, 5 forwards that are better than him right now. Christian Fischer, obviously, they're going to keep him around for as long as possible because he does the right things that the coach likes. Zach Kassian, he's going to be playing 4th line minutes, so I guess you had to have Zach Kassian playing somewhere. I just don't see there being enough talent in the bottom 6 of the forward core to justify sending Smith down. He looked phenomenal in the rookie showcase. He's looked really good in preseason. The only justification I really have for this is that they know they would be limiting Smith to 4th line minutes, and they're like, look, we'll throw him on the 1st line in Tucson. He'll get much better development that way because he's had a really good training camp. With that being said, I expect Smith to be up at some point this season, but I am quite annoyed at that, but we'll have to just kind of wait and see what happens. I'm going to assume they have their reasons, and that's what I'm going to assume the reason is. Yes, Craig Morgan was pretty spot on that one. Anyway, Nathan, go down there. I want you to score 20, 25 goals, and you'll be right back in the NHL where you belong, because seriously, you've looked like a man among boys, you and Jack McBain both this year. Breaking news while editing, Elliot Friedman is reporting that the Arizona Coyotes have claimed off of waivers goaltender Jonas Johansson. Apparently he played 2 games in Florida last year. Don't really know, don't really care, had to report on it. Craig Morgan was talking about it on Twitter, so I defer you to Craig on this one. Just a couple of topics left for you. Let's go ahead and just start off with this one, alright? I want to get to the serious topic last, so let's just kind of make fun of personalities, if you will. So, Blue Checkmark on Twitter goes ahead and posts this, that, from his understanding, the Edmonton Oilers, one of the most heavily rumored teams to be in on Jakob Chychrun, with multiple reporters confirming that and reporting on that, says that as of right now, from his understanding, Edmonton is just not in on any Chychrun talks because Broberg and Holloway are both non-starters, and Puljujarvi and a first isn't going to get it done. I'm not going to pretend I know much about Puljujarvi, but what I will say is, from everything I've read, even just in this comment section, by other Oilers fans, isn't he considered a bust? Isn't he considered to be not that good of a player? Why would you expect... Look, one thing I'll never understand is this. Just go ahead and look at the Bird app, alright? Pretty much everyone, literally everyone, Jakob Chychrun is this phenomenal elite level defenseman. I want him on my team. Also, literally everyone on that godforsaken Bird app, Jakob Chychrun is terrible, he's awful, he's so overrated. You know what? The Coyotes, they should pay my team to take him. I love this app. Personally speaking, with the amount of level-headed Oilers fans that I've seen saying, look, Broberg's good, but Chychrun is better right now. We know what Chychrun is. We don't quite know what Broberg's going to be. Even a lot of them saying Broberg could just be Jakob Chychrun or Magic Beans. So it's like, you know what? You might as well pull the trigger on that trade and get Jakob Chychrun in your system. And honestly, Chychrun doesn't want to be here. I've already respected that. And if we can get a guy like Broberg at a first, hell, Broberg a first and a second, I'll even take back a bad contract. I think that's a good deal. Considering just how much Chychrun's value has dropped overall, that would be a godsend, to be completely honest here. And finally, the last story we have is on Trevor Zegras. So on that game on the 28th in Anaheim, Jan Yannick laid him out. It was a really good physical contact, but in motion, even me, just watching it on Twitter, in isolation, it did look like that elbow was coming up. It looked like it might have been a dirty hit. Then had the opportunity to watch it slowed down. I also had the opportunity to see a bunch of screenshots. People had paused the replay and showed the screenshots at the point of contact just before. It was a clean shoulder-to-shoulder hit. Unfortunately for Zegras, he did end up leaving the game, and we're still waiting on an update. He was doing some further testing and whatnot, and I just want to say, I hope Zegs is okay. I also want to briefly call out something, because I find this mindset to be weird. There's this mindset of, oh, we told you you can't, skill up on us or whatever, so yeah, it's good to see him get laid out. Yeah, sure. It's cool to watch a guy get hit, a clean hit, which it was. Hits are fun to watch, but when people are like, oh, it's good that this specific guy got laid out, oh, you love to see that he left the game, stuff like that, that is degenerate. That is just straight up clown behavior, and to any of my fellow Coyotes fans that were saying things like that, even the ones I'm cool with, even the ones that I consider personal friends, simply, you need to understand you're in the wrong there, because we should not be cheering for anyone's injuries. That is just barbaric. So, Zeegs, I hope you're okay. I hope you're not going to end up missing any time. Hopefully, when this video goes up, we have an update. He's just fine. he'll sit out the last couple of games of the preseason and be just good to go for opening night. Also, Yan, I would not be surprised if he stole a roster spot this year. My God, you've been looking pretty good throughout the preseason, and on top of that, that was a really good body check. I wouldn't mind you as a fourth-line center. But I don't think that would be utilizing your talents properly, so first-line center in Tucson with Smith on the wing. Just a couple miscellaneous things to end us off. On the 4th and 8th, we do have a game in Vegas. Those are both exhibition games, as well as a Vancouver game in Vancouver to break those both up. So 3 games left for the preseason. Hockey season is right around the corner. The roster is getting closer and closer to what it's going to be opening night. And despite the fact there's a 14-game road trip from November to December, I'm not going to lie, this hockey season's getting me really excited. I'm really excited to get to watch a game or two in Mullett Arena. And you know what? If you're not busy, tonight at Oceanside Arena, the ASU women's hockey team has their season opener. It's only $5 to get in. I think it's at like 6 o'clock. I forget. I'm terrible with this stuff. I'll throw a graphic if I remember. But anyway, if you're free, you're in the East Valley, you want to go check out some hockey, go check out ASU, go ahead and rep the Sun Devils because, well, Coyotes are going to be playing in the Sun Devils arena. Let's go ahead and show some support. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. Go away.
What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's go ahead and talk about kind of the biggest Coyotes-related news right now. I apologize, I haven't exactly had time to make the Coyotes report, but I will talk about this the morning after it happened. I am really good with planning ahead, aren't I? Alright, so the Arizona Coyotes, their final roster has been released, and this is going to be the opening night roster, everything you expect, and then a couple surprises like Matthias Michelli. I did not see him making the roster out of camp. I assumed they were going to be very cautious with him. I assumed he was probably going to go down to Tucson, play at least all the way up until around the trade deadline, and there you go. I mean, personally, that's what I would prefer. I would much rather him be down in Tucson. Hopefully Tucson will be better overall this season and hopefully make the playoffs because I want to see these kids start to play some playoff games, and you're not going to get that in Arizona for at least the next 3 seasons. But it would be funny if they did it in the last year at ASU. So congratulations to Michelli. I really do hope he looks good to start the season. But the name that really shocked me, the name that I did not see coming, I mean, after the Tucson preseason game, I specifically said, paraphrase, but it might be an exact quote, Dylan Guenther is a very talented young player. He's not going to make the roster this year. I thought that was as safe of a take as it gets because honestly, Guenther, he's looked good primarily in the rookie camp. Not quite as good against the big boys throughout the rest of the preseason, but still looked good. One thing that really stuck out to me, particularly in that game in Tucson against Anaheim, was there was a couple of plays where that killer instinct just wasn't there, where he just didn't have that natural, I'm going to shoot it right here and score, when he had a couple opportunities to do so. So I'm like, you know what? It is what it is. It's preseason. He'll get used to it. He'll work on this, and he'll get even better come back next year. Well, apparently he's impressed the Arizona Coyotes organization enough to make the roster because he's on it. Now, of course, whenever stuff like this happens, I highly recommend you go ahead and just look at Craig Morgan's Twitter, primarily because he does have a lot of sources within the organization. He talks to them borderline every single day, so he also kind of knows the mindset as to why they're doing what they're doing. And here it looks like he's not going to be playing opening night, but they're going to look at some matchups, give him a couple of games, and likely, if he doesn't look ready for the NHL right now, he's just going to go right back down to the CHL. I think he plays specifically in the OHL, but you can go ahead and correct me in the comments. But yeah, he would just go back to Edmonton, no harm, no foul. So long as he does not play 9 or more games, they do not burn that first year on the ELC. Same thing happened with Barrett Hayton his rookie year, so honestly, I really shouldn't have been that surprised where it's, hey, you're going to make the opening night roster, you're going to play a couple of games, you're going to get used to kind of the NHL routine being in an NHL locker room, then you're going to go back to the juniors and you're going to have to be like, hey, I want to get back to this, I need to improve on this, this, and this. And honestly, it could benefit his development in the long term. I'm just looking at it like, I'm not sure what the point is. Look, I understand what the point is, but if you're only bringing him up to play him for a couple of games, why not wait until after the trade deadline when likely this team is going to look very different with a lot of acquisitions and trading away expiring contracts? Why don't you wait till then, right around when the end of his season would be, you can call him up for, 7-8 games and give him a test there. I just don't know why you're doing it at the start of the season. Now, theoretically, it really shouldn't matter whether you do it to start the season or at the end of the season, but at the end of the day, they're choosing the beginning of the season, so I really do hope Dylan Guenther gets at least 5 or so games, scores a goal or two, and looks good at the NHL level because I'm excited for this kid. He's going to be a really good player at the NHL level. I just don't think that starts this season at the NHL level, but that's just my opinion. I do hope I'm proven wrong. I mean, hey, hell, I was
was proven wrong about him making the roster. I didn't see him making the roster, so there you go. But anyway, I'll have more to talk about when it comes to the roster, hopefully today when I get off work. As soon as I'm done with this, I'll edit it, and I'll start taking notes for tonight so I don't have to have the extra step there. But anyway, Dylan Guenther makes the roster. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Matthias Michelli. Please don't screw him up. I know, I'm overly cautious here. Michelli looks like a potential gem. He genuinely looks like he could be a gem at the NHL level, and I don't want anything to go wrong there. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and I am wearing my sunglasses, not at night. It's actually during the middle of the day. It's like 11 o'clock when I'm recording this, but it's totally not because I was drunk from partying in the party capital of Arizona that was Tempe last night. That's a lie. I don't even drink anymore. Anyway, this video should have been done probably like a day and a half ago, but it's better late than never. And like my dad that left to get cigarettes 37 years ago, he eventually came back. So what is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Today is October 13th, 2022, and it's not just October 13th, 2022. It is the exact October 13th, 2022 that starts the Arizona Coyotes 2022-23 season in Pittsburgh at 4 p.m. Arizona time today, so a little bit, earlier on than usual. So I will say this, right around the time this video goes up, the game will start, so this will get no views. So with the most important news out of the way, the fact that the Arizona Coyotes, they start their Stanley Cup journey today. Well, technically it started last year. They ain't winning it this year, but they're starting that journey. Let's go ahead and talk about some news that's happened over the last week or so. Starting on the 9th, the Arizona Coyotes claimed defenseman off of waivers Jussi Valimaki from the Calgary Flames. Last year, in just 9 games, he recorded 2 assists, so 2 total points, but he does have 82 career games over the last 3 seasons. 3 goals, 13 assists, -4, and not a whole lot you can complain about, but honestly, considering the amount of Calgary fans that were in the Coyotes comment section, even the couple that sent me some DMs saying, hey, make sure you take care of this guy, I'm going to assume he's got to be at least a decent defenseman. 24 years old, 6'2", 205 pounds. We'll go ahead and just see. He's not going to be playing tonight, though. Craig Morgan did report that there is some issue with his visa. Same kind of thing that happened with Ilya Lyubushkin a couple of years ago. So instead, Joshua Brown will play tonight, and I think he's a very good, solid, third pair, kind of shutdown defensive defenseman, but I am excited to see what Valimaki can do, because honestly, you don't get that many people saying, hey, take care of him, he's a good guy, good player, if you're not at least a decent player. Calgary is probably going to be a playoff team this year. Their standards, probably just a little bit higher. The Coyotes, we can give you top 4 minutes. Then the very next day, the Arizona Coyotes claimed from Nashville goaltender Connor Ingram off of waivers, and it's actually pretty funny. So, remember how like a week ago they claimed Johansson from Colorado? Well, I'm pretty sure yesterday or the day before, they waived him again. Colorado claims him, and now he goes down to the minors. So, here's the imaginary drink we're going to pour out for all the good times that was claiming you and then waiving you a week later. Anyway, back to Ingram, 25-year-old goaltender, 6'2", 196 pounds. Yes, the Coyotes are like many other women, and they have a type 6 foot or higher. And I'm just down here reporting on it. Anyway, he has 3 career games, all being played last season with Nashville, including the game against the Coyotes, the final game in Glendale on April 29th, where he surrendered 5 goals in a Coyotes win. But anyway, 1-2-0 record, 371 goals against, what is it, 879 save percentage. Nothing great throughout the regular season, the 3 games that he played at the very end. But he did relatively impress in the playoffs because Saros did go down. He ended up playing all 3 games, though he started 3 of them. 0-3-0, 364 goals against. Not exactly the greatest numbers right there, but a 913 save percentage against the Stanley Cup champions. I don't know, sounds pretty similar to Darcy Kemper to me. Karel Vejmelka gets the start tonight, but Ingram did make the opening night roster, so there you go. We got a pretty decent backup. Prosvetov can have another year in Tucson. But honestly, Connor, Jussi, welcome to the desert. Hopefully you guys play well. A couple of days ago, the opening night roster was revealed, and the 2 biggest shocks for me, the surprises, were Dylan Guenther and Matthias Michelli actually made the roster. Now, neither of them are projected to play tonight, unfortunately, but at the very least, Dylan Guenther played well enough throughout training camp to at least earn the opportunity to get a couple of games, get evaluated, maybe get situated to how NHL life is. You send him back down to juniors, and he knows exactly what he has to keep working for. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about having him start up on the roster, him and Michelli, because honestly, I really want Michelli to get an entire season in Tucson uninterrupted. But with how good he was last year, he did earn his NHL time, and then of course he kind of got bullied around a little bit, towards the end of that stint. But now that he knows kind of how he has to play, kind of had to bulk up, get used to the style of play at the NHL level, honestly, it might work out a lot better this time around. So, Matthias and Dylan, congratulations on making the roster. I do hope you guys go far, but as of right now, looks like your 22-23 debut is going to have to wait just a little bit. Anyway, that's all the news I got for you today. I am the AZ Sports Guy. I'm going to go ahead, edit this, and I'll see you later. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. It's time to talk about the last couple of Coyotes games because, well, didn't have enough to say about just one or the other. Let's go ahead and combine them. Part of the main reason why I wanted to do the whole Coyotes report format. Anyway, let us discuss. So we start off with the season opener on October 13th in Pittsburgh in a game that, well, kind of out of hand from the jump. So I was streaming the first period, listened to the second and the third period, and had some fun, I suppose. So a minute 22 seconds in, Sidney Crosby his first goal of the game, and just to kind of spoil it, 5 minutes and 10 seconds in, the Coyotes are down 3-0. It's gonna be a long year, boys. One of those 3 goals came on the power play. That one was Jake Getzel's. Jason Zucker had himself a goal, so I kind of thought Pittsburgh was going to look just a little more sluggish in the home opener, but I was wrong. Fair play. Although about a minute later, after the third goal goes in, so Barrett Hayden actually applies a pretty good pressure in the offensive corner, forcing a turnover and a bit of a chance, but nothing really doing there. I just kind of wanted to go ahead and at least provide a little bit of praise there because, well, you're down 3-0. You don't have a whole lot to really be happy about yet. Halfway through the first period, the shots, 13-3 Pittsburgh. It's gonna be a long season. 17-71, Travis Boyd gets a pretty decent shot on net. The first Coyote shot in like 10 plus minutes there. Coyotes take yet another penalty. I thought that one was Zach Kassian. Probably should have been Zach Kassian. Kassian is probably one of the most undisciplined players I've seen play in a Coyotes uniform for a while, but I guess that's what I should have expected. But after the first period, it's 3-0 Pittsburgh. Shots are 16-4. Then a little bit of this, a little bit of that happens in the second period. Then the next major event is actually a goal by none other than Nick Ritchie. So yes, the Coyotes won that trade, by the way. 16-10 of the second period on the power play from Shane Gostisbehere and Yannis Moser. And Gostisbehere, don't look now, is over a point per game. He's gonna get us a first-round draft pick at the deadline. Like, it's like, I can taste it. I can taste that first-round draft pick. Like, it's gonna be sweet. So anyway, at that point, it's 3-1. Pittsburgh scores, and then on the power play as well. Then to bring it back within 2, Nick Ritchie once more from Gostisbehere and Moser in that exact order. And we are now within a 2-goal game. It's getting more competitive. In the second period, Karel Vejmelka is actually looking pretty good. He's looking locked in. He's making a lot more of the difficult saves as well as making the easier saves look, well, easy. He really just kind of turned the game around. Then the bottom falls out in the third period, as it does. Pittsburgh scores 2 more goals, and the final score there, they lose the opener 6-2. At least I think it's a little better than the opener last year against Columbus. I don't know, when you're down 3 goals in a 5-minute, 10-second span, and then you go like 10, 12 minutes without a shot, kind of a bad look. One little fun fact for you, there were 4 consecutive power play goals, 2 going to Nick Ritchie and 2 going to the Penguins. So yes, Nick Ritchie is better than a whole Penguin. As well as having more goals in the season than Ilya Lyubushkin does for Toronto, because he doesn't play for Toronto anymore. We won that trade, boys. Karel Vejmelka, 47 saves, 6 goals against. Do you really need to know the save percentage? It's below 900, but honestly, like I said, if it wasn't for the first period and the third period, so you skip 40 minutes of the game, I think he actually played decently given the circumstances, really. That would be his 5th 46-plus save effort as an Arizona Coyote. Last year, he broke the record for 46-plus save nights for a rookie at 4. He's going to do it again this year, and they're all going to be losses, with maybe 1 shutout. Now to kind of add insult to injury, as it were, Nicholas Schmaltz, after about 5 or so minutes in the first period, he did not return. He is still currently day-to-day. He did not play in the second game of the season at Boston, so we're still waiting on an update. I'm going to assume he's going to be out for a week and a half, but it was an upper body injury. Considering the fact he was also dealing with an upper body injury in the preseason, it's kind of what left him out of the last couple of games. It's entirely possible it could have re-aggravated it. I don't really know what to say at this point. We are 2 games in, and we're down 2 major players. Oh, you want to know who the second player is? Anyway, last night, as I'm recording this on the 15th, the Coyotes went into Boston and immediately went down 2-0 in the first period. But just like the first game of the season, the Coyotes responded in the second period
period. This one, a very good sequence of passes. Michelli over to Boyd at the side of the net. Boyd finds Keller, tic-tac-toe, it's in. Keller's first goal of the season, only took him 2 games to do it, and honestly, he looked a little shaky in my opinion in the first game, looked a lot better in the second. I still think Clayton Keller is scoring 30 this year, boys. And also, it's good to see Michelli getting out there and getting on the board. I think he looked pretty good, looked comfortable. Would have rather seen Guenther playing with Keller, but I'm not going to complain. For the most part, Crouse was playing with Keller. It was a lot of Guenther and Michelli, but Michelli out there with Keller, things got done. Boston scores again, giving themselves a 3-1 lead, but then Joshua Brown, the good stay-at-home defenseman that turns it over in the neutral zone in the first game of the year, his first shift actually, Joshua Brown, that guy, his first of the season, the former Boston player, he actually has his Boston team profile as his active profile at NHL.com, so it's kind of funny, and I legit thought that it was another Boston goal when I was first reading it back. But anyway, Joshua Brown is first from Nick Bukestad and Dylan Guenther. That is right, I failed to mention it until right now, because obviously, I just forgot to mention it until right now. Dylan Guenther played in his first NHL game last night against Boston, and in that first NHL game, he records his first point, so yes, he is on pace for 81 points this year. I will not be taking any questions. Josh Brown goal happened in the third period, just in case I forgot to mention that. Then about 3 minutes later, short-handed, Shane Gostisbehere unassisted his first of the year. We're tied. That was the first time all season the Coyotes had been tied. Obviously, barring the 0-0 start. Honestly, at this point, we might as well start the games with the Coyotes up 1.5-0 because, well, I want to lead at some point this year. But yeah, Gostisbehere, 1 goal and 2 assists in his first 3 games. I'm smelling a first-round pick at the trade deadline. Are you smelling a first-round pick at the trade deadline? Because I am sure smelling that first-round pick at the trade deadline. Then the Coyotes give up 3 consecutive goals, 1 being an empty netter, though. It wasn't all on Karel Vejmelka. Speaking of Vejmelka, second loss of the season, 0-2-0 record so far, same as the team. 37 saves, 5 goals against, .881 save percentage. Ends up being just like 6 points lower than the save percentage of .887 in the first game, so if he goes down again next game, we have ourselves a nice negative trend. Now, remember when I said the Coyotes had 2 major injuries? Well, Connor Timmins, once more, he actually ended up leaving the game, I want to say in the second period, did not return. He is considered day-to-day with no real substantial updates to date, meaning, assume a week or 2, probably going to be like 6 months because that's how these things go. We get these nice young players from other teams, and then they just die. But hey, at the very least, Dylan Guenther did score his first NHL point. I'm not going to let that go because honestly, it's kind of all I got to hang on to right now. My biggest takeaway so far with the Arizona Coyotes to start the season is that, yes, they are giving up 6 goals a game. They have given up a total of 12 goals. Not exactly a lot of good positive things, but they did go from 2 goals in Pittsburgh to 3 goals in Boston, so at this rate, we'll be scoring 5-6 goals in no time. Getting to see Keller out there, Keller's playing pretty well, getting to see Guenther get his first NHL opportunity, getting to see Michelli actually take advantage of a couple of good shifts. The young players is kind of all I'm focusing on right now. I think Karel Vejmelka is still the right choice for goaltender of this team currently because that dude is a workhorse. You can just kind of put the weight of the world on his shoulders, and at the very least, you're going to get competent NHL-level goaltending out of him when you account for 3 to 5 goals against a game. But we are a tanking team, so honestly, that's a ringing endorsement. Let's go ahead and look forward on the schedule to the next couple of games for the Arizona Coyotes. Tomorrow, they are in Toronto. On Thursday, the 20th, they will be in Montreal, and then on the 22nd, they'll be in Ottawa. So just kind of going from the East Coast all the way along Canada for a little bit, and they'll be home in time for Christmas. Anyway, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. Thank you for watching. Please, go away.
I bet you're wondering why I'm wearing this old jersey. Well, last time the Toronto Maple Leafs beat the Coyotes in regulation in Toronto was before this was introduced, so, you know, I thought it'd be appropriate. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and you lost to the Coyotes. I don't know what to say, but I do know that it's funny. It was genuinely funny, so honestly, I wish I would have had some money yesterday. I was going to bet all of it on the Coyotes because, well, that would have been a pretty good payday. Unfortunately, I didn't do that, but it is what it is. You live, you learn. Whenever the Coyotes go into Toronto, because we own Toronto, you bet on the Coyotes. Last night, October 17th, the Coyotes went into Toronto, and they came out victorious. Let's go ahead and talk about why. So, I'm sitting here hanging out, playing with trading cards. I got a box of Digimon cards. Thank you, wifey. As I'm sitting here listening to the game, because I couldn't get a stream going. It is what it is. It was still plenty fun to listen to. Thanks, Bob Hehouse and Lindsey Fry. But it wasn't a very great start. 34 seconds in, Janis Moser gets a penalty. Toronto goes right to the power play. They register 1 shot on it. That's killed off. Then a couple of minutes later, Arizona goes on the power play. That one's killed off. Then Nicholas Ritchie, Toronto Maple Leafs legend, he goes to the penalty box. Coyotes kill that power play off. Then they go on another power play because it's yet again one of those very undisciplined games. Then at 19:34, yes, exactly 19 minutes after Janis Moser takes that penalty to start the first period, Nick Ritchie, his third of the season on the power play from Shane Gostisbehere and Janis Moser. And that might sound familiar for a lot of y'all because, well, it is. Both the goals that happened against Pittsburgh were Nicholas Ritchie on the power play from Shane Gostisbehere and Janis Moser in that exact order. To this point, this was the 6th goal the Coyotes had scored this season. 3 of them, literally half of them, went to Nick Ritchie from Shane Gostisbehere and Janis Moser. I guess we found out what it was going to take for the Coyotes to fix their power play woes. One Nick Ritchie and a Shane Gostisbehere. It's going to really suck when both of them are traded at the deadline. So anyway, it's 1-0 Arizona after 1. Shots are 5-4 in favor of Toronto. And let's be honest here, that shouldn't have been the case. Toronto's a much better team on paper, but guess what? Arizona owns them. Go ahead and get into the second period. 8 minutes and 32 seconds in. Christian Fischer, I can finally bring it back. Fischer. Fischer is first from Nick Bukestad. It is 2-0 Coyotes, and everyone is just stunned. It is phenomenal. And considering the fact that Toronto's tickets are on average like one of the 4 or 5 highest priced tickets you can get, that's funny. You're losing to a basement dweller and you're paying a premium to do so. That is funny. Toronto takes a penalty, that's killed off. Joshua Brown takes a penalty, that's killed off. Just, again, more penalties, more failed power plays. Then at 17:45 of the second, because Toronto was so intimidated by the Coyotes' just pure offensive attack, they get a too many men on the ice penalty. That's killed off. Then at the very end of the second period, Toronto realizes, wait a minute, we have elite talent. And for the last 10 to 8 seconds, they get a couple of really good scoring chances. And at that point, it's like, hey, Toronto, they're finally waking up. It took you long enough, but hey, welcome. We are playing hockey here today. Going into the third period, really early on, Dylan Guenther gets a solid scoring chance, and his first NHL goal is right around the corner. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens on the Canadian road trip. The next couple of games are against Montreal and Ottawa, so book it right here. He will score his first goal in one of those two. Or he'll get sent down to the WHL and I'll look stupid. Either or. Anyway, at 5:06, Arizona takes yet another penalty, but that's killed off. 0 for 4 on the night to this point for Toronto, and that's got to be frustrating. Then at 11:19, Arizona takes yet another penalty, and I guess 5th time is the charm, because at 12:54, William Nylander scores his 3rd goal of the season on the power play, and finally shows he is just as good as Nick Ritchie. Then on the next drive, no more than 25 seconds later, Mitch Marner, we're tied, he's pointing at the crowd, he's like, yeah, you see, you guys were booing us earlier, that's because you guys sucked earlier, but now it's a tied game, everything's all getting tight and tense. I think this one was off of a turnover from Troy Stetcher, so that kind of sucks to report. Then the Coyotes go to the power play. And who scores the power play goal? Shane Gostisbehere, his second from Clayton Keller and Nicholas Ritchie. The Coyotes take a 3-2 lead, and to this point right now, Nick Ritchie and Shane Gostisbehere both have a goal and an assist. Clayton Keller has a goal and an assist in his last 2 games, kind of establishing this nice little point streak he's got going on here. The Coyotes take the lead, things are getting tense, and you will not believe what happens next. Toronto scores to tie it. This game is tied. Oh my god, we're coming down to the wire, yada yada, whatever. I think this is within the last 2 minutes of the game. It is called back from the Situation Room for a hand pass, and the amount of salt and cope I've seen on Twitter, I've seen from Steve Dangle in his funny little video he posted, talking about how, at least from Dangle's perspective here, the hand pass rule is stupid. And he's like, alright, so for those who don't know, Morgan Rielly, he bats it down, and he gets into a little scrum with Clayton Keller. It kind of brushes off Keller's skate, but he never establishes possession. And then Mitch Marner picks it up. They end up, whatever, they score. But Mitch Marner right there, Mitch Marner grabbing the puck, that is what made it a hand pass, because all Morgan Rielly had to do, to answer your question, Steve, what Morgan Rielly was supposed to do was win the board battle with Clayton Keller, get possession back, and pop it over to Mitch Marner, start that little play, and they get the goal anyway. But remember, it's funny. Hand pass, something you're not supposed to be allowed to do. Everyone accepts it in the offensive zone. You use your hand to pass it down to your teammate. It's bad. It doesn't count. Stop the play. We want the calls to be right 100% of the time. This call was made 100% right to the letter of the rule. But of course, because it didn't go Toronto's way, we have to talk about how the hand pass rule is bad, because apparently A hand pass in the offensive zone is problematic now. The amount of coping, the crying, the tears, it's been amazing because we all know if the call went the other way, if a Coyotes goal got called back, Toronto would be like, oh yeah, what a great call that was. And it's funny. You know what, speaking about the officiating, because I also saw this play on Twitter, I might show it, I might not, but Shane Gostisbehere, alright, he's in the defensive zone, he's getting ready to try to position himself to play the puck, but the puck is not visibly right there. The puck is not in his possession, the puck is not, right around where he is, I think it's behind the net at this point, and then you have Calle Jarnkrok come up and slash the stick out of his hand, and then a bunch of Toronto fans are like, oh, it's a soft call, you can't make that call, and then Jarnkrok himself is like, oh, hold on to the stick, you need to hold on to your stick. Dog, he wasn't playing the puck, he literally wasn't even involved with the play, and you just slashed the stick out of his hand. What do you mean? Like, he's not anticipating you slashing his stick because the puck's not anywhere near it. The cope. Like, at that point, like, that penalty right there was a frustration penalty because you can tell Toronto was frustrated that a rebuilding team, some poverty trash organization, was beating them on their home ice and had continued to do so for a very long time. It's funny. It is so great. It's so awesome, and that penalty leads to the goal to give the Coyotes the game winner. And then Lawson Crouse from Christian Fischer, empty net, 4-2 victory for the Coyotes, and the hat trick. 3 separate Coyotes had a goal and an assist, those being Nick Ritchie, Shane Gostisbehere, and Fischer in that exact order. And honestly, I know exactly why Toronto's upset. I know why they'd be a little tense around the Arizona Coyotes, considering the fact that allegedly back in 2019, they were so afraid of the Coyotes offer sheeting Austin Matthews, they went ahead and said, boom, there you go, there's a contract because don't talk to the Coyotes. Then the Coyotes constantly come in and own you on your home ice, and you're like, AM34 is gone. He's gone, right? He's going to go to Arizona, right? So whenever you're losing to the Coyotes on home ice and we're getting closer and closer to AM34 going on unrestricted free agency, you're like, man, we could not lose our best player to the worst team in the league. I'm going to take some bad penalties and cry to the refs. And then you had, what is it, Kiefe? He's a coach? Whatever this joker is, being like, oh, we have elite talent and they don't. We're just not playing, the way we should. We should have won that game or whatever the hell his little paraphrase, like, crybaby quote was. It was essentially, we have elite talent and they don't, and our elite talent isn't playing the way they should. And it's like, okay, if you have elite talent, then maybe, just maybe, you should be able to beat a AHL team in the Arizona Coyotes. But just like everything else with your franchise, including the fact that you haven't gotten out of the first round in God knows how long, what has it been, like 15, 20 years? On top of that, you haven't beat the Coyotes at home in like a decade. Even then, the couple of victories you had were overtime/shootout victories, by the way, meaning the Arizona Coyotes, regardless, are always going to take you down to the wire. It was so funny. It was so much fun to like just watch the Twitter reaction and then like get to see guys like Dangle and a bunch of like Leafs fans just absolutely losing their mind because their amazing top-tier organization lost to the greatest tank on ice. I am the AZ Sports Guy. You go remind your local Toronto fan that Arizona will always own them and live rent-free. Oh, why hello there. Funny enough, I was supposed to record this video last night, but just kind of played with Yu-Gi-Oh cards instead, but because of a nice little miscommunication at work, i.e. me listening to Shane Doan on the radio for an extra 10 minutes, thus not allowing me to clock in, I now have the time to bring you this video because, well, I love you guys like that or something. So let's go ahead and start off this Coyotes report that was supposed to be for the 23rd on this October 25th day where the Arizona Coyotes will be taking on the Columbus Blue Jackets at some point today after I'm done watching Black Adam. Let's go ahead and start off with the depressing news because, well, it's the Coyotes. We have to have a little bit of it. Starting off, it was officially announced, I think the day after my last report, or 2 days after, Nick Schmaltz, he will miss 6 to 8 weeks with that upper body injury. I love this guy. Seriously, great talent, great chemistry with Keller. Man, can he not stay healthy. I do wish you a speedy recovery, but you know what? Maybe this injury really isn't all that bad. He just doesn't want to go on that month-long road trip. Fair play, Nick. I mean, I wouldn't want to leave Arizona for a month either. I go out of town for like 2 days and I'm like, oh, hey, I'd rather be where it's hot. No, but seriously, I hope for a speedy recovery and we'll see you, December, late December? Then or January. You know what? I will see you by 2023. Next up, Connor Timmins, who was day-to-day, is now week-to-week, so as Shannon the hockey guy always says, expect about a month. And speaking of cannot stay healthy, it really sucks because last year he played, I think, 10 games, a little bit less than that. this year, I don't think he looked good offensively. I mean, there was a couple of decent passes and whatnot. I think he was probably better defensively than offensively. But getting hurt about 2 or 3 games into the season, just to miss at least a month, on top of that, that makes that trade look even worse because, well, if the Coyotes would have got Newhook, I'm just coping. Anyway, Connor, hope to see you back in the next couple of weeks, and that's it for injury news. All the depressing news out of the way. Let's go ahead and talk about that game on the 17th very briefly because I already did an entire video on it. So the Coyotes go into Toronto, and they extend this streak that was as of October 17th, 2002. They have not left Toronto with any less than at least 1 point. They've had 2 overtime losses. Other than that, all victories against Toronto, and they do maintain form in this 4-2 victory. They go up 2-0. Nick Ritchie, his third from Gostisbehere and Moser. The third time we've seen that on the power play, and at that point, that was the 6th goal of the Coyotes that season. Half of them were by Nick Ritchie, who still has more goals than Austin Matthews. Gostisbehere scores, Fisher scores. At the end of this night, Nick Ritchie, Shane Gostisbehere, and Christian Fisher each had a goal and an assist. Valimaki gets the win, improving his record to 1-2-0, and that's where all the good news ends for this report. I apologize. Well, good news in terms of wins, but pretty good news in terms of we're getting a top 3 overall pick, which hopefully will be number 2 overall Adam Fantilli, but we'll have to wait and see. Next up, 3 days later on the 20th, the Arizona Coyotes headed into Montreal, where they took on the Canadiens and very quickly went down 5-0. Goals by captain Nick Suzuki, could have been Coyote goal Caulfield, and a little player, a little name named Yuri Slavkovsky. Funny enough, I thought that was going to be the worst overall scenario for the Coyotes to take last draft, and it ended up he scored his first career goal against the Coyotes. Go ahead and tell me how that worked. Seriously, congratulations. I'm just being sarcastic. At 6:21 of the third, to finally somewhat stop the bleeding, Janis Moser gets his first goal this season. That one coming from Travis Boyd and Lawson Crouse. It's 5-1. They're right back in it. They're right back in this game. Then about 2 minutes later at 8:18, Travis Boyd gets his first goal of the season. That one coming from Lawson Crouse and Clayton Keller. It's 5-2. They're right back in it. They give up one more goal. It's 6-2 final. To this point, and I guess just to kind of extend one more game, all 4 of the Coyotes' losses, they've given up exactly 6 goals. Is this the greatest tank on ice? I sure think so. Connor Ingram, no surprise, in his Coyotes debut, gives up 5 goals, 24 saves, 828 save percentage. I mean, the Coyotes pretty much did the same thing against him in the last game in Glendale, so I'm not surprised. Travis Boyd, a goal and assist. Moser gets a goal. Crouse gets a couple of assists. And Clayton Keller extends his point streak. More on that in a minute. Then we get to talk about the last game I get to talk about for this episode on the 22nd, so just a few days ago at Ottawa, where the Arizona Coyotes, surprise, surprise, lose 6-2. The exact score for 3 out of the 4 losses so far this season. My God. Anyway, Ottawa starts off with the first couple of goals, but then Matthias Maccelli passes the puck to Dylan Guenther. Dylan Guenther gets his first NHL goal against Ottawa. There you go. It would have been funnier if it was against Edmonton, but I will take it against Ottawa. And I did technically call it. He was going to score his first NHL goal on the Canadian road trip. But anyway, it's a minute 40 into the second period. Guenther, his first NHL goal for Matthias Maccelli and Juuso Valimaki on the power play. That's Valimaki's first point as a Coyote. At that point, it is 2-1. The Coyotes trying to get right back in it. Scored 2 minutes later at 3 minutes and 47 seconds into the second period. Clayton Keller, his second of the season, and just this really weird play, kind of behind the net, kind of puts it off towards the net, and it just finds its way in. The lone assist going to Boyd. I want to say we're tied at that point. 4 goals later, it's a 6-2 finish. Valimaki gets the loss, a 1-3-0 record so far on the season, and he really is the greatest goaltender for a tank. Carol, you know I love you, but I saw it. I want to say it was on Twitter. You are the perfect goaltender for a tanking team. You are just good enough to get us some wins, help with some momentum, but just not good enough to not be able to elevate the entire team, put them on your shoulders like you're Darcy Kemper, and bring us to the playoffs when we probably had no business being. Anyway, let's go ahead and just briefly talk about their record over the last 5 games. 1-4-0 to start the season, which, while that sounds bad, is actually an improvement from last season's 0-4-1 start. They literally have double the points and 100% more wins. The numbers are going up, baby. It stonks. I am carbon dating myself. Point streaks! Go ahead and talk about some point streaks. point streaks. Travis Boyd, a goal and 2 assists for 3 points in his last couple of games, but the real star of the show is Clayton Keller, who very quietly is having a ridiculously productive season. By that I mean he has 2 goals and 2 assists in 4 games, having 1 point per game in his last 4 games, and the only game he did not score a single point this season so far was against Pittsburgh. Therefore, putting him on a 81-point pace. Clayton Keller is going to be a beast, scoring 34 goals this season. You will come back to this at the end of the year and you will laugh. The leading scorer of the team so far is Shane Gostisbehere, 2 goals and 3 assists for 5 points in 5 games. Yes, he is at a point per game pace. Yes, he is going to get us a first round pick and maybe even a third on top of that. Maybe a decent little prospect. We are going to get a very nice return for Gostisbehere. Ghost, I thank you for all your contributions. You are a phenomenal player, a great guy in the locker room. Now please continue to pay this trade forward and go get us some assets. The next few games are going to be today, the final game of this 6-game road trip to start the season, against Columbus in Columbus. So they're going to win like 4-2 today because that's how it's going to work. Then they come home for 4 games, including on the 28th and the 30th, to take on the Winnipeg Jets. The Atlanta Thrashers and the New York Rangers. They got a couple of other games to start November before going on a month-long road trip. I am pretty excited to see how that turns out. Little side note for those that have been asking me, and yes, for whatever reason people do ask me to make content, I know, I don't understand it either, but because the Coyotes are getting ready to come home and they posted on Twitter they're excited for their first home game, I have enough tweets for another Mean Tweets video. So, current plan, I have everything on this here phone that I'm using to record, and probably the day before the home opener, I'm going to record it, edit it, and have it posted either that night or the morning of the home opener because I think that would be the best timing for it. Anyway, I am the AZ Sports Guy. That's your Coyotes report. Please leave me alone.
Yo, AZ in the editing bay. I like how I said that as if like people are asking me to make content.
With Dylan Guenther scheduled to play his 8th NHL game tonight at home against the Florida Panthers, right now is probably the best possible time to have this discussion. Well, that and the fact that Craig Morgan also dropped an article talking about the exact same thing. Now, I like to waste my money on Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so I am not currently subscribed to PHNX, so I couldn't read the article except for a little opening. But if you're smart, you definitely release videos right around the time people are talking about a topic because, you know, people are talking about that topic. So thanks, Craig. Realistically, I was planning on making this video a few days ago, but you know, things came up. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about Dylan Guenther, 19-year-old winger taken 9th overall in the 2021 NHL entry draft by your Arizona Coyotes. And boy, did they luck out because this kid, he's been good so far. Throughout 7 games, 2 goals, 3 assists for 5 points. Both those goals coming on the power play, one of those being a game-winning goal, and he is currently shooting 20%. In my opinion, I think he's looked really good. I think he looks like an NHLer. I think he's ready to come in and just play the rest of the season with the Arizona Coyotes. If you think about it, there are a couple of immediate positives. I mean, he will get to play against much better talent playing at the NHL level as opposed to the WHL. But on top of that, it would benefit the Coyotes' offense overall because he's been one of the best offensive players so far to start this season. Him and Matthias Mancelli have had pretty good chemistry, and keeping those 2 players with Barrett Hayton is probably going to lead to a few extra goals throughout the season. And on top of that, I do question what more he's really going to be getting out of the WHL. I mean, last season in 59 games, 45 goals, 46 assists, 91 points, going to the playoffs, playing in 16 games. He did get injured at the very end of the playoff run. 16 games, 13 goals, 8 assists, 21 points, well above a point per game both in the regular season and in the playoffs. But on top of that, they won the WHL championship last year. He already climbed the mountaintop, already won the championship. He was a first-team All-Star last year. Like, in my opinion, especially with how good he's looked so far at the NHL level, I just don't see the value for his development specifically going back down to the WHL. On top of that, as Craig Morgan pointed out in a Q&A about a week and a half ago, and I got the numbers just to back it up and make sure that it's still going the exact way it is right now, the Edmonton Oil Kings so far this year are the worst team in the Eastern Conference of the WHL. Current record of 1-12-1 with 3 points. This is going to sound weird considering the fact that the Arizona Coyotes are tanking this year and they're going to be a bottom 5 team at the end of the season. He will play more meaningful games at the NHL level this year than he would at the WHL unless his rights were traded away to another team that's contending. But even then, at least in my eyes, he's already shown that he is far above the WHL level talent, and really, he should just be in the NHL. Like, that is where his talent level is. Obviously, he's not going to be in the upper echelon this year, but he has looked very good, and I do think that he's ready. However, while I do believe that they should just keep him up, honestly, with how good he's looked, let's talk about a couple reasons why they probably shouldn't or why they might not. not? I mean, they're tanking this year. That's the number one reason. The Arizona Coyotes, they're going to be a bottom 5 team. They want a top 3 pick. Realistically, they do want Connor Bedard. Personally, I like Adam Fantilli more, but I would not complain about having Connor Bedard. And with how well Dylan Guenther's played, it has helped translate to at least an extra win or 2 so far in the season. I mean, to this point, comparing it to last year, they have 2 more wins already. But if they do keep that pace up throughout the season and they finish with about 2 or 3 more wins than they had last year, that does show enough overall progress for the team while also putting you in the top 5 spot for a pick, so you'd still get a good pick. But I also understand the viewpoint of you want the team to be bad. I personally want them to be bad, not terrible, but they're going to be bad. Another reason you might want to send him down is because, well, you don't want to burn that first year on the ELC. Now, if we do look forward for just a moment, let's just say that Guenther makes the team next year all season. Logan Cooley also makes the team all next year, as well as whoever they pick, let's just say Adam Fantilli. So you have all 3 of those players to all be on their ELC, a 3-year contract, and they will all be up for brand new contracts at the exact same time. It could create a bit of a headache later on down the line. I understand that. I genuinely do. But at the same time, if your prospect is ready, I mean, why not let him play in the best possible situation? Because, well, if you are an NHL level talent and you're playing back in juniors, yeah, you're probably going to dominate, but you're also going to dominate over inferior competition, which also, unfortunately, could lead to developing bad habits, which then could, in some way, shape, or form, kind of take back some of that positive progression on his development. It's a very tight line to walk. I do not envy GM Bill Armstrong. I know I'm supposed to be talking about reasons why he should go down, but at the same time, even when I think about that, I'm still personally on the side of right now, just let him finish out the season. One more reason you might want to send him down, Dallas, I'm talking specifically to you right now, is if you are an Edmonton Oil Kings fan, well, their goal differential right now is a negative 44. 66 goals against, 22 goals for. Adding a guy like Dylan Guenther immediately makes the offense better. I just don't know if it fixes all the problems. And considering the fact that while I'm following you on Twitter, I'm seeing that Edmonton's traded away a couple of players. Maybe, just maybe, it goes right back in the category of why they shouldn't send him back down. I don't know. Even when I try to argue why they should send him back down, I don't really agree with it. I'm firmly in the camp of, I think Dylan Guenther right now has shown he's not being rushed. He is an NHL level talent. Let him finish out the season. I know you don't want to burn that year on the ELC. I know you don't want to risk an injury. I know you don't want to risk the very realistic possibility that the amount of losses could kind of pile on the kid, and you don't want to create that bad culture. But at the same time, this team, they've bought into Andre Tournier's system. They've been a hardworking team throughout all the losses, even considering the fact that all of their first 4 losses this season were 6-2 or 6-3. They come back home to the Mullett Arena and lose back-to-back games 3-2, keeping those games nice and close. At least in my opinion, it probably shows with the leadership in the locker room, with the right head coach right now, you might be able to avoid that. You might be able to mitigate any potential loss fatigue, however you want to refer to it as. So I do want to acknowledge that it is a very realistic possibility. It's a very realistic concern. I just kind of think the way the team is currently built and the way the team is currently managed and coached, I just don't see it as being as big of a worry as it would have been, let's say, 2 years ago. TLDR, Dylan Guenther has played very well at the NHL level. He impressed me. He surpassed my expectations. If you guys remember, after that game in Tucson against the Anaheim Ducks, because honestly, he did kind of lack that killer instinct on a couple of plays that game. I'm like, look, he's a really good player. He's not going to make the team out of training camp. And the fact that he not only did, but he's been one of the best offensive players in the team. He has surpassed all of my expectations this season. I think they should keep him up. I know there's risk. I know a lot of Coyotes fans are just going to say, look, send him back down to the WHL. But realistically speaking, if he would be going into a losing situation there anyway, you might as well keep him up and let him play against better competition. And on top of that, I like the vibe of this locker room. I like the way the roster is constructed. I like Coach Andre Tournier. I just think this would be the better environment. Anyway, those are my thoughts. What are yours? Comment below. I know what 90% of the comments are going to be. I understand. I get it. I just generally disagree right now. But then again, there are 2 more games before the decision needs to be made. Tonight at home against Florida and on Thursday night at home against Dallas, lining up perfectly with the Coyotes going on this massive month-long road trip. That'll be his 9th game played right there at the cutoff of whether or not you're going to burn that first year of the ELC or not. I do not envy Bill Armstrong right now, but he's the real GM. He's got to make the decisions. I am the armchair GM, just throwing my opinion out there. Let's go! Everyone everyone is trying to sleep right now. Everyone is trying to sleep. I'm going to try to be as quiet as I possibly can, all right? Actual report goes up tomorrow, but I am so freaking hyped, all right? I couldn't just go to bed. I could not just go to bed tonight. We are celebrating, all right? That was a mistake to drink all that Red Bull. I'm going to be up for a while now. Let's go ahead and talk about that game. Woo! So the Arizona Coyotes, they host the Florida Panthers tonight, and the notes, they don't matter. Not a single one of these matter, because all that matters is the W. Okay, well, it's scoreless through the first period. White gets the first goal at 8:24 of the second. It's 1-0 Florida. Crouse on the power play is fourth at 13:47 from Michelli and Guenther. The very next play, the very next drive, Patrick Hornquist is denied because Karel Vejmelka said no horny. 1-1 after one, shots at 23-11 in favor of Florida. Florida's getting frustrated. They take another penalty, and Nick Ritchie is fourth from Clayton Keller and Yotes Moser. They take a 2-1 lead, skip ahead. Clayton Keller is third from Fisher and Nemeth at the empty net. About 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining in this period, in the game, in regulation, and just like that, the Arizona Coyotes get their first win at the Mullett Arena, and I am so freaking excited. All right, this team is a wagon. This team is an absolute wagon. Florida is a very good team. I mean, they're not playing as well as they probably should right now. They'll iron everything out. They'll be fine. But the Arizona Coyotes, as of right now, they are 3 points out of the playoffs. You can remind me how they suck tomorrow. You could remind me how we're supposed to tank in the morning, but right now, just award us the Stanley Cup. The Arizona Coyotes, absolute wagon right now. They have a 3-game sellout streak in the Mullett Arena. They're going to have one of the highest sellout percentages of the entire league all season for the next 3 years. Guys can stay mad, don't really care, didn't ask. Dylan Guenther gets another assist, so does Matthias Michelli. Dylan Guenther, I do not know how they're going to justify sending him down. They're going to, unfortunately. Please prove me wrong. They're going to justify putting him down. We already know that, but he's just absolutely tearing it up, playing phenomenal. So is Matthias Michelli. Clayton Keller, a goal and assist. Karel Vejmelka had 40 freaking saves. 41. Doesn't really matter. He ends up getting the Coyotes belt from Connor Ingram right there. The Coyotes are now 3-5-1. Like I said, 3 points out of the playoffs. Going to the Stanley Cup Finals. This is a wagon. Let's go, boys. When I wake up in the morning, I will be a lot more calm. And then, of course, when they go on this giant road trip, 14 games, they'll be lucky to win too. But for right now, I'm on top of the world. The Arizona Coyotes get their first ever win at the Mullett Arena. Let's just let them fly, boys. Let them fly. Savvy joins us again today, though it appears she's tired, so she might not be interrupting me. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Welcome back to the Coyotes Report, this one for November 2nd, 2022. We got 4 games to talk about, and boy, do I really need to just pick one day of the week, and that's Coyotes Report Day. I'm thinking Tuesdays. Tuesdays just sounds fun. Haven't decided yet. Let's go ahead and start off with the last game on that road trip on the 25th of October at Columbus, where the Arizona Coyotes, that offense, man, that offense, this is pretty much what the Coyotes are going to be able to do. Every now and again, every so often, they are just gonna score on you. But how many goals could this poverty franchise possibly score? 5 unanswered! 9:24 on the power play, Ghost is third from Boyd and Keller, 1-0. And 9:24 the first on the power play, Gossesbear is third from Boyd and Keller. Gossesbear just continuing his phenomenal play. Yes, you will get us a first round pick, and yes, we love you here in Arizona. 5 minutes later, Kassian his first from Ritchie. It's 2-0. Going into the second period, second goal of the night for Gossesbear about 8 minutes in is fourth from Keller and Brown, and the pain don't stop yet. That one goes to Dylan Guenther, his second as an Arizona Coyote from Valimaki and Matthias Michelli, 4-0. That one's also on the power play. Both of his goals have come on the power play. Please do not send him down. I am begging you. More on that later. And then finally, not long after Grab was trash-talking him for some reason, the McBain pain train is here. His first at 2:10 from Fisher and O'Brien. It is 5-0. Columbus scores a couple of goals, not really important. Lawson Crouse empty net his second from Gossesbear and Keller at 6-2, and then with about 10-20 seconds left, one more squeaks past Ingram. Coyotes win that one by a final score of 6-2, and Connor Ingram, he's looking pretty good. I'm definitely thinking that he's probably one of the better waiver claim goaltenders this team's picked up in a while. So as of right now, kind of up there with Wedgie. Not sure if he's Brizgalov level yet, but he is up there with Wedgie. Anyway, 30 saves, 3 goals against, 909 save percentage for him, a 1-1-0 record on the year to this point. More on that in a minute, so good on you. And the offensive explosion. Ghost had 2 goals and an assist. Keller had 3 assists. Jack McBain, the pain train keeps going. Offense looking good. Dylan Guenther with that goal. Matthias Machelli still continuing to look really good as a setup man. All these young players, they're playing well. And it's kind of like, that's what you want to see, even though the team is still rebuilding. They're not a playoff team this year. More on that also in a minute. But the fact that they're still competing, I think, is definitely a good thing. Moving on to the home opener at the Mullett Arena 3 days later on the 28th. Yes, the game that was responsible for 30,000 views. My God, people love the Thrashers. Anyway, Christian Fischer with a couple of goals early, his second and third in the season. The first from Stetcher and Nemeth, the second one from McBain. So McBain, 2 points in 2 games. That pain train keeps going, doesn't it? Cole Perfetti immediately answers back. Shifley in the third, Blake Wheeler in overtime. It's a 3-2 loss, but honestly, you get a point out of it. It was very competitive hockey. The Mullett Arena was just buzzing. I have no complaints about this game. Congratulations to the Jets. But realistically, congratulations to what's going to be the start of the longest sellout streak in Arizona sports history. Anyway, Vejmelka gets the loss in overtime, 32 saves, 3 goals against. 914 save percentage, not bad for Veggie. He's been playing pretty well this year. He had a couple rough games early, he's bouncing back a lot. I'm pretty happy watching the games, or listening to them, or watching highlights, doesn't matter. I'm enjoying it, don't care if they win or not. It's just been a lot of fun. It's been a lot more competitive at the Mullett Arena. Skip ahead to Halloween Eve, yes, on the 30th, hosting the Rangers, and Rangers get on the board first. Coyotes answer back. Crouse is third from Guenther and Machelli on the power play, so right there. That empty net goal, the couple to start off the season's kind of getting Lawson Crouse going a little bit. He now has goals in 3 of his last 4 games. Then about 5 minutes later, Nick Bukestad, his first goal as a Coyote, coming from Keller and Guenther. Guenther with 2 assists on the night. 2-1 lead for the Coyotes. Very quickly goes the other way. 3-2 finish. Rangers win it. Connor Ingram does get the loss, but he recorded 36 saves, 3 goals against, and a .923 save percentage. I'm very, very, very much okay with that waiver claim. Seriously, keep it up. And I also want to compliment real quick the fact that it feels like we haven't had this for a very long time. I know Wedgwood last year kind of made it a little more back and forth towards like the middle of the season, but Coach Andre Tournier is showing the willingness to actually break up the goaltending workload, and in my opinion, it's going to benefit both goaltenders moving forward. So seriously, keep that up. I'm really appreciating that, and I'm pretty sure while both goaltenders want the most amount of games possible, it's natural players want to play. In the long term, at the very least statistically, it's likely going to benefit them. Then we get to the game last night. I was on the stream all night with Twisted Wrister Hockey, and I cannot believe this. Florida scored first. Second period, White gets the goal. Congratulations. 3 unanswered Coyotes goals. At 13:47 in the second, Lawson Crouse, 4th of the season. 3 in the last 4 games. He's been absolutely hot. Machelli and Guenther getting the assists. Dylan Guenther, 3 assists in his last 2 games. Please don't send him down. Once again, more on that later. Then about 9 minutes into the third period, Nick Ritchie is 4th from Keller and Moser, and then we have an empty net goal with about a minute and a half remaining. Keller is 3rd from Fischer and Nemeth, and that's your final, 3-1. The Arizona Coyotes get their first win at the Mullett Arena. All 3 of the games at Mullett Arena so far have been either 1 or 2 goal differentials. The Coyotes have never lost by more than 1 goal so far at the Mullett Arena, and they've played ridiculously more competitive. Kind of like I was talking about on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast, where especially when we get into December, we get into this big homestand for the Coyotes, they're going to just play better. It's going to be just a different feel, different atmosphere, because the Coyotes will be able to kind of get a rhythm going and have the fans behind them. Next month's going to be rough. It's like a 14-game road trip. It's going to suck, but when they come home, it's all going to be worth it. And already so far, just these first 4 games in the Mullett Arena, they've looked good. They've looked really good. Vejmelka gets the win, 2nd of the season, 2-3-1 record. 41 saves, 976 save percentage, only 1 goal against. Karel Vejmelka, I've said it before, I'll say it again, he is the perfect goaltender for a rebuild because he is not good enough overall to lift the entire team for a season like Darcy Kemper was. But he is still a damn good goaltender. He's still going to go out there and be competitive for you. He'll have his bad games, he'll give up some weak goals, it is what it is. But realistically speaking, over the last couple of starts, Karel Vejmelka has really gotten back into his groove, and he has just played damn well. Then again, minus just a couple of games to start the season, Vejmelka's had a good year. Coyotes go 1-2-1 in the last 4 games, and so far, comparing it to last season, it was what, 0-9-1 at this point, or 0-8-1 at this point. They already have 3 more wins this year than they had last year, and they're playing better. They're playing harder. This is pretty much the beginning of this core really starting to come together, and I don't care if there's no playoffs this year. That's fine. Absolutely okay with that. but it does look like they are on pace to get anywhere between 25 to about 30 wins. Put it right there at about 25, 26, 27 wins. I'll be completely okay, because I do still want those good draft odds to get Fantilli, but the fact that they're starting to win more games and look better, also not going to complain. Absolutely having a lot of fun right now. The road trip coming up is probably going to be brutal. It's 14 games? It's 10 plus games. I'm expecting no more than 3 wins optimistically, because it's really hard to go on long road trips, especially for an entire month at a time. But anyway, news. On the 27th of October, it did come out via Twitter that Jacob Chychrun has suffered a setback in his recovery. He is still considered week to week, which is likely a main reason that a trade still hasn't happened, because like Craig Morgan said on Twitter, it's very possible that any teams that want to acquire him want to actively scout him and see how he's going to look this season. Though, looking at the pictures the Coyotes posted last night, he does seem a little more in high spirits right now. So I'm not going to begin to say he's going to stick around for the rebuild. He's already publicly said he wants out, but at the same time, it's good to see him having a good time, and it's good to see that there isn't any sort of negativity brewing, because there was some legitimate concern that now that those public statements are there, it might start to alienate the locker room. So just seeing that, it's a very good sign. Hopefully it keeps up, and hopefully he comes back, looks good, gets us a couple of first-round picks. Next up, Tempe City Council officially has a date they're going to be voting on this Coyotes Arena proposal, per Craig Morgan on Twitter. November 29th, 2022 is when it's going to happen, and it could happen sooner. Now it's time for the bad news, since there always has to be bad news here. It is likely, per Craig Morgan, an article released just a few days ago, that this will go to a public vote, a referendum, in somewhere around early 2023. I'm just going to say March as a generic, there you go, that's a hard date. Meaning it would potentially push this process a little further along, meaning, unfortunately, it is now entirely realistic and possible that the Coyotes might end up having to use that 4th year at ASU. I know, it's not ideal, I love the Mullett Arena, but everybody wants this done within the next 3 years so the Coyotes can go into this brand new building. That is unfortunate, and on top of that, considering the fact that the Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport sent out those flyers in Scottsdale, essentially trying to fearmonger and saying, oh, well, we might have to make your house and your housing development a new flight path because of this arena, even though there's a lot of processes that have to go into submitting new flight paths. On top of that, the actual arena proposal, considering the fact that the multi-family homes, the apartments, would be soundproofed, there isn't really a case here. They're still likely going to make it a headache. There will still likely be some sort of lawsuit if Tempe votes yes, which there definitely seems to be a lot of support right now, so it does seem like it will be a yes vote. And right now, the Coyotes are polling about 60% within Tempe residents for public support, though unfortunately, when it comes to public votes and the court of public opinion as a whole, all it takes is one good fear-mongering campaign, and considering the fact that we've already had way too many people, I've even seen it in the comment section since the proposal was announced, oh, I don't want my tax dollars going to this, I'm not building you an arena, when in reality, it was very public at that Tempe City Council meeting. The Coyotes said they do want help with remediating the land, and they also do want some help with underground infrastructure. So yes, the Coyotes did want some public funding to help with just the infrastructure and the remediation of the land, because currently it is a landfill. It does need to be remediated. You can't just build on top of that. So that at least makes sense. They've been upfront and honest about it, but everything else is privately funded. I know proposed there is an additional tax on everything that's in the district right there, just on the Coyotes property and whatever they build there, nothing else in Tempe, that they do want some of that money to be rerouted to essentially help pay for everything and essentially keep it this closed ecosystem, which does make sense, but at the same time, way too many people actually think the Coyotes are asking for like 20%, 30%, 50% cost covered by the city of Tempe, when realistically speaking, the best way to describe it is what was said in that council meeting. I want to say it was by Nick Woods, when he said that Tempe residents, none of your money is actually going to be on the line here. They don't want an additional property tax. They don't want any more taxes collected. They essentially just want a little bit of help with some upfront stuff. Everything else privately funded and everything else goes through its own closed ecosystem. And if you don't buy anything in this district, restaurants, hotels, whatever, not buying anything there, none of your money is going into it. But all it takes is a little bit of misinformation, because I've seen it, like I said, on these different comment sections, oh, the Coyotes want all this, and that public money. They don't. They genuinely don't. But at the same time, that's all it takes to sway public opinion. So I really would much rather just not go to a public vote, the referendum, primarily because the vast majority of this is all privately funded. But at the same time, I can appreciate the mindset potentially here being that the city of Tempe, while there is still some tax dollars on the line, they do want to get the public's opinion, and I completely respect that. But with that Sky Harbor incident I just mentioned to you, that's a real thing that happened. All it takes is one good public scare tactic, and plenty of people that might be neutral to it, not really care one way or the other, can then just swing to be no votes, and you have that 60% support right now. That can swing to 40 in a heartbeat, just done. Or it can go up to 90. It's such a weird thing that I would prefer they don't go this route. But I understand it. I do respect the mindset behind it. We'll have more information when the vote takes place, because if they vote yes and that's their opinion, and they do not send it to referendum, which, like I said, it is likely right now that they will, then everything can start going through, and then we'll have to see if Sky Harbor decides to sue or anything. But likely what's going to happen is they'll vote yes in support and then set up the referendum, and it'll go to a public vote. So we're not there yet. We're getting closer and closer, and the news is still overall positive. Things are still looking good, but there is just a little bit to be mildly concerned about, so just kind of keep your ear to the ground, pay attention what's going on, because this could get a little ugly. And finally, Dylan Guenther tomorrow night at home against Dallas to finish off his 4-game homestand. That'll be his 9th game this season. The 10th game the Coyotes have played, he did not play the first game against Pittsburgh, but he will be playing his 9th NHL game, and as everyone knows, that's the trial you get before you burn the first year of the ELC. And I've already made an entire video separately. I might go ahead and just link it below. You know, maybe I'll show a thumbnail or something up here. But with how he's been playing, with how well he's been producing, he looks like an NHLer. I do understand. It is valid to say guys like Dylan Strome, guys like Barrett Hayton were rushed early on, but none of them looked as good as Dylan Guenther does. Dylan Guenther, in my opinion, has actually earned his spot on this team, and I hope they don't send him down. I think, especially considering how Edmonton isn't playing very well right now, unless they do sell his rights to another team that's going to be competitive, but I also just think in general, he is playing above that of a WHL level competition, to where I don't see the value for his development to go down. But it will ultimately be General Manager Bill Armstrong's decision, and he will have to make it before that first game, essentially on the road trip, unless they decide to keep him around and not play him, which I don't think would go over well. Just look at how Seattle fans are reacting to the Shane Wright situation. But do keep in mind, we will have an answer definitively, likely within the next 3 or 4 days, of whether or not Dylan Guenther is going to stick around with the team and that first year of the ELC will be burned, or if he's going to get sent down and he'll still have that extra year of control under the Coyotes. Me personally, I think he's played too well. He's been too important to the offense. I think he needs to stick around, but I do understand the mindset. I just don't agree with the mindset of sending him down. Anyway, that was a long episode of Coyotes Report. I got to work on a Roadrunners report right after this, so bye. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I'm on a tight deadline. Let's go ahead and just get this video going. First and foremost, we got some good news last night. I have an entire separate video on it, but just briefly to mention it, last night in a unanimous 7-0 vote, the Tempe City Council voted to send the Coyotes arena proposal to referendum. Both Javier Gutierrez and Coyotes owner Alex Morello were there, and they specifically asked for this. They really want to get the Tempe residents involved. They really want to get their opinion. Honestly, I have more detailed thoughts in that video, but TLDR, I think it's a really good move. The project is still moving forward. You want to get the Tempe City residents involved, and honestly, when you think about it from a certain perspective, it's entirely possible this one move makes this a lot more likely to go through. More information on that in the other video. Alright, we got 4 games to talk about, starting off with the last game of that original 4-game homestand at the Mullett Arena, and the Coyotes lost 7-2. For whatever reason, the Arizona Coyotes cannot seem to beat the Dallas Stars. I don't understand it. I mean, they're a good team this year. I gotta give them credit for that too. They were down 6-0 before they scored their first goal. That one was Valimaki's first from Michelli and Bukestad at 5:07 of the third, but then about 4 minutes later, Crouse his 5th from Michelli, and Lawson Crouse, ever since he got those couple of empty net goals to start the season, he's been going. Alright, more on that in a little bit. Ingram started that game getting the loss, 1-3-0 record, surrendering 3 goals on 7 shots, but then the tank commander Karel Vejmelka came in and pulled a Mike Smith in order to get us Adam Fantilli. Then on this road trip, the Coyotes ungot us Adam Fantilli, but I will get to that in a minute. 22 saves, 4 goals against, not the best outing, but Michelli had a couple of assists, Crouse had a goal, a couple of good takeaways. Let's go to the road. Do you guys remember when I said it would be optimistic for the Coyotes to win, 2 of those road games? Well, so far 3 games in, they're on a 3-game winning streak. I'm going to start talking junk about the Coyotes more often, because when I do, they win. Anyway, this started out on the 5th against the Washington Capitals in Washington. Alexander Ovechkin breaks the record. It was a power play goal in the second period. He now has the most goals with a single franchise. Congratulations. Always been a big fan of Ovi, always respected him, always wished he would have joined the Coyotes at some point. Never gonna happen, but a kid can dream. Then the Arizona Coyotes scored 3 unanswered. Josh Brown at 6:33 of the third is second from Gossesbear and McBain. McBain staying on the score sheet, just kind of keeping those depth points here and there, probably about a point every 3 games on average since he started scoring points, so He's playing pretty well right now. Then back-to-back goals by Nick Ritchie, one a little bit after 9 minutes of the third period, and then one with about 30 seconds remaining. That's his 5th and 6th on the season. Boyd and Goes get the assist in the first goal, while on the game-winning goal, it's Keller and Hayton. Barrett Hayton was going through a rough start, gets his first assist of the season. It's a game-winning assist, and don't look now. He has an assist in each of the last 3 games, and so far the Coyotes are undefeated when he records an assist. I'll get to that in a minute. Valimaki, 34 saves, 2 goals against, 944 save percentage, and that win puts him at 500, 3-3-1. Of course, Nick Ritchie continuing this amazing season. That's 6 goals so far in the season, and back-to-back goals for him. Then on the 8th, they go into Buffalo in a game that honestly I figured the Coyotes would lose. Buffalo, they at least were playing well to start the season, but they've definitely cooled off. 23 seconds into the game, Lawson Crouse, his 6th of the season from Matthias Michelli, and don't look now with Michelli, but he is top 2 in terms of rookie point production. He might be a dark horse for the Calder. Arizona native Tage Thompson ties it up on the power play, but then later on also on the power play. This one coming at 17:30 of the first period. Matthias Michelli, his first goal of the season from Juuso Valimaki and Barrett Hayton, and you know what that means when Hayton gets an assist. 2-1 Coyotes. Then you go to the third period. Liam O'Brien is first from Moser and Keller. And on the empty net at 17:50, Keller is 4th of the season from O'Brien and Boyd. Meaning, yes, Clayton Keller, Matthias Michelli, and Liam O'Brien, of all players, each recorded a goal and an assist in this game. Valimaki, 32 saves, 1 goal against, 970 save percentage. We are witnessing one of those little streaks with Karel Valimaki where he is going to be an unstoppable brick wall, probably then followed by some mediocrity, but I still love you, Karel. Because remember what I was saying? He's good enough to be a good starting goaltender, but not good enough to carry the entire team. Well, he's not carrying the entire team because the defense is playing better, the power play is godly, the offense is producing. He's literally fitting in right now as that perfect puzzle piece where if this team was ready for the playoffs, that's the goaltender you want right now. Did I just talk about playoffs? I did just talk about playoffs. Then we get into the game last night, an absolute grind fest between the New York Islanders and the Arizona Coyotes. Goal scoring does not get started until the third period, where 1 minute in on the power play, it was a residual power play. I want to say it was about like 10 or 15 seconds left in the second period when the penalty was called. But it's Boyd's 2nd of the season from Clayton Keller and Janis Moser. Keller keeping that production up, Moser keeping about an assist every couple of games or so. Skip ahead to about 30 seconds remaining in the game, and the McBain pain train is back in the station. His 2nd goal of the season, that one coming on the empty net. The assist going to Clayton Keller, and who else? Barrett Hayton. Valimaki had a pedestrian little effort, just 24 saves in the shutout. I know, we're used to 30 plus, but I guess we're just going to get a very good performance and not a god-tier performance out of him. Boyd has the goal in that game, Keller with a couple of assists, and let's just take a look at a couple of these little notables I have right here. They are currently 6-6-1 with 13 points, and because of a tiebreaker, they are currently in the 2nd wild card spot, meaning yes, the Arizona Coyotes right now are playoff bound in the Mullett Arena. I do it. Please. Look, I really want Adam Fantilli. I do. I will stand by that. But if I can have a playoff game in the Mullett Arena, I will, yes, please. Barrett Hayton is on a bit of a point streak. He has 3 assists in the last 3 games. All those games he records an assist. The Coyotes win. They are 3-0-0, and Barrett Hayton records an assist. He's really starting to wake up. He's playing better. But Lawson Crouse, he has 4 goals in his last 6 or 7 games. He is absolutely rolling. He's on pace for that 20-goal season. A little cold to start the season, but those couple of empty net goals, I think I said it on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast as well, sometimes that's all you need for a guy to get going. Oh, and then Jack McBain, a goal and an assist in his last 3 games, keeping up some of that depth scoring, and right there, he's filling in that perfect grinder, bottom 6 type role. I love it, because you're also getting depth scoring out of him. It's kind of like, the Coyotes always have those bottom 6ers that will get a little bit of depth scoring that the fans tend to like, guys like Richard Panik, but honestly, I think Jack McBain is like perfect for this role. Point streaks, we got 2 active point streaks, that is 3 games or more with consecutive points. Barrett Hayton, 3 assists in his last 3 games. But Clayton Keller, who is quietly on pace for about 90 points right now, 1 goal and 4 assists in the last 4 games. Yes, the goal was empty net, but it doesn't matter. He is literally on pace for about an assist per game right now, and also above a point per game in the last 4 games. He is absolutely playing phenomenal hockey right now. Seriously, it is great to see what this kid has turned into. Literally, that's the guy you build around. Now, before we end this, I do want to have a brief discussion before I'm assuming we're going to talk about it on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast on Sunday. But I did notice Ritchie in the comments section kind of talking about some Coyotes hockey and wondering, but the Coyotes now currently in a playoff spot. Does this make a guy like Jacob Chychrun reconsider wanting to leave the team? My very brief thoughts on this are as follows. If the Arizona Coyotes actually keep this going, if they actually, because again, they've been buying into Tournier's system, and they're a good team. Like, for what they have, they're a good team, and they work hard, and they play these games close. If they keep the trajectory up, as unlikely as I love it, the Yotes are a wagon, I'm on board for a Coyotes playoff run, but I just, realistically speaking, it probably won't happen. Hopefully that's a jinx for later, but it probably won't happen. But if it does, if it keeps going this way, it's entirely possible. It is entirely possible that could change a guy's mind like Jakob Chychrun and get him to want to stay, and then you have your top four being Jakob Chychrun, Janis Moser, and whoever else. I know, it's not the right time. I get it. I genuinely do. But I'm just saying, I'm the hopeful optimist, and there's a very, very, very small chance that this can turn into something. But realistically speaking, when the Coyotes come back down to earth, hopefully Chychrun is good to play, and he plays well, gets that trade value up, and then when they go their separate ways like the original plan was. Whew! I am surprised I got that much information in a very small amount of time. Thank you so much for watching. I am the AZ Sports Guy. Thank you so much for 1,000 subscribers. You guys are insane. Seriously, it means a lot. When I have time, I will do a separate video just thanking you guys, but I just find it fun and cool, and I don't know the actual words, so please interpret as you will, but I find it awesome that my joking end goal from a couple years ago, maybe I'll hit 1,000 one day eventually, lol. The fact that I hit that this season before the calendar rolls over, we're still in the first half of the first year at Mullett Arena. So it didn't even take 5 years. I was expecting about a decade. Literally, I was expecting that much. But no, the fact that I hit it now, I'm grateful. I'm excited. I'm pumped. I of course am more motivated than ever to keep this going. I apologize. The uploads have been slow the last week. I got busy. But with that being said, I'll get this recorded and uploaded on the way to work, and then hopefully tonight when I get back, I can get some work going on the ASU report that will be done after tomorrow's game, and then maybe some work on Tucson because I'm like 5 games behind on Tucson. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and last night the Arizona Coyotes picked up 2 dubs. Well, technically 3 if you want to count the playoff spot. But then again, considering the fact that I really do want Adam Fantilli, it's probably more of an L, but I will take it for now because I am an optimist. But last night, the Tempe City Council, in a unanimous 7-0 vote, voted in favor of sending this Coyotes Arena proposal to referendum in May. I want to say May 16th specifically. And honestly, I know it's not everyone's preference. It's not the most ideal scenario, but I'm pretty hyped because that's the next step. It's the next step along this process of getting this arena built, approved, all that, and the Arizona Coyotes building this nice monument to their team over there in downtown Tempe and just, in my opinion, starting their dynasty. I know, I told you, I am an optimist. Alright, so essentially, here's what went down. Good reporting by Chychrun of PHNX Coyotes, but they approved the measure to go to referendum, a public vote. However, there are still another couple of meetings and a couple of votes that do need to happen. I want to say one's like zoning or something else like that. And on the 29th, the Tempe City Council has to approve this project. But considering the fact that they've been showing some interest in this project, I think that that's probably going to go through. Probably in a 5-2 vote. I think it'll have more than enough support to get through, because then it still needs to pass publicly. And on top of that, one thing that I don't think anyone's really thinking about or talking about that my co-host on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast, Ritchie, brought up, is that if it goes to public vote and the public votes yes, it likely makes a lawsuit have less ground. That does not mean a lawsuit will not be filed. That does not mean Sky Harbor is not going to continue throwing a fit, but what that does mean is that it's a lot harder to fight against something when the residents themselves are supporting it. So honestly, this is good news. It's not the most optimal news. It's not the news that like, oh hey, yeah, Tempe City Council approved it, we have shovels in the ground on Thursday. I understand that, but at the same time, it's a process. We knew it was a process. It was going to be a process from the start, and this is just one good step forward in that process. Now let's go ahead and address a couple of the chuckleheads that are running around just screaming about this, because there are some Coyotes fans that ever since Craig Morgan originally reported on this that it will likely go to referendum that have been saying things like the Tempe City Council are just playing games. It's time to move on to Plan B right now. Start acting on Plan B. I don't think a lot of people realize just a couple small things. First and foremost, the Coyotes still do have that 4th year option at Mullett. It does need to be renegotiated, but it still is there in the contract. Meaning that regardless, if there is any sort of delay, they do have a 1-year buffer. So let's say this doesn't go through, there were 2 other options, including that reserve land. They can go negotiate to get permission to build on that land. It will still be reserve land regardless. There was a little bit of confusion outside of the market, so I just wanted to go ahead and just, on the video right here, yes, it would still be reserve land even if the Coyotes built on it. Coyotes own the building, Tribe owns the land. And then Plan C, like everyone has been saying ever since that first Tempe City Council meeting, is that there are other cities expressing interest in getting into business with the Arizona Coyotes to build an arena, likely most of them in the East Valley. So regardless, even if the referendum does not go through, this is not red alert. This is not cause for alarm yet. This is far from over. I do not understand why people are being so unreasonable about this. And considering the fact that there has been exactly one hurdle in terms of the Tempe City Council wanting to get the voters' approval, the voters' opinion, instead of just approving it themselves and just overriding that, and your immediate reaction is to abandon Tempe, that's not a good look. Do you really think that's going to make the residents of Tempe think that the Coyotes actually want to be there? Like, Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Morello were there and even welcomed the referendum because they also want the input from the Tempe residents. To get political for about 10 seconds on this channel, you guys know I'm very much not in favor of a lot of the governments. Yet the Tempe City Council, at least to me, throughout this entire process, Mayor Woods, everyone involved, has really been showing they actually do want what's best for the Tempe residents, the people they actually, represent. So I don't see how it's a bad thing to want their approval and want their opinion. And the fact that you're not getting your way right now does not mean you will not eventually get your way. It does not mean the Coyotes will not have this arena because it's going to a public vote. If you're overreacting like that, if you're freaking out, if you're yelling about this, just stop. You're embarrassing yourself, and quite frankly, you look foolish. Stop acting like a child. This is just a minor potential roadblock, but in my opinion, still overall good news and a step forward to getting this arena built. Look, I've spent a lot more time in Tempe recently, also starting that job over in Tempe, and I can tell you right now, this is the place to be. I do think this is the right proposal, the right arena, the right place, the right time. I do believe all that. I know I sound like a Javier Gutierrez shill. I will take the potential of that, but honestly, I agree completely. Let the process play itself out. I think everything's going to be fine at the end of the day. There's always going to be that X factor. There's always going to be a little bit of anxiety about it. I get it. But that does not mean you flash the red alarms, because this is still good news. This is a good day. We are celebrating, all right? Have some fun. The Arizona Coyotes are one step closer to getting this arena approved. And honestly, I'm pretty hyped. Like, I am pretty hyped. Current plan, I'm going to attempt to get the Coyotes report, the notes together and filmed and edited, and then I'll upload it on the way to work because I have a tight timeline right now. So that's the current plan. May not hit that deadline. If I do, great. If I don't, you'll see me tomorrow. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. I know, I was supposed to do the Coyotes report yesterday. Unintentionally, I lied. I was exhausted when I got off work, so I decided I was going to play Sonic Frontiers for an hour and a half and go to bed. Listen, your mom told you I was no good for you. I have no idea why you still trust me. By the time you watch this video, I will be at the Coyotes practice today in Scottsdale, so hopefully I can crash Craig Morgan's party. But considering the fact I kind of already warned him I was going to do that, probably not. Anyway, we got a couple of bits of news first before we head into the couple of games I want to talk about. Starting with, on the 21st, so just in a couple of games at Nashville, both defenseman Jacob Chychrun as well as forward Nick Schmaltz are set to make their return from injury. It would be Chychrun's first game of the season, Schmaltz's second. Honestly, I wish them both the best of luck. Considering the fact the Coyotes have been playing a little bit above their heads, maybe Jacob Chychrun will get excited, he'll play well, score some goals, get me 3 first-round assets. And Nick Schmaltz, I just want Nick Schmaltz to stay healthy. Although I'm not entirely sure who this ends up kicking out of the roster. I mean, right now it wouldn't, because Zach Kassian is still injured, so they've been playing 7 defensemen. So at the very least, we will get 4 lines rolling, minus the 1 game Laurent Dauphin played. And because I am the master of transitions, Laurent Dauphin was called up. He played exactly 1 game out of, I think it was 3 he was available for, and then got sent right back down after 1 game, no goals, no assists, and Tucson's had a rough couple of games with him out and in at the same time. It's weird. I'll get into that when at some point this weekend I finally talk about Tucson. Anyway, without further ado, we have 3 games to talk about, starting with the Coyotes going into New Jersey to take on the hottest team in the league on November 12th, and they lose that one 4-2. New Jersey scores first, but on the power play about 9 minutes into that first period, the Coyotes answer right back. Dylan Guenther is 3rd of the season, that one coming from Matthias Maccelli and Juuso Valimaki. Matthias Maccelli, Does anything else need to be said? He literally has to be in the Calder running. Not saying he's going to win, but he has to be somewhere in that race. New Jersey scores again, retaking the lead, but about 8 minutes and 19 seconds into the second period, Clayton Keller decides to answer back himself. This one is 5th goal of the season, coming from Boyd and Moser. That one is also on the power play. The Coyotes scored 2 power play goals that game, though they couldn't stay out of the penalty box. New Jersey scores 2 more goals, and they win by a final score of 4-2. For now, maintaining the streak, the Coyotes were still the only team remaining that scored at least 2 goals per game. Now, they've yet to be shut out, knock on wood here, but, before we move on, Karel Vejmelka gets a loss, 5-4-1 record, 22 saves, 4 goals against, not his greatest outing. But then again, they were facing the hottest team in the league in New Jersey. I'm like, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, I was only expecting about 2 wins in the entire road trip, let alone the first 3 games winning, so I'm like, they were due. New Jersey's a better team. Good game, guys. I mean, not good game because you stayed in the penalty box far too often, but, I mean, you kept it a game. It was tied twice. Then the next night on the 13th at the New York Rangers, the Coyotes lose 4-1. Let's not even pretend. I'm not gonna try to make that one entertaining. They were down 3-0. Clayton Keller answers back. Once again on the power play, this one coming at 8:33 of the third period, his 6th goal of the season, 2nd in 2 nights. That one coming from Nick Ritchie and Travis Boyd. Connor Ingram gets the loss, 1-4-0 record so far in the season. 23 saves, 4 goals against. No goaltender throughout the last 3 games for the Coyotes has posted a .900 save percentage, but Veggie got close in the next game. That next game we're talking about is the Vegas game a couple of nights ago on the 17th, where Vegas gets up 3-0 before the Coyotes score. Oh, and look, it's Clayton Keller again. His 7th of the season from Janis Moser. Your final is 4-1 once again, so after being the last team to score at least 2 goals a game, the Arizona Coyotes lose back-to-back 4-1 matches. I don't know if you could write it better. That is poetry in motion. Vejmelka, 35 saves, 4 goals against, .897 save percentage, so just shy of that 900, but he does get the loss, 5-5-1 record on the season so far, so now he's back to 500. The Coyotes are coming back down to earth, and I'm honestly kind of glad because as fun as it was to watch that wagon, I just watched a highlight the other night of Connor Bedard making Connor Geeky's Winnipeg Ice team look terrible and just going from blue line all the way down, from his own blue line, all the way down to score, making him look silly. Adam Fantilli's been fantastic, though I think he did miss the most recent game for his team. But there's also another Fantilli, so the Coyotes can get 2 for the price of 2 draft picks. Anyway, this is a lot more what I think a lot of people would have been expecting on this road trip. 3 consecutive losses. Coyotes fall to about 6-8-1 so far in the season. I don't know. I'll double check in a minute. But anyway, they're coming back down to earth. That's pretty good for us because we won a good draft pick, but it was fun to watch some more competitive hockey because you could still tell this team doesn't give up. They still try. They were still keeping it as close as they could for as long as they could against New Jersey. It was just New York and Vegas completely overpowered them. Anyway, I am the AZ Sports Guy. I will be at that practice today. If you see me, pretend that I'm important, please. It will help my ego. I'm just kidding. Hopefully I will see a couple of you there, though. Another day, another brain-dead article to slap around on YouTube. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and you guys can thank my wife for tagging me on this on Facebook, because this is just stupidity. So it's about 7 in the morning, and I woke up early just so I can get this done. So as I said, we have yet another brain-dead article. This one, I'm not going to link anything below, but I do have to cite my source, so I will cite it in video form, and just don't bother giving them a click. This is all idiotic. So, it's the Facebook group Gloves Off Hockey, and as you can see right here, this is incredibly embarrassing. BladeofSteel.com. New statistic proves the Arizona Coyotes' tiny arena is still a failure. Full disclosure, I saw it last night. When I loaded it up, I only saw these little 3 paragraphs. I didn't see a source cited. I didn't even see this original little sentence here. I'm just going to, in the attempt to be as fair and honest as I can, I'm just going to assume that my phone did not load that portion and only loaded the 3 little paragraphs because this website is objectively terrible, so it's entirely possible that it just took a while to load. And I'm in no way, shape, or form insinuating that after I trashed on them on Facebook for not even citing a source, they later retroactively added a source. I would never say that. I'm not saying that. I'm just going to assume that my phone had an error. So anyway, this article, first and foremost, they're showing a picture from one of the opening ASU games. Not only can you tell because right there the logo has ASU and Colgate's logo, but also it's just a solo pitchfork on the ice. The opening 2 series, they wanted to have just a pitchfork because the Coyotes opened up on the road. And as you can see, they attempted to find a picture that would make the arena look as empty as possible because that's what these kind of people do. They're ridiculously desperate. I'm assuming this came on Friday because A lot of people are still trying to get off work, make their way over to the arena. I think it started at 7. A lot of things in Arizona start at 7 just because of traffic and people getting off work and giving them enough time to get there. Now, theoretically, there should be more students that are going than not, but as you can see, the student section is pretty full at this point, but not quite as full as you would like it. It's still during all the pregame stuff. They're setting up a lot of the pregame ceremonies. But as you can see, they're just doing their absolute best to try to make this look as bad as possible. A very manipulative tactic, and yeah, as you can see, it's an ASU game. It's not a Coyotes game. All right, so you know what? Let's go ahead and just read this. I'll read it so you don't have to. So, the Arizona Coyotes are protected by Gary Bettman. They cannot find a stable arena or sell out for that matter. Oh my god, this writing is bad. This is just bad. We saw it in an NHL-sized arena, and now we're seeing it in a 5,000-seat college arena as well. According to NHL Watcher, who relayed NHL attendance statistics across the board, the Arizona Coyotes are still a disappointment. The different Twitter account that will post out the daily attendances, and the Coyotes, all 4 games, were at 100% capacity. Just so that way you guys know what you're going to see before we see it. So, right here at the very bottom, because the Coyotes are in the smallest arena, 4,600 seats, they're averaging 92%. Heading into the season, it was being reported by multiple sources, including some reliable sources, so much so that I was relaying the information, that the official capacity would be 4,700. Then we get into the season, and it turns out it's only 4,600 because of the amount of seats that have to be reserved for NHL friends and family, and all the different media that show up to cover the games, because the little booth upstairs is very small for the play-by-play. It wasn't designed for NHL level coverage. It was designed for college, obviously. So a lot of people thought they were going to be removing seats. They did not remove a single seat. If anything, off the record, I was told they may have added a little more capacity with the standing room. Take that with a grain of salt, though. So with how they built the annex, kind of like I was figuring, they wouldn't be removing a bunch of seats with the initial reports of it being like 3,200 because they were going to have to remove an entire section. We're stupid, dumb, never going to happen. I said it from the start, but whatever. So that's why the capacity is 4,600, because of the amount of seats that have to be reserved for other purposes. I would prefer they reserve those seats on the camera side, because when you reserve these seats and they end up going unused, or those individuals are walking around the arena and they're in different parts of the arena, it just shows an empty seat, so anyone's going to think that the seat isn't sold, it isn't accounted for. Anyway, let's go ahead and just finish the article before I just laugh and make fun of them. So, at this point, it's comical. The Arizona Coyotes still only selling 92% of the tickets at a college arena should be enough of a signal to the NHL that A, they failed, or B... Or B, the location they picked isn't close enough to drive fans to the games at the rate the NHL needs. Of course, Bettman will never let the Arizona franchise die, that much is clear, but what's next? At this point, with all of his get-rich-quick schemes for this franchise, he sounds like a deadbeat son asking his parents to borrow money for food. Coyotes do Tempe Arena does a citywide vote in May, but should the NHL even be interested in the market, it truly just doesn't seem viable at this point. I may leave in a couple of those last, I may leave in a couple of them, because it's not only just, again, terribly written, it's a poorly written article. I can't get over this. It's like, oh, A, they failed, or B, the location isn't enough. Dude, you can tell you've done no research, you have no idea what you're talking about, because the season ticket revenue went up this year in a smaller building, a building a third the size as Gila River Arena. I think with standing room, that's 17.5. I think normal capacity is like 16.5, something like that. An arena a third the size, and the season ticket revenue went up. Revenues as of right now are about where they were at Gila River Arena in an arena a third the size. The market demand has gone up. The fan excitement and demand has gone up. It's literally right there in the heart of Tempe. People are showing up. They are showing up in the maximum capacity allowable. So to try to suggest, like, even with all this evidence that it's going well so far, that the Tempe was probably the best decision the Coyotes could have made right now, and to say, oh, well, they chose the wrong location, like, I think this is based out of Quebec. I think it's a Quebec-based media source, the Blades of Steel. It's comical. This is laughable just how pathetic this reporting is and how blatantly untrue it is. So, I was wondering when I saw the 92%, because he didn't cite anything originally that I saw. They did not cite anything originally, but they're citing NHL Watcher, who is just going by the average attendance, and if it's at 4,600, I'm like, how do you get 92% with that? And the only thing that made sense was taking the 5,000 maximum and then comparing it to that. So, I'm going to go ahead and just show you guys real quick. We're going to do this math live. If we had 4,600 fans for the first 4 home games so far, puts us at about there. You divide that by the total number of tickets that should theoretically be available at 20,000, and you get 92%. They are so pathetic. They are so inept and incompetent and desperate to own this franchise, they didn't even think to see what the actual capacity for NHL games is. It is different between college and NHL, again, because of the difference in tickets that need to be set aside. It is different. It is considered different. And they just took what should be the raw number of 5,000, and you multiplied that by 4, and there you go. They only sold 92% of their tickets. No, they are at 100% capacity. At the very least, at least I know where this idiocy came from. I don't know why I bother to expect that this will ever get any better, because people are just, they're desperate. They are so desperate, and it's funny, but it's also kind of depressing. Like, I had to see, I think on this Gloves Off Hockey little Facebook alone, I've had to see so many ridiculously stupid articles, and yes, I told you, I click on them because I have to see what's being reported, see if I have to cover it or whatnot, and it's always just no sources cited. It's always from bladesofsteel.com, by the way. It is always from this website, no sources cited, just idiotic ramblings, throwing things out there and just saying, oh yeah, that's how this works, and it's not how it works. Again, they didn't even do the math right. The capacity is 4,600. Now, it should be 47, but apparently the official capacity is 4,600. And when you look at it, they have sold out every single game. Every single game has been sold out. Market demand has gone up. Season ticket revenue has gone up. The interest in the market has gone up for the Arizona Coyotes. And I just don't understand why people are so desperate to knock it down. Because when this Tempe arena gets built, and this franchise finally, with the proper ownership, management, and building location, I genuinely feel like when this franchise is finally fully rebuilt and it's a well-run organization, it's going to be comparable to Carolina and other markets where, oh, that shouldn't have a team there, and then they ended up making it work, and they developed it into more of a hockey market. Because honestly, my opinion on Mullett Arena, now that I've been working there, full disclosure, I don't work for ASU or the Coyotes, I just work at the arena. Now that I've been working there, spending more time in Tempe, and getting to dig into a little bit more of like the ASU side of hockey history here, getting to dig into more of how the youth hockey program here all throughout the valley has just been growing at a ridiculous rate. They've turned into a hockey market, and to an extent, Mullett Arena being justifiable to be built in Arizona of all places really shows just how much hockey has grown here. How many Arizona-born products have been going into the NHL or playing for ASU. Joshua Doan and Demetrius Kumuntzis right now are Scottsdale-born kids. Tage Thompson was born in Glendale. Austin Matthews grew up here. I don't claim him as Arizona, but he did grow up here. So honestly, part of me gets it because the franchise was ran terribly for a very long time. It had bad ownership, a bad building, mostly a bad product. I get it. It looks like it isn't a hockey market here, but there is a very dedicated fan base, though it is smaller, but Arizona in general tends to have smaller, dedicated fan bases and a larger, more casual audience that requires winning to really show up, especially when you add an hour-and-a-half drive on top of that. But no, just seeing how hockey has grown at every single small level to where this building even exists, I don't know, I think it's really cool. I think it just shows that this market is a hockey market, and I just don't really understand the level of bitterness. I mean, it's been, 30 years, somewhere in there, since Quebec left for Colorado. I think it's like 28 or 26, something like that, but it's been almost 30 years. Quebec hasn't had an NHL team the entirety of my life, and yet people are still so bitter about Arizona having a team and like Quebec City not, that they just keep making these trash articles and hating on the franchise, and they make themselves look dumb in the process, and it's kind of depressing. It legitimately is depressing to watch these people just throw common sense and actual facts and numbers out the window just to be like, yeah, I had to try to prove my point. It's like watching modern day politics. Yeah, there's a little bit of modern day commentary for you. It's like watching modern day politics. It's people screaming the loudest, believing so badly they're right, when in reality, they're just idiotic. So, seriously, don't give them clicks. Don't go over there. Just hang out in my comment section and laugh at these people, because to be completely honest here, that's kind of all they're worth. Happy Thanksgiving, and to show you guys that I'm thankful for the subscribers I have, I'm gonna work on a holiday. Kind of. So let's go ahead and talk about this trade. Yesterday it went down. The Arizona Coyotes trading away Connor Timmins. Once again, trading away a right shot defenseman to Toronto in exchange for an absolute monster of a center whose best attribute is the fact that he is tall. So the trade happened yesterday, November 23rd, 2022, and the Arizona Coyotes took right shot defenseman, 24-year-old Connor Timmins. And in exchange, the Arizona Coyotes acquired 6'9", 242-pound center Curtis Douglas. Let's start off with Timmins. Timmins. Timmins was acquired in the Darcy Kemper trade last offseason. He's brought over here alongside a first-round pick and a conditional, I want to say it was a third-round pick. And so far in about 1 1/4 season, I'm just going to say 2 seasons for simplicity, he has played in just 8 NHL games as a member of the Arizona Coyotes. In those games, he has exactly 0 points. But if it makes you feel any better, this year as a member of the Tucson Roadrunners, in 6 games played, Timmins had 3 assists. Meaning so far in his tenure with the Arizona Coyotes organization, Timmins has played in just 14 games. Really wish they would have got Newhook. I mean, on paper, it was an attractive offer, about 23 years old at the time of the trade. Right shot defensemen, those are always valuable, as well as a second-round asset. 2017 draft, drafted 32nd overall, so it was the first pick of the second round, though now that would be the last pick in the first round. I'm just going to be honest here. Connor Timmins has injury issues. So far throughout his career, Timmins has played in just 41 NHL games, with his season high being 31 back in the 2020-2021 season. So far throughout his career, he has just 7 assists. That is it. That is all of his points. He can move the puck well enough. He's not a terrible defender or anything. It's just availability really is someone's best asset at the NHL level, and the fact that he's only managed to play 8 games in the last 2 seasons, well, season and a quarter, but you get what I'm saying, and so far his entire career, been around 5 NHL seasons, give or take, depending on playing a few games here, a few games there. He has played in just the equivalent of half a season. I wish him well. I really do. I hope he does well in Toronto, but it's just, you're kind of buying magic beans. Now, with that out of the way, what is it the Arizona Coyotes get out of this? They get a rugged 6'9" center, Curtis Douglas, who, a 4th-round draft pick in 2018, has yet to play a single NHL game, but for the Toronto Marlies last year, 13 goals, 21 assists for 34 points in 67 games, and so far this year, drum roll please, 1 point in 13 games. He does at least have 30 penalty minutes. Look, what you're getting out of Douglas is someone that can easily jump into the bottom 6 in Tucson, really become that 3rd or 4th line anchoring center, probably your 3rd line center. Big, tough player, not going to score very often, but at the same time, what you need bodies that are built pretty similar to NHL players, so considering the fact they're getting a pretty decent asset out of a situation where the only reason they really went for this trade is because they wanted to waive Timmins so he can play more games at the AHL level and kind of get his game back, because he was playing pretty well down there, but it would have required waiving him, which somebody would have taken him, alright? He's a 24-year-old right-shot defenseman, a former second-round pick, which in the current market, considering the fact he was 32nd overall, that is technically a first-round asset. Somebody would have taken him. Somebody would have put in the claim the Coyotes lose him for nothing, so at the very least, this is pretty much risk mitigation. You're going into this saying we're going to get some sort of asset. You can't teach size, so maybe he does play a couple of NHL games, though I'm not going to hang my hat on that. I'm just going to say bottom 6er in the AHL is going to help out the Tucson Roadrunners. You want that team to succeed. You want that team in the playoffs. You want to start building this culture from the ground up, and if you can get a playoff team right now in Tucson, you do it. Because the alternative was losing the guy for nothing and making that Kemper trade just look kind of bad. So yeah, TLDR, the Arizona Coyotes get a very tall center that will play in Tucson in exchange for a guy that just wasn't going to play for the team. Stripping away all other context, that's a solid trade. Adding in the context that it is still likely, unfortunately for Timmins, that the odds are not exactly in his favor of reaching that NHL potential he had a few years ago, I think it looks like a smart move. Wish all the best for Timmins. Douglas, welcome to the desert, and happy Thanksgiving. Liam Kirk gets sent down. The Tempe council vote is this week, and the Arizona Coyotes are playing well? I want to get the news out of the way first. So yes, as of a couple of days ago, Liam Kirk was sent down from the AHL Tucson Roadrunners to the ECHL Atlanta Gladiators. Despite being healthy so far throughout this season with Tucson, he has played in just 1 game and recorded no points. To be completely honest here, everyone else in the team was just outplaying him, and I know he is recovering from that injury last year, so it does make it more difficult to kind of get in the groove, but as of right now, he just wasn't able to compete at the AHL level, but in his first game down in the ECHL for Atlanta, he scored a couple of goals, so it's already looking like it'll benefit him for his development. Get his feet back underneath him, bring him back up to Tucson in about a month, somewhere around there. So Liam, good to see you having a little bit of success. Hope to see you in Tucson pretty soon. Tempe City Council votes on Tuesday, November 29th, 2022, and all that means is if the vote is yes, the referendum vote in May ends up happening, and then that's when we will know whether or not this Tempe arena will get built. I'm pretty confident because the entire council does seem to have interest in this project, and the decision to send it to a public vote does make it a little more protected from lawsuits, so so I'm feeling pretty optimistic about this, but we will know more information on Tuesday. And finally, we have a couple of injury updates. Joshua Brown, as of a couple of games ago, I want to say it was against Nashville, considered day-to-day with an injury, has not come back since, and Juuso Valimaki also ended up missing a game, but he did return last night against Detroit. Alright, news out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about those last few games, starting with the game in Nashville. So on the 21st, the Arizona Coyotes played at Bridgestone Arena against the Nashville Predators and apparently broke the pipes on their way out. Anyway, Connor Ingram gets the start, Nashville scores the first goal, but then the Coyotes answer back. 8:49 of the second, the Sheriff himself, Lawson Crouse, ties Clayton Keller for the goal-scoring lead on the team. 7th goal of the season, that one coming from Matthias Maccelli and Nick Bjugstad. Then about 7 minutes later at 18:52, Nick Bjugstad, of all players, scores his 2nd goal of the season. That one coming from Nick Ritchie and Janis Moser. Originally, Barrett Hayton had an assist, and they took it away from him, goes to Nick Ritchie. Doesn't really matter how we got here, it's 2-1. Jumping into the third period, the Nashville Predators started off on the power play and score very early, and within about 90 seconds, they have a couple goals on the board. 3-2 lead Nashville. Okay, the wheels kind of fell out from under this one. Well, not really, because at 13:16 of the third period, a shorthanded goal, I want to say it's the team's 2nd shorthanded goal all season. First one went to Shane Gostisbehere like 3 weeks ago. Nick Bjugstad, 2nd of the night, 3rd of the season, and there you go, his first multi-point game in God knows how long. We are tied, go to overtime. Coyotes take a penalty in the overtime period, kill that off, going to the shootout, and the Coyotes lose 4-3 in the shootout. But like in the shootout and the actual game, because Nashville scored 4 times in the shootout. Connor Ingram was this close to having his career high in saves, being 43, but they did reassessed how many shots were on the game. He ends up getting 42 saves. He's probably one of my stars of the night. He had a really good game. Bjugstad had 2 goals and an assist, 3 points. Bjugstad had 2 goals and an assist. He was an active participant in all 3 of the Coyotes' goals. Connor Ingram doesn't really deserve the loss. His record goes down to 1-4-1, so at least it's one of those, overtime shootout losses. Oh, and Jacob Chychrun came back. That was the game. He made his return. 23 minutes on the ice. Looked really good, and he'll look even better as of the next game. But 2 days later, on the 23rd, the Coyotes go into Carolina, and I don't really know what that was. All I know is that the Coyotes shut him out 4-0. A minute, 6 seconds in, Nick Schmaltz, his first of the season from Clayton Keller, and honestly, he's looked good since he's come back. And it really was weird because, alright, so on the Nick Bjugstad, I think it was the 2nd goal of the game against Nashville, he scores in the exact same fashion that Nick Schmaltz failed to score in the first period. Puck's on the side of the net, net's wide open, the goaltender just kind of nowhere near it, makes his way over and denies Nick Schmaltz. Nick Bjugstad would not let that happen. But then Nick Schmaltz, a minute into the next game's like, I'm gonna score anyway, so good for you, Nick, keep it up. No more scoring would happen until the 3rd period where the Sheriff himself, Lawson Crouse, he gets a couple of goals. First one at 1:52, taking the team leading goals, his 8th of the season. That one coming from Dylan Guenther and Janis Moser. One little side note I do want to mention about the game against Carolina and the game last night against Detroit, Matthias Maccelli did not play. Craig Morgan on Twitter did comment that it is common practice. They do call it a step back or taking a step back. I'm assuming you just want to give him a couple nights off, let him watch the team from a different angle, different perspective, and then come back after a couple of games. Did the same thing with Dylan Guenther for a game, and he scored an assist the very next game he came back, so there's got to be some sort of signs to it. And for the Maccelli for Calder crowd saying it's going to ruin his chances at Calder, he's playing for the Arizona Coyotes. Even if he scored 90 points this year, they'll find a way to screw him out of the Calder. A little over 7 minutes later, Nick Bjugstad, his 3rd goal in 2 games, 4th of the season. Coyotes are up 3-0. Oh, Ghost and Guenther got the assist on that one, by the way. That is important. Because with just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, Lawson Crouse, his 9th of the season, 2nd of the night. That one coming from Shane Gostisbehere and a little-known player, Jacob Chychrun. Yep, Jacob Chychrun scoring his first point of the season in just his 2nd game back. And fun fact for all the Maple Leafs fans that don't watch me, that is Chychrun's first point since March 10th, 2022 at Toronto. He had 2 goals that night, by the way. Anyway, Karel Vejmelka gets the shutout, 6-5-1 record. Let's just go ahead and move on. Veggie, phenomenal game, but we got one more game to talk about. And that's the game last night against the Detroit Red Wings where the score is going to be very familiar if you rewind like 2 minutes or whatever it was I was talking about Nashville. Veggie gets the start, Detroit scores the first couple of goals, and you're like, oh hey, game's over. No, it's not, because the Arizona Coyotes, for whatever reason, just do not give up. I mean, I know the reason. It's because Coach Andre Tournier is a phenomenal coach, and this group of boys just runs through a brick wall for that man. But at 8:32, Nick Schmaltz, his second goal of the season, second goal in back-to-back games, that one coming from Jacob Chychrun, putting him right behind a point-per-game pace. Jordan Osterley scores, puts Detroit back up 3-1. That was an interesting name to see a notification on last night. Then at 15:31 of the second period, Janis Moser, his second goal of the season. And honestly, he's just been playing phenomenal throughout the year. He's on, what, a 40-point pace? He is actually, you know what? I'll get to that later. Skip ahead to the third period. Let's set the scene. Coyotes are down by 1 goal. It's about 30 seconds remaining. And who's the one to blast that puck in the back of the net? Jacob Chychrun, his first goal of the season, and also first goal since March 10th, 2022. That one coming from Shane Gostisbehere, and just like that, we're going to overtime. Nothing happens in overtime, go to the shootout. Coyotes losing the shootout, final score 4-3. That's right, in the last 3 games, the Coyotes have managed to take 2 games into the shootout and lose both of them by a final score of 4-3. Schmaltz and Chychrun obviously playing very well, both of them having a goal and an assist in that game. But Karel Vejmelka, 33 saves, 3 goals against, 917 save percentage. The fact that his save percentage is as high as it is on a tanking team, I'm not gonna lie, and I know it was a joke, Ritchie, but it's entirely possible that GMBA might consider trading Vejmelka if he keeps playing this well. Anyway, the Coyotes going 1-0-2 in their last 3 games. This road trip has been ridiculously successful for them, considering the fact that, again, I'll say it one more time, I expected like 2 wins on the road trip. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about the current streaks. I kind of alluded to it earlier, so the only current streak, 3 games in a row of scoring points or more, is Janis Moser. 1 goal, 3 assists for 4 points in his last 4 games. This dude is one of the quietest, most consistent players in the team, and I know the meme, Clayton Keller is having a quiet, 90-point season, whatever, but Janis Moser, literally, with no fanfare, is on pace for like 40 points. Okay, he gets fanfare from the Coyotes fans, but of course we're going to give him fanfare. We're the fans. I have one note I would like to bring to you guys. I would like to present to you. So, Jacob Chychrun, in his first 3 games back, 1 goal, 2 assists for 3 points. He has a positive 4 plus-minus, and he is averaging about 23 minutes on the ice per game. Hell, his first game back against Nashville, he played in 23 minutes. The next game he played 20, and last night he played about 25. 25, 26, numbers off the top of my head. Here are the next 3 games coming up. I'll just read them to you rapid fire. Sunday the 27th at Minnesota, Thursday the 1st at Los Angeles, and Saturday the 3rd at Vancouver. The Arizona Coyotes then play another couple of games in Canada, come back home, and we will see how this whole thing is going to look at Mullett Arena in December. That being said, I'm the AZ Sports Guy. I'm going to go get this video up and then go head down to the Mullett so I can watch Logan Cooley Minnesota us again. Oh yeah, if you're interested, both Connor Geeky and Logan Cooley last night had just sick, disgusting goals, and 2025 Coyotes are looking very good right now. Coyotes Report, December 5th, 2022. Let's do it. Now that you're awake, let's go ahead and jump right into this. So, starting off with the one bit of major news coming out of the Arizona Coyotes. So, about a week ago, somewhere around there, the Tempe City Council unanimously voted to approve the Coyotes Arena proposal for public referendum in May of 2023. Look, just the fact that City Council had voted like 5-2 or whatever it was back in the summer, yeah, a yes vote and a no vote both got swapped out, and the Coyotes still managed to turn the new council member, or two of the new council members, excuse me, as well as the no vote last time into a yes vote this time. Honestly, I got confidence. All the Coyotes have to do is keep being honest, keep being upfront, make sure they're getting involved in the community. They'll get their signatures, they'll get on the ballot, and I do think that the Tempe citizens will see what a great arena proposal this is. We'll see that it is primarily privately financed. I mean, technically the arena itself is 100% privately financed. The only money the Coyotes are asking for in any context are help with remediation, which they've already said they are willing to cover more on, as well as about $200 million for infrastructure. However, once again, the Arizona Coyotes have already come out and said they will take on more of the financial burden. At some point in the near future, the city of Tempe should be releasing the entire proposal, or as much as possible, all the public information. So when that comes out, I'm going to pretend to read it because I have a 3rd grade reading level, but I will definitely make sure to cover it. Now with that out of the way, we got some games to talk about. Starting off on November 27th, yes, just the last game the Coyotes played in November 2022 at Minnesota, where they lost 4-3. They go down 2-0 early. Nick Schmaltz scores to get him right back in it, cut the lead in half. That's his third from Gutierrez and Keller in the second period. Minnesota then answers back with a couple of goals, but in the third period, the Coyotes do kind of wake up and get a couple of their own. Crouse his 10th from Michelli, and Janis Moser his third from Bukestad and Michelli. Final score 4-3. Ingram gets the loss, 1-4-1 record at that point, 25 saves, 4 goals against, sub 900 save percentage, 862 to be exact. The standout players being Nick Schmaltz with the goal and Matthias Michelli with a couple of assists. Michelli has been phenomenal all season. Coyotes still managed to lose, be surprisingly competitive. That's all you want for Connor Bedard. Sorry, Adam Fantilli. We all know the Coyotes will never pick first overall. Skip ahead to the 1st of December, where the Coyotes are on the road against the Los Angeles Kings, and they get up to a 3-1 lead. I mean, like, that's what my notes say. Fisher gets his 4th of the season about 13 minutes into the first period. Coyotes on the board first. LA scores to answer back with the Michelli is second from Stetcher and Guenther, and Bukestad is 5th from Guenther and Michelli, both in the second period, about 2.5 minutes apart from each other. Coyotes are looking good. 3-1 lead. Third period happens. 5-3 finish. Thank you. Good night. Milka 27 saves, 4 goals against. One of those was an empty netter. Another sub 800 save percentage. Milka gets the loss. 6-6-2 record at that point. Coyotes just continuing the road trip the way you want them to. Be competitive, but lose. Couple of days later on the 3rd, the Arizona Coyotes go into Vancouver to take on Oliver Ekman-Larsson and the underachieving Canucks. I don't know why I'm making fun of them. The Canucks win this game. Christian Fischer, back-to-back games, scoring the first goal of the game, putting the Coyotes on the board with his 5th goal of the season. That one from O'Brien and Valimaki. Vancouver answers back, but in the second period on the power play, Jacob Chychrun, yes, the man, the myth, the legend, the man that will get us 3 first-round assets if he keeps playing like this. His second on the power play from Shane Gostisbehere and Matthias Michelli. Fortunately for the Arizona Coyotes tank, however, Vancouver scores in the third period, sends it to overtime. They do win it in overtime, so there you go. Arizona Coyotes, once again, competitive games, keeping the losses so they can try to get Fantilli. Milka, 29 saves, 3 goals against, 906 save percentage. Pretty solid night for him. 6-6-3 record to that point, and we have one more game to talk about. And that was last night, December 5th, 2022, where the Arizona Coyotes go into Calgary to take on the Flames, and boy do the Calgary Flames get off to a 2-0 lead. I mean, it's fine. At 13:53 of the second period, the Coyotes do answer back. Ghost gets his 5th goal of the season from Matthias Michelli, and guess who? Jacob Chychrun. It's a 1-goal game. Let's go ahead and see how it goes further. Well, third period, 5.5 minutes in, Jacob Chychrun on a phenomenal play. Clayton Keller just kind of flips him the puck at the bottom of the circle, and he just goes top shelf and in. His 3rd goal of the season. He has like 6 or 7 points. He's going to get us some first-round assets. That one coming from Keller and Gostisbehere. Milka gets the loss, but you know what? It is what it is. Who really cares? The Arizona Coyotes still get what they wanted out of this, and that is no point so they can keep the losing streak going so we can get Adam Fantilli. I know I'm being sarcastic, but honestly, last night was a close-fought game that I have nothing but respect for the Arizona Coyotes for, because all season, it's much more competitive than last year. The rookies are playing well. The veterans are playing well. The trade bait pieces are playing well to get the trade bait assets. And it's one of those things where while we do want them to lose so we can get a better overall draft asset, that doesn't mean that we're having to watch 5-1 blowouts every night or 5-2. It's a lot more competitive, and honestly, this team fights. This team is never really out of games, or at least they're never really out of most of their games. So it's one of those things where I'm just happy that they were as good as they were. The fact that they've been keeping these games closer, I'm proud of them. Seriously, good job. I know I'm sarcastic, but being serious here. Anyway, that's the Coyote support. Please go away. On December 11th, 2022, Coyotes forward Clayton Keller would do something he had never before done at the NHL level. And it all started 12 minutes and 46 seconds into the first period in a game against the Philadelphia Flyers at the Mullett Arena. Where on the power play from Janis Moser and Nick Ritchie, Clayton Keller would open up the scoring, putting the Coyotes up 1-0. We skip past 2 Philadelphia Flyers goals to just under 8 minutes into the second period. Clayton Keller on a breakaway play from Nick Schmaltz scores a backhanded goal against Carter Hart, tying the game at 2. That would be his 9th goal of the season. Both teams would exchange 2 more goals, sending this game into overtime, where with about 22 seconds remaining in the game, Clayton Keller would bury his 3rd goal of the night, 10th of the season, putting him just 2 goals behind Lawson Crouse for team lead in goals. That overtime goal would give the Coyotes a 5-4 victory over the Philadelphia Flyers, but on top of being a game-winning goal, Clayton Keller would do something on that play he had never done at the NHL level. The 24-year-old forward, 386 6 games into his NHL career, had scored his first NHL hat trick. I didn't believe it either. I actually had to double check this to make sure that was accurate. That was Clayton Keller's first ever hat trick at the NHL level. And to be completely honest here, as someone that was heavily critical of him back in the 2018-2019 season, seeing the strides this kid has made in his game over the years, last year, had it not been for a horrific injury, he would have scored 30 goals for the first time in his NHL career, and off the top of my head would have been the first Coyote since Radim Verbata to reach that 30-goal plateau. Because also, if I'm not mistaken, he is the first NHL player in the Mullett Arena to score a hat trick. So with that being said, Clayton, good job, congratulations, and keep it up. Alright, it is 11:30 at night on December 13th, 2022, and the Coyotes just lost to the Sharks. Let's do a Coyotes report. We got 4 games to talk about, let's go ahead and jump right into it. I was hoping to make this a Monday series, but it does appear for this week, we're gonna go with Wednesday. Anyway, we start with the game at Edmonton, the last game of that 14-game road trip on the 7th, and the Coyotes lost 8-2. I am just gonna rip that band-aid off right now. Ingram gets the start, the Oilers start off the scoring 3-0 before the Coyotes finally answer back. At 13:43 of the second period, Jack McBain his 3rd goal of the season, that one coming from Christian Fischer. It's 3-1. Then the Oilers would score 5 unanswered goals, 2 of those going to Connor McJesus. I want to say at least one of those assists as well. He had 4 points in the night. But at the very end of the night, 14 minutes and 13 seconds into the 3rd period, the last goal to be scored of the game, to make it a respectable 8-2, Gostisbehere scores his 6th goal of the season. That one coming from Christian Fischer and Jacob Chychrun. Christian Fischer scoring the most points for the Coyotes that night with 2 assists, and Jackery McBain, the McBain pain train himself, at least kind of stopped the bleeding for a little bit. Connor Ingram, 1-6-1 record. Look, this waiver claim is looking better and better by the day because he is the perfect tank goaltender. 27 saves, 8 goals against, 771 save percentage. You are the new Carter Hutton, tank commander you. Let's move on. A couple days later, the Arizona Coyotes come back home to the Mullett Arena to take on the Boston Bruins in a game where there was a fight in the stands. Literally, a man got part of his finger bit off, and within 5 minutes of the fight starting, I had 2 or 3 different people DMing me or adding me on Twitter saying, hey, here's the footage of a brawl. You know, it's one of the few benefits of being like a notable Coyotes fan is that whenever anything happens, I will be added on Twitter within 15 minutes. More like 15 seconds, but I'm trying to be a little humble here. Regardless, here's the exact order of events that happened. So, the puck is dropped, let's go Bruins chant happens. 23 seconds into the game, Joshua Brown scores. It's 1-0 Coyotes. The puck gets dropped once more, and it's a Let's Go Coyotes chant. That's Brown's 3rd goal of the season from Michelli and Crouse, and it was a phenomenal play by Michelli, so I definitely recommend watching the Desert Moon Hockey podcast. Ritchie breaks it down better than I'm about to. But one thing I really liked is that Michelli, he's going one way, going off to the right, gets the attention on him, flips it behind him over Josh Brown. Right there, goes in. I like Josh Brown. It's good to get him on the board, and 1-0 Coyotes. Then Boston scores back-to-back goals. It's 2-1 Boston because, you know, the best team in the league. Going into that game, they had like 20 wins. It's literally David versus Goliath, and David got his kneecaps kicked in beforehand. Anyway, at 10:40 of the second, to stop the bleeding and tie the game once more, Lawson Crouse, his team-leading 10th goal of the season. Well, team-leading at the time 10th goal of the season. That one coming from Ghost and Chychrun. We are all tied, and apparently that's when a lot of the tension started happening over there. Not going to talk about the brawl anymore, but that is apparently like when things started to heat up. Anyway, we go into the 3rd period, and 53 seconds in, Nick Schmaltz scores. It's 3-2 Coyotes. That's what sets the brawl off. Noah said I wasn't going to talk about it again, but like, I couldn't not. That's his 4th from Clayton Keller and Shane Gostisbehere, but it was short-lived because Boston had to, you know, score again. However, with like 23 seconds remaining on an icing call that was controversial, so apparently, just to kind of get it in here right now, it did cross the blue paint on the crease. That was an old rule from, I think, like the 50s or something, or it might have been the 80s, but, you know, it was all before I was born, so it might as well have been the 1800s. But anyway, it used to be a thing where if it was in the crease, they would call it off. That is no longer the rule, so what actually happened is the puck does look like it's going to hit the net or the pipe or maybe the goaltender. The linesman's over here, goaltender's right here. The line of sight is not clear. So that is why the icing was waved off. I'm like, you know what? what? It is what it is. I like the call very much, though, after it kind of being explained to me and getting even a couple extra angles, probably wasn't the right call. But then again, allegedly, the Boston announcers said it was the right call, so I'm going to go with that, because an original 6 team has to know more than me. I am just a desert boy. So because that play is waved off, the Boston defender kind of fumbles the puck, and Matthias Michelli, because that man has just the eternal gas on switch right now, grabs it, gives it over to Lawson Crouse. He would score second of the night, 12th of the season, third point of the night, 2 goals and 1 assist. Did I say his 10th goal of the season before? It was his 11th goal, and now it's his 12th goal of the season. Team leading 12th goal, by the way. And your final score in regulation, mind you, is 3-2. The Arizona Coyotes beat the best team in the league, the Boston Bruins. And all I can say is, if we're gonna ruin the tank, I'm glad to spoil Boston's fun. Because a lot of Boston fans were reacting that this was like a Stanley Cup game, or a playoff game, or a playoff clinching game. I'm like, dog, it is a regular season game against a tanking team in December. Chill, you're gonna be fine. Vejmelka, just a casual 43 saves, 3 goals against, a ridiculous .935 save percentage, 7-7-3 record, going back to NHL 500 for him, and I said it before, I'll say it again, if you want Bedard, you gotta trade Vejmelka. After the first couple of weeks of the season, he hit this 3rd, 4th, 5th gear, and he's not about to shift down anytime soon, so you might as well get a first round pick. Anyway, skip ahead another couple of days. On Sunday the 11th, they would host the Philadelphia Flyers in a game that just for whatever reason, neither team wanted to win and had to go back and forth and back and forth. They're both tanking teams. Look, Philadelphia's not very good. The Coyotes want Connor Bedard. Everybody wants to finish in the bottom 3 this year. Regardless, at 12:46 in the power play, Clayton Keller opens up the scoring. It's his 8th goal of the season from Janis Moser and Nick Ritchie. Philadelphia acts just like Boston, scoring a couple of goals, putting themselves up 2-1. But then at 7:45 of the second period, Clayton Keller, 9th of the season, 2nd of the night, that one coming from Travis Boyd and Nick Schmaltz, we are tied once more. Then about 2.5 minutes later, Jack the McBain Pain Train himself, 4th goal of the season, 2nd in his last 3 games. Coyotes are up 3-2. Oh, and the assists go to Moser and O'Brien. Duh. Philadelphia scores to tie, but that doesn't matter because Nick Ritchie does not care about your tying goals. 7:27 of the 3rd period, Nick Ritchie on a breakaway, his 7th goal of the season. Coyotes take a 4-3 lead, and for whatever reason, within the last 3 or so minutes, Coyotes fans started leaving the mullet thinking, oh yeah, we won this game, it's all good. Well, Boston scores to tie it, we're going into overtime, there you go, and with like 30 seconds to go in overtime, Clayton Keller from Jacob Chychrun and Nick Schmaltz scores his 3rd goal of the night, 10th of the season, giving him the game winner for that night. But not only is it notable for that, it's notable because he is the first NHLer to score a hat trick in the Mullett Arena. But not just that, I had to double check this. I did not believe this, and I still kind of don't believe it. That was Clayton Keller's first career NHL hat trick. And before we continue to praise Keller, Vejmelka, 37 saves, 4 goals against, .902 save percentage. Look, this man is playing phenomenal, and of his last, I think, 5 games, 4 of those games he has a .900 save percentage or better. Anyway, Keller 3 goals, Schmaltz has 2 assists. Let's move on to the game tonight against San Jose. I originally wasn't going to add it into this, but when the video gets delayed, you get extra content. Anyway, 5 minutes into the game, San Jose's up 2-0 because the Coyotes do enjoy being down. At 18:05 on the power play, Lawson Crouse is team leading 13th goal of the season. That one coming from Clayton Keller and Shane Gostisbehere. It's 2-1. San Jose scores in the second period. It was Sturm, whatever his name is. Then you go into the 3rd period, and just under 3 minutes in, Nicholas Bukestad, his 6th goal of the season. It's a 1-goal game. Assist going to Nemeth and Stetcher. Scratch that. Stetcher gets his assist taken away. It goes to Matthias Michelli, who is leading the NHL rookies in assists this season. Look it up. That is a real thing. That is actually what's happening right now. The 1-goal game. Coyotes get a pretty good push. About a minute and a half remaining. Empty net. You have what should have been the game-winning goal. I can't remember if it was Boyd or Schmaltz right there. And instead of just burying it on the empty net, pass over from Clayton Keller. Goaltender can't get over fast enough. He tries to just tap it over to deflect it into the crease. Stupid. And then after that, San Jose realized, oh hey, wait, we actually have to try right now. They clear the puck and ice it a couple of times. Trap the Coyotes in the neutral zone. Then you're off into the left circle. They trap him there. One last shot by Jacob Chychrun, nothing doing on it. And the Arizona Coyotes lose this game by a final score of 3-2 in regulation, putting them at 2-2-0 in their last 4, and of course undefeated at home in this last stretch. much. Anyway, Vamelka, 30 saves, 3 goals against, 909 save percentage, going back to 8-8-3 of NHL 500 record. And there you go. The next couple of games are coming up at home at the Mullett Arena. I want to say on Friday and Saturday. One's Buffalo, one's New York, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Coyotes are going to find a way to win because Mullett magic. As for streaks, the only active streak right now is Clayton Keller, 3 goals and 2 assists in his last 3 games. Absolutely phenomenal. I think he's finally back to a point per game player. He is quietly on pace for 80 points and nobody outside of this market seems to care. So, please clap. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever the hell you may or may not celebrate. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and here's a nice Coyotes report. Of course, it can't be because I've been procrastinating for the last week. It's exclusively because I wanted to give you an early Christmas present. Anyway, we got 4 games to talk about, starting with the 16th at home against the New York Islanders, and I'm not gonna lie, I knew the Coyotes were gonna win that one. The day before, as I was getting ready to leave work, I saw the Islanders practice, and the only thought I had in the back of my head was, you absolute rejects are going to ruin our tank, aren't you? And they did, because they suck. Until they don't. Apparently they beat Vegas like 2 nights later. I have no idea. Look, if you can beat Vegas, but you can't beat Arizona, I have no idea how to feel about you. Anyway, the Islanders got on the board first, a couple of back-to-back goals, but just before the end of that first period, Shane Gostisbehere gets his 7th goal of the season with about 40 seconds remaining. It is 2-1 going into that second period. Then 9 minutes into the second period, Keller ties it up, his 11th of the season, the assist going to Schmaltz and Barrett Hayton. Good to see him on the board. We're all tied. Where's it gonna go from here? The very next play, literally about 14 seconds later, Nick Bukestad, his 7th goal of the season from Josh Brown and Matthias Michelli. Nick Bukestad, out of nowhere, is going to get us like a 2nd or 3rd round pick at the deadline. New York decides enough is enough. They tie the game, but the Coyotes answer right back, retaking the lead 4-3. That one, about 2 minutes into the third period, Boyd his 3rd from Chychrun and Schmaltz. Then 15 minutes into the final frame, Clayton Keller, I want to say this was the nut shot. I don't remember which. I think it was this game where Clayton Keller knocked it off someone's nuts. But anyway, 12th goal of the season, 2nd of the night, the assist going to Nick Schmaltz and Jacob Chychrun. New York scores one more time, but the effort is for nothing because the Coyotes win by a final score of 5-4 in regulation in the Mullett. Why do the Islanders suck so bad? The Islanders used to be a team that I cheered for back in like 07. They were my 2nd team. The mascot's awesome. I really liked Rick DiPietro, but why can't you guys be good against a team that's bad? I just want this team to lose because I want Bedard. Don't get me wrong, alright? I am actually really happy to see the team playing better and seeing them in more games, being more competitive, but Connor Bedard's on the line here, people. Vamelka, 30 saves, 4 goals against, but he does get his 9th win of the season. At this point, 9-8-3 on the season. Of course, you gotta give the majority of the credit. Clayton Keller, 2 goals. Nick Schmaltz, very quietly, 3 assists in that one. We'll be talking more about Schmaltzy later. The very next night, on the 17th, hosting Buffalo, and I figured, the Coyotes probably end up winning this one. For once, my confidence got me punched in the mouth. Metaphorically, because, can't ruin this. Anyway, guess who? 3 minutes and 35 seconds into the first period, the Coyotes, they're on the board first. Shane Gostisbehere, 2nd goal in the last 2 games, 8th goal of the season. That one coming on the power play from Jacob Chychrun and Nick Schmaltz. Anyone else noticing how Jacob Chychrun just keeps getting assist after assist after assist? Smell that? I smell a trade coming. Buffalo, they would tie it, but then about 12 minutes into the second period, it finally happened off of a phenomenal play. He steals it at the blue line, takes it all the way down the ice. Barrett Hayton, his 1st goal of the season, finally getting the monkey off his back, and honestly, I was hyped, it was exciting, and it was like, it was so hyped to see the boys just giving it to him. Like, right there, they're sitting there like hyping him up, like they knew there had to have been some sort of mental block, or they had to have been bugging him, because if the production isn't there, and you're especially expected to be a producer, it's probably gonna bug you, and it might have actually held his game back just a little bit. So to see that the boys were so happy for him, I was happy for him. Good job, Barrett. That's 2 points in his last couple of games, so hey, there you go. Get to talk about Barrett Hayton in a positive context. Then Buffalo would score 4 unanswered goals. Future Coyote Tage Thompson, 1 goal, 2 assists in 3 games. Side note, as I was getting ready to leave the game that night, going down the elevator, I ran into his family and was like, how about that Tage Thompson kid, eh? I'm bringing him home. I am starting the scouting process now. Anyway, Connor Ingram. 2 of those goals were empty net goals, so his numbers actually looked pretty solid because for the most part, he's not that bad. 38 saves, 3 goals against, 927 save percentage, so he does get the loss. 1-7-1 record. I salute you for your contributions to the tank this season, Connor. Skip ahead a couple of nights on a Monday at 8 p.m. You know, it's funny. I actually ended up going home later the game against Buffalo than the game against Montreal. That started half an hour later. But that's a whole different story. If you're wondering why my sleep schedule is absolutely just demolished. Anyway, they host Montreal in a game that, funny enough, they would never lead. Montreal gets on the board first. I want to say it's Goal Caulfield himself. And a minute and a half into the second period, Nick Schmaltz ties it up. That's his 5th of the season from Clayton Keller. Former Coyote Christian Dvorak scores, giving Montreal the lead once more. And then about 7.5 minutes into the second period, Matthias Maccelli, as Bill Armstrong's burner calls him, the fake Swede. It's a very Italian-sounding name, apparently. Not gonna lie, if you told me right now that Maccelli was actually from Sicily, I would believe you and I would not question it. Anyway, that's Maccelli's 3rd goal of the season. That one coming from Lawson Crouse and Jacob Chychrun. Once again, trade value. Oh, and then 1 minute and 8 seconds into overtime, Hoffman scores. 3-2 victory for Montreal. No one really cares. The only thing I can think at that point, because actually I got to watch the overtime, is why the hell you didn't just give a goal up 2 minutes earlier? Because then you keep it in regulation, you avoid the point, you save the tank. I know, it's completely different from last year. I'm just looking at it like, preserve this tank, preserve the tank, you're playing too well. And then finally, 2 nights ago, I did a nice post game. Once again, thank you all for joining that live stream with me against the Vegas Golden Knights in Vegas. And on the way home from work, Shannon said it pretty well. Talking in the preview, Vegas does need to get it going at home, and it probably starts tonight against Arizona. 5-2 victory. The closest this game was in the second period. Juuso Valimaki scores to tie it at 1. That's his 2nd goal of the season. That one coming from Christian Fischer and Nick Ritchie. Nick Ritchie getting a couple assists in his last few games. Vegas scores a couple of goals. You want more information about how that went down? Go ahead and watch that little post game because I cannot be bothered to get myself back in the headspace of how did you ruin a power play. Oh, anyway, 12 minutes in, Christian Fischer's 6th goal of the season. We are within 1. It's a game again. Boyd and Schmaltz get the assist in that, by the way. And then Vegas scores 2 more goals. Your final is 5-2. Fischer. Finally get to bring that one back. He has a goal and an assist. Good to see Christian Fischer producing a little more consistently. He actually might hit like 12 or 13 goals this year. That's a really big step up from the last couple of seasons. Melka gets the loss. 9-9-4 record on the season. 5 goals against. They were all against him, and he only had 29 saves. You do the math because that save percentage makes me sad. Anyway, streaks. Let's go streaking. I'm not going to go streaking, but, you know, it is what it is. Nick Schmaltz, 1 goal and 5 assists for 6 points in his last 4 games. He has been absolutely playing phenomenally. Right now, his value is probably at the highest. Maybe we should trade him. Anyway, next games. Tonight at the Mullett, hosting LA. They're actually on a 3-game homestand right now. Tonight against LA on the 27th. It's a couple of days after Christmas against Colorado, and 2 days later hosting Toronto. So remember, Coyotes fans, I need a college atmosphere. I need like Austin Matthews' face blown up like multiple times inside of this arena. I want to see those signs, something stupid. I want to see Austin come home. This is our trial. This is our tryout to get Austin to come home and to just get under the skin of Toronto fans. So please, on a national stage playing in a college arena, give me this and absolutely just anger the Toronto fan base, Toronto media. Do it. Please, if I've ever asked anything of my subscribers or this fan base, please be this, alright? Please, piss off Toronto. Good morning, Yotes fans. Did y'all have a nice Christmas? You know, what did y'all get? Did y'all get some fun stuff? You know, I mean, I myself got another jersey. Then again, that's pretty standard for me. Anyway, the Arizona Coyotes announced yesterday Matthias Maccelli is going to be out 6 weeks. Article credit to friend of the show, Mike Gould, by the way. I'll just rip the Band-Aid off that one because, well, today's story was only half good. So let's go ahead and just rip the Band-Aid off, get the bad news out first. Yes, the NHL rookie assist leader for the 2022-23 season thus far, and number 2 in the NHL for rookie points, Matthias Maccelli, suffered a lower body injury in that game against the Kings a few days before Christmas. It has officially been revealed as of yesterday, but I decided to give you guys 1 day extra of good news, or pretending there's good news, that he'll be out 6 weeks. So middle of February, optimistically he can return, and that sucks because Matthias Maccelli is having a phenomenal season. season. And for the most part this year, the Coyotes have been really healthy, like almost ridiculously so. So in the back of your mind, you're kind of like, okay, something's gonna happen. It had to be Michelli, didn't it? It had to be Michelli. Couldn't have been like Zach Kassian. Nothing against Kassian, but like all he does is go up and down the ice and hit people. Michelli actually gets stuff done. So the Arizona Coyotes have used this opportunity. The Arizona Coyotes, in my opinion, that injury, I said it on the Desert Moon Hockey podcast. Wow, 2 plugs in one episode. But I said it on the podcast that, in my mind, really shows the inherent disadvantage of running 11 forwards and 7 defensemen, because if one forward gets injured, you're down to just 10 for the rest of the game. You're already putting additional stress on your other forwards because you're down 1, and on top of that, the amount of confusion. The Coyotes are the worst team when it comes to taking too many men on the ice penalties. In my opinion, there are just far too many downsides to the 11 forwards, 7 defensemen. I have no idea why Turnguay keeps doing it, but you're already down with Dylan Guenther playing in the World Juniors. You're already essentially down with Zach Kassian being a traffic cone, and now Matias Michelli, who is without a doubt one of the top 3 forwards on this team right now, out with injury for the next month and a half. So to counteract that, the Arizona Coyotes call up who is probably the best player in Tucson right now, Michael Carcone. Carcone in 21 games played last year had 4 goals and 2 assists for 6 points. Honestly, decent middle 6 to bottom 6 guy. But in Tucson this season, in just 27 games, you want to know how he's producing right now? 16 goals, 26 assists, and 42 points. Look, I know Carcone is predominantly a bottom 6er, but he's being called out because we're missing a top 6 player. Michelli is without a doubt still on a top 6 role. Michael Carcone is being brought up because he can fill said top 6 role. Hopefully he can at the NHL level. I mean, he's looked really good, and honestly, what is it with Tucson and having these random guys come out of nowhere playing really well that can also eat up some decent NHL minutes? Michael Bunting, I wish you were still a Coyote! Yeah, Merry Late Christmas. Matthias Michelli, a player that I probably should have got on a jersey earlier, is going to be out for the next month and a half, but Carcone is coming up just in time to play the game tonight against the Colorado Avalanche. Let's see how this works out. Go Coyotes. Would you look at that? A somewhat timely Coyotes report. I guess the new year really is here. That or, you know, a massive asteroid's hurling towards the Earth, we're all gonna die like the dinosaurs. Let's talk some Coyotes hockey. We got 2 games to talk about, including the fact the Arizona Coyotes can stop winning now! My apologies. I'm just very upset at the fact that this team that claims to want Connor Bedard is both 10 points out of a playoff spot and 10 points away from last place in the entire league, so where do you want to finish? You kinda gotta pick one. Anyway, hockey game. So, 2 days before Christmas on the 23rd, the Los Angeles Kings came to town, and while I absolutely despise the Kings, and the only logo of theirs I actually like is the crown from around the 2000s, that was a phenomenal jersey matchup. It was both teams wearing the reverse retros. You have the Coyotes wearing the sand color, and the Kings wearing this nice white purple jersey. It was nice. It was very good. Anyway, about 10 minutes into the game on the power play, Nick Schmaltz scores to give the Coyotes the lead. That's his 6th goal of the season from Keller and Gosselspierre. Coyotes are on the board. Everything's good. Then the second period happens. LA ties it, and then nothing would happen for the rest of the game. Nothing happened in overtime. The shootout. Bukestad gets the lone goal, and the Coyotes win by a final score of 2-1. Karel Vejmelka, you must be traded because you cannot be beat. You can literally not be beat in the Mullett Arena. And the Coyotes have a lot of games coming up in the Mullett Arena, so I am just saying I will stay on this. If you give me a first-round pick, you can have Karel Vejmelka, because we cannot win this much when Connor Bedard's in the line. Anyway, great performance from him. 26 saves, 1 goal against. What's that, a .963 save percentage? That's ridiculous. His 10th win of the season, 10-9-4, and he is the definition of, I'm going to carry this team to a few extra wins, because he'll get a little bit above 500, go back below, back above, back below. This goaltender has the winning mindset. No, I'm not advertising his services to other teams. What are you talking about? Yada yada. Coyotes are the only Arizona sports team to not lose on Christmas. I did a video on that on the second channel if you're interested. Then we skip ahead to the 27th, hosting the defending Stanley Cup champions, and while I know they are riddled with injuries, Coyotes have one of their own. Matias Michelli. It was announced the day after Christmas. You're sneaky. I know what you're doing, but you're sneaky. But it was announced the day after Christmas that Matthias Michelli will be out for 6 6 weeks. We will see you at the end of February, and I am going to go cry now. However, where you lose one fake Italian, you gain another, and Michael Carcone, so yes, the Godfather memes can still live, and no, neither of those players are Italian. He was called up to replace Michelli, and they are still running the 11-7, and I'm going to stop being angry about that. Never gonna stop being angry about that. A lot of goals were scored, so forgive me, I'm gonna look at my notes for this one. You have Gossesbear is 9th from Chychrun and Keller, 4 minutes in, it's 1-0 Coyotes. Colorado responds, I want to say it was Evan Rodriguez. Y'all remember like 3 or 4 years ago when Chychrun allegedly wanted to get Rodriguez as a Coyote? I do. I remember all those weird rumors. 11:33, Crouse is 14th from Bukestead, it's 2-1 Coyotes, and they would extend that lead 6 minutes into the second. Schmaltz 7th from Ritchie and Chychrun on the power play, 3-1 Coyotes. You're tanking the wrong way. You are going the wrong direction. Colorado scores, but the Coyotes would answer back with 2 of their own because for some reason against the Colorado Avalanche, the Coyotes are a Hydra and they give up 1. They're going to score 2 or 3. Moser is 4th from Crouse and Valimaki, and Michael Carcone, fake Italian himself. I think he's Canadian. But Michael Carcone, we're keeping the memes alive, is 1st from Lawson Crouse and Jacob Chychrun. Ingram gives up 1 more goal because Ingram's good for 3 goals a night. And then with less than a minute to go in regulation, empty net, Clayton Keller is 13th from Nick Schmaltz, and that's your final, 6-3. And Connor Bedard's playing with Gunner right now! Look, it's always fun to watch a win. But, like, this season, the goal was supposed to be 1st overall, and they keep going the wrong direction. Coyotes were literally faced with this choice, and they couldn't make up their mind. Oh, yeah, Ingram, his 2nd win of the season, 28 saves, 3 goals against, 903 save percentage. Good for you, Connor. I thought you were the tank commander. See, news, Michelli's out 6 weeks. Carcone called up. Scored in his first game up, though. Oh, Liam Kirk. So Liam Kirk got called up by the Coyotes, but not for the purposes of playing in Arizona. He's had a pretty solid stint with the Atlanta Gladiators, the ECHL. He's had a few goals, few assists, but he is now going to be loaned to the Finnish league. I forget which team, probably because I really can't read it, but he will be coached by former Coyote Olli Jokinen. Y'all remember Olli Jokinen? AZ Sports Guy remembers. AZ Sports Guy remembers everything. AZ Sports Guy remembers the heat death of the universe. And yes, AZ Sports Guy stole that joke from a Sorrow TV video. So best of luck to Kirk. They're going to maintain his rights. I think he still has 2 more years left in the ELC. And honestly, whatever is going to be best for his development, I'm all for. Because at least from the highlights I was watching and the fact that he was producing pretty consistently in the ECHL, it feels like the ECHL is not the right place for him. And you go to the Finnish league, he'll be closer to home, closer to England. At the very least, you're on the correct side of the pond. But for whatever reason, it just didn't work out at the AHL level this year, so 1 more year of development, hopefully see him back next training camp. It probably all came down to that injury because last training camp he looked good, gets injured, I want to say 5 games into the season, and then this year, starting with training camp, he just didn't look that good. He couldn't crack Tucson's roster. He was a healthy scratch until he got sent down to Atlanta to play some games for the Thrashers. So Kirks, you're never going to watch this, but best of luck to you. Can't wait to see you next training camp. Now, let's go streaking. The only active streak is the same as the last time I did a video. It's Nick Schmaltz, but this time he's added some points. 3 goals and 6 assists for 9 points in 6 games. He's averaging an assist per night. If you're gonna trade that man, you trade that man now while the value's high and before that last bit of the contract kicks in. But seriously, Schmaltz, you're playing phenomenally. Again, you're a very good player when you play. Next games! Tonight, they host the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I want to see all of you harassing Austin Matthews to bring him home. Then they go to Tampa Bay in Florida on the 31st and the 3rd of next year. So, the next report, I'll see you next year. They beat Toronto! What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here, and yes, you heard that right. The Arizona Coyotes beat the Toronto Maple Leafs and then continued to win on the road by losing back-to-back games in regulation and continuing the tank for Connor Bedard or Adam Fantilli. Without further ado, let's begin. So the Coyotes closed out their Mullett homestand on the 29th in a game hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs, where just 46 seconds in, Nicholas Bukestead, he steals the puck, takes it in, and scores the first shot of the game. And I want to say the Coyotes only had 3 shots in that first period. Between 50 and 33% shooting as a team, that is not bad at all. Anyway, Bukestead's 8th of the season. Toronto answers back with a couple of goals themselves. Then on the power play at 6:52, guess who? The man that's going to get us a first-round pick and a good prospect. Jacob Chychrun is 4th of the season, that one coming from Nick Ritchie and Shane Gossesbear. We are all tied. Skip ahead to the third period. The Coyotes are down by a score of 3-2, and let's just say from that point on, it was all Coyote. 4 minutes and 40 seconds into the third period, J.J. Moser, his 5th goal of the season, that one coming from Barrett Hayton. Yes, Barrett Hayton starting to score some points again. And Juuso Valimaki, we are tied. Not for long. Okay, well, about like 9 minutes. Then at 13:43 of the third period, one Jackery McBain, the McBain pain train himself, his 5th goal of the season, the Coyotes take a 4-3 lead. Oh, and Nick Bustad, Lawson Crouse, they get the assist there. Skip ahead about 4.5 minutes, empty net goal, 17:53 or so remaining. Jack McBain, 2nd of the night, 6th of the season, the lone assist going to Barrett Hayton. Then with about 50 seconds to go, Barrett Hayton, 2nd goal of the season. Yes, that's his 3rd point of the night, 3rd point in a single period. Yes, Mike, I hear ya. And the Coyotes beat the Maple Leafs 6-3. You suck! The Coyotes own Toronto. Literally, the Coyotes, we live rent-free in Toronto Maple Leafs fans' heads, and we own them on the ice. 29 saves, 3 goals against, 906 save percentage for one Karel Vejmelka. 11th win of the season, 11-9-4 record at that point, and the Coyotes, despite the fact they really should be losing more to get Connor Bedard, I will accept beating LA, Colorado, and Toronto because that's kind of funny. Vane, 2 goals, Barrett Hayton, a goal and 2 assists. Those are your 2 best producing players right there. Skip ahead to the 31st at Tampa Bay, where the Arizona Coyotes gave him a good scare for the first, 12 minutes. Travis Boyd is 4th from Clayton Keller at about 6:12. Coyotes take a 1-0 lead. 30 seconds later, Christian Fischer, his 7th goal of the season. That one coming from Barrett Hayton and Nick Ritchie, so Barrett Hayton 4 points in 2 periods. 2-0 Coyotes. Then Tampa Bay scores 3 unanswered. At 12:94 the second, Bukestad scores his 9th goal of the season, tying it back up. Then Tampa Bay would score 2 more goals to end this game, a final score of 5-3, and the tank for Bedard is right back on. Honestly, I like it. I will take competitive losses once again. That was the best thing I liked about the beginning of the season. Keeping these games close, keeping them competitive. You're playing against a team that has gone to 3 consecutive Stanley Cup finals, and for 12 minutes, you looked like you were going to win the game. And if you count tying the game with Nick Bukestad, then about the first half of the game. Melka, 30 saves, 5 goals against, 8.57 save percentage, his 10th loss of the season. Let's skip ahead to yesterday in Florida. Coyotes would surrender the first 2 goals of the game, but then with 3 seconds remaining in the first period, Jacob Chychrun, his 5th of the season from Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz, who, by the way, suffered an injury against Toronto, was listed as day-to-day. They called up Laurent Dauphin. Nick Schmaltz missed just the 1 game, comes back and gets the secondary assist in the first goal the Coyotes score. Dauphin was later sent down. Then at 5:17 of the second period to tie it up, Clayton Keller, his 14th goal of the season. That one coming from Juuso Valimaki. We have a brand new hockey game. Florida scores, takes the lead back. Within about 14 minutes of the second period, Nick Bukestad scores to tie it, 10th goal of the season for him. The assist going to J.J. Moser and Jack the McBain pain train himself. Then Florida scores a couple unanswered, back-to-back 5-3 losses inside the state of Florida. So there you go, the Sunshine Belt, Sunshine State, whatever. They can own the Coyotes for yet another trip. Milka, 32 saves, 5 goals against, about an 8.62 save percentage. So back-to-back rough nights for him. So pretty much Karel Vejmelka, he can stay on the team as long as he only plays on the road. If you're playing him at the Mullett, he's going to put up god-tier numbers and the Coyotes are going to win. Kind of already talked about the main news. That was Nick Schmaltz getting injured, going day-to-day, missing just the 1 game against Tampa Bay and returning against Florida. Dauphin called up, sent back down. I think he only played 1 or so games. At the very least, Tucson gets one of their better players back. There you go. Now let's go streaking. Nick Bukestad, 3 goals and 2 assists in his last 4 games. He has 10 goals in the season. He's on pace for somewhere around 22 goals this year. You need to trade this man. I love Nick Bukestad. He's playing very well. He's definitely showing he can still play top 6, at the very least middle 6 minutes with some good offensive production. But at the same time, the Coyotes very much would rather have a 2nd round pick or whatever we can get for him. Anyway, the next 3 games coming up: tomorrow at Philadelphia, the next day, the 6th, at Chicago, and then on the 8th, we return to the Mullett to take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. That is your Coyotes report. Happy New Year, and go away.
What is up, Arizona Sports Nation? I'm your host, your local 30-year-old man. Let's get right into the news. The 2023 World Junior Championship, it's over. It's over. It ended a couple of days ago, and there were exactly 5 Coyotes prospects that were playing in it, not counting Connor Bedard. Please. So let's go ahead and talk about how they did, why Logan Cooley might be the GOAT, you know, all that stuff. So we will start off with the man, the myth, the man with incredibly good hair, coming from someone who has incredibly good hair, I would know, Logan Cooley. I'm getting bad at this. Maybe I am 30. So if Connor Bedard did not exist with his massive 23 points in 7 games, Logan Cooley would have actually finished number 1 in this tournament in terms of overall scoring. The next Canadian players in the list would have been tied for 3rd. So Logan Cooley, in 7 games played for Team USA, who did take home the bronze, by the way, 7 goals and 7 assists for 14 points. That's right, Cooley was at a 2-point per game clip, ranked 2nd overall in scoring, and like I said, if generational talent Connor Bedard did not exist, Logan Cooley was the best. Logan Cooley was so good, in fact, that he outperformed the most recent best World Juniors performance by a Coyotes prospect, that being captain of Team Canada back in 2020, Barrett Hayton, who scored 6 goals and 6 assists for 12 points in 7 games. Seriously, I cannot wait for Logan Cooley to play in the NHL. I know he said he only wants to play 1 year at college, though I would love for him to transfer to ASU for 1 season to play with Donor. I look forward to seeing him on the Coyotes roster at the very end of March, April, whenever that season ends. Next up, ranked number 6th overall in scoring, we have a little known prospect, Dylan Guenther. Dylan Guenther in 7 games recorded 7 goals and 3 assists for 10 points, like Logan Cooley at a 1 goal per game clip. Very impressive, solid performance by Dylan Guenther, but the 7th goal of the tournament for him was the golden goal in overtime to win the gold medal for Team Canada. Phenomenal World Juniors by both Dylan Guenther and Logan Cooley. Can't wait to see Guenther play tonight against Pittsburgh. But there are 3 more Coyotes to talk about, so let's talk about them. Ranked 117th overall in scoring for Team Germany, that's Julian Lutz, who in 5 games recorded 1 goal. And honestly, there was a lot of coverage about him earlier on in the tournament. He looked really good. I think it was his advanced numbers as well. At one point, he was actually kind of leading some of those advanced numbers between Cooley, himself, and Guenther. Next up for Team Slovakia, ranked 141st overall in scoring, is Adam Zlinka, who in 5 games recorded 1 assist. And then finally, ranked 158th, they're all technically tied, but you know what I mean, 158th on the list, fellow Team USA member Sam Lipkin, who in 7 games played had 1 assist. Didn't hear too much about Zlinka or Lipkin, but I can say at the very least those top 3 prospects, even though Julian Lutz is quite a bit down there, played really well, and honestly, this World Juniors looked really good for Coyotes prospects. Depending on where you were looking, the Coyotes prospects were some of the best ranked in advanced metrics. So I'm excited, honestly. Congratulations to Dylan Guenther for winning gold, even though I would have liked USA to win. It is what it is. Logan Cooley getting himself a bronze, and also probably a spot in the Coyotes at the end of the season. I got no complaints. Phenomenal showing by the 2023 World Junior Coyotes, and I can't wait to see where at the very least Guenther, Cooley, and Lutz's careers go. What is up, guys? AZ Sports Guy here. Let's do a Coyotes report. Oh, and if you're wondering, he's a dragon scale beta. I named him Spike. Say hi, Spike. So we got some things to talk about, including exactly 3 games in which the Coyotes thankfully lost all of them, so the tank for Bedard is right back on. We have Ivan Prosvetov, who was called up in order to replace Connor Ingram for a day because he was sick, and he was sent right back down today, so we don't really have to talk about that too much. And did Craig Morgan just potentially leak the new Coyotes alternate jerseys? Let's talk about it. We'll start off with the game in Philadelphia on the 5th, where the Coyotes jumped out to a good start. They're on the board first. 13:29 of the first period, Michael Carcone, his 2nd goal of the season, that one coming from Barrett Hayton. Philadelphia scores to tie, but then in the 2nd period, Nick Ritchie gets the lead right back for the Coyotes. Ritchie's 8th of the season from Hayton and Schmaltz. Coyotes take the lead right back, and then they proceed to give up 5 unanswered goals. Coyotes lose that one by a final score of 6-2, putting them back lower in the standings and putting Philadelphia ever so slightly higher up. Thank you, boys. Veggie, 12th loss of the season, 28 saves, 6 goals against, .824 save percentage. Let's just roll right past that one. The very next night in Chicago, in a game where the Arizona Coyotes legendarily made the statement they still want Connor Bedard, they were shut out by a final score of 2-0, and Connor Ingram, despite his best efforts, he gave up the 1 goal that matters. The other one was an empty net goal, of course. But 30 saves in the night, 1 goal against, what's that, a .968 save percentage? Connor Ingram is not that bad, but he is still the tank commander, and we love
love him here. Anyway, 2-8-1 record for him. Coyotes lose back-to-back on the road. Then they come home to face the Pittsburgh Penguins, where once again, they score first. 5 minutes and 13 seconds into the first period, Barrett Hayton, third goal of the season from Keller and Schmaltz. Coyotes are up 1-0, and then they proceed to give up 4 unanswered goals. They lose by a final score of 4-1. Vejmelka, 24 saves. What is that? 3 goals against, 8.89 save percentage. The last goal was an empty net goal. And honestly, it's for the best. All right, Pittsburgh, they were definitely going into that one cold, but if the Coyotes want to get Bedard, you have to lose games like that. They're playing far too well in the Mullett. But enough of that boring Coyotes losing some game stuff. Today, Craig Morgan on Twitter posted this from Coyotes practice in Scottsdale, and as you can see, the pants are different. We have new pants. And then about an hour or so later, the official Arizona Coyotes Twitter account quote tweeted this with a little eye emoji, so I'm willing to suspect Coyotes' brand new alternate jerseys will be revealed probably in the next week or two. I'm a hopeless optimist. It'd be funny if they just showed up tonight in the Mullett wearing them. I do like the maroons coming back. I do like the cactus design. Here is a concept. The individual that posted it, their Twitter handle and everything is right there within the picture, and I like everything about the jersey except for the word mark. I don't like word marks, alright? Everyone knows the only word mark we ever thought was going to work was the old school Phoenix Coyotes cursive word mark that everyone thought was going on the Flying Fox jersey back in 2010 before we, saw the Flying Fox. All I know is that I'm excited for maroon to come back. As you can tell, I much prefer that style on that jersey. While I do like the Kachina, especially the white Kachina is fire. While I do like the Kachina, I do much prefer having that maroon color. But considering they're going to bring it back and at least have some maroon for the next few years, however long they have this alternate, I'm here for it. I'm excited for it. I just don't like the word mark. It's supposed to be just Arizona. I'll probably get over it, get used to it. I'll buy one Adidas and like 6 Fanatics. But yeah, there you go. No streaks to talk about because the Coyotes got shut out a couple of games ago, but we do have an interesting matchup tonight against San Jose, where San Jose is one of the few teams still ahead of the Coyotes, so, if you want Bedard, lose. You know what helps you feel better when you're sick? Getting a 15-pound weight from Ross for $10. Never felt like I was getting healthier more in my life. Alright, after making a fool of myself, what is up guys? AZ Sports Guy here. You like the new hat? It was like $8 at Marshall's. Always check Marshall's. Anyway, let the L's keep coming. The Arizona Coyotes are on a 9-game losing streak. It is phenomenal. They're doing everything they need to win Connor Bedard, or at least Adam Fantilli / Mitchkov. Doesn't matter. Get at least one of those top 2 prospects, and we're good. This season is a success. But with that out of the way, I'll at least give you the scores. On the 10th, they hosted San Jose at the Mullett Arena. San Jose scores first, but not long after. Barrett Hayton, his 4th goal of the season. That one coming from Shane Gostisbehere and Jacob Chychrun. We're all tied. 6:29 of the first, by the way. Then 10 minutes later, Christian Fischer is 8th from Gostisbehere and Chychrun. Yeah, I know it sounds like the Matrix is a little broken because the exact same assists in the exact same order, 2-1 lead Coyotes. They made it entertaining. They gave you an entertaining, competitive period of hockey. 3 unanswered goals, 4-2 finish. Thank you very much. Vejmelka, 14th loss of the season, 29 saves, 4 goals against, 8.79 save percentage. While yes, he's had some bad games, he's still usually posting around a 900 save percentage, as you'll see later on in this video. So don't worry, Vejmelka is still going to maintain some value. Anyway, Barrett Hayton continues to play some of his best offensive hockey with a goal there, and Jacob Chychrun and Gostisbehere each get 2 assists. 2 nights later, they would host Ottawa in the Mullett, and yes, the Tank Bowl never stops. And Ottawa scores the first 2 goals of the game. Then at 8:45 of the second period, Dylan Guenther, his 4th goal of the season. Good to see him scoring again at the NHL level. That one coming on the power play from Christian Fischer and Juuso Valimaki. Ottawa scores again, but then to bring this game back to a 1-goal game to make it 3-2, Lawson Crouse starts scoring some goals again, his 15th of the season from Bukestad and Guenther. Gunner having 2 points that night at 3:45. Then in the third period, Barrett Hayton is 5th from Ritchie and Schmaltz. Coyotes give up 2 more goals, 5-3 finish. Once again, they're doing it right. Vejmelka, 15th loss of the season, 42 saves, 4 goals against, 913 save percentage. Yeah, the last goal was a empty net goal. There you go. Maintaining some value there. 913 save percentage in a loss. That's why we like Karel Vejmelka here. Then they go on the road for some back-to-back action, first against Minnesota on the 14th, then against Winnipeg on the 15th, and both of these would be 2-1 finishes in regulation. Once again, 1-goal games, making sure you're not getting points, and we're getting Connor Bedard. Dog break. We have a dog.
Dog break over. Anyway, the game against Minnesota on the 14th, Connor Ingram actually started and had a pretty good game for him. So the first 2 goals of the game go to Minnesota, but then Lawson Crouse at 5:42 of the third, his 16th, second in 2 games from Jack McBain and Jacob Chychrun. But with Connor Ingram, 25 saves, 2 goals against, .926 save percentage. Of all 4 of the losses I'm going to talk about in this episode, only one had an Arizona Coyotes goaltender posting below a .900 save percentage. Connor Ingram, despite the fact his record is terrible, what's that, 2-9-1 at this point? Save percentage is actually starting to improve. Then we go to the game against Winnipeg. Winnipeg scores first, but then about 11 minutes into the second period, Clayton Keller deciding he wants to score a goal now. 15th from Schmaltz and Chychrun were tied. The Coyotes do the right thing like 5 minutes later, giving up the game-winning goal. 2-1 finish for you. Valimaki, 22 saves, 2 goals against, .917 save percentage in his 16th loss of the season. And there you go. 4 consecutive losses and 1 happy AZ sports guy, because the Coyotes are finally doing it. They're finally going on that big losing streak they needed to. They're now only about, I think, 3 or 4 points ahead of number 30 and 31, I believe. They're right there in the mix. They are going to get the best possible odds they can as long as they keep it up. They trade away some of these better players that are rentals at the deadline, and you get some good assets. Anyway, they're taking on Detroit tonight, and I'm going to go. Hello, wonderful people. We got some Coyotes wins to talk about. And no, not actual wins. Well, 1 win, but they're winning where it counts. I'm a little disappointed, not gonna lie. They only hit a 9-game losing streak. They were this close to 10 in a row and getting a video of me celebrating. I suppose we're gonna have to wait till later on in the season. But we got 3 games to talk about, and funny enough, all 3 of those games, the team that won had 4 goals on the board. Asterisk. We'll talk about that in a minute. On the 17th, the Coyotes hosted the Detroit Red Wings, and they get on the board first. Power play goal, then goes to second period. Okay, who cares? Moving on. At 11:09 in the second period, Nick Bukestad, Mr. Why Have You Not Been Traded Yet? His 11th goal of the season, that one coming from Lawson Crouse and Jacob Chychrun. We're all tied. Detroit does their job, scores a couple of goals, 3-1 at that point. You think the Coyotes, you lay back a little bit, you give up the empty net goal, 4-1 finish? No. Boyd is 5th from Crouse and Stetcher at about 6:53, and a minute later, Dylan Guenther is 5th from Lawson Crouse, and who else? Nick Bukestad. We're tied. We're going to overtime. We're going to the shootout. Coyotes win 4-3. Ingram missed the win, 3-9-1 of the season at that point, 37 saves, 3 goals against, .925 save percentage, and the tank commander decided to turn those tanks back on the Coyotes today, didn't they? Well, that night. Tuesday, Monday, whatever it was. I mean, look, Bukestad, great game, goal and assist. Always good to see Guenther on the board. 3 assists for Lawson Crouse. That's pretty solid for him, but, they won 4-3. They needed to lose. Moving on. A couple nights later, on the 19th, they would host the Washington Dylan Stromes. I say that because he scored the first goal of the game and the last goal of the game. Coyotes at the very least do what they do best, later year Ovechkin. Not let him on the scoreboard, but it's still a 4-0 victory. Coyotes win by losing. I love it. Valimaki, 11-17-4 record, 4 goals against, 29 saves, .879 save percentage. That save percentage is going to be fun. All right, hold out for a second. It's going to be fun. Moving on to last night against Dallas. In Dallas, for whatever reason, the Coyotes cannot seem to beat them. I'm perfectly okay with that. 3 unanswered goals in the first, another goal in the second, 4-0 finish. Ingram gets the loss, 3-10-1. 4 goals against, .897 save percentage. You see, they flipped the last 2 numbers. Anyway, Coyotes have lost 2 of their last 3, 11 of their last 12, and they are winning this Connor Bedard sweepstakes. Kind of. Maybe. We'll see. They'll probably get Fantilli. As for news, Lawson Crouse for the last couple of games, the games the Coyotes have not scored during, he's been missing those games. Carconi has taken his place. Michelli, at the very least, he's ahead of schedule. He's skating with the team. He just isn't going to play yet. He's not going to play tonight. Neither is Crouse. That's your injury update. Speaking of the night, you might see me later on tonight, at least live streaming a little bit of the Vegas game. Coyotes are taking on Vegas. They're going to be wearing those 3rd jerseys. And speaking of those 3rd jerseys, here they are. I love the red color. I love the crescent moon being the captain. I would have much preferred if they would have had the coyote head right there as an outline. It would have made the jersey look really nice. As it stands, it's a word mark. It's very mediocre. I appreciate what they're trying to do, but honestly, it just feels way too much like they're really desperately trying to recreate the Kachina. And the Kachina was lightning in a bottle. But I do stand by it. Genuinely would have looked better if it would have been an actual logo, masked coyote, or just the Kachina. But it's just the outline because it kind of has more consistency, brings the jersey together. But regardless,
that's neither here nor there. I'll probably buy it because it's red and I'm glad to have a red jersey back. But whenever it goes away in 3 years, no one's gonna care. Alright, that's your Coyote support. Like, comment, favorite, subscribe. Tell me how beautiful I am without my eyebrows. I will see you tonight. Maybe. Let's have fun with this one. Alright, let's go ahead and just have some fun. So after the Arizona Coyotes granted everyone's Christmas gift from the 29th of December, beating Toronto at home by a final score of 6-3, they immediately began work on trying to give every Coyotes fan their wish of Connor Bedard. It starts out with a nice little trip to Florida on the 31st, New Year's Eve, and on the 3rd of January, where in back-to-back games in Florida, the first against Tampa Bay and the second against the Florida Panthers, they would lose by a final score of 5-3, being outscored 10-6. Veggie had 30 saves in each of those games, not exactly the worst performance out of him. Bukestad had goals in back-to-back games, the offense was at least there, they're keeping themselves competitive, but more importantly, losing in overtime while still being fun to watch. After that, on the 5th, they go to Philadelphia, where in a beautiful effort, they lose 6-2. And I know it sounds sarcastic, but like I said, the Arizona Coyotes, one of the greatest tanks on ice, they needed to pop off some losses. They needed an 8, 9, 10 game losing streak, and they gave us that. They went out of their way to give us what we needed. Carcone had a goal in that game, by the way. Hayton gets an assist. We're good. Moving on to the next night against Chicago. They get shut out. I want to say at that point it's the second time of the season by the Chicago Blackhawks, who this season definitely tried to become the greatest tank on ice, but the Coyotes doing better. Ingram 30 saves, 1 goal against, 9.68 save percentage. Phenomenal. Kept it competitive defensively, but most importantly, still gets that loss. And they come home on the 8th to take on Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins, and that one's actually tied in the first period. Hell, Barrett Hayton's the one who started the goal scoring off in the first. His third from Keller and Schmaltz 5 minutes into the game. 4 unanswered goals, 4-1 finish. Coyotes drop 5 in a row. At that point, you're probably thinking, wow, that they really finally, they're dropping in the standings, they're getting themselves in the Bedard watch. No, apparently not, because a lot of Coyotes fans are complaining. Stop. Have fun. Enjoy this while it lasts. It's a little painful right now, but it will pay off if we get a top 2 pick this year. Anyway, they're still home on the 10th to host the San Jose Sharks. After surrendering the first goal, Barrett Hayton once again buries it. We are tied, his 6th goal of the season. Then 10 minutes later, Christian Fischer. It's a 2-1 lead for the Coyotes. Once again, giving you something fun to watch at home. 3 unanswered goals, 4-2 finish. Coyotes drop 6 in a row. 2 nights later, they host Ottawa, where in this game, they drop it by a final score of 5-3 once more. Their third 5-3 finish in this 9-game losing streak. Guenther gets on the board first with his 4th goal of the season. At that point, it was 2-1, and they kept it pretty close for a while. I mean, just under 4 minutes into that third period, Crouse makes it a 1-goal game. It's 3-2 at that point. They kept it close. Let the bottom fall out at the end. They take the loss. That's what, 7 in a row? Then they go back on the road on the 14th and the 15th. The first game is against Minnesota in Minnesota, and the second one is in Atlanta to take on the Thrashers. Both of these games, very competitive. This would actually be 3 games in a row where the Arizona Coyotes goaltender posted a 900 or better save percentage, and all 4 of these losses in a row were by 2 or fewer goals. Once again, keeping it competitive. Anyway, Crouse gets his 16th of the season from McBain and Chychrun in the game against Minnesota. Ingram, 25 saves, 2 goals against. Solid night for him. Then Keller gets his 15th from Schmaltz and Chychrun against Winnipeg, so right there, once again, keeping it close. The players you want to produce are producing. Milka, 22 saves, 2 goals against, 9.17 save percentage. In that entire 9-game losing streak, the Arizona Coyotes only lost by more than 2 twice, and both of them were teams from Pennsylvania. The first one was in Philadelphia 6-2, and the second one was at home against Pittsburgh 4-1. Every other game in this 9-game losing streak, they lost by 2 or fewer goals. And throughout that entire losing streak, they were only shut out once. On the current 2-game losing streak, they've been shut out twice as many times. It's a shorter video, but honestly, I just wanted to have a little bit of fun, look at that 9-game losing streak, and say this. The Coyotes are winning where it counts, in the draft lottery odds, and if they manage to get Bedard or Fantilli, you can thank them for a stretch like this, because this team, this rebuilding team, desperately needed it. PP's happy Juuso Valimaki staying here.
Don't you like Juuso Valimaki? Don't you like juice? Yeah?
The Coyotes get 1 more year of the juice! Listen, I wanted a Macklemore reference. I'm not getting sued. Alright, what is up, guys? So yesterday we got some phenomenal news, of course, after I was already working, because why would the Coyotes actually announce something in a timely fashion so I can make a video before work? Why would they do that? But anyway, the great news was Juuso Valimaki, defenseman that was claimed off of waivers from Calgary at the beginning of the season, he has signed a 1-year contract extension with the Arizona Coyotes. This is a bargain. This is an absolute bargain of a contract because ever since he's come here, Jusso's been really good. He's meshed well with guys like Janis Moser, considering the fact that Janis Moser is going to be a top 4 defenseman for this team for a very long time. That works. That helps. Now looking back at his last 3 years in Calgary, something is going to stick out to you. 24 games played, 49 games played, and 9 games played respectively. So far this year in 44 games played, he is just 5 shy from tying his career high in games played. He dealt with some injury stuff, but also he just wasn't able to crack the Calgary top 6 consistently. But he's already tied his career high in goals, he's broken his career high in assists, and he's broken his career high in points. Juuso Valimaki has provided a lot more depth scoring this season than I ever thought he would. And I know 2 goals, 10 assists, 12 points in 44 games, oh, it's not that impressive. I was only expecting a guy that was going to play a 6th defenseman role. Probably thrown up to the 4th defenseman because you got guys like Stetcher, Nemeth, and Brown, but I was not expecting much out of him. He's come in, he's played well, he's the right age for this rebuild, 24 years old, his contract takes him until he's 25, and if Juuso stays healthy and definitely keeps on the right track and kind of keeps building on this season, next year he'll probably get that multi-year extension, probably a 3-year deal. I haven't even told you the best part yet. His cap hit this year is $1.5 million, but he's making $2 million. This 1-year extension is an absolute bargain at a $1 million cap hit. Yes, that is right. Juuso Valimaki took a 50% pay cut to sign a 1-year extension with the Arizona Coyotes, despite the fact he's been one of their more consistently good defensemen. And on top of that, Patrick Brown, the absolute beaut over there doing the articles for the Arizona Coyotes website, brought us a phenomenal little write-up on Juuso Valimaki that also gave us a great quote where Valimaki said, and I quote, "I want to be here. I want to be here in the future, and this was a good first step for it. It's a really exciting time to be here and to be a Coyote." And Browner, you are 100% right. You do love to see that, because here in Phoenix, there's way too many people saying, oh, nobody wants to be here in Arizona. We're getting guys like Juuso Valimaki, who's a good defenseman, signing contract extensions and saying they want to be here in Arizona. I love it. And Juuso, guess what? The feeling is mutual. You've been a damn good defenseman for us, providing some solid depth scoring, really good stability on the blue line, and while your plus minus might not be the greatest, this is year 2 of a tank. I did not expect any of our defensemen to have a positive plus minus. I just want to provide a little bit of context, at least from the eye test, what I noticed. So at the start of the season, when Juuso was having some visa troubles and wasn't allowed to start the season with the Coyotes defense looked kind of terrible. But then the second he was allowed to play on that Canadian road trip, they just looked different, almost immediately. Having those guys in the lineup that can stabilize your defense is immensely, ridiculously valuable, and I am just happy that Juuso is going to stick around for another year. Finish out the rest of the year, hopefully strong, hopefully next year is even better, and we'll get that 2 or 3 year contract extension and you'll be a Coyote for the foreseeable future. I was just double checking the notes because it would appear the Arizona Coyotes won 2 of their last 3 games. Not in overtime, mind you. Not going to a shootout and barely managing to beat the Red Wings. They got 2 victories this week by 3 or more goals. That totally helps the tank, boys. We'll start off with the news. Michael Carcone got sent down despite playing pretty good hockey. Apparently it has to do with his waiver eligibility. To that point, he had played 9 games this season, and they wanted to make sure that he wouldn't get claimed on waivers. My simple solution to that is stop playing 11-7 and just play him in the lineup, because Zach Kassian's not a very good hockey player, but you can't always have what you want. Milos Kellerman came in and got his first game of the season, I want to say against Anaheim, played pretty decently, gets immediately sent back down. Oh, and also speaking of the Anaheim game, so Shane Gostisbehere, one of the best trade chips the Coyotes have right now, he's out 4 to 6 weeks. It's an upper body injury. I did see him last night at the arena, told him to heal up Ghost, wishing him the best, and thankfully Craig Morgan reported it on Twitter, or else I wouldn't have been able to say anything, but this is not expected to have any sort of impact on Gostisbehere's trade value, because he's been very consistent for a couple of years now. Other teams know what they're going to get out of him, and he's going to be back by the trade deadline. Alright, news out of the way, let's talk about some games. The Coyotes debuted those alternate jerseys against the Vegas Golden Knights to have a nice bashing in the desert. I was hoping the Yotes would get their skull bashed in, but it was the other direction. Dylan Guenther starts us off 2 minutes into the first period. 1-0 Coyotes, his 6th of the season. The assists go into Carcone and Bukestad. We all got to get Carcone Tucson jerseys. It's the only way to fix it. Then 1 minute and 40 seconds into the second period, Clayton Keller, his 16th of the season, exactly 10 more than Guenther, and yes, that is how my brain works. 2-0 Coyote. Oh, the assist went to Gostisbehere and Chychrun, by the way. Then Vegas answers back, one Philip Joseph Kessel on the power play. Thanks for the cheap jersey, I guess. Then in the third period, Clayton Keller would score 2 more goals, being his 17th and 18th of the season. The assists on those goals, both primaries going to Schmaltz, and the secondary going to Valimaki on the third goal. The last goal is an empty net goal. It is a 4-1 finish. The Arizona Coyotes blow Vegas out of the water, and apparently these alternates are going to be winning jerseys. I can't complain. The red looks really nice. I just wish it wasn't a word mark. 4. Valimaki, 35 saves, 1 goal against. What is that? 9.72 save percentage? His 12th win of the season, improving to 12, 17, and 4 on the year, and he's on one of those hot streaks, isn't he? Valimki's playing well again. Time to trade him. Alright, let's head into the game against Anaheim on the 24th, where Gostisbehere got injured. They lose 5-2. Anaheim scores the first 4 goals of the game. That was pretty good for the tank. Anaheim needed to win that one. In the third period, you get a couple of goals to stop the bleeding. Hayden getting his 6th. Good to see him getting some points. Barrett Hayden's playing, again, the highest quality and most consistent offensive hockey of his career. And Schmaltz, his 8th from Hayden and Chychrun. One empty net goal away. 5-2 is your final. Connor Ingram getting the loss there. 3-11-1 record, 38 saves for the man. 38 saves, 4 goals against, 905 save percentage. That is right, even Connor Ingram is consistently posting 900 save percentages. Then we head into the absolute whooping that was last night hosting the St. Louis Blues. Schmaltz scores the first 3 goals of the game. 10:55 of the second, it's his 9th goal of the season. The assist going to Stetcher and Lawson Crouse. Good to see Crouse and Michelli back, by the way. Then at 13:56 of the second and 13 seconds into the third period, unassisted goals. It is 3-0 Coyotes. Schmaltz's first career hat trick. Clayton Keller's second career hat trick 2 games ago. The Coyotes offense is lighting up. Why are you choosing right now? Oh, and in the last couple of goals, Boyd is 6th from Fisher and Ritchie. Hayton is 7th from Ritchie and Schmaltz. 2 minutes apart, 5:02 and 7:16 respectively. 5-0 finish. Karel Valimaki, his 4th career shutout. 33 saves for the man. He gets his 13th win of the season. He's won back-to-back starts. The only thing I can say is on the bright side, Anaheim and Chicago were winning last night. It's good to see him win, and it is good to see him play well. Schmaltzy, a random 4-point night. He's really good at just grabbing these random 3, 4, 5-point game nights. And I guess it is cool to get some wins on home ice. If you're going to win, do it at Mullett, make it fun. But, you know, draft lottery, something, something. And to close out, we have one active point streak, and that is Nick Schmaltz, who over the last 3 games has 4 goals and 3 assists for 7 points. If he only had the 1 assist per game, that would be nice. The extra 4 goals is just really good. But anyway, that is your Coyotes report for January 27th. Trade deadline, man. Trade deadline's in a little over a month. I am excited to see what happens.